Chapter 611. Yes. This barren world has no resources for wild animals to survive. Then who gnawed these corpses? The answer is self-evident. At this moment, Zhou seemed to sense something, his eyes lit up, and then he immediately flew away. When everyone saw this, although they didn't know what was going on, they all followed closely. Soon, they saw their king land on a sand dune, then turned over the sand dune, and pulled out a member of the Fantasy Life clan wearing a tattered white robe. This member of the Fantasy Life clan was quite short, probably only as strong as Zhou, who was only at the upper bronze level. He was covered with scars and was dying. Seeing this, Zhou directly used a chaos healing technique on the other party. Under the treatment of the chaos healing technique, which was equivalent to the lost skill, this member of the Fantasy Life clan, who was only at the upper bronze level, quickly woke up, and saw Zhou and others at first sight. Then, the man from the Illusionary Life clan looked at them in bewilderment. He opened his mouth, and said a lot of words that Qi Xiantian and the others could not understand. Then he suddenly became excited, grabbed Zhou's arm, and said a lot of words. Even Haros, the upper god, could not understand what he was saying. But Zhou understood. This is the language of the Illusionary Life clan. It is quite uncommon, and basically only the Illusionary Life clan members can master and use it. However, in Zhou's bloodline inheritance, after the space-time dragon saw that event 10,000 years ago, he naturally mastered the language of the Illusionary Life clan, so it was equivalent to him mastering the language of the Illusionary Life clan. At this time, the Illusionary Life clan member said, "Human race? How did you get here? Are you from the outside world? Have you opened up the road from the outside world to the Thousand Illusions world? Can our Illusionary Life clan finally get out? We are saved, right? Calm down. We did come from the outside world, and we did master the method of getting in and out. But why must I take you out?" Zhou stared into its eyes, and spoke in the language of the Illusionary Life clan. "Why don't you take us out? We are all in. As long as you tell us the method, you can save our entire race. Isn't this a good thing to show your virtue for you?" The Illusionary Life clan member said in a daze. Zhou was speechless. Is this child so innocent? I want benefits, Zhou said directly. The Illusionary Life clan blinked. What benefits do you want? First, I want all of you Illusionary Life clan members to submit to me. In addition, I also want to know what treasure your Illusionary Life clan got from the Broken Axe event 12,000 years ago. Where is it? Third, tell me why your world has become like this. Zhou asked in his heart. The Illusionary Life clan was stunned when they heard this, and then laughed at themselves, and said in a self-deprecating voice, "More than 10,000 years have passed. I didn't expect you to still remember it." Zhou looked at it quietly without saying anything. Okay, I, Kabu, can agree to all three of these conditions. You, an outsider, may not believe it, but for us, the Illusionary Life clan, as long as we can escape this place, we can agree to any conditions. Don't even mention being someone's subject. I can even be a dog. I take you to see my people in a moment. As for the second question, the final treasure of the event you mentioned is a Bodhi statue. Bodhi statue? Zhou raised his eyebrows. Yes. It is a treasure that is said to be able to solve all kinds of confusion. No matter what doubts the user has in his heart, as long as he holds the Bodhi statue in his hand, he can get the answer. It can only be used 3 times. The first time it was used by Shirluo, the chief of the Illusionary Life clan 10,000 years ago. At that time, Chief Shirluo used it to find out how to preserve the racial heritage of the Illusionary Life clan, while preserving the Bodhi statue. Later, Chief Shirluo realized the sealing heaven, closing earth, void and concealing life great method from the Bodhi statue, and turned our foundation, the 1,000 Illusionaries small world, into a treasure. We built a world where even the terrifying race of the original spirits couldn't find us. But just when the chief of the Stone Snail tribe moved us all to the 1,000 Illusions world, and completely closed the world, an accident happened. I don't know which tribe member who went out was infected with the energy plague spread by a spirit, at least at the level of a true god. There was no movement in the outside world about this energy plague, as if there was no plague. But as soon as we arrived in the 1,000 Illusions world, this energy plague seemed to be suddenly triggered, spreading wildly throughout the 1,000 Illusions world. All the plants and animals in the 1,000 Illusions world, even our Illusion clan, are extremely eager to absorb energy to make themselves grow, as if they were addicted. So, all the creatures in the 1,000 Illusions world went crazy. Countless animals, plants and members of the Illusion clan began to absorb the energy of this world crazily, as if there was an energy black hole in their bodies, and no matter how much energy they absorbed, it was not enough. It was okay at the beginning. Although our illusion clan was facing this situation for the first time, we were still trying to find a solution. Although there were some minor conflicts within the clan, they were not big. But as time went on, the energy plague was not resolved, and things gradually changed. The energy in the Thousand Illusions world became less and less. After realizing this, countless plants, animals, and our illusion clan insisted on absorbing the energy in the air at first. Energy. But later the energy in the air was not enough. In order to meet the demand for energy, our Huanming clan began to hunt and collect animals and plants that had absorbed enough energy, and then obtained energy by consuming their animal flesh and plant roots and leaves. This is not over yet. After all, the resources in the Qianhuan small world are limited. Our ancestors hunted and collected frantically, and after thousands of years, they finally ate up the resources of the Qianhuan small world. Later, in order to avoid the occurrence of cannibalism among the same clan in the future, the wise men in the clan decided to use the second use of Bodhi Zun. Originally, this was a good thing. But unexpectedly, he created a terrifying demon with his own hands. It's called Long. He was also our tribe leader at that time. Because of his good character, no one in the tribe could match him, so after discussion, the elders of the tribe decided to give him the second use of the Bodhi Zun to use, and let him find a way to save the tribe. We don't know what he asked at that time. We only know. On the second day after he used the Bodhi Zun, he suddenly rebelled against the tribe, and then began to hunt and devour us, the members of the illusionary life tribe. At the end, the eyes of this illusionary life tribe boy named Kabu were both angry, puzzled, and fearful. He wants to eat us. All of us. It trembled. Chapter 612. Zhou almost understood it now. It turned out to be an energy plague that turned the Qianhuan small world into this. No need to think too much. This energy plague was most likely caused by those forces that coveted the final reward of the event. However, he still had doubts to ask the other party. Is it the great method you set up by yourselves? Can't you escape by yourselves? He asked. The chief of the Sherluo tribe said that if the sealing heaven, closing earth, void and concealing life we set up could allow people to enter and exit at will, then such a method would not be able to protect our Huanming tribe at all. Because as long as one member of the Huanming tribe can get out, it is possible that our entire race will be destroyed. So we have no way to unlock the sealing heaven, closing earth, void and concealing life, and can only wait for it to dissipate on its own. And there is only one way to dissipate. When all the energy in the Qianhuan small world is exhausted, there is naturally no way to maintain the sealing heaven, closing earth, void and concealing life, and then the secret method will be unlocked by itself, and we can get out. Is the energy in the small world almost gone now? Zhou felt the energy density of this small world after hearing this, and found that only sporadic energy was left in the air. If it weren't for his strong physique, he might not even be able to sense this little energy. This energy density is comparable to the blue star in the Dharma ending age. There really aren't many left. Probably. In about 1,000 years, the energy in the Thousand Illusions world will be completely exhausted. But by that time, our illusionary clan will almost be exterminated. No, maybe it won't take that long. Kabu smiled bitterly. Zhou nodded. So, your Nalon wants to eat you all, because he is also infected with the energy plague? Zhou asked again. No. Kabu shook his head quickly. The energy plague only affected the ancestors, and their descendants within 3 generations. We, the descendants after 3 generations, do not have the energy plague. The reason why Nalon wants to eat us is just because he is hungry, so he eats us. Do you know? In order to let himself eat longer, he even keeps us in captivity, just so that he can eat longer. Hungry? Keeping us in captivity? So perverted? Zhou was surprised. Kabu nodded vigorously. Although it is normal to do anything to survive, eating one's own kind, and even keeping them in captivity for repetitive eating. Qi Xiantian on the side had a cold expression. This beast has no humanity, it should be killed. Zhou did not speak. Although Qi Xiantian was right. But he always felt that things were not that simple. What about you? Aren't you hungry? This place is so barren, it should be difficult to grow food or raise livestock, right? Zhou frowned and asked. Our ancestors, during the long years of living here, through our Huantian Yinming bloodline talent, deduced a practice method called eating wind and drinking dew. This practice method can replace food by absorbing the morning breeze and morning dew every day to replenish the energy in the body. But there is also a price. The price is that if we don't have other sources of energy, our own realm level will decline at an extremely slow rate. Kaboo shook his head and said calmly, when our Huaming clan first moved here, there were several upper god level worshippers. In our generation, the strongest among us is only a gold upper level. The glory of our ancestors has long become history. Now we can't even meet the needs of ordinary creatures such as eating. Jojo, I thought that drinking the northwest wind on Blue Star was just a joke. I didn't expect that in the extraordinary world of the Supreme Continent, drinking the northwest wind actually exists. Don't you have one more use of your Bodhi-Zoon? Why don't you use it to find a way to break the world? The clan is almost exterminated. Instead of dying here, it's better to go out of this world and fight the enemy to death. Jojo said. Bodhi-Zoon does have one more use, but the chief of the Shirluo tribe thought of this at the beginning, so he had already made an agreement with Bodhi-Zoon. If someone in the future asks about the method of breaking the world, Bodhi-Zoon, who has his own wisdom, will not answer this question. Jojo nodded. Although he was a little surprised that Bodhi-Zoon had his own wisdom, he was not too surprised. In this extraordinary world, the higher the level of existence, the easier it is to give birth to its own wisdom and form a spirit-like existence. It is normal for a treasure like Bodhi-Zoon, which is personally rewarded by the Supreme Will, to have its own spirit. And it is no longer in our hands now. It is with Long. When he rebelled against the Huaming clan, he took Bodhi-Zoon away. As for whether Long used the Bodhi-Zoon for the third time, we don't know. Kaboo sighed. Long. Jojo murmured. He was a little moved, because he had a lot of doubts in his heart now. If the Bodhi-Zoon was really as useful as Kaboo said, then he would definitely get this treasure. As for whether the third time was used, you will know after you grab it. Where is Long? Jojo asked immediately. We don't know either. But he will come to rob our people every 10 years to provide him with food. Calculate the days, and we should be able to see him in more than 3 months. At this point, fear appeared on Kaboo's face again. Jojo frowned when he heard it. 3 months? How can he have so much time? After 3 months, the daylily will be cold. He thought about it, but still couldn't think of any way, and couldn't help sighing in his heart. It would be great if he had a grudge against Long. The end item in his hand, the compass of the goddess of vengeance, has 1 use left. If there is a grudge, he can directly drive the compass in the name of revenge and find the other party's location. But what can he do? He has no grudge against the other party, so he can't use this end item even if he wants to. He thought for a while, but still couldn't think of any solution, and said, take us to see the remaining tribesmen of yours first. Okay. Kaboo nodded, then propped himself up and tried to stand up, but as soon as he stood up, he staggered and almost fell again. Kaboo's face did not show any strange color. This seemed to be a common thing for him. Jojo saw this and saw the reason at a glance. His body was too weak. It would be strange if his body was not weak if he drank wind and ate dew every day. Jojo took out a bottle of bronze-level energy recovery potion from the king's treasure box and handed it to him. Drink it first, then walk carefully, he said. Kaboo was stunned, and before he could figure out what was going on, he smelled a very fragrant smell. That was the smell of fresh and abundant energy. Is this for me? He looked at Jojo in disbelief. Chapter 6:13. It's just a bottle of bronze-level energy recovery potion. There are a lot of these things out there. You know when you leave this world. Jojo waved his hand casually. After hearing this, Kaboo immediately took it, then carefully opened the bottle stopper, and then carefully smelled it at the mouth of the bottle, and his expression immediately became intoxicated. After a few seconds, he came back to his senses, carefully put it to his mouth and slowly poured it in. After drinking it, everyone clearly saw that Kaboo's face looked much better at this time. Kaboo looked at the empty bottle in his hand with lingering thoughts, and then looked at Jojo eagerly. Wait until you become my subjects, and let you drink enough. Jojo said with a smile. Dear Lord, please follow me. Kaboo was refreshed and immediately offered his courtesy. Zheng Fugue and others couldn't help but laugh at this, but they didn't mean to laugh, they just felt it was a little interesting. Then, under Kaboo's guidance, they rushed to the habitat of the Fantasy Life clan. Not long after they left, a mysterious man in a yellow-brown cloak appeared at their previous position. If Kaboo was there, he would definitely recognize at the first time that this guy was Long, a member of the Fantasy Life clan that he was very afraid of. At this time, he looked at the direction where Jojo and the others were going away, with excitement, desire, confusion, worry, fear, and murderous intent in his expression. Then, he did not stay for long and turned around and left. A moment later, in an underground space in the desert, Jojo and the others were brought here by Kabu, and then they saw Kabu's people. There were about 100 people from the Illusionary Life clan living here. Due to the lack of underground space, they naturally did not have their own houses, but lived together on a sand kong similar to a large bunk bed to rest. Perhaps to save energy in their bodies, they were rarely seen moving. When Jojo, Kabu and others came back, all the Illusionary Life clan immediately looked over with surprise. When they were about to ask each other if they had found some desert crops to eat, they saw Jojo and the large army of mysterious merchants behind him. They were stunned, and then, like Kabu just now, they did not look afraid at all, but immediately became excited. It's an outsider. An outsider has entered our 1,000 illusionary world. We can finally leave here. The more than 100 people from the Illusionary Life clan said excitedly. Jojo was a little uncomfortable with this enthusiasm. No wonder Kabu said that it's okay even if they treat them like dogs. They really don't seem to care about this kind of thing. As long as we can leave this place, it's fine, he thought to himself. Then he looked at the eyes of the more than 100 members of the Illusionary Life clan and told them his conditions. After the members of the Illusionary Life clan learned of Jojo's conditions, they immediately patted their chests and agreed to become the subjects of the prideful Sun Kingdom. Jojo also nodded when he saw this. Just when he wanted to say something. Can you really take us away from here? An old man of the Illusionary Life clan looked at Jojo eagerly, but his expression was a little doubtful. Many other members of the Illusionary Life clan also had some doubts. Jojo wanted to admit it confidently. But after thinking about it, he said cautiously, I dare not guarantee it. I can only tell you that I and my subordinates came to your forbidden 1,000 illusion world in this way. We are more confident to go out. You can try it first. The Illusion clan nodded when they heard it. Then I will try it. A male Illusion clan member stood up. Jojo did not hesitate and immediately asked Jung Fugue to take this Illusion clan member to leave the world. With unlimited right of passage. Jung Fugue left the 1,000 illusion world very easily. But Jojo's face suddenly became ugly. Because the Illusion clan member was not taken away, only Jung Fugue and his carriage left. Sure enough. The sealing heaven and earth, void and concealing life of the Stone Snail clan leader is too powerful. Can it be solved by ordinary means? An old man of the Illusionary Life clan sighed when he saw this scene. The other members of the Illusionary Life clan felt a little regretful when they heard this. They didn't blame Jojo. After all, in their eyes, Jojo was just an ordinary human. To be able to enter their small world, his means were already quite good. And you still want him to take them away from this world? Do you really think that the means left by the Stone Snail Patriarch are given for nothing? Jojo felt a little surprised at first, so he immediately asked Jung Fugue to come back. Soon, Jung Fugue came back. What's going on? Why didn't this Illusionary Life clan take him away? Jojo asked. Your Majesty, their sealing heaven and earth, void and concealing life is of extremely high quality. I'm afraid it exceeds the scope of my protection, Jung Fugue said. Jojo understood immediately after hearing this. It seems that the Lord Talent of the mysterious caravan should be upgraded. He didn't say much, just said that he would come again tomorrow, and then took everyone away from the Qianhuan small world, and randomly conquered a lowest level black iron level territory near the small world for tomorrow's teleportation. Then he directly returned to the Jiaoyang King's capital through the return to the city Lord Talent. Jiaoyang King's capital. A spacious quiet room in the intermediate Lord's blessed land. Jojo was about to upgrade the mysterious caravan, and suddenly saw a few text prompts that he had not noticed before. Blue Star All-Channel Lord announcement. Congratulations to Lord Jiaoyang, successfully conquered a mid-level kingdom-level Lord force, and was rewarded with 10 legendary points. Blue Star All-Channel Lord announcement. Congratulations to Lord Jiaoyang. Blue Star All-Channel Lord announcement. Congratulations to Lord Jiaoyang. Lord Talent tips. Congratulations, you have conquered a kingdom, triggered the silver-level Lord Talent Conqueror support, and you have gained the loyalty of a hero with the fate of a super-level hero. Note, the hero is coming to your territory. Please pay attention to the recent list of new lords. And Lord Career tips. You have destroyed an intermediate kingdom-level Lord force, collected 50% of the power of the End Law, and the grade of the End Crown has been upgraded one step further. When the progress of collecting the power of the former End Law, 130%, you can upgrade the Crown of the End. And Lord Career tips. You destroyed a mid-level kingdom-level Lord force and collected 500 points of the power of the End Nirvana. You can use 500 points of the power of the End Nirvana to exchange for 5 opportunities to resurrect after death and increase your strength after resurrection. Currently have the power of the end nirvana, 500 points. Current number of resurrections, 4. End Lord career tips. You destroyed a mid-level kingdom-level Lord force, and 10 members of the End Guard have received your call. You can summon them out. Current number of members of the End Guard, 14. Summonable. Can I upgrade the Crown of the End? Jojo raised his eyebrows when he saw this. Chapter 6:14. Jojo's mind moved. A grayish-white crown with 3 hill-like protrusions in front of it, which looked ancient and mysterious, appeared on his head. It was the Crown of the End. He took it off and looked over. The artifact information appeared. Artifact name, Crown of the End. Artifact grade, Intermediate Lower God, growable. Artifact ability 1 Power of the End. As the Lord of the End, you have the power of the End that can end everything. When you attack any substance, you have a 12% chance of smashing it, and when you attack any living being, you have a 1.5% chance of directly killing it. Artifact ability 2 The Legion of the End. The soldiers of the Lord of the End carry a wisp of the aura of the End when attacking, and have a 1.5% chance of smashing any substance when attacking it. Artifact ability 3, The End of the World. By destroying the Lord's forces, you can collect the power of the End of the World. When the power of the End of the World is collected enough, you can upgrade the grade of the End of the World Crown and unlock more abilities of the End of the World Crown. Current progress of collecting the power of the End of the World, 30%. Artifact Introduction. The exclusive artifact of the Lord of the End, which contains the power of the End of all things. The End of the World Crown has been promoted from the lower level of the lower god to the middle level of the lower god. After the promotion, my own shattering probability has increased from 10% to 12%. The probability of instant death has increased from 1% to 1.5%. The shattering probability of my soldiers has increased from 1% to 1.5%. Jojo nodded. He was quite satisfied, although the probability of the increase was not great. But that is the law of crushing, and the most terrifying law of instant death. Even a sporadic improvement can be considered a huge improvement. And this is only the intermediate level of the lower god. What if he is promoted to the level of the middle god, the upper god, or even the true god? Jojo had a vague premonition in his heart. This Crown of the End, and the profession of the End Lord it represents, will have amazing growth potential in the future. In addition, my number of resurrections will reach an astonishing 9 times after all the power of the End Nirvana is converted. Moreover, it turns out that destroying an intermediate kingdom can get 10 legendary talents, 10 members of the End Guard, and 50% of the power of the End Law at one time. Jojo nodded. Legendary talents. From Jojo's current perspective, he is no longer as concerned as before. After all, if he conquers a primary kingdom now, he can get 10, 100, or even 1,000 times the number of high-level talents. However, he still needed the number of resurrections, members of the End Guard, and the progress of the law of the End Force. Then he didn't think much about it, took out 100 gold-level Lord Talent crystal fragments, and fused them into a platinum-level Lord Talent origin crystal. Then choose to use it. The upgrade prompt appeared. Since you have 2 gold-level Lord Talents, Monster Ranch and Mysterious Caravan, please choose one to upgrade, Monster Ranch. Let's upgrade it later. Jojo looked at the 2 Lord Talents, thought about it, and decided. Anyway, the Lord Talent crystal fragments in his hand are enough for upgrading. Upgrading the Monster Ranch is indeed a big improvement for him. Promote the Mysterious Caravan first, Jojo said. Lord Talent has been selected. Promotion in progress. The next second, a familiar warm feeling came from the center of his forehead. After a moment, this warm feeling gradually disappeared. A new text prompt appeared. Lord Talent promotion successful. Congratulations. Your gold level Lord Talent Mysterious Caravan has been promoted to platinum level Lord Talent Mysterious Caravan. The effect of your promoted platinum level Lord Talent is as follows. Lord Talent, Mysterious Caravan, platinum level. Mysterious Caravan. Your territory has a mysterious caravan blessed by the Supreme Will. You can send them out to buy the resources needed for your territory, or sell the goods made by the people of your territory. Supreme Blessing Mysterious Transaction. In the eyes of your subjects, the Mysterious Caravan is just an ordinary caravan that helps the territory to trade, but in the eyes of outsiders, the Mysterious Caravan is a special caravan that can never be figured out. Outsiders never know who it works for, nor do they know what their ultimate goal is. Supreme Blessing Unlimited Passage. Empire level. The Mysterious Caravan can conduct commercial transactions in any Empire level and lower level power areas, even in closed areas that refuse to allow outsiders to enter. the mysterious caravan has the right to enter and conduct their business. Jojo nodded. Although this upgrade only raised the authority level of unlimited passage from the kingdom level to the empire level. But for Jojo, this level should be enough. There is no way if it is not enough. He no longer has enough Lord Talent Crystal Fragments to collect a Diamond level Lord Talent Origin Divine Crystal. Then he took out 10,000 Bronze level Lord Talent Crystal Fragments from his Lord Talent Crystal Fragments, fused them into a Platinum level Lord Talent Origin Divine Crystal, and then upgraded the Monster Ranch. He glanced at the information and found that the talent information of the Monster Ranch was the same as the last upgrade, and there was no change. It seems that I have to ask Mugu to come and talk in person, Jojo thought. Then he thought about it, and simply chose to upgrade a Lord Talent. The Lord Talent he upgraded this time was nothing else, but the Silver level Lord Talent returned to the city. During this King of Kings event, he estimated that most of the time he would be outside doing camp tasks. At this time, it is very important to be able to bring people back and forth between the territory freely. Soon, the upgrade was completed when returning to the city. Lord Talent, return to city gold level. Return to city. No matter where you are, you will immediately return to your territory 2 seconds after chanting the specified command, and recover 60% of your physical condition in the next 10 seconds. You can also specify 100,000 creatures, or 100,000 units of supplies to return to your territory together. If the designated person is a creature, he will recover 30% of his physical condition in the next hour. Lord Talent tips. This talent can be activated 3 times a day. Jojo nodded. This upgrade is not bad. The chanting time of the return to city command has changed from 3 seconds to 2 seconds. The number of creatures and materials returning to the city together also increased from 1,000 units to 100,000 units, and the number of daily activations also increased from 2 to 3. It is a big improvement. Now he has 45,542 Iron level Lord Talent Crystal Fragments, 3,617 Bronze level Lord Talent Crystal Fragments, 279 Silver level Lord Talent Crystal Fragments, 65 Gold level Lord Talent Crystal Fragments, 1 Diamond level Lord Talent Crystal Fragment, 8 Extraordinary level Lord Talent Crystal Fragments, 9 Epic level Lord Talent Crystal Fragments, 2 Legendary level Lord Talent Crystal Fragments, 6 Mythical level Unique Lord Talent Crystal Fragments. It's getting late now, and it's not convenient to go to Qianhuan Small World. Let's go tomorrow. Let's upgrade the territory today. Jojo thought for a while, and decided in his heart. Chapter 6:15. Jojo stood up, walked out of the Intermediate Lord's land, and then looked at the building in front of him. His mind moved. The next second, as 200 billion units of basic materials, 5,000 diamond-level fog hearts, 5,000 source crystals, 1 million units of basic element gems, 900,000 units of advanced element gems, and 10 diamond-level territory orders disappeared. Boom! A burst of golden light immediately covered the entire Intermediate Lord's land. After a moment, the golden light dissipated. The Lord's land, which was significantly expanded in area, appeared in front of Jojo. Congratulations! Your Intermediate Lord's land has been successfully upgraded to a diamond-level upper-level building. Your Diamond Intermediate Yuanling Array has been successfully upgraded to a diamond-level upper-level Yuanling Array. Your territory has been successfully upgraded to a diamond-level territory. The durability of the territory monument has been increased to 1 billion/1 billion. Your territory has expanded to 30,000 km * 30,000 km * 30,000 m. All fog monsters within the newly added territory have been expelled. The scarlet fog will not appear within any of your territories. You have received an upgrade reward. A basic building blueprint treasure chest, diamond level. Lord Talent tip. The upper limit of the enemy lords you can subvert has been increased to the middle god level. Lord Talent tip. Your monster ranch can be upgraded. Lord Talent tip. Your mysterious caravan power has been improved. Lord Talent tip. The clergy in your Goddess of Life sanctuary have been strengthened. After reading this information, Jojo looked directly at its upgrade requirements. Building upgrade, 100 billion units of wood, 100 billion units of fine sand, 100 billion units of metal, 100 billion units of stone, 10,000 diamond-level fog hearts, 100,000 source crystals, 5 million units of basic element gems, 1 million units of thunder element gems, 1 million units of life element gems, 1 million units of death element gems, 10 diamond-level cities, 100 diamond-level life professionals, 1,000 diamond-level military professionals, 30 diamond level territory orders. You can continue to upgrade. Zhou was delighted when he saw the upgrade requirements. He had just obtained more than 3 million high-level element gem resources from the Ice Ghost Kingdom. In addition to the previous accumulation and the gem resources recently mined from the Giant Roar State area, the total gem resources can just upgrade this territory to another level. As for other things such as 10 diamond level cities and 30 diamond level territories, Zhou had naturally accumulated them all after he conquered 5 kingdoms including the Ice Ghost Kingdom. Without hesitation, Zhou directly chose to upgrade. Then, he saw the brilliant golden light covering the entire Intermediate Lord's blessed land. After more than half an hour, the golden light dissipated, and a larger Lord's blessed land appeared in front of Zhou. Congratulations! Your Intermediate Lord's blessed land has been successfully upgraded to an extraordinary lower-level building and advanced to a high-level Lord's blessed land. Your Diamond upper-level Yuanling Formation has been successfully upgraded to an extraordinary lower-level 5 elements Yanling Formation. Your territory has been successfully upgraded to a lower-level extraordinary territory. The durability of the territory monument has been increased to 3 billion/3 billion. Your territory has expanded to 100,000 km *100, 000 km *100, 000 m. All fog monsters within the newly added territory have been expelled. The Scarlet Fog will not appear within any of your territories. You have received an upgrade reward. A treasure chest of basic building blueprints, lower level extraordinary. Lord Talent Tip. The upper limit of the enemy lords you can incite to rebel has been increased to the upper level of the middle god. Lord Talent Tip. Your monster ranch can be upgraded. Lord Talent Tip. The power of your mysterious caravan has been improved. Lord Talent Tip. The clergy in the sanctuary of your goddess of life have been strengthened. The next second, a louder and more majestic voice sounded. Blue Star All-Channel Lord announcement. Congratulations to the Kingdom of Sun Lord of Sun for becoming the first Lord to upgrade his territory to the extraordinary level, and the reward is 1 Supreme Treasure Box, 10 Legend Degree, and the unique title of the race. Pioneer's Glory 5 is upgraded to Pioneer's Glory 6. Blue Star All-Channel Lord announcement. Congratulations to the Kingdom of Sun Lord of Sun. Blue Star All-Channel Lord announcement. Congratulations to the Kingdom of Sun Lord of Sun. Zhou smiled. Not bad. He won this advanced title again. And his territory has also been upgraded from the Intermediate Lord's Blessed Land to the Advanced Lord's Blessed Land. Even the previous Yuanling Formation has become the new 5 Elements Derivative Spirit Formation. He didn't rush to see the effect of the 5 Elements Derivative Spirit Formation, but opened the World Channel first. Sure enough, the lords on the World Channel were all talking about his territory being promoted to the extraordinary level. Your Majesty is awesome. Congratulations on your Majesty's territory being promoted to the extraordinary level. By the way, your Majesty's current territory should be the first among all the lords of the 10,000 races to be promoted to the extraordinary level, right? I think it's about the same. We all know how difficult it is to upgrade a territory. Even if those top race lords have the support of great race civilizations, it is impossible for them to upgrade their territories so quickly. Don't forget that the Supreme Agreement does not allow high-level forces other than the lords of the 10,000 races to interfere in the development of the lords of the 10,000 races. Even if the lords of the 10,000 races are from the top bloodline races, it is difficult for them to ask the race forces behind them to help. That's right, and with your Majesty's current development momentum, I think it's not much worse than those top race lords. At least now, those top race lords such as the Primordial Spirit race and the Chaos God race are lagging behind your Majesty. Haha, you are bragging. How many missed hearts did your Jiaoyang father give you? You can even say such a thing? Are you just eating for free as the lords of the top races and civilizations? Go back and look at the rankings. Your Jiaoyang father is not even in the top 10. This event lasts for 30 days. It's only the second day now. Why are you in such a hurry? Some people may have forgotten that in the last event, your Majesty did not top the list at the beginning, but your Majesty slowly defeated the opponents ahead of him, and finally swept everything and became the first, and won the title of the strongest lord of all races. 2 events of the Supreme will have passed. Is it so difficult to admit that your Majesty is strong? Some lords, even after they die and are cremated, they still have a hard mouth. Looking at my territory that has just been promoted to the lower level of gold, it trembles. Zhou nodded with satisfaction. It's comfortable to watch others brag about themselves. In addition, the current world channel is very different from the past. No one is spreading the threat theory of Lord Jiaoyang anymore, because he has grown to a level that they cannot fight against even if they gather together. This is not arrogance. It is a fact. Now all the Blue Star Lords know. Lord Jiayang's opponent is no longer the lords of the same race as them, but the top lord among the lords of all races in the entire universe, in this case. Naturally, no Blue Star Lord would be stupid enough to jump out and say something stupid like the threat theory of Jiayang and deal with King Jiayang. Chapter 616. As for those who think he is not as good as the top lords of the myriad races, Zhou has also seen it. But he didn't care too much. In terms of background, he is indeed far inferior to the top lords of the original spirit race. But if we talk about the current strength, just wait for the final result of this event. Otherwise, everything is empty. There is no point in arguing about this now. Zhou turned off the world channel and looked at his kingdom channel. He found that the lords and people in the kingdom channel were also celebrating this event. Zhou simply replied to Linger, Lord Qingwan and others, and then looked at the latest title attributes. Title name, Glory of the Pioneer 6. Title quality, Race unique. Title effect 1. You are famous among the lords of Blue Star, and more talents admire your reputation and are eager to join your territory. The number of citizens that can be summoned by the daily summoning gate increases by 600%, and among the citizens summoned, there will be 7 more professional talents of the same level as the territory. Title effect 2. Same as before. Title effect 3. When you become the first Blue Star Lord with an epic lower level territory, the title will be upgraded to the Glory 7 of the Pioneer, and more title effects will be unlocked. Title introduction. Same as before. Zhou nodded slightly. From tomorrow, the number of basic citizens summoned by his summoning gate every day will be doubled again, and the number of professional talents of the same level as the territory will also be increased to 7. That is, 7 extraordinary lower-level talents. This is equivalent to giving 7 legendary talents for free. And it is a pretty good legendary talent. Not bad. Although he is not short of talents of this level now. But talents are like this. The more the better. Then he looked at the rewarded supreme treasure chest. He opened the treasure chest and found a statue inside. Zhou picked it up curiously and looked over. This is a golden church statue. At the door of the church, there is also a statue of a holy angel with white wings. Text prompts appear. Treasure name, Holy Angel Prayer Church. Treasure level, Extraordinary Superior. Treasure effect, after placing it within the territory, the Lord will have a kingdom-level military recruitment building that can recruit holy priests. Treasure introduction, a special building of the Holy Angel clan, which can recruit holy priests with sacred attribute abilities such as healing, dispelling, and blessing. Do you want to place it? Zhou raised his eyebrows. This building is interesting. He took the building statue, thought about it, and walked away. After a moment, next to the sanctuary of the goddess of life, Zhou called Carol Moira out and asked her if it was convenient to put a Holy Angel Prayer Church next to the sanctuary. Carol Moira was immediately surprised when she heard this. She hesitated for a moment, but still said, Your Majesty, I suggest that you put this building a little further away. The Holy Angel clan believes in the Holy Angel God Kesha. Although he and our goddess of life are both at the level of main gods, there is a gap between the main gods. As an existence that is not among the 10 main gods, the strength of the Holy Angel God Kesha is far inferior to that of the goddess of life. If the Holy Angel Prayer Church is placed next to the shelter, I'm afraid those holy angels will feel uncomfortable all day long. Zhou suddenly realized. He didn't think so much. After Carol Moira's reminder, the various high-level blood inheritances in his mind also remembered this aspect. Although the Holy Angel God Kaisha is also a main god, he is a subordinate god created by the Lord of Light, one of the 10 main gods. In terms of status, naturally, it is far from being comparable to the goddess of life, let alone being placed next to the shelter of the goddess of life. It's just not worthy. Zhou thought about it, and came to an open space 1 kilometer away with Carol Moira, and then placed this building statue. The next second, I saw that the Holy Angel Prayer Church immediately began to grow larger, and then soon became a church that was more than 50 meters high and emitting a faint sacred golden light. The tall holy angel with 6 white wings looked beautiful and holy under the reflection of this light. Zhou looked at the building. Building information appears. Building name, Holy Angel Prayer Church. Territory level, Superior. Building function, Kingdom level military recruitment building. You can summon 10 superior holy priests every day to become the territory's citizens, and use them for your own purposes. Building upgrade, cannot be upgraded. Building description, a kingdom level military recruitment building that can recruit holy priests. The recruited holy priests have firm beliefs and strong combat effectiveness, and have extremely high war qualities. They are good at both frontal combat and commanding in the rear of the legion, and can even be pure auxiliary soldiers. They are true battlefield all-rounders. Zhou widened his eyes slightly. Fuck. Summon 10 extraordinary superior holy priests every day, even if they can't be upgraded. This is a very good building attribute. They are naturally not needed on the front battlefield, but they can be in the rear of the battlefield, playing a role similar to that of a conductor. Now Zhou has no shortage of soldiers on the front battlefield. Although there is a shortage of life professionals, he is not in a hurry, and there are so many resources that they are almost coming out. What he lacks are healing roles and conductor roles. This is entirely caused by his short development time. Now these holy priest professionals can be said to perfectly meet his needs. Then he did not hesitate and directly summoned the 10 holy priests today, as he gave the order in his heart. Then he saw the holy angel statue in front of them emitting a faint white light, and then heard the rumbling sound of the door being pushed open, and then he saw 10 holy priests with holy and beautiful faces, wearing holy white robes, holding holy staffs, and 3 pairs of wings on their backs, walking out in an orderly manner. They soon came to Zhou, performed a religious ritual similar to seeing God, and said respectfully, "Your Majesty." Zhou smiled and nodded, then looked at the attribute information of the leader. The other party was about 17 or 18 years old, with 6 wings on his back. Although his face was young, he had a sacred look. Unlike other priests were only equipped with priest staffs, while she was carrying 2 golden giant swords in addition to the priest staff. Landlord, Reina. Territory, Priest Kingdom. Combat occupation name, Holy Priest. Occupation class, Superior. Ability overview. A holy priest from the Holy Angel realm, with excellent priest talent, was discovered by the passing archbishop when he was young, and was trained as a core priest since childhood. When he grew up, he directly entered the core of the church and became the leading holy priest in the church. In addition to the way of the holy priest, Reina is also good at close combat with 2 giant swords, and is praised by people in the church as the first strange angel swordsman of the holy church. Skills. Talent 6-winged angel, talent holy light, talent super strength, talent dual-wielding great swords, talent war command master, superior holy healing, superior holy domain, superior holy power purification, superior life link, superior unparalleled holy sword, superior holy blessing, superior deterrence. Loyalty, 90. Potential, middle god superior. Chapter 6:17. Zhou was amazed. Look at this potential, it's actually a seed of a god. He glanced at the other 9 holy priests and found that their potential was at least extraordinary superior, and at most legendary superior. Although it was already very good, it was still far behind Reina. You will be responsible for managing them in the future. You will join my legion in the future and be responsible for the treatment and assistance of our soldiers. If you perform well or have unique talents in command, I will not treat you unfairly. Zhou said to Reina. Yes, your majesty. Reina nodded with some excitement. Although she was valued in the holy angel realm because of her good talent, and was even the captain of the 9 angels behind her, she was still very excited to be recognized by her new boss in the new world, and felt that this was a good start. Zhou nodded. Then he asked a soldier to take them to the legion base. Zhou looked at the backs of Lena and the others leaving, touched his chin, and smiled. Although this Holy Angel Prayer Church is the same as the Stone Demon Lair, both are recruiting buildings that summon ready-made soldiers. But compared with the two, there is a world of difference. Don't send those stone demons to the battlefield in the future. Send them to the Roaring State to mine. Anyway, mining is what they are best at. It can be said that the stone is put to good use. Then he returned to the High Lord's land and looked at its upgrade requirements. Building upgrade: 500 billion units of wood, 500 billion units of fine sand, 500 billion units of metal, 500 billion units of stone, 1,000 extraordinary level fog hearts, 500,000 source crystals, 10 million units of basic element gems, 3 million units of lightning element gems, 3 million units of life element gems, 3 million units of death element gems, 3 extraordinary level cities, 100 extraordinary level life professionals, 1,000 extraordinary level military professionals, 3 extraordinary level territory orders. Zhou frowned when he saw this upgrade requirement. He was satisfied with everything else. But 3 million units of life element gems and 3 million units of death element gems, aren't they too outrageous? He had just upgraded his territory. The total amount of life and death element gem resources in the king's treasure box was less than 100,000 units. With just this amount of high-level gem resources, it was hard to upgrade the territory. Even if he spent 2 or 3 years to mine all the high-level gem resources in the Roaring State, he would probably only upgrade the territory once. The demand for gem resources in the future is estimated to be even more exaggerated. We still have to fight. Jojo sighed. Fortunately, the King of Kings event in front of him was the best war stage. In this event, he should be able to collect the upgrade resources he needed. He didn't think much about it, and first entered the high-level Lord's blessed land, and roughly walked around here, and then came to a study with satisfaction. Your Majesty, would you like to eat something? Atre came over and asked softly. Send some over. In addition, send someone to ask Qi Xiantian, Guiqiao, Mu Gu, Carol Moira, Zheng Fugui and others to come over. Jojo said. Yes, Your Majesty, Atre will do it right away. Atre said, and then left immediately. Jojo saw this, and took out an item from his space report before they came. This item looks like a miniature sand table. It is silver-black in color, and there are faint golden secret patterns around it. This is the Dalua Dungwen array disc he got from the treasure house of the Ice Ghost Kingdom. Jojo is naturally very interested in this array that can defend against airborne attacks. He came to the kingdom of Jiayang's golden steel, and then brought the Dalua Dungwen array in his hand close to the golden steel. Soon, a text prompt appeared. Do you want to bless the Dalua Dungwen array for the entire Jiayang kingdom? Yes. Jojo chose without hesitation. Blessing has been successful. Jojo nodded. He was also afraid of the kind of ruthless people who relied on the personal space that could carry living beings to quietly cross the supreme royal city wall and directly come to the interior of Jiayang King's capital to launch a sneak attack. Now with this Dalua Dungwen array, he is no longer afraid. No matter how high your ability to hide is, it will be found out directly from the level of destiny. This Dalua Dungwen formation should be used to deal with this situation. The Ice Ghost Kingdom can use it, and it doesn't look like a secret. Then the kingdoms, and even empires, that are more powerful than the Ice Ghost Kingdom, the Kingdom of God, must also have similar means of anti-air raids. Then the idea of landing in the capital, and directly fighting the capital will probably not work. Unless I have a better way to lead people. If there is no such method, if you want to capture the enemy kingdom, you still have to rely on hard power. Jojo thought to himself. Your Majesty, the ministers are here. In addition, Your Majesty, the little girl you saved during the day also wants to see you. Just then, Atari knocked on the door and entered the study, then said respectfully. Jojo was stunned. The little girl you saved during the day, Ingning? Let them in. Jojo thought for a while and said, Yes. Atari nodded, then brought everyone over. Brother King. When Ingning saw Jojo, her eyes lit up immediately. She took a step forward, then hesitated, and stepped back embarrassedly. Seeing this, Jojo walked down the steps, squatted in front of Ingning, and then touched her hair and smiled. Ingning, how are your parents? Dad and Mom were sent back by the soldiers. Thank you, Brother King. If it weren't for Brother King, Ingning might not see Dad and Mom in this life. Although Ingning is still young, but born in this troubled world, she also understood what life and death mean early. So she is really grateful to Jojo, the handsome Brother King, for not letting her lose her parents. Brother is also very happy to see you reunited. If you really want to thank Brother, study hard in the future and be an excellent and happy person. Jojo smiled. Yeah. Ingning nodded vigorously. After that, Jojo and Ingning chatted briefly, and finally agreed to go to Ingning's house for a meal, and Ingning left. Then Jojo looked at Qi Xiantian and others. Qi Xiantian, Guiqiao. Jojo said. You two have made great contributions in fighting against the gods today. These 2 artifacts will be rewarded to you. Jojo took out 2 lower-level artifacts of the lower gods, and with a move of his right hand, the 2 artifacts flew into the hands of Qi Xiantian and Guiqiao. Among them, because Qi Xiantian had a companion sword, Jojo rewarded him with a light armor defense artifact. Guiqiao's lower-level artifact was a lower-level axe of the lower god. After hearing Jojo's reward, even with Qi Xiantian's concentration, his expression became excited. Not to mention Guiqiao. Although the artifact can only be used after becoming a god. But both of them are very confident, and think that becoming a god is not difficult for them. When the time comes, can't we use these 2 artifacts directly, having artifacts right after becoming a god? This alone is enough to make countless gods without artifacts envious. Chapter 618. Zhou Zhou encouraged Qi Xiantian and Guiqiao and let them go back. Then he looked at Mu Gu and the others. Mu Gu and Zhang Fugui did not show any emotion when Zhou Zhou gave them the artifacts. Carol Moira, on the other hand, had a faint desire in her expression. Zhou Zhou smiled lightly at this, and took out 3 lower-level artifacts, and handed them to the 3 people. This king will naturally not forget your contribution to the kingdom of Jiayong. Take them well. When you make more contributions in the future, this king will give you better artifacts. Zhou Zhou said. It's not that he is stingy, but because no one in his territory has broken through to the level of gods, it is useless to give them higher quality artifacts. In addition, he has the most lower-level artifacts in his hands, so he gave them lower-level artifacts. Another advantage of this is that if his subordinates make greater contributions in the future, he will also have better rewards. The territory has just been upgraded. Tell me about your upgrade, Zhou Zhou asked. The 3 looked at each other, and then Mu Gu, who had followed Zhou Zhou first, stood up. Your Majesty, my strength has now been upgraded to the lower level of the extraordinary, and I have become a monster rancher and monster patriarch of the lower level of the extraordinary. Now I have a full 100 monster priests under my command. In addition, the number of monster ranches under my command has also increased from 50 to 100. And the maximum capacity of each monster ranch has also increased from 50,000 to 100,000, and the upper limit of the strength of the monsters that can be cultivated has also increased to the lower level of the extraordinary. Mu Gu said respectfully. Zhou Zhou was surprised when he heard this. Improved so much? Doesn't that mean that now the monster ranch in his territory alone can provide a full 10 million ranch monsters every day? Wow! You know, the monster ranch is not only a stable source of supplies and soldiers, but also a training ground for his soldiers. Now that the monster ranch has been greatly improved, the speed at which he will improve his strength in the future will also be greatly improved. As for why it has been improved so much, Zhou Zhou thought about it and understood. After all, he first upgraded the monster ranch from gold to platinum level, and then with the 2 upgrades of the territory, the monster ranch was also upgraded by 2 levels. With this triple upgrade, it is not surprising that there is such an improvement. Not bad, not bad. Zhou Zhou nodded with satisfaction, then thought for a moment and said, of the 50 new monster ranches, 30 are used to cultivate storm spirits, 10 are used to cultivate golden kings, and the other 10 are used to cultivate mechanical falcons. As a kingdom-level combat profession, storm spirits naturally need to be cultivated with emphasis. As a special-grade soldier and an important tank-type melee all-round soldier, the Golden King also has a high tactical position in the war, which can allow storm spirits to output safely, and it is also indispensable. As for the mechanical falcon, it is simply to give his soldiers the ability to fight in the air. As the opponent becomes stronger and stronger, aerial combat capability has become more and more important. It cannot be said that all his soldiers must be proficient in this ability, but when needed, they must have it, otherwise it will become a huge flaw when facing some powerful enemy soldiers who can fly. Facing some arms that can only fight on land, having the ability to fly can also bring great advantages to his soldiers. So he attaches great importance to this matter. In terms of monster ranches, he pays great attention to breeding mechanical falcons. Yes, your majesty. Mu Gu respectfully accepted the order and then retreated. Then Carol Moira stood up. Your majesty, our goddess of life sanctuary has been upgraded to the extraordinary lower level, as the territory has been upgraded to the extraordinary lower level. Now we have 1 million priests, 1 million priests, 1 million nuns, and 10 million life paladins in our sanctuary. And my strength has also jumped to the legendary upper level. Carol Moira said proudly. Zhou Zhou was surprised again when he heard this. Wow. In other words, the goddess of life sanctuary alone has 13 million soldiers. Good guy. More than half of the total strength of the Ice Ghost Kingdom. Of course, these 13 million clergymen are not Zhou Zhou's, but he can hire them by spending faith crystals or mist hearts. Although this is the case. But Zhou Zhou is also very happy. First, he has no shortage of mist hearts and faith crystals. Secondly, with such a large number of clergymen, the pressure of his legion's treatment and resurrection has also been reduced a lot. In addition, Carol Moira's strength has been upgraded to the upper level of legend, and the upper limit of the strength of the resurrected creatures has also been upgraded to the upper level of legend. Now in his territory, except for the 2 foreign aid gods Haros and Zhu, everyone else can be resurrected after death. Safety is greatly improved. Then he looked at Zhang Fugui. Zhang Fugui saw that His Majesty's eyes fell on him, and he also stood up with a smile. Your Majesty, Now the number of our mysterious merchants has increased from the original 3,000 to 50,000. The number of carriages for transporting goods has also increased to 10,000. In addition, the strength of all our mysterious merchants has also been upgraded to the lower level of extraordinary. The internal space of each mysterious merchant's mysterious business ring has also increased from the original 500,000 cubic meters to 1 million cubic meters. In addition to these normal upgrades, after your majesty upgraded our talent level from gold to platinum, we also have a hidden ability upgrade. What upgrade? Jojo was a little surprised. When our mysterious merchants go out to trade, there is a certain probability that they will get some relatively rare goods. Zheng Fugui said. How rare? Jojo was even more curious. This is not necessarily the case. Some may only be treasured by ordinary creatures. And some products, even if they are shown to lower gods, middle gods, upper gods, or even true gods, are products that can make them excited. Zheng Fugui smiled. Jojo nodded. He didn't feel much in his heart. He was not an inexperienced person who liked to eat big cakes. For such things, hearing is false, seeing is true. He then chatted with Mu Gu and the other three for a while, and then let them go back. Then he came to the Gate of Summoning, spent 2.8 billion units of basic materials, 1,000 diamond-level fog hearts, and 100 extraordinary-level fog hearts to upgrade the Gate of Summoning to the lower extraordinary level. Congratulations, your summoning gate has been successfully upgraded to an extraordinary lower-level building. The number of people you can summon every day has increased by 500. Among the people you summon every day, 300 professionals will appear. Tip: due to the influence of the race's unique title, Glory of the Pioneer 6, the number of people you can summon every day has reached 10,500. Among the people you summon every day, 307 professionals will appear. And the professional level of 7 of them will be the same as your territory level. Chapter 619. Jojo nodded. After the Gate of Summoning was upgraded to the lower level of Extraordinary, the number of basic summoned people reached 1,500. After being blessed by the Glory 6 of the Pioneer, it increased by 7 times to 10,500 people, not to mention the 307 professionals among them. Then Jojo looked at the upgrade requirements of the Gate of Summoning. Building upgrade: 10 billion units of wood, 10 billion units of fine sand, 10 billion units of metal, 10 billion units of stone, 2,000 extraordinary fog hearts, and the territory level was upgraded to extraordinary intermediate. If the conditions for upgrading the territory could be as simple as this. Jojo looked at the resource requirements that were almost given for free, and thought to himself. Just then, a large number of creatures and strong people suddenly appeared out of thin air in the direction of the space teleportation array in the distance. Among them, there was a familiar aura to Jojo. It was Bai Yun, Wu Xian and others who came back with soldiers from various legions. Jojo smiled slightly, and then walked over. Greetings, Your Majesty. Bai Yun, Wu Xian and others who had just teleported back immediately greeted Jojo respectfully after seeing him. No accidents happened? Jojo hummed and then asked. No. Bai Yun and others nodded. With us here, what accidents can happen? Hera said proudly on the side. Zaiwu also laughed when he heard this. Originally, when we were conquering a legendary upper-level space teleportation array, we encountered a Scarlet God who wanted to stop us. But that guy is only at the lower level of the lower god. Heras originally wanted to test the power of the artifact on his body. As a result, as soon as he flew over, the Scarlet God saw Heras with a divine weapon, and turned around and ran away without thinking. Zaiwu couldn't help laughing when he said this. Today I have been trying my best to test the power of this divine weapon, but I didn't even meet a decent opponent. I finally met one, but I scared him away. It's really boring, Heras said with an unhappy face. Jojo couldn't help laughing when he heard it. He felt something in his heart. Luckily, he conquered these two gods with the divine weapon strategy. Otherwise, if he met the Scarlet God of the lower god, even if he could send the opponent away with the strengths of the Chaos Source energy to activate the lost skills, and use the divine weapon, the process would definitely be much more dangerous. After all, he is not a real god. He just has the ability of a god. Just like a child holding a knife and an adult holding a knife, even if the knives are the same, the lethality that can be unleashed by the two is completely different. However, if he waits until he is promoted to a god, the Chaos Source energy in his body will be further sublimated. At that time, with the sublimated Chaos Source energy and the top artifacts, ordinary lower gods, or even middle gods may not be his opponents. He may even be able to fight Heras head-on. Thank you for your help, Jojo said seriously to the two gods. It's just that each takes what he needs. Eros waved his hand, and didn't care much. Zouwu smiled slightly, and said nothing. Then Jojo and the soldiers went to the Arc de Triomphe. While the strength of the soldiers was improved again, Jojo was lucky to trigger the 50% probability, and obtain the massive promotion energy given by the Arc de Triomphe, and successfully promoted to the epic intermediate level. More than half an hour later. High-level lords blessed land. In a study room. Jojo looked at the war list in his hand. Today they destroyed a total of more than 41 million fog monsters, and recaptured 32 extraordinary superior space teleportation arrays, 3 epic superior space teleportation arrays, and 1 legendary superior space teleportation array, with the blessing of the title of King of Loot and the strongest lord. If the loot that has been counted before is not counted, the total amount obtained is 1,150 legendary fog hearts, 102,400 epic fog hearts, 3,524,400 extraordinary fog hearts, 20,003,500 diamond fog hearts, 71,506,450 platinum fog hearts, more than 135 million gold fog hearts, more than 258 million silver fog hearts, and more than 455 million bronze fog hearts, 620,009, 540 skill books of all kinds, 815,602,100 pieces of equipment of all kinds, 1,600 billion units of basic materials, 3.1 million units of basic element gem resources, 940,000 units of advanced element gem resources, 120,000 source crystals, 30,660 bronze level Lord Talent crystal fragments, 1 silver level Scarlet Lord Talent ball, 16 Holy Spirit level faith crystals. This is the general situation of the spoils. In addition, in terms of improving the combat power of soldiers. Today, the total number of soldiers under Jojo's command has also been greatly improved. In addition to the 2,518,276 fog monsters he instigated. With the blessing of extraordinary level instigation, the 20% of the instigation troops handed over to him by the Lord members of the Star Alliance also amounted to 1,136,218 fog monsters. The total of the two is 3,654,494 fog monsters, nowadays. Not counting the Star Alliance's troops, Jojo's total troops have reached 23,659, for 30, among them. There are 2,733,525 black iron level soldiers, 158,600 bronze level soldiers, 580 silver level soldiers, 19,630 gold level soldiers, 560 platinum level soldiers, 230 diamond level soldiers, 200 extraordinary level soldiers, 105 epic level soldiers, 1 legendary level soldier. Ice Ghost Kingdom hero, who was turned back from the Ice Ghost Kingdom. In addition, Blood and Fire Sword Spirit by Yun, Dragon Horse Spear General Wu Xian, 10 Directions Martial Emperor Feng Luo broke through to the upper epic level. Volcano and Destruction Dragon King Netharian broke through to the lower epic level. War and Power Dragon King Harris broke through to the upper extraordinary level. Mind Arrow Wu 2 broke through to the middle extraordinary level. Original Eldar Ansel broke through to the upper diamond level. Other new heroes, who have just joined the Kingdom of Pride, have also greatly improved their strength. Jojo looked at the war list and nodded slightly. Now the total strength of his troops, plus the more than 13.8 million troops of the Star Alliance, has reached 37.5 million. This is far more than the total strength of the Ice Ghost Kingdom at its peak. I have so many soldiers, but I am still just a primary kingdom now. Even in the history of the Lord War of the Supreme Continent, an alternative like me is quite rare, not to say unprecedented. Jojo thought with a strange expression. If it were in a novel, this would definitely be a standard role of playing the pig to eat the tiger. Unfortunately, this is the Supreme Continent. Playing the pig to eat the tiger is not suitable for the survival rules of this world. Jojo didn't think much. He opened the camp task and looked over. Legendary Superior Space Teleportation Array, 1/12, 26 Epic Superior Space Teleportation Arrays, 5/26, 114 Extraordinary Superior Space Teleportation Arrays, 78/114, although there are still many space teleportation arrays that have not been taken back. But it will be enough if I give you another 5 or 6 days. Zhou thought to himself. Although this efficiency is not slow. But Zhou still wants to be faster. He thought for a while, and then opened the rankings. First is the Night Empire camp points ranking. Zhou firmly occupies the first place with 11.3 million camp points. The second place was the Blue Luan Lord yesterday, but it became Linger today. However, even if Linger got the top-level faction mission, her points were only 560,000, which was quite a big gap from Zhou. Zhou naturally didn't care about such a small matter. He opened the Elf Empire faction points ranking, and the first place was still the Dark Emperor Lord of the Underground King City. As for him, since he still hadn't done the faction mission, there was naturally no place for him. Finally, Zhou opened the faction points ranking of the Lords of all races. Chapter 620. Ranking of the faction points of the Lords of 10,000 races. First place, Primordial Spirit Race True Lord 26.195 million faction points. Second place, Shepherd God Race Chasing Heaven Lord 24.1039 million faction points. Third place, Chaos God City Tai Lord 22.802 million faction points. Fourth place, 10,000 Spirit Race Lingzuan Lord 21,001,000 faction points. 17th place, Human Race Proud Sun Lord 11.3 million faction points. After reading it, Zhou's expression became serious. Because of the progress of the tasks he completed today, the faction points he got were not small. But even so, his ranking was only improved by 2 places compared to yesterday, although this is also considered progress. But this kind of progress is too little compared to Zhou. Zhou sighed. As expected, it is impossible to widen the gap with other top lords of all races by relying on top-level camp tasks. He must find a way to quickly obtain a large number of camp points from the Huanming clan. He stopped thinking and closed the ranking panel. At the same time, what he didn't know was, although he only moved up 2 places on the ranking of all races lords camp points, it didn't seem to have improved much, but a large number of Blue Star lords were excited about this progress. They were not afraid of King Jiayang's little progress, but they were afraid of no progress. As long as King Jiayang could maintain the pace of progress, even if the progress was small, they would keep hope in their hearts that King Jiayang would get the first place in the event again. Just like the battlefield of the Lords of 10,000 races before. Of course, there are also many Blue Star Lords who are pessimistic about King Jiayang, thinking that King Jiayang's performance is no longer worthy of the title of the strongest Lord of 10,000 races. After all, there is a big gap between him and the Lord ranked first in terms of camp points. So the two quarreled tit for tat on the World Channel for a long time. This point, Zhou naturally didn't notice it. Even if he knew, he probably wouldn't care too much. It's about the future, and it's the most meaningless to argue with words. Everything depends on the future. Zhou took out one of the most important spoils from today's war, a silver-level Lord Talent Origin Divine Crystal. This was obtained when the Scarlet Monster was eliminated and has been purified. He looked over. Treasure name, Lord Talent Ball Spirit Body 3. Treasure level, Silver level. Treasure effect, after absorption, the Lord will have the Silver level Lord Talent Spirit Body 3. Treasure introduction, the Lord Talent Ball purified by the Supreme can obtain a Silver level Lord Talent after absorption. Spirit Body 3? Zhou raised his eyebrows. He didn't think much and used it directly. The next second, this Diamond level Lord Talent Ball immediately turned into countless silver-colored light spots and poured into his eyebrows. Zhou closed his eyes. After a moment, he opened his eyes. He felt his body and found that his physique seemed to be slightly optimized. Of course, it was just a little bit. After all, his current physique was too strong. A little bit of bonus had almost no effect on him. But even so, this little bonus, compared to ordinary people, is enough to turn the other party from an ordinary person into a genius. My body optimization seems to be absorbing the free promotion energy between heaven and earth. Zhou said to himself after carefully feeling it. Then, he opened the detailed information of the talent. Lord Talent, Spiritual Body 3 Silver Level. Spiritual Body 3, a Lord Talent of Cultivation Physique. You and your subjects have the Spiritual Body 3 Cultivation Physique. When practicing martial arts, elemental meditation, chi refining meditation and other cultivation behaviors, the efficiency of absorbing promotion energy is increased by 1000%. Even if you and your subjects do not practice, the free promotion energy between heaven and earth will automatically merge into your body and slowly improve your strength realm. Is this the effect of the Spiritual Body 3? It feels good. Jojo raised his eyebrows. If this is placed on those creatures who specialize in practicing to improve their strength realm, this is definitely their most coveted Lord talent. Even though Jojo has the epic Lord talent, the blessing of the war god, which allows his soldiers to quickly improve their strength through killing, this talent is also very useful to him. After all, he is more than just soldiers under his command. There are also more and more ordinary people, warriors, rangers, adventurers, and life professionals. Especially because of the beauty talent, a large number of non-combat people have been attracted. These people live in the territory every day, and most of them rarely come into contact with fighting and killing. Therefore, their strength improvement speed is far slower than that of his soldiers. Now with this Lord Talent Spirit Body 3, the non-combatants in his territory can also have a way to quickly improve their strength. Good talent. Jojo nodded. His 26th Lord Talent is really good. Speaking of which, Jojo has a deep understanding of Lord Talent. Especially since he dives into the World Channel every day, he knows a lot of various and fancy Lord Talents. Among these Lord Talents, there are some Lord Talents whose effects are repeated or even conflicting. But now, none of the Lord Talents he obtained are repeated or conflicting, which makes him sigh that his luck is really good. Then he opened the Lord Interface, and found the 5 Elements Spiritual Array that evolved from the Yuanling Array after the upgrade. Formation name, 5 Elements Spiritual Array. Formation level, Extraordinary Lower Level. Formation Effect 1, Gathering Spirits. The 5 Elements Spiritual Array can gather the energy of promotion between heaven and earth, greatly increasing the density of promotion energy in the territory. Living within the coverage of the 5 Elements Spiritual Array for a long time can improve the physical and spiritual qualifications of the people in the territory, and greatly improve the cultivation efficiency of the people in the territory. Formation Effect 2, Spiritual Array. The 5 Elements Spiritual Array can operate according to the 5 Elements rules and create pure 5 elements of spiritual energy out of thin air, so that even if the territory does not rely on external spiritual energy, it can also meet the energy needs of the people and energy facilities in the territory. Formation Upgrade Requirements. Upgrade with the Territory Upgrade. Formation Description. The territory formation created by the Supreme will has a very high bonus in gathering promotion energy, and can even create promotion energy out of thin air, so that the territory is not afraid of energy blockades and other situations. Array Tips. The 5 Elements Spiritual Array uses the high-level Lord's Blessed Land as the array core. The closer to the array core, the denser the promotion energy in the air. After reading the array information, Jojo nodded with satisfaction. This formation is pretty good. Especially, it can complement his newly acquired Lord Talent, Spirit Body 3, and further improve the cultivation efficiency of him and his subjects. Jojo himself is also a warrior and a chi refiner. Naturally, he also likes this formation bonus. Close the Formation Details interface. Jojo thought about it, and there was nothing else he hadn't done. After thinking for a while, he really thought of something. He didn't hesitate, and got up directly, walked out of the high-level Lord's Blessed Land, and walked towards the direction of the Knight's Temple. Knight's Temple. After Jojo came here, the guarding Night Guard smiled and greeted him, and let him in directly. Today's Jojo. Under the propaganda of the Knight's Temple, and those high-level human beings, he can be said to be one of the most important people in the human race at present. These Night Guards got the news early, and they must do everything they can to give the King of Pride's son all kinds of conveniences, including free passage. After Jojo entered the Knight's Temple, he went directly to the office where the Lord of the Hall, was, and found the Lord of the Hall. You are finally here. I was just wondering when you would come. Sit down and talk. He looked at him, and his always cold and solemn face showed a warm smile. Jojo was startled. Does the Lord of the Hall know that I am coming? He sat down and asked curiously. The activities of the tribulation of all races involve most of the worlds in the Supreme Continent and the endless heavens. We naturally know about it, and we are experiencing the tribulation here. At this point, even he couldn't help but rub his brows in worry. In the past 2 days, almost all forces of the human race have been invaded by the Scarlet Forces. All matters, big and small, even if there are capable people to share the burden for him, still make him very anxious. In fact, almost all the human race leaders have been very busy these days. Every day, a large number of human race forces are destroyed in this event of the tribulation of all races, which makes the human race leaders, who were originally happy because Jojo became the strongest lord of all races, no longer smile. They don't even have time to ask about Jojo's situation. We, the human race leaders, have decided after discussion We will fully support and help you with all matters in this King of Kings event to improve your ranking. Don't ask for the first place, but getting the top 10 rewards is fine, Bai said, even if he trusts Zhou. At this time, he dare not say that the other party can win the first place in the event again. After all, the longer the top lords of all races such as the original spirit race develop, the more terrifying the power of racial civilization they burst out. This point, the shallow background of their human race is simply incomparable. All they can do is to help this rising star of the human race as much as possible within their ability. Even if it means sacrificing some people and interests for this, they are willing to bear it. Chapter 621. But because of the Supreme Agreement, you know that we can't help you for nothing, so if you want our help, you must pay something in return. Speaking of this, Bai He's expression was both helpless and fortunate. Zhou also understood him. If the races behind the 10,000 races lords could help the 10,000 races lords without scruples, then this King of Kings event would probably become an alternative fighting for fathers event. The Supreme does not allow this to happen. From a certain perspective, this gave ordinary 10,000 races lords, like Zhou a great advantage, while making the top race lords such as the primordial spirit race feel very frustrated. I came here this time, and I really want to ask the Lord of the Palace for help with something, Zhou said. It's the human race, Bai He corrected. Zhou nodded, and then said, recently my territory has welcomed a large number of refugees every day. Many of these refugees have traveled a long distance, and they may encounter many dangers and difficulties on the road. They may even be kidnapped and enslaved by foreign races. After my subordinates reported to me, I learned that many refugees died on the way to the kingdom of Jiayang for these reasons. As their future lord, I should be responsible for their safety. So I would like to ask the top leaders of our human race to issue an order. If our human forces encounter refugees who want to go to my kingdom of Jiayang, can we send some soldiers to escort them and ensure their safety? No need to send them too far, just send them to the next human power, Zhou said. This is the best way he can think of to ensure that the refugees can reach the kingdom of Jiayang as safely as possible. As for other better methods, Zhou has not thought of them yet. Bai He nodded, then smiled. I have heard about this matter. I heard that more than 80% of these refugees are women, and they seem to go there for the effect of becoming beautiful. Speaking of which, joining your kingdom actually has such benefits. There are really all kinds of wonders in the world. He sighed. He has a broad vision. When he was young, he traveled to other worlds with high spirits. But even so, he has only heard of this outrageous effect of becoming beautiful by joining the territory and becoming a subordinate in some myths and legends. I didn't expect to see it for real today. Just some small blessings. Zhou smiled, without much explanation. Bai He didn't ask much. Okay, I promise you. Bai He thought about it for a while, and agreed directly. All the human leaders saw Zhou's potential and performance very clearly. Almost all the human leaders thought Zhou was the future hope for the rise of the human race. There were even a few who thought Zhou had a chance to become the supreme lord that all races could only dream of in the future, although the latter voice was not recognized by the vast majority of human leaders. But it also showed how much they recognized Zhou. Some human refugees just wanted to join Zhou's prideful Sun Kingdom. It's not like they changed their race and joined the enemy. They naturally wouldn't care about such a small matter. So Bai He made a decision and agreed. What are you going to pay? Bai He asked. Zhou did not hesitate and took out a divine weapon from the king's treasure box. This is a long sword emitting a faint colorful light. It is grayish-white and looks ancient and simple. The sword body is bumpy, but the blade is extremely sharp, and a vast breath of the vast starry sky emanates from it. Divine weapon? Bai He was shocked when he saw this divine weapon. Well, the lower-level divine weapon of the lower god, the star spirit sword. Zhou nodded. Where did you get it? Bai He asked immediately. It's just some small opportunities of my own. Zhou said, and then curiously asked, You are a true god, it's just a lower-level artifact of a lower god. Is it necessary to be so surprised? That's all? Bai He stared at Zhou with wide eyes, and his expression was out of control for the first time. Do you know how many gods of our human race don't even have an artifact, and when they start a god war with the gods of the hostile race, they can only fight with the divine skills they have comprehended? Divine skills. It is the common name of lost skills. Most gods like to use divine skills to refer to lost skills, and for ordinary creatures who are not gods, they prefer to use the official concept of lost skills. Zhou stopped talking. Can he say that this thing can explode several pieces by killing a legendary lower-level strongman? In his current King's Treasure box, there are more than 20 lower-level god artifacts and more than 20 books of the Book of Gods at the lower god level that were exploded by legendary strongmen. But he naturally wouldn't say it. After all, this level of wealth is too amazing. Just look at Baiha's reaction now. So Zhou immediately showed a blank expression when he heard it, showing that he didn't know anything. Baiha was a little helpless when he saw this, and then explained it, and Zhou nodded repeatedly. For this lower-level artifact of the lower god, I plan to ask the human race to help for 1 year. What do you think? Zhou asked. 3 years. Baiha heard it, thought about it, and said, okay. Zhou nodded and agreed. A lowest-level lower-level artifact of the lower god. In exchange for the entire human race to protect his people for 3 years. It's simply a profit that can't be made anymore. What is the situation of our human race now? The matter was done. Zhou didn't leave immediately, but chatted with Baiha for a while, and then asked. Not so good. Originally, our human race was only of medium to low strength among all the races, and we were close to several powerful races and civilizations, and were often invaded by them. Now the catastrophe of all races has come. After this event, our human race may suffer a great loss of strength, and may even fall to the level of a lower race and civilization. Baiha looked worried. Facing Zhou, the future star of the human race. He had completely regarded him as one of the hopes of the human race in the future, or even the most important hope. So he was not shy about talking about this kind of thing. On the contrary, he wanted to let Zhou know more through these things. Zhou did not speak after hearing this. He did not expect the human race's situation to be so serious. Was the situation of our human race so serious before? How did we survive at that time? Zhou couldn't help asking. There are times when it's easy. There are times when it's serious. We've even experienced the crisis of extinction many times, but we've survived. Baiha's voice was low, his eyes drifting into the distance. As for how we survived, maybe it's because a lot of people died. Because some people died. Some people survived. Including me. Baiha said it simply. But Zhou heard a sense of heaviness. If you have other difficulties in the future, you can ask us. You are not alone. Although our human race is in the middle and lower levels among all the races, and our foundation is weak. But we also have the courage to risk our lives for the future. Those high-level bloodline races with few people may not be able to do it. Baiha smiled. Zhou nodded. He sat in his seat quietly for a while, then waved his right hand on the table, and saw another 9 lower-level artifacts of the lower gods appear on the table. 3 years is too short. I'd better protect my people for 30 years. Zhou thought for a long time and said, as a human, he was willing to do his best to help. But if he could do more, he was a little afraid. At this time, across from him, it was Baiha who was looking at the 10 artifacts with a dull face. He looked at Zhou for a long time. Then he suddenly laughed. He thought of the previous discussion with other human leaders on how to treat Zhou. Some human leaders said that Zhou's future growth time was too long. If he invested too much at this time, it might take a long time for him to get back to the human race. It was he and other human leaders who overcame all objections and maintained the importance of Zhou to the human race. Now looking at these 10 artifacts, Baiha was relieved. Wait a long time to get back to the human race? They underestimated Zhou too much. Aren't they starting to get back now, these 10 artifacts? It is enough to raise the combat power of ordinary gods of the entire human race to a small level. This kid, he is really the hope of our human race. Baiha looked at Zhou and thought to himself. Chapter 622. Baiha did not ask where so many artifacts of the lower gods came from. Zhou also tacitly did not explain. The two chatted for a while, and Zhou said goodbye and left. Seeing him leave, Baiha immediately contacted other human leaders and held a divine projection meeting. When he placed these 10 artifacts in front of other human leaders and told them that these artifacts were provided by Zhou, all human leaders were stunned. How is this possible? He is a lord of all races who just came to the supreme continent. Where did he get so many artifacts? Is this kid's luck so strong that he can be tricked by artifacts just by going out? Baiha, you didn't take out your private collection to increase the kid's qualifications and contributions to the human race? A human leader questioned. As the master of the Knight's Temple, Baiha has been sitting in the abyss for many years, confronting the gods of the abyss, and even launching a war of gods. With his tyrannical strength, he has more than 1 or 2 artifacts from the abyss in his hands. Are you getting old and confused? Why would I do that? Even if I want to increase the contribution of the human race to that kid, there are so many ways to achieve the same effect. Why would I choose this method? And I don't have so many artifacts to increase his contribution to the human race. He rolled his eyes at the other party when he heard this. The contribution of the human race is related to the status and power arrangement after becoming a high-level human race leader in the future. Therefore, some rising stars of the human race, if they want to join the high-level human race, often do racial tasks for the human race in advance, so as to accumulate contributions and prepare for ascending to the high-level human race in the future. But he felt that with Zhou's current ability, it would be easy to do this in the future. So he had no intention of intervening in advance. He could think about this matter carefully in the future. After all the human leaders now know about it. Investing in Zhou is definitely not a loss. Then he told all the human leaders about Zhou's request. The result was as expected. Except for a few human leaders who did not express their attitude, the other human leaders almost immediately agreed to it after hearing it. 10 lower-level artifacts in exchange for 30 years of refugee protection. Haha, this is a great deal. TSK, artifacts are so rare. We take huge risks to obtain artifacts from the secret Forbidden Land, and we may not be able to get them in the end. I didn't expect that we can get 10 artifacts so easily now. It's a bit dreamy. It's really dreamy, but doesn't this also show that the boy has high potential? We insisted on paying attention to Zhou before, and it was right. That's right. This kid has been in the Supreme Continent for such a short time, and he has created such a big surprise for us. I don't know what kind of achievements he will make in the future. I really want to see that time. I have a suggestion. Since King Jiayang needs human refugees so much, why don't we take the initiative to send some human refugees with high professional levels over? How about it? Just then, a human high-level official wearing a black crown, with a dark face and a silver moon mark on his forehead, suddenly smiled and said. But as soon as he said this, he was immediately strongly opposed by all human beings. Black Moon King. Be careful with your words. King Black Moon, how dare you say such a thing? Aren't you afraid of being suppressed by the Supreme Will? You can seek death yourself, but don't implicate our entire human race. The human race leader shouted angrily to stop him. Some of the human race leaders even had cold sweat on their foreheads. He frowned and said nothing. After hearing King Black Moon's suggestion, to be honest, he was also a little tempted. But when he thought of the restrictions and corresponding penalties of the Supreme Agreement, he gave up this idea that made him tempted. If he were alone, then he could do such a thing. But he had too much on his shoulders. He couldn't let them go to hell with him because of an idea. It's just talk. Look how nervous you are. King Black Moon laughed. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief when they heard it. Then, they didn't dare to say more, for fear that the other party would say something shocking again, so they hurriedly ended this high-level meeting. Although this high-level meeting ended very quickly, the importance of Zhou to the high-level people of the human race has undoubtedly been raised to a higher level. In addition, before the end of the recollection, everyone unanimously decided to give the lower-level artifact of the lower god, the Star Spirit Sword, one of the 10 artifacts, to his disciple, Silver Meteor Knight Rob Allen. Firstly, because the opponent's physique is naturally friendly to the laws of the stars, the Star Spirit Sword can be said to be very suitable for him. Secondly, Baihe has the best relationship with Zhou, and Baihe's contribution to discovering Zhou is also the greatest. But they have nothing to reward Baihe, a powerful man at the top of the human race. In this way, rewarding his most valued disciple Rob Allen is the best choice. Thirdly, Rob Allen is already a legendary superior, and will soon be promoted to a lower god, but he lacks some laws. The Star Law skills contained in this Star Spirit Sword may allow Rob Allen to take this last step, and officially be promoted to a god, adding another god to the human race, with the other party's qualifications. The sooner you become a god, the higher your future potential will be. There is even a certain chance of becoming a true god like Baihe. Then their human race will make a lot of money. Faced with the decision of the human race's high level, Baihe naturally did not refuse. After the meeting, Baihe came back to his senses. Is this because of that kid? Baihe laughed dumbly. Then he sent someone to call Rob Allen over, and handed the Star Spirit Sword to him. After hearing the cause and effect of the matter, Rob Allen had an incredible expression on his face. At the same time, about 200,000 kilometers away from the Kingdom of Prideful Sun, the Kingdom of Black Moon, the Black Moon Palace, the Black Moon King retracted his spiritual projection and looked into the distance. He looked beyond the walls of the capital in the distance. He could faintly hear the noise of war and fighting coming from outside the walls. His mind was a little dazed. This kingdom was built by him personally. During this period, countless people who loved him and respected him gathered together. Now he has to see it collapse with his own eyes, and see millions of human people die because of him. Your Majesty. At this moment, a human general wearing black armor, with a black moon logo on his chest, quickly walked into the hall. His face was pale, his body was covered with blood, and there were many wounds of varying sizes. He looked in very bad condition. The third wall has been broken. The Black Moon Legion has retreated to the second wall, the human general said. The Black Moon King nodded. Yu Luo, how long can you hold on? He asked softly. If no more reinforcements arrive, we can only hold on until tomorrow noon at most. General Yu Luo said respectfully. Then neither of them spoke. Because they knew. Now even the 5 most powerful human empires are in danger. How could there be reinforcements to come to them and save them, an ordinary high-level kingdom? Chapter 623. After a while, General Yu Luo hesitated, then said firmly, Your Majesty, please leave here first. You are the god of our human race, the most precious fighting force of our human race, and you cannot die here. King Black Moon shook his head. Leave? I am the ruler of a country, anyone can leave, but I cannot leave. As long as the Black Moon Kingdom exists, I will exist. If the Black Moon Kingdom perishes, I can also perish. Your Majesty, you cannot be emotional, you are the god of our human race. How can your life be compared with ours? If you are alive, thousands of human races will live because of you in the future. If you die, who will they go to for shelter? General Yu Luo said anxiously. You don't understand. The Black Moon King said softly. The crisis of the human race now is no longer something that I, a mere lower-level intermediate god, can help with. If I am alive, the human race will certainly be stronger, but this one point cannot solve the current problems of our human race. If this big problem is not solved, no matter how many human gods are alive, they are just waiting to die. After that, he looked at General Yu Luo. Yu Luo, although you are not the minister who has followed me for the longest time, I trust you the most. I have one last task for you, he said. General Yu Luo's eyes widened, his body trembled slightly, and then he knelt on one knee, his voice trembling. Yu Luo, listen to my order. Behind the palace, there is a large space teleportation array, which can teleport at least tens of millions of people at a time. Take the remaining subjects in the capital, and go to the Kingdom of the Sun. You all go to be subjects of the Kingdom of the Sun, and the King of the Sun will not treat you unfairly. As for the remaining wealth in the capital, you send it back to the human capital, and let the Emperor control it. The Black Moon King said. The King of the Sun? General Yu Luo murmured. He had also heard of this name. What about His Majesty? I have a battle tomorrow, and I have to stay. Who will I fight? Supreme Will. Supreme Will? How can I beat it? The Black Moon King did not speak after hearing this. After a long time. Maybe I can't beat it. But you can still swing your sword at him. The Black Moon King smiled. The capital of the sun. In the blessed land of the senior lords. In a meeting room. Zhou called all the heroes and masters in the territory, and then took out all the more than 20 books of gods in the king's treasure box, and gave them to the heroes with lower potential among them. Then he took out 2 books of gods of the upper god level obtained from the middle god of the Ice Ghost Kingdom, and gave them to Bai Yuan and Wu Xian. As for the heroes and masters who did not get the book of gods, Zhou comforted them and said that within a month, he would guarantee that they would each have a book of gods. At the same time, he also promised, as long as the masters under his command, no matter who breaks through to the god level, he will reward the other party with a lower god lower level artifact. The heroes and masters were immediately excited when they heard this. With Heros and Zwu, 2 alien gods around, their knowledge also increased a lot. Naturally, they knew the rarity of the artifact. After all, the 2 alien gods were attracted by the artifact and served as foreign aid to their Jiayong kingdom. Now, they learned that they actually had the opportunity to obtain rare artifacts. How could they not be excited? Zhou didn't care about the reactions of the crowd. He handed the heroic inheritance secret book obtained today to Bai Yuan, asking her to reward the meritorious soldiers according to their merits, and then ended the meeting neatly. After the meeting, Zhou sat alone in the main seat, and closed his eyes to rest for a while, then opened his eyes. Wenya, Zhou said. Your Majesty, Wenya is here. Wenya's gentle voice immediately rang in the conference room. Zhou nodded, and then his mind moved. He saw a large amount of energy in the air gathered out of thin air, and then condensed into tiny words in the air. Looking closely, These words recorded the various blood inheritances contained in his mind. Classification of blood clan levels. Secrets of the Abyss Will. Cultivation methods of 7-colored spiritual flowers. Secret methods of Dragon Clan bloodline promotion. History of chaos. Complete languages of all races. Details of cultivation in the original world. Methods of understanding the law of thunder. Details of the Lord's activities in the Supreme Will over the years. Core of intelligence. Various extremely rare bloodline inheritances were quickly engraved in the air, as if they were free. After waiting for half an hour, Jojo stopped this behavior. He rubbed his brows tiredly. Although recording these bloodline inheritances was helpful for him to master them, it was also a matter of considerable mental effort. Now he felt extremely tired and just wanted to have a good sleep. But what made him helpless was, he spent more than half an hour, and the blood inheritance that was revealed by mental fatigue was just like a grain of sand in the desert compared to all the blood inheritance in his mind. Too small, or rather, he had too many precious blood inheritances, so many that even if he spent hundreds of years, he might not be able to write down all of them and pass them on. Let's start with the ordinary blood inheritance in the future. It's easier this way. Too detailed and profound blood inheritance is useless to me and my territory at present. Jojo thought. When ya record all these inheritances, compile them into a book, and let the leaders in the territory learn from them. My territory is developing rapidly every moment. Their quality and personal background should also be improved. If someone is unwilling, they should be punished. If they are still unwilling, they will be directly dismissed, and their rights and benefits will be revoked. Jojo said. Yes, Your Majesty. Wenya said. Then a blue light swept through the contents. Your Majesty, all have been collected and compiled into a book. Tomorrow, Wenya will execute your order. Wenya said. Jojo nodded, and then dispersed these words made of energy. He will do the task of recording blood inheritance every day in the future. This is a protracted battle. Jojo also plans to persist for a long time. The battle for the Supreme Lord is extremely dangerous. Maybe one day, I will also fall in this battle for the Supreme Lord. These blood inheritances will increase the foundation of my territory. After I fall, it will also increase the foundation of my human race. It's better than dying worthlessly with a blood inheritance of great value. Jojo muttered to himself. The conversation with Baihe today had a great impact on him. Especially the sentence because some people died, some people survived. Jojo couldn't guarantee that he would never die. It's better to make some preparations just in case. What if future generations can find a way to resurrect him from these blood inheritances that have been passed down? After all, his blood inheritance does record methods in this regard. At that time, he might be glad for the decision he made today. And these inheritances may be sold to the human race in the future in exchange for some benefits. In short, there is no harm. Chapter 624. Then he returned to his room, and without saying anything, he fell asleep on the bed. After a while, the door was opened. Leah walked in. She looked at Jojo, who was sleeping soundly on the bed, and had no idea of his arrival, and a look of heartache flashed across her face. Then she walked to Jojo, helped Jojo take off his coat, and then sat on the bed, looking at him tenderly. The next day, in the morning, after Jojo woke up, he felt full of energy. Just then, he felt something strange, turned around, and saw Leah sleeping next to him. Leah opened her eyes in a daze, and saw Jojo looking at her. What are you looking at me for? Leah blushed. You look good. Jojo grinned. He looked at the sleepy look in the other's eyes, bent down and kissed the other, and then said, You continue to sleep. I have to go to work. Then I won't sleep either. Leah packed her clothes and stood up, yawning. Father is very busy in Aurora State. I have to go to help him. How is father-in-law doing recently? Jojo also asked while getting dressed. Father is managing the affairs of Aurora State, and everything is moving in a good direction. It's just that there are a lot of new subjects pouring into Aurora State recently, so there are more affairs to deal with on a daily basis. But Father is very happy. Father said that after the war with the Taiyan Kingdom, the population of Aurora State was already very small. But with the addition of these new subjects, the number of subjects in Aurora State is almost back to the number before the war. If things continue like this, perhaps in a short time, the number of people in the Aurora State will exceed the number of people in the peak period of the original Aurora Kingdom. Leah said with a smile. Jojo smiled and nodded. Recently, because of the Lord's talent of beauty, coupled with various titles and other Lord's talents, there are indeed more and more new people joining the prideful Sun Kingdom. The millions of refugees are just the beginning. As Leah said, everything is moving in a good direction. Then the two washed up and ate together, and then went about their business. In front of the gate of summoning, Zhou looked at the huge gate in front of him, which was 100 meters high and more than 50 meters wide, and silently chanted the summons in his heart. The next second, the gate of summoning suddenly lit up with a bright white light, and then a large number of people came out from it. After spending 100 extraordinary level mist hearts to accelerate, all 10,500 new people quickly came out of the gate of summoning. "Hello, Lord." The 10,500 new subjects said respectfully. "Welcome to Jieyang City." Zhou nodded. Then he asked all the professionals to stand up, and found that a total of 356 professionals were summoned this time. Among them, there was one extraordinary lower-level architect, one extraordinary lower-level blacksmith, one extraordinary lower-level carpenter, one extraordinary lower-level water element mage, one extraordinary lower-level necromancer, one extraordinary lower-level beastmaster, and one extraordinary lower-level archaeologist. The rest were life professionals and combat professionals at and below the extraordinary level. Zhou nodded with satisfaction. The upgraded summoning gate is so comfortable to summon. At this stage, being able to get 7 extraordinary lower-level strongmen for free every day, whether they are life professionals or combat professionals, is definitely something that other lords of all races can hardly imagine. Without thinking too much, Zhou simply glanced at their attribute information, and then asked the officials who were waiting on the side to lead them to arrange their respective residences and work. Then he led the troops to clean up the time ruins, and then went to the monster ranch. At this time, there are as many as 100 monster ranches, and the monsters cultivated in them are as many as 10 million. At a glance, people who don't know the inside story may think they have come to the Scarlet Kingdom. Zhou first led the troops to clean up the 50 scarlet monsters, and after extracting the spoils, he sorted out the spoils of this monster ranch. Under the effect of the title of King of Trophies and Strongest Lord, in terms of mist hearts, a total of more than 70 million bronze-level mist hearts, more than 52 million silver-level mist hearts, more than 26 million gold-level mist hearts, 17.5 million platinum-level mist hearts, more than 8.7 million diamond-level mist hearts, more than 80,000 extraordinary-level mist hearts, and 7,150 epic-level mist hearts were obtained. In addition, there are more than 500,000 ordinary soldiers' job transfer certificates, 5.75 million Golden King recruitment book, 5.75 million Golden King job transfer certificate, 351, 560 Poison Crossbow recruitment book, 13.5 million Storm Spirit recruitment book, 13.5 million Storm Spirit job transfer certificate, 564 Legion certificate fragments, more than 5.4 million True Phase Scarlet crystals, more than 3.2 million Devout Phase Scarlet crystals, more than 1.3 million Fanatic Phase Scarlet crystals, 400,000 Iron Bear Pet eggs, 1.4 million Falcon Wings and Falcon 3 radars, more than 60 million units of gold. As for other unimportant spoils of war, I won't go into details here. Zhou counted the number of soldier recruitment books he got today, and then a smile appeared on his face. A total of 19.6 million 1,650 military recruitment books. The soldiers under his command now, not counting the soldiers under the command of the Star Alliance Lord, only have 22.52 million 3,212 people. This wave of Monster Ranch harvest can almost double the total number of his soldiers. Without saying a word, he put these military recruitment books into the king's treasure box, then came to the summoning gate, threw them all in, and then spent 100 transcendental mist hearts to summon them all in one go. Soon, 19.6 million 1,650 new soldiers appeared in front of Zhou. Because there were too many people, Bai Yun had to come over to coordinate order. Zhou looked at the crowded soldiers, but his expression became more and more satisfied. Now he has 42.12 million 4,862 soldiers, including the soldiers of the Star Alliance. His total force has reached more than 55.9 million soldiers. It is almost equivalent to the total force of the 2 Ice Ghost kingdoms. Zhou has never encountered a high-level kingdom, so he doesn't know how many soldiers a high-level kingdom has. But he at least feels that in many old intermediate kingdoms, there is enough self-protection power. The Monster Ranch is really not wrong to upgrade. I will upgrade more when I have the opportunity in the future. Zhou thought to himself. Now among his many Lord talents. On the importance of priority upgrade. The first place is the Epic Lord talent, the Blessing of the Lord of War. The second place is the Extraordinary Lord talent, the Rebellion. The third place is the Platinum Lord talent, the Monster Ranch. It's a pity that the 3 Lord Talents are currently short of talent crystal fragments. If he wants to upgrade next, he has to continue to save them. Just then, Qi Xiantian and Guiqiao came over. Your Majesty. The two came to Zhou and said respectfully. Zhou nodded, feeling the other party's more powerful aura. A smile appeared on his face. Breakthrough? Chapter 625. Well, with the stimulation of the blood of the gods, my brother Qi and I have just broken through to the lower level of legend, Guiqiao said with a smile. Qi Xiantian also nodded. He was also quite emotional. This Dragon Slayer's talent is really against the sky. He can actually bathe himself in the blood of high-level blood creatures, and then ignore the potential limit and force a breakthrough in the realm of strength. No wonder the Dragon Slayer has disappeared for so many years. There are still some high-level blood races that are holding on to him. This method is simply the natural enemy of those high-level blood beings. Not bad. You are the first and second generals in our territory to break through to the legendary level. The others are still a little bit short. Zhou smiled and nodded. Everyone's breakthrough is just a matter of a few days. Qi Xiantian is not proud. Zhou and Guiqiao nodded. With the blessing of the Lord of War, the breakthrough of others is indeed not far away. The 3 chatted for a while, and Qi Xiantian and Guiqiao left on the pretext of consolidating their realm. Zhou also came to the Lord Mall when he saw this. Old Zhou, I'm here, Zhou said. How did your Majesty rest these 2 days? Zhou Chengmin stood up, came to the counter, and smiled with concern. Not bad. Zhou nodded. Zhou Chengmin nodded, and then without any nonsense, he took out 3 boxes from under the counter. The first box contained a purple talent crystal. The second box contained a skill book. The third box contained a black ring. Zhou fell on the black ring at first sight. Isn't this the mysterious merchant ring of the mysterious caravan? Zhou picked it up and looked at it. Sure enough, it was the mysterious merchant ring. The 1 million cubic meters of storage space inside. If it were someone else, they might like it very much. But for Zhou, who has the king's treasure box and the small world in his body, this is pure chicken ribs. If it weren't for the fact that the goods in the mysterious merchant ring can only be used by the Lord personally unless they are specially marked for others to use, Zhou would have wanted to reward it to one of his subordinates. He looked at the other 2 goods. The purple talent crystal is the Talent War Command Master. Talent, War Command Master. Talent effect. You have experienced thousands of battles, big and small. In these battles, you have gradually grown up step by step and transformed into a War Command Master who can keenly perceive the battlefield opportunities, steady but spiritual, decisive but cautious. In the face of most wars, you can win the battlefield with your exquisite command. Even when facing the top war games, you can deal with it calmly and protect yourself to the greatest extent. Zhou thought about it, and soon remembered. Isn't this the personal talent of the Angel's Holy Priest Rina yesterday? I didn't expect to see it in the Lord Mall today. Then he looked at the skill book. I found that this is an extraordinary and superior gun skill 9 shadows killing. When the gun is stabbed out, 9 real gun shadows can be transformed in an instant to break the enemy in the illusion. Zhou has never seen this skill. It is probably left by a warrior who is good at guns in the territory. Although this skill seems to have a somewhat ordinary effect. However, with the idea of buying goods, Zhou decided to buy it by the way. How many fog hearts are these 3 items worth? Zhou asked. Talent War Command Master is worth 10 legendary fog hearts. 9 shadows killing is worth 20 extraordinary fog hearts. Mysterious Business Ring is worth 500 legendary fog hearts. Zhou Chengmin said. Zhou nodded. It's not expensive. He directly took out 510 legendary fog hearts and 20 extraordinary fog hearts, took the 3 items, and then said goodbye to Zhou Chengmin and left. Just when he was about to return to the high-level lord's land and prepare to use these 3 items, Zheng Yuanqi suddenly walked over with a happy face. Your Majesty, there is a big happy event. From a distance. Zheng Yuanqi shouted from a distance. Zhou was startled, stopped, and watched Zheng Yuanqi come to him. What's the good news? Are there more refugees today? How many this time? 10 million? Or 20 million? Zhou asked curiously. Not 10 million, nor 20 million. It's 76 million. Zheng Yuanqi said excitedly. Zhou said oh, then reacted. Ah? Zhou was stunned. What is the concept of 76 million refugees? An old intermediate kingdom can only reach a population of 76 million if it includes all soldiers and non-soldier subjects. Now you tell me that the entire population of an old intermediate kingdom came directly from outside? Are you kidding? Zhou subconsciously thought Zheng Yuanqi was joking. But looking at Zheng Yuanqi's excited face, and thinking about his previous style of doing things, Zhou felt that he didn't seem to be a person of this character. Really? Zhou couldn't help but say. Of course it's true, Your Majesty, you can go to the city wall to see. Zheng Yuanqi hadn't said the next word yet. Zhou grabbed his hand, and then teleported directly to the city wall. Then, he saw a dense sea of people that seemed endless. They were still the kind with families and gifts. Because there are too many refugees coming. So after I learned the news from the border soldiers, I immediately ordered officials from each state to divide and divert these refugees to the territories of the other 5 subordinate states. These refugees in front of us are just one of them. There are about 20 million. The remaining 56 million refugees should have reached the borders of the 5 states by now. Zheng Yuanqi explained. Zhou did not speak. He took out the Great Thousand Rivers and Mountains map and opened it. His consciousness immediately entered it to check the situation of each state. After a moment, he retracted his consciousness and took back the Great Thousand Rivers and Mountains map. There was still confusion on his face. He just looked at it. The 5 states did welcome more than 56 million refugees. At this time, the officials of each state were handling the household registration procedures for these refugees. After completing the procedures, these refugees would officially become the subjects of the Jiayang Kingdom. But that was exactly the case. Zhou was even more confused. What day is today? Why did so many refugees suddenly come? Zhou looked at Zheng Yuanqi. Zheng Yuanqi seemed to know what Zhou was thinking, and said respectfully, I have sent people to investigate before. Among the 76 million refugees. Among them, 40 million refugees came from various human forces in the human territory. On the way here, they were protected by the human forces along the way, so almost no one died on the road, which reduced the loss rate of the refugee tide to the lowest level. And the other 36 million refugees came from the territory of the Kingdom of the Black Moon Kingdom, which had already been destroyed. The Black Moon Kingdom is a high-level kingdom. When it was about to be destroyed, the other king, the Black Moon King, issued an order saying that all the unsuffering subjects of his kingdom should move to the prideful Sun Kingdom and be protected by your majesty. Led by a general named Yuluo, they persuaded them to come. Where is the general? Zhou said immediately after hearing this. In the city. Take me to find him. Yes, your majesty. Chapter 626. In front of a less crowded staircase. General Yuluo, wearing a black armor, was sitting here. He looked at the crowd coming and going not far away, and the smiles and happiness on everyone's faces, and his cold heart was deeply touched. In this supreme continent with war as its theme, it has been a long time since he saw such an expression on the faces of the people. He could see it. The expressions on the faces of these refugees were not hypocritical, but the true expressions from the heart. Because of this, he was even more shocked. Your Majesty is right. The king of the Kingdom of Prideful Sun should indeed be able to take good care of the people of our Kingdom of Black Moon. But, Your Majesty, Yuluo thinks you can do it too. Why do you have to give up yourself? General Yuluo looked painful. He took out a black scimitar. The knife was condensed with a faint cold moonlight, looking mysterious and sharp. General Yuluo stroked the knife, his hands trembling slightly. General Yuluo? Just then, a young man's voice sounded. General Yuluo paused, looked up, and saw a handsome man's face that was unforgettable. King Jiaoyang? He said hoarsely. In the legend he had heard, King Jiaoyang was said to have unparalleled appearance and charm. He didn't believe it at first. But now, because of the person in front of him, he believed it. It's me. Zhou nodded, feeling the other party's breath, and found that the other party actually had a faint and unstable divine power. It seems that this General Yuluo is not far from the realm of gods. Zhou was a little surprised, and then said seriously, General, how about you come with me to the conference room to talk? You don't have to call me General, just call me Yuluo. I don't have so much to say, I won't go to your conference room. You are the most outstanding rising star of our human race, and you are the hope of many people in our human race. Yuluo looked at him steadily with red eyes. Take good care of the 36 million people of His Majesty Black Moon, you can definitely do it, right? Of course. Zhou was stunned, and then nodded solemnly. That's good. I heard that you can revive living beings? Even after a long time? Then can you revive the lower god intermediate gods? Yuluo asked. The lower god intermediate level is too high. My territory cannot revive such existence for the time being. but it should be resurrected in the future. Jojo thought about it, and answered seriously. Because he wanted to ask Kairos to help, he had asked Carol Moira if the gods could also be resurrected using the Great Resurrection technique. Carol Moira's answer was yes. But the conditions required to resurrect gods are extremely harsh. First, depending on the level of the strength of the resurrected gods, different numbers of Holy Spirit level faith crystals are required. One is far from enough. The stronger the strength, the more Holy Spirit level faith crystals are required. Even for the lowest level lower gods, the basic Holy Spirit level faith crystals required to resurrect the other party are more than 10. Second, if you want to resurrect the corresponding gods, Carol Moira's strength must reach the corresponding level. For example, if you want to revive a lower level god, Carol Moira must have the strength of a lower level god. Third, if you want to revive a god, the medium of resurrection cannot be just an ordinary relic of the previous life as before. It must be an item with the other party's divinity. For example, divine blood, artifacts, godhood, etc. Fourth, because resurrecting a god is a big deal, the subject of the resurrection can no longer be Carol Moira. In other words, it requires the will of the goddess of life to descend on Carol Moira's body. Only when the goddess of life, who is at the level of the main god, personally uses the body of the material world to perform the great resurrection, can the gods be resurrected in the material world. As mentioned before, more Holy Spirit level faith crystals are needed. One is for the consumption of the great resurrection itself, and the other is for the price required to specifically invite the goddess of life to descend. But even so, because the goddess of life cannot descend in her true body, she can only descend with her will. So in this case, even the goddess of life can only resurrect gods below the level of true gods. It is also possible to resurrect the existence of the true god level. But that is not something that can be done by ordinary methods. Even Carol Moira does not know the specific method. Maybe she will know about this when her strength is promoted to the level of gods. Jojo simply told the other party these 4 conditions. After listening to the other party, there was some hope in his expression, but also a little confused. Although it is said that with these conditions, His Majesty can indeed be resurrected. But how difficult is it to achieve these conditions? Just the Holy Spirit level faith crystal was something he had never heard of. Not to mention asking the goddess of life to descend. The goddess of life, one of the 10 main gods, was only heard of, but never seen, even by the strongest of their human race. Divine power descending? How could this be done? He pursed his lips and handed the black scimitar in his hand to Jojo. This is the artifact of my Majesty during his lifetime. He often nourishes with divine power, so there should be his divinity in it. Jojo took it, and found that it was a lower-level artifact of a lower god, called the Black Moon Blade. After feeling it for a while, he nodded. There are indeed some divine substances in it. If there is a chance, please be sure to resurrect my Majesty. After I do the things that your Majesty has entrusted to me, I will also raise the conditions for resurrecting your Majesty that you mentioned. General Yuluo looked at Jojo and said, with a hint of begging in his expression. Jojo's expression remained unchanged, but he was a little moved in his heart. A being who is about to become a god is so humble in front of him, just for an unattainable hope. Okay. Jojo nodded seriously. Now Carol Moira is a legendary upper-level strength. If he wants to revive her, let's not talk about the Holy Spirit level faith crystal for now. He must first upgrade his territory by 2 levels, and let Carol Moira be promoted to the lower god intermediate level. This time, it's not short. If it's long, Jojo thinks it won't be too long. This King of Kings event in front of him. He believes that he will find enough resources to upgrade his territory to that level. On the other side, after hearing Jojo's words, General Yuluo's face showed a pale smile. Thank you. After he finished speaking, he took a deep look at the smile and happiness on the faces of the people in the distance, and then looked at the Black Moon Blade in Jojo's hand, and then turned and left. Jojo also stood there, watching the other party leave. At this time, he suddenly felt something, and took out a golden token from the king's treasure box. This token was given to him by Baiha before, and it was called the Knight's Holy Order. Chapter 627. With it, not only will you have a very high status in the Knight's Temple, and even the entire human race, but it will also be very convenient to do things in the various institutions of the Knight's Temple. This is also by his main purpose. In addition, this Knight's Temple token also has a contact function. At this time, the golden token is emitting a faint and soft golden light. Obviously, someone is contacting him through the Knight's Order. Jojo didn't think much about it, and directly input the Chaos Source energy into it to connect the call. Jojo. Baihe's low voice came from the token. Come to the Knight's Temple, I have something I want you to know. Okay. Zhou didn't say much, and after a simple sentence, he rushed directly to the Knight's Temple. Knight's Temple. Baihe's office. When Zhou came here, he saw Baihe, the palace master, watching a video. But because his back was facing him, Zhou didn't see what was in the video. Come here. I show you a video. Baihe nodded when he saw Zhou, then waved to him. Zhou walked over and looked over. Baihe clicked the replay button when he saw this. The video started to replay. On a city wall, a human wearing a black crown, with a dark face and a silver moon mark on his forehead, was standing here with a black scimitar in his hand. Under the city wall, there was an endless army of scarlet monsters. Among them were scarlet gods emitting powerful divine auras. Black Moon King surrender. A scarlet god holding a purple whip, with a slender and charming figure and a red mask on his face, like a succubus, was suspended in the air, looking straight at the Black Moon King standing on the city wall. Your entire human race is having a very hard time surviving now. Even the support can't support you. You and I both know how difficult it is to cultivate into a god. Why fight to the death with us for a city that is about to be broken? Join us and become a scarlet god. Our Lord will treat gods of any race very well. It is even possible to break through to the level of a true god in the future. The Black Moon King did not speak. He just raised his head and looked at the sky solemnly. The succubus scarlet gods come from the abyss. As the abyss gods with flexible bottom lines, after being transformed into scarlet gods, they immediately abandon the abyss will and hug the Scarlet Lord's thicker and bigger thigh. Now looking at this human god without saying a word, he raised his eyebrows, and then persuaded him several more times. As an abyss succubus, he is quite confident in his ability to seduce, bewitch, and speak. However, after he talked until his mouth was dry and found that the other party was still unmoved, he gradually became angry. If he was not afraid that the other party would fight to the death, he would have just exploded and died together. Why would he waste his saliva in vain? Go! Kill this stubborn human god. Whoever can take off the godhood of this human god first can come to my temple to find me tonight. The succubus said coldly. These words, after being mixed with the law of charm, the tens of millions of scarlet legions below were immediately crazy. Especially the other scarlet gods, they were eager to move and eager to try. Didn't wait too long. A scarlet spirit of the lower god rushed out with a grimace, holding a spine knife, and rushed towards the Black Moon King. At this moment, under the eyes of the crowd, the Black Moon King, who had been solemn before, suddenly showed a relieved smile. Finally here, he said softly. As soon as the voice fell, the world suddenly froze. It was as if time had stopped flowing. Everything was motionless. The scarlet spirit that flew towards the Black Moon King with a grimace. The succubus spirit holding a purple whip and a slightly angry face. And the tens of millions of Scarlet Legion soldiers that rushed towards the Black Moon King. They all stopped in place. Even their expressions did not change. On this battlefield, only the Black Moon King could move. He looked at the sky. The huge round pupil formed by infinite pure white light. That is the legendary Supreme Eye. Only when the Supreme will manifest itself in the world, will the Supreme Vision appear. Under the Supreme Eye, there is no distance in space. Time cannot flow. Seeing this, the Black Moon King was not afraid, but the smile on his lips became more and more obvious. Ha ha ha. He laughed wildly. Supreme will. Take my knife. He burst out all his divine power, even burning his own godhood, and rushed towards the Supreme Eye. Then, he disappeared. It was a real disappearance. Like a bubble being popped. When the Supreme Eye disappeared, time and space returned to normal. On the earth, only the black robe and the black scimitar were left. In front of the screen, Zhou fell silent. He flipped his right hand, and the black moon blade appeared in his hand. Baihe was stunned, and then asked in a complicated way, Did I give it to you too? Zhou simply told Baihe about the black moon. I see. It should be that you Luo took it during the chaos. Baihe suddenly realized. Then he looked at Zhou and said, I called you here for no other reason, nor do I want to burden you. I just want you to know what you should know. Otherwise, the death of the Black Moon King would be too unknown. I know. Zhou nodded, then asked, What happened to the Scarlet Legion? The Supreme Will and the Scarlet Lord have an agreement that they cannot personally take action against the forces below. So in addition to the death of the Black Moon King who violated the Supreme Agreement, the Scarlet Forces, after regaining their freedom, since the traces of the Supreme Will's visit and were directly frightened and fled, without even searching the Black Moon King's city. But even if they wanted to find something, they couldn't. The people and treasures in the royal capital have been moved away by the Black Moon King in advance. Baiha said. Jojo nodded. After that, Baiha really didn't say much, and directly let Jojo leave. After Jojo left, Baiha looked at the video in front of him, played it again, and then sighed slightly. Black Moon King, he said softly. Now the entire human race's top leaders have known about this matter. The attitudes of all the human race's top leaders are very complicated. They didn't expect that the Black Moon King would actually do such a thing. Without thinking too much, Baiha continued to be busy. On the other side, after Jojo walked out of the Knight's Temple, he kept thinking about the video just now. At this time, Zheng Yuanqi walked over quickly. Your Majesty, Zheng Yuanqi said respectfully. What's wrong? Jojo came back to his senses and asked. Your Majesty, the 76 million people have all been registered. Among these people, I found 20 life professionals with the lowest epic level and the highest legendary level. In addition, there are no other high-level combat professionals, but there are about 10 million low-level professionals at the gold level and below. In addition to these professionals, there is also a Frost Dragon girl Shervat with the destiny of a superhero who has joined our prideful Sun Kingdom. She has the blood of the Frost Dragon and has the potential to be a lower legendary. Zheng Yuanqi reported. Jojo nodded. It seems that his 20 legendary talents and the superheroes rewarded by the Lord's talent for defeating the Ice Ghost Kingdom have come. Chapter 628. Now Jojo has 52 heroes under his command, which is almost half 100. It is incredible that he has only established the kingdom for a few days. Jojo thought for a while and said, except for the hero, other professionals among the refugees will not be incorporated into my army for the time being, but will join the city guards to increase the city defense force and protect the capital and other territorial cities within the kingdom. When they have enough combat experience, they will be selected to join the Jiaoyong army and other out-of-town war armies. When the time is right, I will also give the rest of the city guards a formal army organization. He cannot take all the soldiers with him every time he goes out to fight, and it is also necessary to leave some soldiers to protect his territory. Before, Zheng Yuanqi sent people to gather freelancers in the territory to form a freelance city guard similar to a militia organization to protect the territory. Now these professionals among the refugees can greatly strengthen the power of the city guards to protect their homes and country and protect his base camp from external enemies. This way, he can continue to concentrate on leading troops to fight outside. Your Majesty is wise. Your Majesty, I have another great thing to report to Your Majesty. When Zheng Yuanqi said this, he couldn't help but show excitement again. What other great thing? Jojo was stunned and asked in confusion. Zheng Yuanqi smiled slightly, and then told Jojo a piece of news that shocked and surprised him. In our kingdom, there is a being who was promoted to a god not long ago. What? Jojo came back to his senses and immediately asked, who is it? It's a member of the Ice Ghost clan named Vicky. He was already a legendary superior strongman. But all along, he never joined the army of the original Ice Ghost Kingdom, but lived in the Ice Ghost Kingdom as a lone strongman to practice. Until the Ice Ghost Kingdom was destroyed, he never showed up. But just last night, he got some chance and suddenly became a lower-level god. Then, he suddenly came over and said he wanted to see Your Majesty. When he said this, Zheng Yuanqi's expression also showed a hint of doubt. In theory, this lone strongman has no worries. Once he breaks through to become a god, the world's ties, wealth, status and other things will have no attraction to him. Normally, after such a lone god breaks through, he will generally leave his hometown, wander the entire supreme continent and even the heavens and the worlds, looking for a place to establish a kingdom of God, or like Heros and Zawu, find a force at least at the empire level or even the kingdom of God level to rely on as his own power, and obtain resources to promote to a higher level of gods. Of course, there are also gods who are greedy for worldly power, and suddenly want to seize a kingdom, become the master of a country, and enjoy the benefits of power. But there are very few such gods. There is another possibility. This Ice Ghost clan god named Vicky wants to take the opportunity to approach their majesty, and then take revenge on his majesty. But Zheng Yuanqi abandoned this possibility without even thinking about it. Just kidding. The 4 gods of the Ice Ghost Kingdom were all killed by their prideful Sun Kingdom. He is a lower-level god who has just become a god. Even if he has a revengeful heart, what's the point? If he takes the initiative to come over for revenge, isn't that courting death? When Jojo heard this, he also thought of what Zheng Yuanqi thought of. He thought for a few seconds and asked, "Is the other party now a subject of my Jiayang kingdom?" "Yes." Zheng Yuanqi nodded. "All the ice ghosts in the entire Bingui state have changed their nationality to become subjects of our Jiayang kingdom." At that time, the other party was just a legendary upper-level ice ghost clan strongman. He had no objection to this matter, and agreed directly. Zheng Yuanqi said. Zhou laughed when he heard this. "That's fine. The Lord Talent is created by the Supreme Will. Even if it is a god, if it is at the level of a true god, it may be able to resist the effect of the Lord Talent. But a little god who has just been promoted to a lower-level lower god will definitely not be able to resist his Lord Talent. Where is he now? When did he come? Just now. Well, let's go find Heros and the others first, and then go meet this native god of our Jiayang kingdom." Zhou had some guesses in his mind about the other party's sudden breakthrough to become a god. But he would not rush to meet the other party. Anyway, with Heros and the others here, it would be a waste of his resources if he didn't use their power to scare the other party. "Your Majesty is wise." Zheng Yuanqi smiled and nodded. Then the two of them walked towards the residence of Heros and Zhou together. Administrative Hall. In a reception room. When Zheng Yuanqi, Heros and Zhou arrived here, they saw the Ice Ghost clan god that Zheng Yuanqi mentioned. The other party was a female Ice Ghost clan deity. She was tall, with a cold face and ice blue eyes. She wore an ice blue long dress, and her long ice blue hair was tied into an ice flower shape. At this time, she was sitting on the seat, with faint ice flowers floating around her body, and invisible divine power emanating from her body, which seemed to have an inexplicable sense of deterrence. However, except for Zheng Yuanqi, who felt a little pressure, the other three people present ignored it. Zhou quietly released an invisible shield to Zheng Yuanqi, offsetting the divine power pressure on the other party. Zheng Yuanqi's pressure disappeared, and his expression suddenly became normal. Then Zhou's eyes fell on this Ice Ghost clan deity again. It has to be said, although the racial aesthetics of the human race and the Ice Ghost clan are different, but the female Ice Ghost clan in front of him still gave him a beautiful and cold feeling. He looked at the other party. Attribute information appeared. Subject, Vicky. God's name, God of Ice and Flowers, Ms. Ice Flower. Clerical duties, Ice and Snow. Territory, Prideful Kingdom. Strength class, Lower God. Ability overview. Vicky is a descendant of the Ice Ghost royal family, who was exiled to the people because of the internal strife in the royal family. Before his death, his housekeeper told him that unless he had a certain level of strength, he should never return to the royal family for revenge. The gods of the Ice Ghost Kingdom would not spare him just because he had royal blood. Vicky trusted his housekeeper very much, so he had been working hard to cultivate. It was not until he became a legendary superior that he learned that the Ice Ghost King had destroyed himself. He was at a loss as to where to go until he became a god. His mind suddenly gave him instructions and let him come to the kingdom of Prideful Sun. Bloodline, Ice Ghost Bloodline, 80%, Ice Ghost God Bloodline, 20%. Skills, Law Skill Ice Flower Rain, Lower God Lower Level Summoning Snowman King, Legend Lower Level Blizzard, Epic Upper Level Invisibility, Epic Upper Level Ice Arrow, Epic Upper Level Ice Coffin Technique, Epic Lower Level Summoning Big Hail, Extraordinary Lower Level Falling Snow Technique, Diamond Lower Level Ice Ball Technique. Loyalty, 90. Potential, Upper God Upper Level. Zhou raised his eyebrows. Is he a god promoted directly from an ordinary ice ghost? Chapter 629. Normally speaking, most beings who can become gods have the potential to become heroes. So most gods start from ordinary creatures to master heroes' skills and become heroes, and then based on hero status and hero skills, master god status and lost skills, and then break through to become gods. Like the other party. Without becoming a hero, breaking through to become a god directly can only be said to be a good talent. However, in the future, compared with those beings who have both hero fate and god status, the other party will definitely be slightly weaker. After all, the status and hero skills are a little worse. At the same time, Vicky also saw Zhou and the others. His eyes fell on Heros and Zhou, and feeling the tyrannical divine power of the other party, he immediately stood up and said respectfully, "Meet the god." Heros and Zhou responded indifferently. Then Heros looked at Zhou and said in amazement, "You are really lucky. It has only been 2 days since the establishment of the kingdom, and a god has been born in the territory. With this foundation, as long as you don't offend any powerful countries in the future, you can basically transition to a high-level kingdom smoothly. It depends on whether he is willing to stay in our Prideful Sun kingdom." Jojo chuckled. Then, they sat down first and looked at Vicky. Sit down first. What are your plans for the future? I plan to stay in the prideful Sun Kingdom. Is that okay? Vicky hesitated. Of course, but can I know why? You are a member of the royal family of the Ice Ghost Kingdom. You are staying with me. You are not thinking of revenge, right? Jojo said jokingly. But Vicky seemed to be stimulated and stood up quickly. No, how could I have such an idea? I was originally driven out by the former Ice Ghost royal family. The Ice Ghost royal family of the Ice Ghost Kingdom only has hatred for me, not family affection. Originally, I wanted to wait until I had achieved success in my cultivation and then take revenge myself, but you took action in advance. To be honest, I feel a little pity. Vicky smiled bitterly. And I also saw that you did not treat our Ice Ghost clan unfairly. The people of the Ice Ghost clan live well here with you. If you treat our Ice Ghost clan members like slaves and livestock, I might have some hostile thoughts, but you are so sincere to our Ice Ghost clan that I can't even agree with you. So how could I retaliate against you? Jojo nodded. The war between the lords of all races is destined to end with racial harmony. This is also the reason why he treats other races equally. Anyway, there is a peaceful and prosperous era. Jojo is not worried that they will cause any trouble. This is also the confidence for him to boldly promote racial harmony. Of course, he will definitely have a certain bias towards the human race. This is determined by his own race. He also loves the human race. If others say so, then he can't do anything. Then you stay in our Joyong Kingdom. Do you plan to be your lone god, or do you plan to serve me and follow me to fight against all races and witness the style of all races? Jojo asked. Before answering this question, I would like to ask your majesty a question. Vicky looked at Jojo and said, What's the problem? In fact, I could feel it before. Although I can advance to the level of a god, the success rate is only about 40%. But when I was practicing last night, I suddenly felt that my chance of becoming a god seemed to be affected by an external force, so that the chance of becoming a god increased by about 10%. Excuse me, is this your help in the dark? As soon as this was said, Jojo didn't show anything. But Haras and Zoe were suddenly startled, and then looked at Jojo with bright eyes. Increase the chance of becoming a god by 10%. This is not a trivial matter. If it were the elves of the Elf Empire, when they advanced to the level of a god, they could increase the chance of becoming a god by 10% out of thin air. The Elf Queen Elizabeth was even willing to directly launch a war between evenly matched empires. Jojo also felt the gazes of the two people, and he felt a little helpless. I should have known not to ask this guy. Now there is no way to avoid talking about this issue. If I don't explain it clearly, I don't know where these two gods will go. He flipped his right hand, and a bone necklace appeared in his hand. The faintly emitting special artifact fluctuations, and the terrifying pure power of faith made the three gods present quiet immediately. Racial artifact. Zoe licked his lips. Haras looked at this racial artifact with blazing flames in his eyes. Vicky stared at the necklace closely, and then excitedly said, This is the racial artifact of our Ice Ghost clan. Jojo nodded. It is the racial artifact of the Ice Ghost clan. The blessing of the Ice Ghost god, on the other side. Haras and Zoe were stunned when they heard that it was the racial artifact of the Ice Ghost clan, and then they hurriedly sensed the power of faith on it. When they really felt the pure faith of the Ice Ghost clan from the terrifying power of faith, they could not hide the disappointment in their eyes. The racial artifact of a single race is simply worthless to other races, because the artifact effect of its racial artifact cannot work on other races. In the eyes of their own race, the racial artifact is their supreme treasure. Even if they have a real artifact to exchange, the race that has the racial artifact may not be willing to exchange it. In the eyes of alien races, the racial artifact is at most a collection for them. Unless this alien race takes the race to which the racial artifact belongs as a subordinate race, it is not very useful. Between various racial forces, rarely does a racial war occur to snatch the racial artifact of a non-ethnic race. Just like Jojo. As we all know, Jojo, the human leader, has 3 racial artifacts. One of them, the incomplete Xianyuan sword, is an exclusive racial artifact of the Blue Star human race. The second is the Lucky Star, which is a public racial artifact. Because it is now bound to Jojo, a human, it works on the entire human race. The third is the blessing of the Ice Ghost god, which only works on the Ice Ghost clan. The reason why Jojo is so famous now. In addition to the achievements he made in the 2 supreme will activities before. Another big reason is because of the public racial artifact, the Lucky Star. As for the other 2 artifacts, the alien races are not very interested. After all, it does not work on their own race. If they only want to curb the development of the human race and the Blue Star human race, they would think about snatching these two racial artifacts, but they will definitely not spend too much. After all, it is useless to snatch them back. Speaking of which, Zhou was relieved when he saw that Haros and Zhou were not interested in this racial artifact. He was still somewhat wary of these two gods, who were only hired as hired servants, not his own subjects. At this moment, the other party, Vicky, also saw the effect of the artifact clearly. He suddenly realized, then stood up and said respectfully to Zhou, "Since my chance to become a god was given by the artifact of my race, it was also given by your majesty. I am the god of ice and flowers, Vicky, and I am willing to serve your majesty and conquer all races." Chapter 630. Zhou smiled. "Okay. Zheng Yuanqi will arrange a special welfare treatment for you as a god worshipper in the future." In addition, Zhou waved his right hand. An ice blue robe appeared in front of him. "I have said before, no matter who breaks through and becomes a god, I will give him a lower level artifact of a lower god. This ice ghost robe is given to you as a reward," Zhou said. "Thank you, your majesty." Vicky was ecstatic when she heard this. Although it was the first time for him to become a god, he also knew the value of artifacts. Just after becoming a lower level god, he was given an artifact of his own. This is definitely what countless other gods dream of. Even Haros and Zhou showed envy on their faces after seeing this scene. When they first became gods, they did not have such treatment. Before, their artifacts were either passed down from their tribes, or they took them from the forbidden secret realm at countless risks. Unlike this Vicky, after becoming a god, they directly got a lower level artifact of a lower god. Now, although they also have 6 lower level artifacts of Zhou, they are temporarily loaned to them, and do not belong to them yet. After completing the contract, they have to return it. At this moment, the two gods wanted to leave the Elf Empire, join the prideful Sun Kingdom, and become the official worshippers of the prideful Sun Kingdom. But, with the current situation of the Elf Empire, it is impossible to let them leave. They looked at each other, and saw helplessness in each other's eyes. On the other side, after Vicky took the Ice Ghost god-worshipping robe, she put it on. He was originally beautiful, and now wearing this ice blue robe, he looked even more beautiful. "Your Majesty, I want to take 2 days off." At this time, Vicky stroked the Ice Ghost god-worshipping robe on her body, and then said a little embarrassedly, "What's wrong?" Zhou was stunned. "I plan to find a suitable star to build my own kingdom of God. This process will take about 2 or 3 days, is it okay? If your Majesty is worried, you can go with me," Vicky said. As soon as this was said, Haros and Zhou looked at him in surprise. It seemed that they couldn't believe that the other party would say such a thing. Is this guy crazy? Trust the King of the Sun so much? Zhou also reacted after hearing this. That's right. The existence that has just been promoted to a god does have to build his own kingdom of God, according to the records in his own bloodline inheritance. The establishment of the kingdom of God means the complete stability of his own divinity. Unless he encounters special circumstances, such as being seriously injured, the kingdom of God will not be in danger of falling. At the same time, the establishment of the kingdom of God also means that the faith of the gods it represents has a truly stable anchor in the world. After the true believers under its command die, there will also be a place for their souls to return, and the speed of faith accumulation will also increase significantly. It can be seen how important the kingdom of God is to the gods. But it is precisely because of this. Generally, the location of the kingdom of God is the biggest secret of the gods. Normally, the gods will not tell outsiders the location of their kingdom of God. Otherwise, once the location of the kingdom of God is revealed, it will attract foreign enemies to attack. Once the kingdom of God is broken, the gods will fall from the throne and become ordinary extraordinary creatures. In serious cases, they may even die directly. This is why Haros and others were so surprised that Vicky said such a thing. Even if Zhou has the grace of becoming a god to Vicky, he doesn't need to tell others about his lifeline such as the location of his kingdom of God. Zhou thought about it, and finally gave up the idea of following Vicky to see her establish the kingdom of God. I'm really curious. But 2 or 3 days is too long. I still have to continue the activities of the Supreme Will. You go by yourself and pay attention to safety, Zhou said. Vicky's loyalty is very high. It has reached 90 points. Such a high loyalty may be related to his elimination of the royal family of the Ice Ghost Kingdom for the other party, and his opportunity to become a god. So he naturally wouldn't worry that the other party would take the artifact and run away. Hearing Zhou's words, Haros and Zoe were even more confused. Do this lord and subordinate trust each other so much? One was willing to tell the location of his kingdom, and the other was willing to give the artifact to a god he had just met, and even dared to let the other party leave the territory with the artifact. Both gods felt incredible. But it must be said, they envied this kind of heart-to-heart behavior. Yes, your majesty, Vicky said gratefully. Then, they left the reception room together. After Jojo and the others left the reception room, Vicky took the lead in saying goodbye to the others, then flew into the sky alone, and soon disappeared. Legend has it that among the many stars in the Sea of Stars, in addition to the vast majority of stars being natural stars, a small number of other stars are projections of the kingdom of God in the world after the gods established the kingdom of God. It's really exciting. Jojo sighed as he looked at the direction where Vicky flew away. With your majesty's qualifications, becoming a god must be very easy. Haros smiled. Zoe also nodded. Both gods are discerning people, and they can naturally see at a glance how amazing Jojo's qualifications are. Before becoming a god, he can use lost skills and artifacts, and even use artifacts beyond his level. This ability is not even comparable to the top bloodline races such as the original spirit race, the chaos god race, and the shepherd god race. Jojo smiled and said nothing. By the way, your majesty, I see that in your territory, in addition to the human race, there are many other races, even the fog monster race. They should all be enemies you have defeated before, and then surrendered to you, right? You recruited them all under your command, and even let them live together. Aren't you afraid that they will have conflicts because of the past? At this time, Zoe said with some curiosity. Zoe and Haros have seen many lords who encourage multi-race integration in their long years of being gods. But like Jojo, not long after arriving in the Supreme Continent, he dared to gather so many alien races together as his subjects, and even dared to boldly take them out to fight, not afraid of being stabbed in the back. This is the first time they have seen a lord who dared to gather so many alien races together as his subjects, and even dared to boldly take them out to fight, and was not afraid of being stabbed in the back. There are only two possibilities for this situation. Either Jojo is a fool. This is naturally impossible. Or Jojo has the confidence to deal with the problems caused by racial integration. Zoe and Haros are a little confused. Where does Jojo's confidence come from? The future of the War of Lords of all races is a future of harmonious coexistence between different races. This is inevitable. So since I can try it when there are few subjects, I am willing to try it if I am sure to ensure the safety of myself and my subjects. Otherwise, when there are more subjects in the future, inserting a new race at that time may be very repulsive. Jojo said half-truthfully. His biggest confidence was his diamond-level lord talent, peace and prosperity, and now it is naturally his extraordinary-level lord talent, peace and prosperity. But this is not something that can be told to outsiders. Chapter 631. And what he said was also part of his true thoughts. When there were few people in the territory, everyone was anxious about survival every day, and they were focused on survival. How could they care about whether they were aliens or not? The more aliens came, the stronger the territory would be, and the greater the probability of surviving in the War of the Lords of all races. At this time, the people in the territory hoped that there would be as many aliens as possible. On the contrary, if there were more people of the same race in the territory, the pressure of survival would be greatly reduced. Then this race would naturally start to be xenophobic instinctively to ensure the orthodoxy of bloodline and status. At that time, it would not be a simple matter to promote the harmonious coexistence of multiple races. In fact, there are still some individual violent conflicts in my territory so far. The reason for the conflict between them is mostly due to previous hatred. In order to deal with this situation, Zheng Yuanqi has opened many life and death arenas in the territory. With the consent of both parties, they can sign a life and death agreement and then fight on the arena. Once the victory or defeat is determined, regardless of life or death, the grudges between the two sides must be written off and cannot be implicated to future generations. Zheng Yuanqi's idea of opening a life and death arena is: the grudges of our generation are best resolved in our generation. There is no need to implicate the next generation that has not yet been born. They know nothing and have done nothing. There is no need to accept the subsequent poisoning of the war. If that happens, our future generations will always be unfortunate. I don't have a better solution, so I let Zheng Yuanqi do it according to his idea. Jojo said. Actually, he didn't say one thing. That is, most of those who initiated life and death duels were the few monsters and aliens who joined later. As for the human and other aliens, few people would take the initiative to initiate life and death duels. Why? because since his rise, especially after he had the heaven-defying magic of small resurrection, his soldiers have maintained an amazing record of 0 deaths. No one died, so there was no deep hatred. Naturally, no one would be bored and initiate a life-and-death duel. Only a very small number of alien soldiers, who were turned against the government, would start a life-and-death duel, because they had witnessed their own people being killed by human soldiers and other alien soldiers. But the number of such people is also very small, because whether it is the high loyalty brought by the turn against the government or the recent promotion of the peaceful and prosperous times, they subconsciously do not do things that affect the peaceful atmosphere of the territory. In addition, they also enjoyed the benefits of the small resurrection technique, and saw more and more alien races become the subjects of the kingdom of the sun, and saw that they worked together with them to build the kingdom of the sun, as well as the comradeship and many other factors. The most important thing is the long-lost peaceful social atmosphere that makes people cherish it very much. So unless it is a deep hatred that is really unforgettable. Otherwise, not many subjects will initiate a life-and-death duel. So that the life-and-death arenas set up by Zheng Yuanqi are idle most of the time. Maybe they will be open once or twice a week, and then they are gone. Haras and Zhou heard this, and felt a lot in their hearts. On the Supreme Continent, how to solve the various bad traces left by the war has always been one of the key concerns of the major Lord forces. However, no one has a good way to solve it. Even the Lord forces of the Kingdom of God are the same. Perhaps only when the power of time turns all this into history and books, people will gradually forget this period of blood and fire. Then Zhou did not say much. He first summoned all the soldiers, including the lords and soldiers of the Star Alliance and the mysterious caravan, and then came to a black iron-level territory captured last night next to the Thousand Illusion small world through the space teleportation array. After the army was teleported here, Neltharion, who was in charge of the garrison here, flew over immediately. "Your Majesty," it said in a low voice. "Nothing happened last night?" "No." Neltharion shook his head. Zhou nodded. "Let's go," he said. Then, through Zheng Fugui and his mysterious caravan, they entered the Thousand Illusions world again. Inside the Thousand Illusions world, Zhou and his friends were stunned by the scene they saw when they first appeared in the Thousand Illusions world, because they saw Kabu and more than 100 other Illusions clan members not far from them, as if they knew they would appear here and were waiting here on purpose. At the same time, Zhou also saw a member of the Illusions clan wearing a yellow-brown robe. He stood alone, and the other Illusions clan members seemed to be very afraid of him, and they all moved away from each other, and their eyes were full of fear when they looked at him from time to time. Zhou narrowed his eyes. This guy. He didn't see him when he came yesterday. King Zhuyang. At this time, when Kabu and other members of the Huaming tribe saw Zhou and his group, their eyes suddenly lit up, and then they fled away from the Huaming tribe member in the yellow-brown robe and came to them. "Why are you here?" Zhou asked. He asked. "Did Long figure it out?" Kabu whispered. "Is it Long?" Zhou looked at the mysterious existence in the yellow-brown robe. "What Long? He is a devil who eats our people. He called us here. He must have good intentions. We must be careful. That guy might be up to something bad. Maybe he called us here as a conspiracy." Other Huaming tribe members were obviously very afraid of Long, a member of the Huaming tribe, and they were excited as if they were stimulated by what they heard. "Yes, it's him," Kabu said in a complicated tone. Zhou looked at Long. He was very sensitive, and could sense that this member of Long's Huaming clan was also looking at him. But what surprised Zhou was that he could sense that the other party's life breath was like a candle in the wind, and it was obvious that he would not live long. "Your Majesty Jiayang, I know what you want." Just then, a hoarse voice came to Zhou's ears. It was Long's voice transmission. "Do you know what I want?" Zhou raised his eyebrows. "What you want is probably the divination method and Bodhi Zun that our Huaming clan used to find the location of the main invading generals of the Scarlet Kingdom more than 10,000 years ago, isn't it?" Long said. "How did you know?" "At this point in our Huaming clan, the only valuable things in our hands are those few things." "What's so hard about it?" Long said lightly. "How about we make a deal?" "What deal?" "If you can take the members of the Illusionary Life clan away from here, I will give you the secret of the Eye of Heavens discussed, the great method of sealing heaven and earth and covering life with nothingness, and the Bodhi Zun with one use left. If you can't take the Illusionary Life clan away from here, I will still give you the secret of the Eye of Heavens discussed, and the great method of sealing heaven and earth and covering life with nothingness, and then you leave here and never interfere with the affairs here again. By the way, The secret of the Eye of Heaven's disgust is the secret method you want to find the Scarlet General, Long said. Zhou heard it, and immediately squinted his eyes, and looked at it. Chapter 632. I don't understand you a little bit. In the eyes of the Huanming clan, you are clearly a devil who eats your own people, and even keeps them captive to eat them. Why are you being nice to the Huanming clan now? Why? Did you suddenly feel guilty when you saw outsiders coming in? Zhou asked. It's meaningless, Long said. What? Zhou raised his eyebrows. I said, it's meaningless. No matter what the original purpose was, things are done. What you thought in your heart at the beginning, except for yourself, it doesn't mean much to outsiders, Long said. Zhou's eyes flashed with thought, and then he said lightly, but if I kill you, I seem to get what I want. You can't get it. This is the world of our Huanming clan, and I was once the patriarch of the Huanming clan. If I want to hide something, no one can get it. And the secret method of the Eye of Heaven's disgust, and the great method of sealing the sky and closing the earth and covering life with nothingness are only mastered by me, the former patriarch, and other Huanming clan members don't know it. I'm dead. You can't get anything, Long said. Get nothing? Zhou raised his eyebrows. Can I say that I have seen the 2 trophies of the Eye of Heaven's disgust, and the great method of sealing the sky and closing the earth and covering life with nothingness in your trophies? But the Bodhi Venerable is indeed not on him. But Zhou is not afraid of this. At worst, he asked Xiao Xian to come over and directly start the God of Fortune's favor mode, and asked if you are afraid. He thought about it, and nodded in agreement. I try, Zhou said. Long didn't say anything, just looked at him quietly. Zhou didn't say anything. Although he had the confidence to get the treasure, he was more curious about what kind of medicine the other party was selling. Although the two said a lot, it was just a thought. The Illusionary Life clan only felt that the eyes of the human lord in front of them were erratic for a while, and then they refocused their eyes and looked at them. This lord. Can you take us away now? An old man of the Illusionary Life clan asked anxiously. It was the old man of the Illusionary Life clan who asked Zhou if he could take them away yesterday. The other Illusionary Life clan also looked at Zhou after hearing this. Because of yesterday's failure, the Illusionary Life clan didn't have much hope in their hearts. But, what if? You can try. Looking at the eyes of the Illusionary Life clan, Zhou said with a faint smile. Old Zheng. Get ready. Zhou said to Zheng Fugui. Okay. Zheng Fugui grinned, then stood up and looked at the more than 100 members of the Illusionary Life clan in front of him. After a glance, he asked, who is willing to try to leave this place with me? The Illusionary Life clan looked at each other. I do it. Kabu raised his hand and said with some lack of confidence. Zhou and Zheng Fugui nodded. Then Zheng Fugui put on a mysterious caravan starry sky business robe for the other party, and then casually opened a complete and stable space channel with a stroke. As soon as the space channel was opened, all the members of the Illusionary Life clan looked at the channel with eager eyes. Even Long, who was not far away, took 2 steps forward and then stopped. Let's go, Zheng Fugui said kindly to Kabu. Okay. Kabu swallowed his saliva, and then walked into the space channel with Zheng Fugui. The next second, all the creatures present saw. Zheng Fugui and Kabu walked into the space channel together, and then disappeared, and then the space channel was closed. The Illusionary Life clan waited for a while. When they found that Kabu was not excluded, they were excited, and some of the Illusionary Life clan even knelt on the ground and cried. Kabu didn't come back, really didn't come back. He must have gone out. He must have succeeded in going out. Is the world outside really that good? Can we eat enough in the future? Mom? Mom doesn't know, but no matter where we go, it's better than staying in this world and waiting to die. All the Illusionary Life clan were extremely excited. Some of the Illusionary Life clan, born from the 1,000 Illusions small world, asked with some doubts and desire. We, the Illusionary Life clan, have finally escaped from this prison. The old man who spoke first looked up at the sky, tears streaming down his face. Wait a minute, maybe it's a trap. Another Illusionary Life clan member was still a little cautious. He looked at Zhou. Lord, can you let Kabu come back? I don't mean anything else. I just want to make sure he's safe. Others also looked at Zhou after hearing this. I understand. Zhou nodded, then communicated with Zheng Fugui in his mind, asking him to bring Kabu back. Soon, as the space channel opened again, Zheng Fugui walked out of the space channel holding Kabu's hand. At this time, Kabu's face was ruddy, and his expression was full of shock and reluctance. He looked back at the space channel from time to time, and when he saw that the space channel was closed, a look of loss appeared on his face. Child? How is the world outside? Child, do you feel the energy of heaven and earth? Child, is it much more beautiful outside than the Thousand Illusions world? Kaboo had just come back. A group of Illusionary Life clan members immediately surrounded him, talking excitedly. Kaboo nodded immediately after hearing this, and told everyone about his brief experience outside. Although there was not much to say, it still made the Illusionary Life clan dazzled, as if they had experienced it personally. Everyone. As long as you promise me here, you will become the subjects of my prideful Sun Kingdom now. I will immediately send someone to send all of you out. Zhou struck while the iron was hot, looking at the Illusionary Life clan members and said. The Illusionary Life clan members did not hesitate and agreed directly. And just when they agreed to become the subjects of the prideful Sun Kingdom, the extraordinary Lord Talent, peaceful and prosperous times, also took effect immediately. When all the Illusionary Life clan members looked at Zhou again, their eyes were filled with respect and love from the bottom of their hearts. Zhou smiled slightly when he saw this. Then, without wasting time, he asked Zheng Fugui to dress all the Illusionary Life clan members in the clothes of mysterious merchants, and then opened the space channel, and left the prison that had trapped the Illusionary Life clan members for tens of thousands of years. At the moment of leaving, no member of the Illusionary Life clan showed any reluctance to leave this place. They didn't even look back. Even the children did this. It can be seen how much they wanted to escape from this place. After all the Illusionary Life clan members left, Zhou looked at Long, who was motionless not far away. Are you leaving too? He asked. Long stood quietly in place. Then he nodded, walked silently towards the space channel, and then disappeared. Now only Zhou and other people from Jiaoyang Kingdom are left in the entire Qianhuan small world. This world is not bad. If you can master the method of free entry and exit and prepare enough supplies, you can use it as a secret base. Wu Xian looked at this desolate world and said with emotion. Zhou also nodded. After all, it is a world. No matter how desolate it is, it has its value. He thought for a while, and then chose to leave 100 soldiers and enough supplies here to let them garrison this world. In this way, the unlimited passage rights, imperial level, of the mysterious caravan can still be used. Otherwise, if there is no force in this world, the unlimited passage rights, imperial level, of the mysterious caravan will lose their effect, and they will not be able to come here again. Chapter 633. After Zhou left 100 soldiers and corresponding survival supplies, he did not stay and left with other people from the Kingdom of Sun through the space channel opened by the mysterious caravan. Outside world. After Zhou and his group came out, they saw that Long and other members of the Fantasy Life clan, such as Kaboo, had boarded a Starry Night ship, and were looking at the ocean below with excitement through the exterior simulation mode of the Starry Night ship. Such a thick water vapor, I have never felt such a thick water vapor in my life. Is this the sea recorded in the book? It's so vast. Why does the sea water look a little dark? So scary, as if it leads to the abyss. More than 100 members of the Fantasy Life clan talked about it, as if they had just come to a big city from a small place. Zhou and others looked at each other, and smiled slightly. Although they rescued them for a purpose, looking at their appearance, Zhou and others also had a little sense of achievement in saving people. Thank you, Your Majesty. If it weren't for Your Majesty, we might have been trapped in that cage for the rest of our lives, and we might not have seen such a scene until we died. It's okay for us old guys, but children can't be without a future. Just then, an old man from the Illusionary Life clan came to Zhou tremblingly, saluted Zhou respectfully, and then sighed with emotion. Other members of the Illusionary Life clan also reacted after hearing this, and gathered around to express their gratitude to Zhou. Little Kaboo looked at Zhou with shining eyes, full of admiration. You're welcome. Zhou nodded. After chatting with them for a while, he walked towards Long. When the Illusionary Life clan saw this scene, a trace of suspicion flashed in their eyes. Some of them showed hesitation on their faces, but in the end no one made a move to stop him. Because they believed in their majesty. How is the scenery outside? Zhou came to Long and looked at him and said, This guy's strength is only at the upper level of the extraordinary. Zhou is at the middle level of the epic, and can fight against the gods. Naturally, he is not afraid of him. At this time, Long was standing in front of the outdoor simulation, looking at the ocean scenery outside absent-mindedly. After hearing Zhou's words, he nodded subconsciously. It looks good. It's just a little bit too much. He was quiet for a while, then waved his right hand, and 2 jade slips and a black and gold seed appeared in front of Zhou. "What you want?" he said. Zhou's eyes lit up when he heard it. He took it from a distance, checked it first, and found that there was no problem with the jade slip, and a trace of consciousness entered it. The first jade slip recorded the great method of sealing heaven, closing earth, and concealing life. Zhou took a quick look, and then his eyes lit up. Because he found that although the secret technique did not record the method of leaving, it recorded the method of entering from the outside. And this method was very detailed and specific. It can even be set up to only allow creatures of a specific bloodline to enter, or even a specific creature to enter. The closeness and confidentiality are extremely strong. However, although there is a method of entering here, Zhou does not intend to withdraw the 100 soldiers he arranged before. He even plans to send more people over. In this way, we can build something in Qianhuan's small world. If we really need to settle here in the future, we can move indirectly. The second jade slip records a divination method called Eye of Heavens discussed. Zhou carefully read through this method, and then roughly understood how this method found the main generals of Qianhua's Scarlet Kingdom. According to the description of Eye of Heavens discussed, this divination method can make oneself feel the existence that is disliked by the Supreme Will in a very wide range. And the stronger the strength, the more obvious the feeling of the user of the divination method. This divination method was used more than 10 times by an elder of the upper god of the Huamin clan, and the entire northeastern region of the Supreme Continent was divined. This operation almost found all the powerful Scarlet Generals. How big is the Supreme Continent? The lords of all races in the 10,000 worlds and endless creatures fought for hegemony here, and there was no problem of insufficient land. So even if it is just the northeast area, it is wider than hundreds or thousands of worlds. But that's it. It was still divined by the upper god Huamin clan more than a dozen times. It can be seen that this divination method is powerful. Of course, such a powerful divination method also has a big limitation. That is, if you want to use the Eye of Heavenly discussed, you must have the blood talent of the Huamin clan, Wantian Yanning. Otherwise, you can't use the secret method of the Eye of Heavenly discussed at all. Zhou thought of this, his eyes fell on Kabu and other Huamin clans, and he was thoughtful. After thinking for a while, his eyes fell on the last black and gold seed. This black gold seed is about the size of a walnut. It is completely black, with strands of dark gold lines covering the surface, looking mysterious and precious. A fragrance similar to oranges, but somewhat different emanates from it. Zhou only smells it, and his mind becomes much clearer, and even the laws of heaven and earth become clearer. Item attribute information appears. Treasure name, Bodhi Zune. Treasure level, mythical level. Treasure effect 1 no doubt. Hold the Bodhi Zune in your hand. Ask the Bodhi Zune questions in your heart, and the Bodhi Zune will give you the answer. Current number of puzzles solved, 1/3. Tip, after the bonus of your scavenger talent, the current number of puzzles solved by the Bodhi Zune increases to 2 out of 3. Treasure effect 2 Bodhisattva. Hold the Bodhi Zune in your hand. Your understanding will increase significantly. Treasure introduction. A mythical treasure made by the Supreme Will, which can solve thousands of doubts in the world. Zhou's expression became solemn. Is this the Bodhi Zune? It turns out that in addition to being able to solve all kinds of puzzles, it can also help people improve their understanding. What surprised Zhou the most was that his bronze-level Lord talent, Scavenger, actually worked on a mythical treasure like the Bodhi Zune. You know, mythical treasures like this kind of activity rewards. The only thing Zhou had seen before was the Lord Talent Promotion Source Crystal obtained in the Novice Lord test. That Source Crystal turned Zhou's legendary Lord Talent, 100% explosion rate, into a mythical Lord Talent, the King of Spoils. And this Bodhi Zune, as a treasure of the same level, can actually be amplified by a bronze-level Lord Talent. This is as outrageous as a bicycle pedal that runs away from a high-speed train. I upgrade the Scavenger Talent later. Maybe I can increase the number of uses a few more times. Zhou thought to himself. King of the Sun, can you promise me one more thing? I can also give you some benefits. Just then, seeing Zhou finished inspecting the goods, Long spoke again. What benefits? Zhou asked immediately. Long laughed dumbly. This guy didn't even ask what the matter was, but asked about the benefits directly. Nothing, I just hope you can take good care of the people of the Huamin clan. Long said. Chapter 634. What do you mean? You are the one who ate the Illusionary Life clan, and you are the one who asked me to take care of the Illusionary Life clan. Let me tell you a story. Long said. I don't want to listen. Jojo said indifferently. Long, why don't you play by the rules? Long sighed and talked to himself. A long time ago, there was a tribe leader. He and his tribe were trapped in a world where they would die if they didn't get out. They tried every way to leave this world, but they couldn't get out. Just at this time, an opportunity to answer any doubts fell into the hands of this tribe leader. So he asked him how to solve the current dilemma. The other party told him that if his illusionary life clan bloodline reached the level of his ancestors at the level of gods, he could rely on his bloodline talent to find a way to solve the dilemma himself. The other party also thoughtfully gave him a secret method called blood prohibition. As long as you devour the blood of your own people, you can continuously enhance your own blood quality. The chief was in pain after knowing the method. But after a long period of pain, he decided to use this method. Because he knew that if he didn't use this method, all of their people would die in this world. But if he used it, he might become a devil in the eyes of his people, but at least his people would have a chance to escape from prison and survive in the future. I ask you, if you faced this choice, what would you do? Long asked him. Jojo didn't say anything. This question is really hard to answer. Before Jojo could answer, Long laughed at himself. I told this story without intending to escape the blame. Because I became a devil after all. He waved his right hand, and saw another jade slip appear in his hand. This is not the blood ban, but the method of breaking it that I have researched over thousands of years with my blood talent, the breaking the world divine thorn. It was researched by me specifically for the sealing heaven, closing the earth, and covering life with nothingness. Although it still can't break the sealing heaven, closing the earth, and covering life with nothingness. But it's no problem to break the space blockade, time blockade, illusion blockade, energy blockade, material blockade, and fate blockade below the upper god. As for the blood ban, it shouldn't appear in this world. So I won't get it to you. Long said in a low voice. Jojo naturally wouldn't object when he heard this. He didn't need the blood ban method either. As the king of war trophies, and the owner of the chaos human race bloodline, he was born with the strongest means to obtain bloodline and devour the evolving bloodline. Naturally, he didn't need the inferior blood ban secret method. Okay. I promise you, Jojo said. Then he took the jade slip. He looked over. It did record the secret method of breaking the world divine thorn. And it was a secret method of the intermediate level of the upper god. Although Jojo now has many methods. But this method of breaking the blockade is indeed very rare. This secret method can just make up for his shortcomings. At this time, he suddenly felt something, and his eyes shifted from the jade slip to Long. He stood quietly in front of the outdoor simulation, looking at the ocean outside motionlessly, and the already weak life breath on his body had completely disappeared. He was dead. Jojo looked at him. He had nothing to say about this special fantasy life clan. As he said, no matter what his original intention was, he had done it. Since he made this choice, he had to bear the consequences of this choice. Whether it was praise or infamy. As for the right and wrong, let future generations judge. He walked up to him and put his hand on his shoulder. Then he took the spoils. The next second, he saw his body suddenly turn into countless spoils, and flew into Jojo's king's treasure box. Seeing this, Jojo began to check the spoils he got from the king's treasure box. The great method of sealing heaven and earth and concealing life. The divination technique of flowing sand. The eye of heavens disgust. The secret technique of spiritual prohibition. The divine thorn of breaking the world. The blood prohibition. Various trophies appeared in the king's treasure box. Long was the former patriarch of the illusionary life clan after all, and he had many skills, especially in divination. However, Jojo was not very interested in these trophies. Even when he saw the secret method of blood prohibition, he did not even look at it and directly sealed it up. But when he saw a trophy, his eyes suddenly lit up. It was a heart covered with an illusory white mist-like thing on the surface. Jojo looked at it. A text prompt appeared. Bloodline name, Illusionary Life Clan Bloodline. Bloodline level, Legendary Superior. Bloodline function, after absorption, the user can obtain the bloodline of the Illusionary Life Clan. After fusing this bloodline, the user will gradually awaken the bloodline ability of the Fantasy Life Clan during the process of growth. Tip: fusing 100 copies of the Legendary Superior Fantasy Life Clan bloodline will give you 1 copy of the Lower God Superior Fantasy Life Clan bloodline. After absorbing the bloodline of the Fantasy Life Clan, I can also master the bloodline talent of the Fantasy Heavenly Evolution of Life. Jojo looked at the blood and thought to himself. Then he took it out from the king's treasure box, and then chose to absorb it without hesitation. Soon, a faint warm feeling appeared in Zhou heart. At the same time, Zhou found that his mind was clearer, and he had an inexplicable perception of the world around him. Somewhat like the sixth sense. But it feels more mysterious than the sixth sense. Zhou muttered to himself. At this moment, the text prompt for absorbing the blood finally appeared. You have absorbed one portion of the Fantasy Life Clan, Legendary Advanced. Your Chaos human race bloodline has been discovered to have more potential. Your six senses have been slightly enhanced. You have awakened the Legendary Advanced Fantasy Life Clan Talent Fantasy Heaven Derivation. You have awakened the Legendary Advanced Fantasy Life Clan Talent Destiny Perception. You have awakened the Legendary Advanced Fantasy Life Clan Talent Mind Divination. You have mastered the Fantasy Life Clan Common Sense Inheritance. You have mastered the Fantasy Life Clan Secret Inheritance. Zhou looked at these awakened bloodline talents. Racial talent name, Fantasy Heaven Derivation. Talent level, Legendary Advanced. Talent description, as a Fantasy Life Clan, you can deduce and predict the future you want to know by consuming your own vitality or even your own destiny. The less the impact of the deduced future on oneself and the world, the lower the cost of deducing divination. The greater the impact of the deduced future on oneself and the world, the greater the cost of deducing divination. Sometimes, it is even necessary to use all the destiny to deduce before deducing divination. Racial talent name, Destiny Perception. Talent level, Legendary Advanced. Talent description, you have a certain talent for the law of destiny, and sometimes you will have a specific vague perception of the fate of the myriad existences in the world. Racial talent name, Heart Divination. Talent level, Legendary Advanced. Talent description, the Fantasy Fate Clan is a natural divination race. For some simple future calculations, they don't even need to use their bloodline talents. They can deduce the results directly through the art of heart divination. Zhou looked at these bloodline hints with a thoughtful look. Chapter 635. Needless to say, the Common Sense Inheritance and Secret Inheritance of the Illusionary Life Clan are all used to increase Zhou's foundation. And the talent of Illusionary Life Evolution surprised Zhou a little. Using it actually consumes vitality, and even destiny. Vitality is nothing. As a chaotic human, Zhou's most vigorous vitality is vitality. His vitality is even stronger than some god-level bloodlines that focus on the talent of the law of life. But destiny can't be consumed casually. This thing is simply an existing future. There is a saying that someone has run out of luck and doesn't have many good days to live. It refers to destiny. You can see the importance of destiny. Zhou naturally cherishes his destiny. He can clearly feel it now. His destiny capital is quite strong. Even the ancient emperors of Yan Nation had less luck than him now. But even so, Zhou was unwilling to consume even a little bit of his destiny. After all, what he needed to fight for the position of the Supreme Lord in the future was just this little bit of destiny. Thinking of this, Zhou secretly decided. Unless it was necessary. Otherwise, when he used the illusionary fate, he would only deduce and divine those things that required the consumption of vitality. Thinking of this, Zhou suddenly had other things in his mind. In order to deduce the main Scarlet Generals of the Scarlet Kingdom of Qianhua, the upper gods of the Illusionary Fate Clan must have consumed a very terrifying destiny. According to the common sense inheritance given to me by the Illusionary Life Clan. After the Illusionary Life Clan deduced the location of the Scarlet General, 2 upper gods, 4 middle gods, and 6 lower gods fell in succession. The Illusionary Life Clan, which was a relatively famous high-level bloodline race at the time, was seriously injured because of this deduction, and had to make the map public so that other high-level races could share a piece of the pie. Although they finally got the final event reward of the Supreme Will, they were forced to hide from the world for 10,000 years. The Illusionary Life Clan was trapped in the 1,000 Illusion small world and faced the disaster of extinction. It may be related to the divination that almost exhausted the Illusionary Life Clan's racial destiny. The more Zhou thought about it, the more he felt that this divination technique was a double-edged sword. Used well, can stand out among the 10,000 races, and even win the final event reward of the supreme event. Used poorly, not only will he perish, but he may even bring his own race to the brink of extinction. The gods of the Illusionary Life Clan back then might have anticipated this. But they chose to gamble. As for whether the result of the gamble was good or bad, Zhou shook his head. It was difficult for him to make an evaluation. He shook his head and laughed. This was the business of the Illusionary Life Clan. Why did he think so much? He looked at the other 2 bloodline talents. Fate perception is also a good bloodline talent. It can actually give him a certain talent for the law of fate. The law of fate is a law that ranks quite high among the many laws of the supreme will. It is naturally not a bad thing for him to have such a talent. As for the mind divination method, it is also a good bloodline talent. At least in the future, if someone loses something, such as a key, a heart of fog, or other small items, there is no need to bother looking for it. Just calculate it in your mind, and you will find it. Now I have mastered divination, and the talent of the law of destiny. My abilities are becoming more and more diverse. Thunder law talent, space law talent, destiny law talent, bloodline path, blood law talent, light law talent. What kind of path should I take in the future, and what kind of law talent should I use to achieve my path to godhood? Zhou's expression became more and more confused. He was a little distressed. It is not good to master too many abilities and talents. For those with limited abilities and talents, at his current stage, I am afraid that it will be very clear what kind of path to godhood they will take in the future. After all, there is no other path to take. Respected Supreme Will, what kind of law path should I take to achieve godhood? Zhou asked casually. He had asked this kind of question before. But the Supreme Will never responded. Occasionally, he would say the path of the law is within you. But isn't this nonsense? Ask the Bodhi Lord, and the Bodhi Lord will help you solve your problem. Just then, the Supreme Will's prompt appeared in front of Zhou. Zhou was startled. There was a different reply. However, when he saw the answer from the Supreme Will, a hint of joy suddenly appeared on his face. Can the Bodhi Lord really help me solve my problem? Zhou muttered to himself. When he got the Bodhi Lord, he actually wanted to ask this question. But he was not very sure. Now that he had the answer from the Supreme Will, he felt more confident. I ask Bodhi Zun tonight. Zhou thought to himself. As for now, he had to let his soldiers continue to do the camp mission. After that, Zhou did not stop and directly returned to Jiayang King's capital through the Black Iron territory. He planned to occupy a few more territories here in the future. In this way, even if this Black Iron territory was captured, at least there would be other territories for him to teleport to. As for directly establishing a territory and a teleportation array in the Thousand Illusion small world, it sounds good, but it is not feasible. Because the sealing heaven, closing earth, void covering life great method of the illusionary life clan has completely blocked the inner and outer space of the Thousand Illusion small world, and the space teleportation array cannot produce any effect at all. Even Zhou's gold level return to the city cannot pass through the sealing heaven, closing earth, void covering life great method. Unless Zhou can upgrade it to a higher level. But Zhou didn't have that many platinum level Lord Talent Crystal Fragment resources, so he couldn't upgrade and return to the city for the time being. He could only wait until he had enough resources. The Jiayang capital. After Zhou returned to the Jiayang capital, he immediately came to the Night Empire through the space teleportation array, and then teleported from the Night Empire space teleportation array to the latest epic space teleportation array they captured yesterday. The Night Empire soldiers stationed in this space teleportation array were very polite to Zhou and others. After asking if they wanted to rest, Zhou politely refused, and then took the soldiers on the Starry Night and flew to the next destination, a legendary superior space teleportation array. More than 6 hours later, after capturing 4 extraordinary superior space teleportation arrays and 2 epic superior space teleportation arrays, Zhou successfully carried out 2 rebellions in the scarlet garrisons of the 2 epic superior space teleportation arrays. There were more than 10 million scarlet garrisons in total, and they directly instigated 2,561,636 scarlet monsters to rebel against him. Chapter 636. After the rebellion was completed, Zhou left a bloodbath clone for Bai Yun and the others as usual, and then let them conquer other space teleportation arrays on their own, and he returned to Jiayang capital alone. Jiayang capital. The blessed land of high-level lords. After Zhou came back, he was planning to upgrade the bronze-level lord talent of Scavenger first, and suddenly found that the message interface was flashing. He opened it, and found that it was the military lord who sent the message. He looked over curiously. Military lord, your majesty, why don't you buy weapons from our military alliance recently? We have developed a lot of new Blue Star weapons recently. For some Blue Star weapons, our weapon developers have also added some design inspirations from the Supreme Continent Mechanical Clan weapons, and the lethality is much stronger than that of Blue Star. Zhou scratched his head. Blue Star weapons. He did buy some firearms from the military lord. However, At that time, the military lord could only develop some firearms from the First World War. Although they were powerful and could reach the level of bronze and silver weapons, as the strength of his soldiers increased rapidly, these weapons gradually failed to match the strength of the soldiers. In addition, his ultimate Lord Zhou also obtained the spoils of war from the mechanical Lord Father God, and mastered the advanced war technology manufacturing drawings of the mechanical clan, such as Invisible Ghost, Enemy Light Shield, Soul, Giant Axe Ripper, Self-Explosive Beetle, etc. So he had long stopped using those primitive and backward weapons from the First World War. Lord Jiayong, recently, I have a new weapon channel, so I forgot about buying weapons from you. Zhou replied truthfully. Military Industry City Territory. When the military industry lord saw the answer from the prideful Sun Lord, he couldn't help but smile bitterly. That's right. With the strength of this majesty, it would be strange if he still likes our weapons now. I don't know if my current bargaining chips can make him excited. The military industry lord muttered to himself. Then he looked outside the territory, at the tired, panicked and confused expressions on the faces of the people in the territory, and his eyes gradually became firm. Not every Blue Star Lord is as amazing as Zhou. Not only can he do the top-level faction tasks in this King of Kings event, but he even has time to conquer a mid-level kingdom. Most of the Blue Star Lords, even top lords like the military industry lord, are struggling in the quagmire of the King of Kings event at this time. After all, the large-scale attack of the Scarlet Force this time has brought them too much pressure. There are really too many Diamond Supers and epic legends everywhere. Even the Scarlet Gods began to emerge frequently. With the power they have developed so far, it is difficult to fight against such Scarlet Forces. They only understood it at this time. No wonder the Supreme will ask the lords of all races to join the Kingdom Camp, or the Empire Camp, to assist these local forces, and fight against the invasion of endless Scarlet Forces. Instead of letting the lords of all races confront head-on. This is the difference in strength. Isn't a head-on confrontation just a way to get by, in this war situation now? Even the top lords such as the Military Lord, the Dragon Lady Lord, the Undead Lord, etc. have a hard time living. Only the Blue Star Lords with legendary Lord talents such as the Overlord Lord, the Dragon God Lord, and the Insect Lord can barely live a little better. But it's not much better. They don't even dare to hope to get a high ranking in their camp now. Their biggest wish is to survive this King of Kings event intact. The Military Industry Lord didn't think much and typed to Zhou again. Military Industry Lord, Your Majesty Jiayong, on behalf of the entire Military Industry Alliance, I want to ask you for something. Lord Jiayong, don't be so polite, you and I are old friends, just say it directly if you have something to say. Zhou has a good impression of this Blue Star Lord, one of the few lords who can cooperate with him. In addition, this guy is the only lord among many Blue Star Lords, who has entered the ranks of top Blue Star Lords without lord talent, so Zhou still admires him. Military Industry Lord, I want to buy a kingdom order of the lower level of extraordinary from you. Zhou raised his eyebrows when he saw this. Then he typed, Lord Jiayong, you want to build a kingdom? The conditions for building a kingdom are very difficult to meet. Lord Yamong, in addition to the extraordinary lower-level kingdom order, we have already met the other two conditions. Zhou was really surprised when he saw his reply. The 3 conditions for building a kingdom, even for him, took a long time and effort to gather. He is not an arrogant person. But he couldn't help but feel that it would be difficult for another Blue Star Lord to have his talent, opportunity, and strength to gather these 3 conditions for building a kingdom in a short time to build a second Blue Star Lord's kingdom besides him. Now, the Lord Yumong actually said that he only needed a piece of extraordinary lower-level kingdom order to gather all the conditions for building a kingdom. How could he not be surprised? Zhou didn't think much about it, and asked directly, Lord Jiayong, how did you get the other 2 conditions? Lord Military Industry, well, it's because of this King of Kings event, or the Tribulation of All Races event. Lord Military Industry, it's a bit embarrassing to say this in some ways, we have to thank this King of Kings event. Lord Military Industry, if there hadn't been this Tribulation of All Races, there wouldn't have been so many kingdom-level forces dispersed by the Scarlet Force, and there wouldn't have been so many strong people and resources flowing from the hands of the kingdom forces to the hands of our low-level lord forces. Lord Military Industry, Your Majesty, you are right. The reason why we have gathered the other 2 conditions for establishing a kingdom now is because we have obtained the legacy of those kingdom-level forces that have been destroyed. Lord Military Industry, after the kingdom was destroyed, the descendants of these kingdom-level lord forces wandered on the supreme continent with some of the resources accumulated by their kingdoms. Military Industry Lord, I saw the right time and found these descendants. After accepting them and discussing, they said they were willing to use their own resources as bargaining chips to unite with our Blue Star Lords and jointly establish a federal kingdom governed equally by our Blue Star Lords and their local forces. Military Industry Lord. In this way, they can also restore their country, and we can also enter the kingdom-level Lord power stage in advance. Military Industry Lord. This event of the tribulation of all races is really worthy of its name. I tell you the truth, although I, the Military Industry Lord, am now considered one of the top people among the Blue Star Lords, I am not sure that I can survive until the end of this tribulation of all races event. Military Industry Lord. For the future of me and my people, so I agreed. Chapter 637. When the Military and Industrial Lord talked about discussing this matter, his face turned slightly red. In fact, those descendants of the kingdom who possessed the resources of the kingdom, or even the resources of heroes, wanted to dominate the federal state at the beginning. Faced with this situation, the Military and Industrial Lords did not think of a way to solve it at the beginning, even in order to survive. Some alliance leaders even suggested that it would be better to obey their suggestions and temporarily compromise for a while. Anyway, who can predict the future? But at this time, a senior alliance leader of the Military and Industrial Alliance suddenly had an idea and said whether to pull the banner of the Lord of the Sun to support them. Even if they failed to convince the other party in the end, they might be able to gain more benefits and rights. Adhering to the idea of giving it a try, they mentioned that the Lord of the Sun was their same clan in the next meeting, and shamelessly said that His Majesty the Sun was actually their backer. The result was that they were dumbfounded. After hearing that Lord Jiayang was their fellow tribesman and backer, these descendants of the kingdom, who were originally quite arrogant, suddenly changed their attitudes and were even willing to treat them equally. The Military and Industrial Lords and others realized that Lord Jiayang, who came from the human race of Blue Star, had such an amazing reputation and status in the eyes of the creatures of the Supreme Continent, especially the human race. These Blue Star Lords were already complacent about having some initial diplomatic relations with the kingdom-level forces. But they didn't know Lord Jiayang had already made such a great reputation and status outside. On the other side, Zhou was so shocked after seeing what the Military Lord said. He had to admit it. Zhou was jealous. It was so easy to get the resources and heroes to build a kingdom. Compared to that, he was a model worker among the lords for building a kingdom with his own hands. However, when he thought that as the first person to benefit from the establishment of a kingdom-level lord, the Military Lord would not get any good rewards even if he established a kingdom, he felt much more balanced. You have to give others a share of the spoils, right? Zhou comforted himself in his heart. His heart gradually calmed down, and Zhou began to think about how much benefit this matter could bring to him. He now had 5 kingdom orders in his hand. Among them, the epic lower-level kingdom order of the Ice Ghost Kingdom was used to build a mid-level kingdom in the future. The other 4 kingdom orders came from the 4 primary kingdoms of Yuanjigang, Yuantahan, Yuanzhou, and Yuanmingwei. He could take one out and sell it to the other party. It was useless to keep it anyway. As for using the extra kingdom orders to build another kingdom as a subsidiary kingdom, this kind of thing is completely useless to me. With that time and energy, it is better to concentrate on developing the kingdom of Jiayang. Zhou thought about it and typed, Lord Jiayang, I can sell you a kingdom order, but what benefits can you give me? After Zhou sent it, he waited for a long time before the other party sent a message. Lord of Military Industry, what does your majesty want? Lord Jiayang, what do you have? Lord of Military Industry, we have recently figured out the manufacturing process of a part of the nuclear weapons. After identification, it was found that it probably has the destructive power of the lower god level. I wonder if your majesty needs it. The Lord of Military Industry was somewhat helpless in proposing this condition. This was originally their biggest trump card. But the industrial base required to manufacture a nuclear weapon is too extensive. Even if his military-industrial alliance has thousands of scientists in this field, and even some academicians and old national treasures at the Nobel Prize level, it is far from being able to manufacture a nuclear weapon in a short period of time. In addition, he encountered this situation again. So he could only use it as a bargaining chip, hoping that the other party would take it seriously. Zhou was a little surprised. They actually made a weapon of that level so quickly. Zhou thought about it and typed, Lord Jiayang, not enough. Lord Jiayang, what you said is just a semi-finished product, not even a semi-finished product, but a production method. Its production requires very professional talents. I don't have such talents, and I can't make it even if you give it to me. I can do it, But this alone is not enough. Zhou has the ultimate Lord Zhou, and a series of robot armies such as Winya. After having the production method and gathering enough materials, there is a great chance of making a nuclear weapon. However, when it comes to bargaining, you can't expose your true color so easily. Let's bargain first. Military Industry Lord, I know that your majesty doesn't like this kind of thing. There is another benefit. After the establishment of the Holy Army Kingdom, our Holy Army Kingdom, and the Blue Star Lords of the Military Industry Alliance under my command will follow your majesty Jiayang's lead in the future. Military Industry Lord, whatever Blue Star technology weapons your majesty needs, we can provide complete and detailed manufacturing drawings and corresponding military manufacturing talents for free. Military Industry Lord, we can also become your majesty's OEM factory. If your majesty needs orders for Blue Star weapons, we can provide weapons manufacturing and post-maintenance services to your majesty at an absolute cost price. Military Industry Lord, in addition, if you encounter the territory of the Lord of our Military Industry Alliance during the process of expanding the territory, the Lord of our Military Industry Alliance can directly give up the Lord status and offer the territory with both hands. Zhou raised his eyebrows. This military lord is willing to spend a lot of money. Lord Jiayang, can you make the decision for the two parties? Lord Jiayang, even if you can't make the decision, you have to make the decision. Now is not the time to be willful. Zhou was silent. It seems that the situation of the Military-Industrial Alliance is really not very good. But, Lord Jiayang, it's still not enough. The military lord thought that his sacrifice was great enough, but when he saw Zhou's reply, even if he had a good temper, he couldn't help but feel angry. Isn't His Majesty Jiayang too much? He has given everything he can, but His Majesty Jiayang is still not satisfied. He has already thought of retreating. After all, he has no other capital. But at most, he can discuss with other top Blue Star Lords to see if they can join forces. Although the other Blue Star Lords are not doing well, even if they join forces, it is difficult for them to support each other. But it is always a path that can be tried. Just then, Lord Jiayang sent another message. Lord Jiayang, you came to me to buy the kingdom order. It should be that the descendant of the kingdom lost the kingdom order, right? Lord Jiayang, you have already paid so much. Why don't you let the other party pay some too? Lord Jiayang, tell that descendant of the kingdom that if you want to exchange for the kingdom order in my hand, you can take out 1/3 of the national wealth, and then I will offer my kingdom order with both hands. Military Industry City. The Lord of Military Industry stared at the text sent by Zhou in amazement. There was only one thought left in his mind. Why is his appetite so big? 1/3 of the kingdom's wealth. How could he think of it? The Lord of Military Industry looked gloomy for a long time, and then replied with a sentence. I try to ask, and then went to contact the descendant of the kingdom. After a while, the Lord of Military Industry walked out of a temporary palace in a trance. Because, faced with the harsh conditions given by Lord Jiayang, the descendant of the kingdom actually agreed after just a little thought, and he looked very excited. What's going on? Did King Jiayang eat the fruit of face? Such a big thing, he actually agreed so easily. At this moment, the Military Industry Lord felt that his 3 views were overturned. Chapter 638. The Military Lord told Zhou the result in a daze. Zhou was also quite surprised to hear this. Lord Jiayang, is the descendant of the kingdom a man or a woman? Lord Military, a man. The Military Lord replied subconsciously. Zhou saw the reply and nodded secretly in his heart. He thought it was his fans of his appearance. A man should not be. Lord Military, that's right. Lord Military, the descendant of the kingdom also made a small request. Lord Military, he said that he would like to visit you if he has the chance in the future. The Military Lord remembered this, and quickly told Zhou. Zhou did not hesitate to see this and agreed directly. Give him 1/3 of the wealth of his kingdom. What's wrong with meeting him once? If every descendant of the kingdom who is stranded outside has such awareness, he is willing to meet them every day. Afterwards, Zhou and the Military Industry Lord talked about some specific matters about this matter. Because there was a lot to talk about, the two simply started a voice call directly. In terms of the content of the chat, for example, the descendants of the kingdom came from a kingdom called Saint Nyoin, named Eiston. And the Holy Army Kingdom, that the Military Industry Lord just mentioned, was the name of the kingdom of the future federal kingdom jointly formulated after he and Eiston discussed it. In addition, they also talked about the specific decentralization of the Military Industry Alliance and Eiston's forces. Because of the skill of the Emperor's mind, Zhou has a lot of inheritance of the emperor's way of doing things in his mind. Therefore, he has a very deep understanding of the federal kingdom mentioned by the military industry lord. Therefore, during the conversation, Zhou pointed out many mistakes in the military lord's remarks, and easily gave many solutions, and even talked about many examples. After hearing Zhou's incisive theory, the military lord was shocked and speechless for a while. Your Majesty, may I ask what your background was before you came to the Supreme Continent? Ordinary working class. Ah? The military lord opened his mouth wide, looking incredible. What a joke, working class. Can the working class have such insight as you? Based on your remarks and insights just now, the military lord even suspected that the other party had traveled through time from the previous imperial era. Otherwise, how could there be so many practical theories that he could empathize with? However, seeing that Zhou did not intend to explain more, the military lord was smart and did not ask more questions. After a while, the conversation between the two came to an end. The military lord looked unsatisfied. Zhou was a little impatient. Why is this military lord so stubborn? Is his mind focused on technology? Zhou said that he would talk to him next time and hung up the phone. Who knew that the other party sent another message? Military lord, your Majesty, I want to seek your help to establish a kingdom. Before I came to you, I had discussed it with other top lords, including Overlord Lord, Dragon Lady Lord, Undead Lord and other lords. Military lord, they actually also have the idea of establishing a kingdom. I wonder if you... Perhaps it was because he admitted that Zhou was his immediate superior. The tone of the military lord's speech became cautious. Zhou saw the message from the other party, and immediately understood what the other party meant. He typed a reply, Lord Jiayang, you can decide what to say and what not to say. But if they really want to exchange for the kingdom order in my hand, they can come to me for the value you just paid. Lord Jiayang, I have a limited number of kingdom orders, first come first served. Lord Yuang, yes, your Majesty. Lord Yuang was amazed. Your Majesty seems to make a big profit this time. I don't know why. He felt a little secretly happy in his heart. If these top lords want to survive this event, they must establish a kingdom, and use the power and resources of the kingdom to coordinate all the forces that can be used. So they have to by the kingdom order of their own Majesty whether they want to or not. Thinking of something interesting, Lord Yuang smiled. On the other side, after Zhou closed the chat interface, he didn't care too much. Although the Dragon Lady Lord and his ilk were once his serious competitors when he was weak. But now the gap between the two sides can be said to be a world of difference. Zhou no longer cares about what happened in the past. Then he took out 10 silver-level Lord Talent crystal fragments, fused them into a silver-level Lord Talent origin crystal, and upgraded the Scavenger to a silver-level Lord Talent. Lord Talent, Scavenger, silver level. Scavenger, as an old Scavenger, you have an almost gifted intuition about the treasures within a radius of 10,000 meters around you, and can keenly perceive the location of the treasures. At the same time, if the treasures you collect have time limits or durability, you could extend the use time of the treasure by twice. When you extract the loot from the corpse, the explosion rate will be increased by an additional 10%. Zhou, he had a toothache. The effect of the upgraded Lord Talent was indeed improved. Whether it was the perception range increased from 1,000 meters to 10,000 meters, or the explosion rate increased from 5% to 10%, it was a huge improvement for others. But for Zhou, what he wanted most was the improvement in use time. He looked at his Lord Talent fragment storage, and found that it could be upgraded to the gold level. But the platinum level could not be continued. Without hesitation, Zhou once again used 10 gold level Lord Talent crystal fragments to fuse into a gold level Lord Talent origin crystal, upgrading the Scavenger to the gold level. Lord Talent, Junkman gold level. Scavenger, you are the leader of the Scavengers, a famous garbage man. You are gifted in picking up trash. You have an almost gifted intuition about the treasures within a 100-kilometer radius of yourself, and can keenly perceive the location of the treasures. At the same time, if the treasures you collect have time limits or durability, you can use your rich experience to find ways to extend the use time of the treasure, up to 3 times the use time. When you extract the loot from the corpse, the explosion rate will be increased by an additional 15%. Zhou raised his eyebrows. The Scavenger has been upgraded to a garbage man. Is this name also considered an upgrade? Zhou shook his head. He looked at the upgraded Lord Talent, and a smile appeared on his face. Finally upgraded to what he needed. Another upgrade. The perception range is increased from 10,000 meters to 100 kilometers, which is also a 10-fold increase. As for the last 15% explosion rate, it can basically be ignored. He immediately took out the Bodhi statue. Looking at it, a text prompt gradually appeared in front of him. Garbage Man Talent Tips. As an experienced garbage man, you feel that this seed-like treasure seems to have life, and it exudes a strong desire for knowledge all the time. Desire for knowledge? Jojo raised his eyebrows. Chapter 639. Wenya. Jojo suddenly said. Wenya is here, your majesty. Wenya's gentle voice appeared in the room. Take out the blood inheritances I recorded before. He said. Yes, your majesty. After Wenya finished speaking. The next second, a large number of virtual texts slowly appeared around Jojo. All kinds of blood inheritances were recorded on these virtual texts as if they were free. Jojo didn't pay attention to these. His eyes were always on the Bodhi-zune in his hand. The next second, under Jojo's surprised gaze, I saw that this Bodhi-zune, which had been motionless, suddenly moved slightly after these blood inheritances appeared, and then floated up and floated in the air. Strands of golden light emanated from the golden lines on its surface, looking mysterious, dazzling and eye-catching. These lights fell on those virtual texts. Every time a virtual text recording the bloodline inheritance was scanned, the golden light on the surface of the Bodhi-zune became brighter, and the scanned virtual text disappeared as if it was absorbed by the Bodhi-zune. Jojo didn't care about this. It was just a replica of the virtual text. Wenya could make as many of these things as she wanted. After all these virtual texts were absorbed by the Bodhi-zune, the light on the Bodhi-zune gradually dimmed. Jojo said without hesitation, next batch. As soon as the voice fell, a new batch of virtual texts recording the bloodline inheritance appeared in the air around Jojo. Seeing this, the Bodhi-zune was like a child who saw a delicious snack. The light on his body suddenly lit up again, and then began to absorb these bloodline inheritances again. After 7 or 8 times of this experience, the blood inheritance Jojo had recorded before was finally absorbed by Bodhi-zune. He looked at Bodhi-zune. He didn't know if it was an illusion, but he could actually feel the taste of lingering from it. Don't worry. Tomorrow I will continue to record the blood inheritance, so that you can eat enough. Jojo was secretly surprised at this guy's appetite, and felt that he was like a big glutton, while comforting him. The Bodhi-zune floating in the air seemed to have life. After hearing Jojo's words, it moved slightly, and then fell back into his hand. Jojo looked over with expectation. Treasure name, Bodhi-zune. Treasure level, mythical level. Treasure effect 1 undoubted. Hold Bodhi-zune in your hand. Ask Bodhi-zune the questions in your heart, and Bodhi-zune will give you the answer. Current number of puzzles solved, 1/3. Hint 1. After the bonus of your scavenger talent, the current number of puzzles solved by the Bodhi Lord has increased to 2/3. Hint 2. The will of the Bodhi Lord is satisfied with your feeding, and is willing to solve a common problem for you. Current number of puzzles solved for common problems, 1/1. Treasure effect 2 Bodhisattva. Holding the Bodhi Lord, your understanding will be greatly increased. Treasure introduction. A mythical treasure made by the Supreme Will himself, which can solve thousands of doubts in the world. Jojo was a little excited when he saw the treasure information updated. Not bad, although it only increased the number of puzzles solved for common problems once more. But at least it proves that his Junk Lord talent, which provides him with a method of increasing the use time, is feasible. Moreover, who knows what kind of questions are covered by the ordinary questions in the eyes of the Bodhi-zune? The opportunity to answer this ordinary question must be quite precious. Use this method to increase the number of times the Bodhi-zune can be used. I am afraid that only I and other high-level blood races, with a huge amount of blood inheritance can do it. Come back to your senses. Jojo secretly rejoiced in his heart. He did not expect his blood inheritance can actually play a role in this aspect. He thought about it, and decided to use an ordinary question first to see the specific effect. Anyway, there are many blood inheritances in his mind. This ordinary question is not bad. He held the Bodhi-zune in his hand, and was about to ask something when a lazy voice, that sounded like a man or a woman sounded. Human race, what question do you want to ask? This is Bodhi-zune? Jojo was surprised. Although he knew that the Bodhi-zune had his own wisdom, and will through the Huanming clan before, and even had an agreement with the Shiruo clan leader of the year. But it was the first time for him to really come into contact with the wisdom and will of the treasure itself. I want to ask, what is the difference between ordinary questions and puzzle-solving questions? Jojo didn't waste any words, and asked directly in his heart. Ordinary questions are questions that are not too secretive. These ordinary questions, although they do not involve the most secret secrets of the 10,000 worlds, will also be the answers that some high-level bloodline races have been struggling to obtain. As for puzzle-solving questions, its scope is very large. Basically, as long as there are problems in the 10,000 worlds, and the problems have answers, I can almost solve them for you. Not only that, if necessary, I will also give the questioner some benefits that can assist in solving puzzles. For example, when I was solving puzzles for a member of the Illusionary Life clan before, the member of the Illusionary Life clan asked me how to solve his dilemma. After I answered his question, I gave him a set of blood prohibition method. Almost? Zhou keenly noticed this word. Oh my, you found me? Of course. In the current world, I basically know everything. But I was created by the Supreme Will after all. As you Blue Star people or Earth people say, Bodhi is in the world, he has no choice. If the Supreme Will asks me not to reveal some secrets, then I can only choose not to reveal them. When Bodhi-Zun spoke, he had a helpless tone that his talent was delayed by the Supreme Will. It sounds a bit like he deserves a beating. Zhou nodded on the surface when he heard it. He was a little shocked in his heart. He actually saw that I was a time traveler at a glance. He is worthy of being the omniscient Bodhi-Zun. And the other party's tone sounded very calm. Aren't time travelers rare in this world? Zhou thought of many things in an instant. He pondered for a long time, then came back to his senses, looked at the Bodhi-Zun in his hand, and said seriously, Bodhi-Zun, I want to use that opportunity to solve the doubts. Asked. Bodhi-Zun said lazily. May I ask what kind of law path should I follow to achieve the best spirituality in the future? You don't know? Should I know? It's right in you, and you don't know? Ha ha ha, this makes me laugh to death. Bodhi-Zun laughed loudly, as if he had heard something very funny. Zhou's face darkened. This Bodhi-Zun. His character is really bad, but speaking of it, the answer of this Bodhi-Zun is exactly the same as the hint given to him by the Supreme Will. Chapter 640. Okay, I won't laugh at you anymore. Bodhi-Zun calmed down and answered in a leisurely tone. It's not your fault. After all, it is the first law path among the endless laws. Even those high-level blood races can hardly get a glimpse of it, let alone you. What law is it? After hearing the other party's words, Zhou's eyes lit up, and he asked immediately. Fool, the strongest means you have relied on to get to where you are now is also the strongest law path you have. Naturally, it is yours. Many Lord Talents. Zhou was shocked when he heard this. Lord Talent. When he heard this word, Zhou suddenly felt that the fog covering the road ahead disappeared almost instantly, as if a ray of light suddenly illuminated the future path he had been looking for a long time, but had not found. But Zhou still had a doubt. Lord Talent, isn't it a personal talent? Zhou asked doubtfully. Most of the talents that creatures are born with are the manifestation of the endless laws in the creatures, which can also be said to be the ability of simplifying the laws a billion times. So the talent can be traced back to the extreme, which is the law. You are very lucky. At the beginning, you became one of the few chosen lords with complete lord talents. Although your legendary lord talent, 100% explosion rate, is not the top lord talent among many lord talents. But it is the best stepping stone to this road of law. Especially after you promoted it to the mythical level, the only quality lord talent, the king of spoils, this stepping stone has undergone an extreme transformation. If the road to this strongest law requires talent, then you who have this strongest stepping stone are the strongest talent owner. And it is foreseeable that you will gain more lord talents in the future, and your talent will continue to increase. Even though Bodhi-Zun had a bad personality, he had a very high opinion of Zhou's talent. Zhou was not proud after hearing this. After all, talent is just talent. If you can't become the ultimate Supreme Lord, no matter how high your talent is, it's useless. As the old saying goes, a dead genius is not a genius. What is the name of this path of law? Zhou asked. You can call it the Lord's Law, or the Supreme Law, the Rule of Domination, the Control Law, the God's Law, the Original Law. There are so many names, you can choose whatever you want. Bodhi said. Zhou thought about it. Since he is aiming to be the Supreme Lord, let's call it the Lord's Law. How should I understand the Lord's Law? Zhou asked. That's another question. Bodhi said leisurely. Ordinary question or a question to solve doubts? Zhou immediately asked. It depends on what kind of answer you want. If it is a general problem level answer, I can only give you some hints and words. But if it is a puzzle solving level answer, I can not only give you some hints and words, but also give you good things like blood prohibition and sealing heaven, closing earth, void, and covering life, so that you can master the method of directly reaching the Lord's law. Bodhi-Zun tempted. Jojo looked strange. This Bodhi-Zun. Why does he look like the kind of person who wants to tell me a secret, but doesn't want to say it himself, but wants others to ask for advice? I want to solve puzzles. Jojo didn't think much and said in a deep voice. A wise choice. Bodhi-Zun praised, and then said, For you have two innate conditions for understanding the Lord's law. The first is to randomly pick one of the large number of Lord's talent crystal fragments you have, and comprehend the incomplete Lord's law that is simplified billions of times. However, this method is worse than the second method. The second method is to start directly from your own Lord talent and comprehend the Lord laws therein. The Lord laws that have been rooted in you are connected to your life, so it is naturally more efficient to comprehend them. It is at least 10 times more efficient than comprehending the Lord talent crystal fragments. However, you cannot aim too high at the beginning. You need to start comprehending from your lowest Lord talent. Lord laws are too complicated, you cannot understand them. Bodhi-Zun reminded. Jojo nodded thoughtfully. Just then. But Bodhi-Zun changed his tone and said, There are countless beings with Lord talents in the endless heavens. But do you know why after so many years, there are very few or even almost no strong people in the heavens and the worlds who are famous for Lord law? Why? Jojo also realized this problem after hearing this. The blood inheritance in his mind is countless. But he just found a problem now. That is, none of these blood inheritances in his mind mentioned anything about Lord law. Not to mention the gods who became gods with Lord law. It's like, even those top blood races don't know the existence of Lord law. It's incredible to think about it. That's naturally because it takes a very high threshold to feel the Lord law. If you can't cross this threshold, let alone become a god with Lord law. Even the most talented creatures can't feel the existence of Lord law. You have so many Lord talents, but you have no sense of the Lord's law, right? Bodhi-Zun said in a low voice. I will teach you a secret method now. When you learn this secret method, you will be able to feel the existence of the Lord's law. The name of this secret method is the Eye of the Supreme. Listen carefully. As he spoke, Bodhi-Zun then told the secret method of the Eye of the Supreme. Jojo closed his eyes and listened to the secret method taught by Bodhi-Zun. Gradually, a stream of pure white mist emanated from his body, and then these pure white mists condensed above his head. After a moment, a round pure white pupil floated above Jojo's head. If the Black Moon King were alive, he would probably be able to tell at a glance that this pure white pupil was the heaven and earth vision that the Supreme Will showed when he faced the Supreme Will. But compared with that level of vision, at this time, the Supreme Eye on Jojo's head was much smaller. And there was no such supreme and terrifying power. There was no time standing still and space without distance. At the same time, in Jojo's feelings, he found that when he used this Supreme Eye, his perspective seemed to suddenly change from the first-person perspective to the God's perspective. Not only can he observe everything around him at 360 degrees without blind spots, but he can also see some things that most creatures cannot see. For example, Jojo moved the Supreme Eye and looked down at his body. He seemed to have a perspective eye and could see directly into his body. And in his body, a series of colorful mysterious law patterns were scattered everywhere inside his body. At a glance, it was as if he had seen the most profound and fundamental things in the world, and he could not help but indulge in them. He looked at these mysterious laws and secrets. Suddenly, he realized something in his heart. This is the law that governs everything. This is the most supreme path. This is the Lord's law. Jojo muttered to himself. Chapter 641. Jojo's eyes fell on the mysterious patterns on his body. These law patterns representing the Lord's law are varied, and they look very scattered, as if they are independent. But if you look closely, you will find that they are actually similar in nature, but they are different in division of labor. Jojo controlled the Supreme Eye and his eyes fell on the largest area of the Lord's talent law tattoo in his body. This Lord's law secret pattern is in 9 colors, and looks extremely noble, as if it contains a world. As soon as he touched it, Jojo knew what this Lord's law was. It was the law's secret pattern represented by his most powerful Lord talent, mythical level, and only Lord talent, the King of Spoils. Jojo was naturally the most confident about this Lord talent that had followed him for the longest time. After he touched it, he subconsciously went deep into it, and prepared to comprehend this law's secret pattern. He completely forgot the reminder that Bodhi-Zun had just given him. After a moment, he withdrew his consciousness from the secret pattern of the law of the King of Trophy, with a confused look on his face. Just after his consciousness entered it, It was like a child who had never been to school suddenly saw a scientific research paper at the academician level. I don't understand it. I don't understand it at all. Heh, I told you to start from the lowest level of Lord Talent, but you didn't listen. Are you dumbfounded? Do you really think that the strongest law is so easy to comprehend? Bodizen mocked mercilessly. Jojo was embarrassed and at a loss. I was wrong. I will comprehend the lowest level of Lord Talent now. Jojo didn't say anything stubborn, and looked at the secret patterns of the law represented by the smallest Lord Talents. Soon, his eyes fell on a Lord Talent law secret pattern emitting bronze light. That was the bronze-level Lord Talent, Beauty. It was one of his few bronze-level Lord Talents. Now his territory can have so many refugees coming from far and wide to join every day, thanks to this Lord Talent. His consciousness was immersed in it. After a moment, his brows slightly frowned. Bodizen was right. Low-level Lord Talent law secret patterns are indeed easier to comprehend. However, Jojo found it awkwardly. Even the bronze-level Lord Talent law secret pattern was very difficult for him to comprehend. The only thing that made Jojo a little happy was he really comprehended a little bit of the mystery of the Lord Law. For example, this Beauty Lord Talent. After such a while of comprehension, he vaguely grasped how this Lord Talent improved and optimized the appearance of the people in the territory without knowing it. Continue to comprehend at this pace. Maybe in 10 days or 8 days. He can change a person's appearance by himself without relying on the Lord's talent. He can even improve the overall body shape and temperament of the whole person and many other aspects that affect the appearance. Jojo, who felt this, showed excitement on his face. I said, "What are you happy about?" Just then, Bodizen threw a ruthless voice again. Jojo opened his eyes and looked at Bodizen. He heard Bodizen scolding again. For the Lord's talent, you are now a little kid who can't even remember all the numbers. Now you don't study the kindergarten courses quickly, but you want to skip the first and second grade courses? Don't be too ambitious. Bodizen spoke without any politeness. Jojo nodded. He was not angry, because he knew what the other party said was right. With his current understanding of the Lord's Law, it was indeed a bit too difficult to start directly from the Bronze Lord Talent. But the Black Iron Lord Talent, which he had before, had already been upgraded. In this case, Jojo flipped his right hand and took out 10 pieces of Black Iron Lord Talent crystal fragments and then fused them into a Black Iron Lord Talent origin crystal. He looked over. A text prompt appeared. Treasure name, Lord Talent Ball Hand of Fortune. Treasure level, Black Iron. Treasure effect, after absorption, the Lord will have the Black Iron Lord Talent Hand of Fortune. Treasure introduction, the Lord Talent Ball purified by the Supreme can obtain a Black Iron Lord Talent after absorption. Since there is no Black Iron level Lord Talent, I can only create a Black Iron level Lord Talent on the spot. Jojo looked at this Lord Talent and thought to himself. In fact, with the Lord Talent crystal fragments he can create a large number of low-level Lord Talents. But he understands. No matter how many low-level Lord Talents he has, they can't bring him as much benefit as a high-level Lord Talent. In addition, upgrading other high-level Lord Talents requires a large number of low-level Lord Talent crystal fragments to synthesize. So he has never used these low-level Lord Talent crystal fragments. But now the situation is different. It doesn't matter if he uses a few pieces. Without hesitation, he directly chooses to absorb the 27th Lord Talent. Soon, he absorbed it all. Then he looked at the talent information of this Lord Talent. Lord Talent, Hand of Fortune, Black Iron Grade. Specific Talent Effect 1. Holding the Hand of Fortune, reach into the void to randomly obtain 1 to 100 Black Iron Grade Fog Hearts. This talent effect can be used once a day. Specific Talent Effect 2. When you and your subjects extract the spoils of the corpse, there is a 1% chance of obtaining an additional fog heart equal to the strength of the corpse. After reading it, Jojo shook his head. If he had just landed on the high continent, he might be very interested in this Lord Talent. But now, he can harvest hundreds of legendary fog hearts every day. Naturally, he has no interest in such a weak increase in the drop rate of fog hearts. But although this Lord Talent effect is quite tasteless, but it can be used to comprehend the Lord's Law contained in it, Jojo thought. Then he closed his eyes, entered the perspective of the Supreme Eye again, and observed his body. Soon, he found the secret pattern of the law of the Black Iron level Lord Talent representing the Hand of Wealth. His consciousness was immersed in it. Soon, a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Not bad. Although it is still difficult to comprehend the secret pattern of the law of the Black Iron level Lord Talent, At least it can be comprehended normally. His mind moved. He saw his real body holding the Bodhi-zune. At this moment, Zhou suddenly felt that his comprehension had been greatly improved. If Zhou still felt a little strenuous when comprehending the secret pattern of the law before, then now he has no feeling of strenuous at all. Comprehending the secret pattern of the law of the black iron level is as natural as eating and drinking water. After seeing the scene, the Bodhi-zune also had some appreciation for the human race in front of him. Not bad. It is worthy of being a chaotic human race. It is actually possible to comprehend the Supreme Lord Law normally. Although there is the increase of Bodhi heart, and now only the secret pattern of the Lord's innate law can be comprehended at the black iron level. But as long as the Lord in front of him takes his time, the speed of his comprehending the secret pattern of the Lord's innate law will become faster and faster. It is not impossible to achieve a God with the Lord's law in the future. Chapter 642. It was getting dark. In the blessed land of the high-level lords. In a training room. A handsome man wearing an emperor dragon robe was sitting cross-legged on a cushion and meditating. This man was Zhou, and above his head, a round pupil emitting pure white light was staring at Zhou's body. The black iron-colored law pattern was reflected in this round pupil, which looked a little mysterious. After a while, this pure white round pupil disappeared. Zhou, who was sitting cross-legged on the cushion, also slowly opened his eyes. His eyes were full of fatigue, and his expression was a little pale, as if he had consumed too much. I didn't expect that comprehending the Lord's law would consume my energy so much. Especially after using the Bodhi-zune, the consumption was doubled. Now I feel like I've been an ordinary person for 3 or 4 nights. Zhou took a deep breath. The Lord's law is indeed the strongest law that governs everything. The difficulty and consumption of comprehending it are not a little different from ordinary laws. However, despite this, he also has to continue to use the Bodhi Master to increase his comprehension. There is no other way. The Bodhi Master adds too much to his comprehension. The comprehension of himself holding the Bodhi Master and himself without the Bodhi Master is 10 times, or even more different. You must know that he is originally a chaos human race, and has the racial talent of the advanced chaos heart that greatly increases his comprehension. But even so, he was actually added so much comprehension by the Bodhi Master, which shows how excellent the Bodhi Master is. With such a treasure as the Bodhi-zune, I can definitely greatly improve my efficiency in comprehending the laws of the Lord. He flipped his right hand, took out a bottle of Epic Intermediate Energy Recovery Potion, and a bottle of Epic Intermediate Soul Recovery Potion. Then opened the bottle stopper, and drank it down in one gulp. After savoring it for a while, he found that his energy and soul fatigue had recovered slightly, but not as much as his own chaos human physique recovered on its own. He shook his head. He gave up the act of drinking the medicine. Then he remembered something, and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. He raised his right hand. The next second, you can see that his entire right arm actually emits a faint black iron light. He raised his right hand like this, and stretched his right hand into the void until his arm was completely submerged in the void. Then, he made a gesture of taking something out. Very quickly, as if he had grasped something, he retracted his right hand from the depths of the void, and then he flipped his right hand, and saw some black iron mist hearts appear in his hand. 23 black iron mist hearts. TSK, my luck is not so good. Zhou said to himself. These 23 black iron mist hearts were obtained by him through the black iron lord talent hand of wealth that he had just obtained. Although the number was small. But Zhou didn't care. The next step is the most critical. Zhou took a deep breath. His expression became solemn. He raised his right hand, and then looked at his right hand. The invisible law fluctuations rippled around him. This law fluctuation was extremely unstable, just like a kite controlled by a newcomer, which could slip out of his hand at any time and place, making the kite-flying game fail. Drops of sweat appeared on Zhou's forehead. He tried to control the laws around him, and condensed them on his right hand. After a while, boom, an explosion sounded that penetrated deep into the soul. Zhou's mana fluctuation suddenly became chaotic, and then suddenly exploded and disappeared. Zhou looked calm. It was just a failed attempt. He didn't say anything and tried again. More than 2 hours later. During this time, Zhou continued to use the Lord's law. But without exception, all failed. Fortunately, such a failure would not cause damage to Zhou's body, but would only make him more tired. A little tiredness. Naturally, it could not hinder Zhou's enthusiasm for the Lord's law. So he endured the double fatigue of mind and body, and continued to try and practice more seriously. The 67th attempt. Zhou took a deep breath, and the invisible law fluctuations emanated from his body again. Then he forced the law fluctuations to converge to his right arm. Soon, all the law fluctuations were seen to move towards his right arm at a slow and firm speed, and finally all converged on his right arm. At this moment, his right arm emitted a very faint black iron light. Zhou's expression was still solemn. There was no complacency at all. Converging the law fluctuations to his right arm, this he had already done when he practiced for the 35th time. But the next last step, that is, taking wealth from the void, was the most critical point for his failure. He concentrated, raised his right arm, reached into the void, and began to fish. After a moment, Zhou's expression was slightly happy, because he felt that his right hand with the secret pattern of the Lord's innate law seemed to have caught something. At this point, his expression became more solemn. Zhou slowly retracted his right arm from the void. When his arm was completely retracted from the void, his expression suddenly became ecstatic. Success? No failure. He jumped up from the futon excitedly. Zhou. Sure enough, you have a talent for the Lord's law. Ha 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 ha. Zhou laughed. Although he didn't show anything on the surface during the dozens of failures before. But in his heart, he was almost doubting his life. Fortunately, after all the hardships, he finally succeeded. Success? Let's see what you have in your hand first. At this moment, Bodizin's voice sounded again. Zhou was stunned. A bad premonition emerged in his heart. He looked at his right hand. He saw a red bill was tightly held in his hand. He spread it out, and was immediately confused. Mao Zedong? He looked at it horizontally, vertically left and right. No matter how he looked at it, he felt that it was a Mao Zedong. How do I take out a Mao Zedong? Zhou said blankly. This is considered a common problem. Bodizin said. I will record new knowledge for you in the evening. Zhou said. Okay. Bodizin is still very enthusiastic about knowledge, especially the blood inheritance of the human race in front of him, who has mastered many advanced blood inheritances. He is still very envious. Because although he knows a lot, but for some reasons, most of what he knows does not really belong to him. Therefore, he is eager to obtain these knowledge that belongs to him. According to the observation of this deity, when you were applying the secret pattern of the law just now, you subconsciously thought of the currency of your yin country when it came to wealth. This is actually very easy to understand. After all, you have been in the supreme continent for too short a time. The impression left by the heart of mist on you is naturally far less than that left by Mao Zedong. After all, the latter has been with you for more than 20 years. You will get the heart of mist after a few more attempts. Is that so? Zhou hesitated. He still felt a little dreamy about getting this Mao Zedong from the void. Chapter 643. Where did I get this Mao Zedong? Zhou suddenly thought of this. This is another common question. I give it to you in the future. Zhou's face darkened. This guy. Earth, in the security vault of a wealthy man in Yin country. Bodizun said with satisfaction. In other words, my hand just returned to Earth. Zhou stared slightly. You used the power of the Lord's law to transform the hand of wealth to go to Earth. Your original body is actually still on the supreme continent. Keep this Mao Zedong. When you become stronger in the future, maybe you can use this Mao Zedong as a coordinate, and return to your hometown through the space channel opened by the hand of wealth. Bodizun said lazily. Zhou opened his mouth slightly. An important reason why he wanted to become the Supreme Lord was that he wanted to return to his hometown. Unexpectedly, he already has similar means now. Although it was only the hand of wealth that returned to Blue Star, not the main body. But this also made Zhou excited enough. After all, the future is promising. After coming back to his senses, Zhou felt more and more the horror of the Lord's law. This Lord's law is like the source code of the heavens and the worlds. He muttered to himself. The act of withdrawing money just now reminded him of a certain open world game he played before. As long as you enter a certain mysterious code, you can get money, weapons, equipment, etc. That's right. If you fully master the Lord's law, then you are the omnipotent God of the endless heavens. Bodizun encouraged. Zhou nodded. A black iron level Lord's innate law pattern gave him such a surprising ability. If you master the top Lord's law, or even the complete Lord's law, it's true that he can do everything. After that, he did not continue to comprehend the Lord's innate law pattern, but planned to take a rest. He was too tired. If he wanted to continue to comprehend, he might have to rest until tomorrow. Originally, he wanted to use the Eye of Heavens discussed once more after asking Bodizun his own questions. Now it seems. Let's talk about it tomorrow. Just then, Your Majesty, Prime Minister Zheng wants to see you. And the Prime Minister said that there are important matters to report to Your Majesty. Atre walked over quickly and reported to Zhou Zhou. Important matters? Zhou Zhou was stunned. Then he immediately asked Atre to bring Zheng Yuanqi over. Soon, Zheng Yuanqi came to Zhou Zhou. Your Majesty, it's about 10,000 kilometers away from the kingdom of Jiayang. There is a huge army of fog monsters rushing towards the territory of our kingdom of Jiayang. According to the report from the scouts who came back, the total strength of the fog monsters on the other side is about 100 million. Zheng Yuanqi said solemnly. Zhou Zhou's pupils trembled when he heard it. 100 million? Are you sure? He asked immediately. I have been there and witnessed it myself. I am absolutely sure. Zheng Yuanqi looked like he was not joking. Zhou Zhou also realized the seriousness of the incident when he heard it. A force of 100 million fog monsters is definitely a terrifying force that is enough to destroy his territory, but he was still very surprised. You know, even the total strength of the fog monsters around the Night Empire is only about 1 billion. And these 1 billion fog monsters are not all against the Night Empire. A considerable part of the fog monster forces are against the Lord forces around the Night Empire. What virtue and ability does he have to attract so many fog monster forces? Before, when I saw the Night Empire being besieged by the fog monster army, I didn't feel much. Now the catastrophe of the 10,000 races has finally come to me. I can empathize with it now. But I'm not an Empire-level Lord force, so why send so many fog legions to besiege me? Zhou Zhou murmured. At this moment, he felt the terrifying pressure that the 10,000 races calamity brought to the 10,000 races forces on the Supreme Continent. Even he was like this. Not to mention other Lord forces. What is the average strength of the opponent? After thinking for a long time, Zhou Zhou asked in a deep voice. The opponent's strength is also extremely strong. According to the images recorded by the scouts, there are many extraordinary, epic, and even legendary high-level fog monsters in the opponent's army. As for the Scarlet Gods at the God level, the scouts have not yet discovered them. Zheng Yuanqi said. Let me see the images. Zhou Zhou immediately said after hearing this. Your Majesty, please look. Zheng Yuanqi took out a personal terminal made by Wenya's technology factory from the space ring, opened a video, and handed it to Zhou Zhou. Zhou Zhou took it and watched it. As he watched, his brows gradually furrowed. After a moment, Zhou Zhou returned the personal terminal to Zheng Yuanqi. Strong enemy. Zhou Zhou frowned. Since he came to the Supreme Continent, except for the Novice Lord test, facing the last Demon Lord gave him great pressure. The Fog Monster Army that came this time was the first enemy that gave him such great pressure. There are about 100 million Fog Monster troops. There are many extraordinary, epic, and even legendary Scarlet Strongmen among them. Even the Scarlet Gods may be hidden among them, but they may not have discovered them yet. Such terrifying strength. Even if Zhou Zhou gathered all his troops to fight against them, he was not sure of winning. He might even be the loser. According to their marching speed, how long will it take them to reach the border of our prideful Sun Kingdom? Zhou Zhou asked. Because they have a large number of troops, and they will clear out the Lord's forces wherever they pass by. I estimate that the earliest time they can reach the border of our Jiayang Kingdom is around tomorrow night. Zheng Yuanqi said. Zhou Zhou frowned slightly. Tomorrow night. This time is too short. If he is given another 5 days to develop, or even 3 days to develop, he is confident that he can gather at least equal troops and fight against the opponent head-on. But if they come tomorrow night, Zhou Zhou is not so sure. And the opponent is a fog monster. Night is their home ground. Zhou Zhou and his men will lose their combat power because they are not used to the fog at night. On the contrary, the opponent's combat power will be increased because of the thick scarlet fog. Zhou Zhou took a deep breath. Prime Minister, you go and gather all the combat professionals in the kingdom who are willing and able to participate in the war, form a Lingshire Corps, and take the meaning of taking on the mission in times of crisis. Before the fog monster forces attack, arrange the patrol and protection work of cities in various regions of the country. In addition, recall Wu Tu and his Tiantu Corps, let him temporarily stop the map exploration operation, return to the kingdom immediately, and focus on collecting relevant war intelligence for the next war. Finally, inform the people in the country of the upcoming war. But don't say too much. Just say that we will win the war, and don't let the people in the country panic. This is the arrangement for the time being. If you have any suggestions, you can act according to the situation. Don't ask me about everything. Efficiency is the main thing. Zhou arranged. Chapter 644. It is meaningless to conceal. How can we conceal the attack of 100 million enemies? In that case, it is better to speak directly. And he still trusts Zheng Yuanqi's ability. He believes that Zheng Yuanqi can handle this situation. Leave it to me, Your Majesty, Zheng Yuanqi said respectfully. Just as Zhou thought. As an old man who has served as Prime Minister of 2 countries, Zheng Yuanqi has seen all kinds of situations. At this time, he already had a series of solutions and coping methods in his mind. But the most critical thing, it still depends on whether the front battlefield is victorious or not. Otherwise, the front battlefield will be lost. No matter how well he arranges the rear, it will be useless. Zhou nodded. After arranging all this, he felt much more at ease. With a powerful force of about 100 million, a head-on confrontation is not the best choice. I need to find a way to weaken it first. Zhou thought silently. After Zheng Yuanqi left, Zhou endured the exhaustion of his soul and continued to record the various high-level blood inheritances in his mind. These high-level blood inheritances. On the one hand, Zhou asked Winya to record them as teaching materials for training territory personnel. On the other hand, he also used them to pay for the 2 questions he had asked Bodizun before. After paying the reward, Zhou took out another high-level blood inheritance and handed it to Bodizun, and exchanged it for the number of questions for an ordinary question. What questions do you want to ask? Say it, Bodizun said lazily. Why did those fog monster legions approaching my territory come to me specifically? Or are they just passing by? Zhou asked. Of course they came to find you. After all, you are the strongest lord in the 2 activities of the Supreme Will, and even the Supreme Will favors you. These Scarlet forces finally came out to invade the Supreme Continent. How could they not come to capture you? If they capture you and present you to the Scarlet Lord will definitely give you a lot of rewards. Zhou thought to himself. That's right. I have become so famous in the 2 activities of the Supreme Will. It would be strange if the Scarlet Lord or the Scarlet Mist monster force under the Scarlet Lord did not react at all. There is another reason. They want your racial artifact. Just then, Bodizun reminded again. Racial artifact? Zhou was stunned. Are you talking about the Lucky Star? Not just the Lucky Star. They also want the other 2 racial artifacts in your hand. Bodizun said. Why do they need so many racial artifacts? Can they use them? Zhou frowned. Yes, they have mastered a method of pollution, which can pollute racial artifacts into Scarlet Sacred Artifacts. This Scarlet Sacred Artifact is similar to racial artifacts, but there is no racial restriction, and it can work on any Scarlet Fog monster. Their only limitation is that the scope of the effect of the Sacred Artifact is limited. Therefore, in order to let more Scarlet Sacred Artifacts cover more Scarlet Fog monsters, the Scarlet Fog monsters are eager for racial artifacts of any race. Zhou raised his eyebrows. This kind of secret, even the high-level blood inheritance in his mind, was only vaguely mentioned, but never so detailed and clear. As expected of the self-proclaimed omniscient Bodhi Venerable. Thanks, I understand. Zhou nodded. I have to say, it is convenient to have such a nearly omniscient being around. And this Bodhi Venerable is really nice. Although it always says that it can only answer one question. But as for other derivative questions of this question, as long as they are not too far-fetched, in most cases, it will answer them. Love it. At this time, Zhou knew the purpose of the other party's visit, and his heart was much more stable. Just then, suddenly, there was a sound of a large number of footsteps shaking the earth outside. Zhou went out to see that it was indeed Bai Yun and the others who came back. After a while, the blessed land of the senior lord. In a study, Zhou sat at the desk, looking at the war list that Bai Yun had just brought over. Today, they destroyed more than 86 million fog monsters, and recaptured 33 extraordinary superior space teleportation arrays, 7 epic superior space teleportation arrays, and 3 legendary superior space teleportation arrays, with the title of King of Trophies and Strongest Lord. A total of 2,360 legendary fog hearts, 251,200 epic fog hearts, 8.1 million 1,260 extraordinary fog hearts, 42.5 million 3,900 diamond fog hearts, 146 million 1,200 platinum fog hearts, more than 300 million gold fog hearts, more than 711 million silver fog hearts, and more than 1,060 million bronze fog hearts, 2.016 billion 8,990 skill books of various types. 2.878 billion 1,100 pieces of equipment of various types, 180 billion units of basic materials, 7.2 million units of basic element gem resources, 2.1 million units of advanced element gem resources, 320,000 source crystals, 160 bronze level Lord Talent crystal fragments, 5 epic level Lord Talent crystal fragments, 1 epic level Scarlet Lord Talent ball, 31 Holy Spirit level faith crystals, 16 heroic heritage secret book, 3 book of gods, lower middle god, 3 extraordinary level statues of the ancestors of the Blue Star human race. In addition, under Zhou's special instructions, Bai Yun and his team also brought back 21 corpses of legendary fog monsters and 3 corpses of lower level scarlet gods. These enemies, they were all killed and preserved by Bai Yun and his team today. Each of them can produce god-level loot. This is the general situation of the loot. Just look here. A smile appeared on Zhou's face. Let's not talk about anything else for now. In today's battle, in terms of the income from the Heart of Mist alone, he obtained a total of more than 150,000 legendary Heart of Mist. In the future, he will no longer have to worry about not being able to buy goods in the Lord Mall. In addition, there are other spoils such as the epic Scarlet Lord Talent Ball. They are also very top quality. Among them, the epic Scarlet Lord Talent Ball is the most surprising to Zhou, because it means that he will add another epic high-level Lord Talent today. When the Blue Star Lord just descended, this Lord Talent is enough to create a top-level Blue Star Lord. There is no rush to use this Lord Talent Ball for the time being. Finally, in terms of improving the combat power of soldiers, today, the total number and strength of Zhou's soldiers have also been greatly improved. In addition to the 2,561,636 fog monsters he instigated. With the blessing of extraordinary level instigation, the 20% of the instigated troops handed over to him by the Lord members of the Star Alliance also reached 2,861,250 fog monsters. The two add up to 5,422,886 fog monsters. Now, not counting the troops of the Star Alliance, the total number of Zhou's troops has reached 748. Among them, there are 3,353,682 iron-level soldiers, 806 bronze-level soldiers, 900 silver-level soldiers, 169 gold-level soldiers, 850 platinum-level soldiers, 860 diamond-level soldiers, 850 extraordinary-level soldiers, 625 epic-level soldiers, 6 legend-level soldiers. In addition, Knight Rakshasa Sword God Suan breaks through to legendary intermediate level, Bloodfire Sword Spirit by Yun, Dragon Horse Spear General Wu Xian, 10 Directions Martial Emperor Feng Luo breaks through to legendary lower level, Mind Arrow Wu 2 breaks through to epic lower level, Original Spirit Race Ansel breaks through to extraordinary lower level. Others also have different strength improvements. Zhou looked at the war list and nodded slightly. Chapter 645. Now the total force under his command plus the more than 26.1 million troops of the Star Alliance, the total force has reached more than 73 million. After Zhou calculated this result, a smile appeared on his face. With so many troops, the gap with those fog monsters is not very big. For those enemies, he undoubtedly has more confidence in his heart. Then he began to deal with these spoils. First, Zhou looked at the epic Scarlet Lord Talent Ball. The text prompt appeared. Do you want to purify? Purify. Zhou expectantly. The next second, a golden light flashed on the Scarlet Lord Talent Ball. Then the bloody light on the Scarlet Lord Talent Ball disappeared. At this time, its information has also changed. Treasure name, Lord Talent Ball Super Taskmaster. Treasure level, epic. Treasure effect, after absorption, the Lord will have an epic Lord Talent Super Taskmaster. Treasure introduction, the Lord Talent Ball purified by the Supreme can obtain an epic Lord Talent after absorption. Super Taskmaster? Lord Talent related to the task? Zhou pondered. Then he didn't think much and chose to absorb it directly. Soon, this epic Lord Talent Ball immediately turned into countless purple light spots and poured into his brow. Zhou closed his eyes. After a moment, he opened his eyes. Then, he immediately opened the Lord's personal information. Only in his Lord Talent column, the 28th Lord Talent appeared. Not bad, not bad. The more Lord talents I have, the stronger my Lord Law talent will be, and the further I can go on this path in the future. Jojo nodded with satisfaction. Then, he opened the detailed information of the talent. Lord talent, Super Taskmaster, epic level. Super Taskmaster, you are a fanatic of tasks. No matter what the task is, you can maintain 200% enthusiasm to complete it. In the long-term process of completing tasks, you gradually develop a pair of eyes that can keenly discover tasks, and you can always find the trick to complete tasks more easily. You believe that there is no unfinished task, because you have endless ways to think of. Specific Talent Effect 1. Your eyes can see targets with tasks and hidden tasks. Specific Talent Effect 2. When you communicate with a target with a task, there is a certain probability of triggering a task prompt, making it easier to get the task on the other party. Specific Talent Effect 3. When you are in the process of completing a task, when you encounter things and creatures related to the task, you will get the corresponding task prompt. Specific Talent Effect 4. When you complete a task, there is a very small chance of getting an extra task reward, and a very high chance of triggering a subsequent task. Specific Talent Effect 5. You are a well-known task master. After hearing your reputation, other creatures have a certain chance to find you and issue tasks to you. This Lord talent looks quite useful. Jojo looked at this Lord talent several times and was amazed. He thought about it, then walked out of the high-level Lord's blessed land and walked on the street, ready to try out the specific effect of this Lord talent. Inside the capital, Yuyang Park. This is the largest park in the Jiayang Kingdom. It was built by Zheng Yuanqi himself, covering an area of more than 10,000 square kilometers. This area, if placed on Blue Star, it is enough to rival the size of a city, and it is not a problem to accommodate 4 or 5 million people. The reason why it is built so big. Firstly, because the population of Jiayang Kingdom is increasing. In order to allow more and more people in the future to have a place to relax and have fun, the Yuyang Park was built. Secondly, because there are many different races of people in the Jiayang Kingdom. Among them, there are many large people like the dragon race. In order to make Yuyang Park a place that can accommodate multiple races for leisure and entertainment, Zheng Yuanqi built this park so big. There are even plans for expansion in the future. At this time, Jojo was strolling by a lake called Yueyu Lake inside Yuyang Park. Walking and walking, he saw a dozen people in front of him, sitting on a small bench on a rock by the lake, holding a fishing rod, fishing leisurely. Jojo was amazed. Then, he was ready to leave. But at this moment, he suddenly looked like he had seen a ghost, looking at the top of one of the fishermen's head. He saw a bright golden exclamation mark floating above it. Jojo couldn't help but fall into deep thought. The task prompt of this Super Task Master is actually in this form. You have played too many online games, right? But I have to say, this prompt is indeed quite conspicuous. After thinking about it, Jojo put on a mask equipment, turned himself into a middle-aged man, and then walked over to the other party. Just as he was about to speak, he saw the man in front of him making a serious gesture to him to keep quiet, and then pointed to the lake. Jojo nodded and stopped talking, but sat down beside him. Although he sat down, he did not intend to stay quiet, but looked the man up and down. He looked middle-aged, with short hair, a little messy, and a patient and firm look. Then his eyes fell on the other person's fishing rod. Just then, a line of text prompts suddenly appeared. Task prompt. This is Yuhuan's favorite golden bamboo and jade pattern rod. Few people know it. If you mention it to Yuhuan, the other party will have a certain good impression of you. Jojo raised his eyebrows. He thought about it, and pretended to be surprised to Yuhuan. This is the golden bamboo and jade pattern rod? Hey, you know? As soon as the voice fell, the fisherman Yuhuan, who had just been indifferent, suddenly turned his head to look at him with a look of surprise. Of course, I've heard of such a famous fishing rod, Jojo said seriously. In fact, it was the first time he heard of it. Not bad, this is the golden bamboo jade pattern rod. Brother, you are a connoisseur. Hey, when I first moved here, no one in the neighborhood knew about this top-quality fishing rod. It was really frustrating. I thought I had come to a desert for anglers. Come to think of it, I heard that the kingdom of Jiayang used to be a big desert. I really didn't see it at all. Yuhuan started to chatter. It seemed that talking about fishing would open his chatterbox. Jojo listened with a smile and communicated with the other party from time to time. Brother, it seems that you like fishing very much. Jojo chatted. Not only like it, but also work. I don't have any other skills, I can only fish. But fishing is also difficult. The fog hearts I earn are very few, almost only enough to supplement the family income. My son Yuang is grown up now. I want to exchange the golden bamboo jade pattern rod in my hand for 2 diamond-level fog hearts to find him a wife. After all, there are not many girls in the city now, and each of them is very beautiful. If you don't marry a wife now, won't the good-looking ones be snatched away by those who are quick to act in the future? Yu Huan muttered. This fishing rod is a very important treasure for you, right? Zhou took a look at the golden bamboo jade pattern rod. Platinum-level fishing rod. It can increase the fisherman's life and career experience during fishing. In addition, there are also several exclusive fishing skills. Although it is a bit old, the effects of these equipments are added together, so selling them for 2 or 3 diamond-level mist hearts is not a bad deal. It is very important. It is the reward I won as the champion fisherman in a regional fishing competition. I have been fishing for most of my life, and this fishing rod can be said to be my greatest achievement in fishing. It is better not to sell such a meaningful item. Think of other ways to make money. Zhou hesitated and suggested. Yu Huan shook his head and grinned. Sell it. Although it is indeed my greatest achievement in fishing. But when I have my son is my greatest achievement. As soon as the voice fell, a line of task prompts appeared. Chapter 646. Your subject Yu Huan has issued a subject commission task to you. Commission name, Greatest Achievement. Task quality, Platinum Superior. Task content, Yu Huan wants to find a satisfactory woman as a wife for his son, Yuang, during this wave of immigration. So he wants to sell his precious fishing rod, golden bamboo jade pattern rod, to the mist heart to buy his fishing rod and fulfill his wish. Task reward, Platinum Superior Fishing Rod, golden bamboo jade pattern rod and production drawings. Platinum Superior Fisherman's Fishing Experience, 10 diamond-level mist hearts, Yuhuan's gratitude, Yuang's friendship, extra reward. Zhou glanced at the task. It was just an ordinary task, so the task reward was nothing special. The only thing that surprised Zhou was that Yuhuan's son Yuang's friendship was actually an extra reward for him. Zhou smacked his lips. Forget it. It was just an ordinary task, not a hidden task. How could he expect it to give out any high-level rewards? And he remembered that he had taken a task in a deadwood village before, and there was also a child's friendship in it, which was also one of the rewards for the task. Looking at it this way, it doesn't seem to be a strange thing to use the friendship of a child as a task reward. He didn't care, took out 2 diamond-level mist hearts, handed them to Yu Huan, and smiled. I like this golden bamboo jade pattern pole very much. Since you are willing to give it up, how about selling it to me? Really? Yu Huan was stunned when he heard this, and he didn't react for a while. When he reacted, he was immediately excited. God has mercy on me. He spent a lot of effort to find a suitable seller who was willing to pay for his precious fishing rod. But he couldn't find one. Originally, he didn't believe the legend that Jiayang King capital, which had a very good green environment, was located in the desert. But after finding that not many people bought his fishing rod, he had to believe it. Unexpectedly, when he was worrying, God actually sent the seller he wanted to him. The more Yu Huan looked at Zhou, the more satisfied he felt. This brother knew the golden bamboo jade pattern rod, which meant that he was also a fishing enthusiast. If you give your treasure to him, you don't have to worry about the fishing rod being ruined. Thank you, brother. Yu Huan sighed. Then the two of them handed over the heart of mist in one hand, and the fishing rod in the other, and each got what they wanted. However, when Yu Huan handed over the fishing rod, his eyes were still very reluctant. But when he thought of his son, the reluctance in his eyes disappeared, and a faint smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. On the other side, after Zhou got the fishing rod, a task prompt immediately appeared in front of him. Reminder. Commission task. The greatest achievement has been completed. Commission task rewards. Gold Advanced Fishing Rod, Gold Bamboo Jade Pattern Rod and Production Drawings, Platinum Advanced Fisherman's Fishing Experience, 10 Diamond Level Fog Hearts, Yuhuan's Gratitude, Yuang's Friendship, Extra Reward, have been issued. Brother. It's getting late, I go back and rest first. Don't go back too late. Zhou stood up and said. Okay. Yu Huan smiled and nodded. After Zhou left, he looked at the lake in front of him with a sigh. If it were before, he would probably stay here to fish at night, and earn more mist hearts for his family. But now, without the fishing rod, he could only... Huh? Yu Huan suddenly widened his eyes. Because he suddenly saw. His precious fishing rod was quietly placed on the fishing gear behind him. Brother. You forgot to take the fishing rod. He quickly stood up, and shouted to the figure in the distance. Haha, I suddenly don't want it anymore. Brother, keep it for yourself, and you don't have to return the mist heart to me. The figure in the distance waved and said without looking back. At this moment, Yu Huan didn't understand. He met a good person at this moment. His body suddenly shook. He stared at the back of the figure in the distance. At the same time, his voice began to replay in his mind many times. This back. This voice. Why does it look so much like His Majesty? Could it be that the person who just chatted with me was His Majesty? Yu Huan murmured to himself. Although this idea was a guess. But for some reason, he believed in his guess very much in his heart. Maybe this is a man's intuition. On the other side, Zhou didn't care about that fishing rod. He was already very satisfied with so many rewards for just 2 diamond-level fog hearts. Why take away someone's love? He did not return to the high-level Lord's blessed land, but continued to wander around the territory, trying to see if he could get some more tasks. Yu Huan's mission gave him some sweetness, and now he felt that he couldn't stop, as if he had really become a super mission master. In the next 2 hours, with the tips given by the Lord's talent of super mission master, Zhou actually triggered 3 more missions in a short period of time. Although they were all ordinary missions, he also received a reward with a total value of more than 100 extraordinary fog hearts. In addition, he also obtained a lot of skills, equipment, professional experience, and even some interesting props, which made him fully satisfy the addiction of a super mission master. It's time to go back. Zhou handed a letter to an old man, and after making the elderly pen pal smile, he successfully got the mission reward. Although the reward was not much, but he enjoyed it with relish. But he couldn't continue, because he wanted to go back and rest now. He had comprehended the Lord's law before, which made him so tired that he hadn't rested yet. Thinking of this, after bidding farewell to the old man, he rushed to his high-level Lord's blessed land. On the way back, Zhou also took off the mask on his face. Then he walked and pondered. Tomorrow I can try to trigger the task without the mask, and with my real identity. My identity should give me more opportunities to obtain more advanced tasks, even hidden tasks. Zhou thought. His lordship will bring a great sense of reliability to others, especially the people in the territory. Although this feeling is easy to distance himself from ordinary people, it will also make it easier to obtain more advanced tasks. Your Majesty. Just then, a surprised and familiar voice sounded. Zhou was startled and looked over. I saw a girl running towards him quickly. It was Bao Xiao, whom he had not seen for a long time. Zhou was still deeply impressed by the tailor who followed him in the territory the earliest. After all, the other party had sewed his clothes for him many times. Long time no see. Zhou smiled. Your Majesty is forgetful. I'm afraid you have forgotten me? Bao Xiao was quite excited at first, but after hearing Zhou's words, she said with a sad and lost tone. Zhou coughed twice. He knew that the other party seemed to have some interest in him. But there was no way to force such a thing. Where is teacher Li Huiwei? How is her health? Zhou changed the subject and asked. Master's health has completely recovered. And? Xiao, who are you talking to? Bao Xiao hadn't finished speaking. She heard a woman's voice behind her. Then a middle-aged couple walked over here. When they came, not only the other party was stunned. Even Zhou was stunned. Chapter 647. Teacher Li. Old Bai? Zhou's eyes widened. The pair of old men walking side by side, their eyes full of love and tenderness, were Li Huiwei and Bai Yuejing. Zhou was not surprised by Li Huiwei. But what are you doing, old Bai? At this moment, Zhou's mind raced. He soon thought of a possibility that he thought was the most correct. Li Huiwei was cured by old Bai. Could it be that the two of them secretly fell in love during the treatment, and now they are together? Thinking of this, he stared at the pair with his eyes wide open, his eyes full of gossip. Your Majesty, please listen to my explanation. Bai Yuejing saw Zhou's expression, and knew what he was thinking, and explained with a wry smile. Zhou nodded. You say. I believe it all. Seeing this, Bai Yuejing had to explain first. And the content of his explanation was almost the same as Zhou's guess. Before, when Bai Yuejing had almost cured Li Huiwei's illness, Li Huiwei was still very weak. Adhering to the principle of doctor saving people to the end, Bai Yuejing came to Li Huiwei every day to provide follow-up treatment for Li Huiwei. Under Bai Yuejing's careful treatment and care, the two sides gradually got to know each other better. In the process of getting to know each other, they gradually developed feelings for each other. In the end, Li Huiwei stopped pretending. She took the initiative to pursue Bai Yuejing, the old beauty. And Bai Yuejing was also very moved by this old beauty with extraordinary temperament. So the two sides gradually came together. 2 days ago, they became a legal couple, under the witness of the official staff of the marriage department of Jiayang King's capital. Such a big event, why didn't you call me? Zhou said with some regret. Your Majesty is very busy, and he was busy for the King of Kings event the past 2 days. After discussing with Huiwe, I didn't tell your Majesty about our affairs. But we haven't held the wedding banquet yet, we just registered with the marriage bureau. If your Majesty is willing, and has time in the future, please come to our wedding banquet. Bai Yuejing smiled. Of course. I will definitely go then. Zhou smiled and nodded. The old couple in front of him had a close personal relationship with him. Now that they can get together, Zhou naturally wants to witness it with his own eyes. When the time comes, we will welcome your Majesty. Bai Yuejing smiled. Zhou smiled and nodded. Just then, Li Huiwe looked at Zhou, hesitated, and suddenly asked, Your Majesty, what is the situation outside now? Don't worry, everything is under control. Zhou was stunned, and then said. Li Huiwe nodded hesitantly. The 3 people present could vaguely see at this moment that Li Huiwe had something to say. Zhou was also a little surprised to see this. But at this moment, a colorful exclamation mark appeared above Li Huiwe's head. At the same time, a line of colorful text prompt slowly appeared. Hidden task prompt. Explain to Li Huiwe how powerful the kingdom of Jiayang is now, and maybe the other party will have other things to tell you. Zhou was slightly surprised. It turned out to be a hidden task. He thought about it, and said to Li Huiwe seriously, Just live in the capital with peace of mind, don't worry about other things. Now our Jiayang kingdom is very powerful. Not only do we have many soldiers and generals, but a god was even born in the territory 2 days ago, and the other party has agreed to serve the kingdom. With our current strength, I dare not say anything else. At least it is still easy to conquer a mid-level kingdom. Even if a high-level kingdom leads the national army to our Jiayang kingdom, it may not be able to conquer our Jiayang kingdom. Li Huiwe took a deep breath, and her eyes became firm. Your Majesty, Li Huiwe has something to ask for. Li Huiwe said seriously. Zhou looked at her like this, nodded, and said, Let's not stand and talk all the time. Let's go to my blessed land to talk. Yes, Your Majesty. Li Huiwe nodded. Then he looked at Bai Yuejing, who seemed to know, and Bao Xiu'er, who was at a loss, and said softly, Yuejing, Xiu'er, you can come too. The two had no choice but to nod in agreement. After a moment, the blessed land of high-ranking lords. In a spacious lounge, Zhou and the others were sitting here. Let me tell you about my own situation first. Li Huiwe took a deep breath and said with a feeling of recollection and emotion, Before I came to the kingdom of Prideful Sun, I was born in the high-ranking kingdom, the kingdom of Shuofeng, and was the 3rd daughter of Feng He, the last king of the kingdom of Shuofeng. Before the kingdom was destroyed, I was also a princess. At this point, she laughed at herself. Originally, everything was happening peacefully. But one day, everything changed. Because within the territory of our kingdom, a source of mist was naturally born. The source of the fog? As soon as she finished speaking, Bao Xiu'er screamed. No one else present blamed her. Because even Zhou was shocked by the 4-word source of fog at this time. According to the inheritance of the Holy Dragon of Light bloodline in his body, the so-called source of fog, also known as the culprit of the end of the law, the scarlet spreader, the cancer of the world. It is a product of invading the world created by the Scarlet Lord to invade the world under the command of the Supreme Will, modifying the rules of the heavens and the worlds. This source of fog will appear randomly in a world in the endless heavens. When it appears, it will block this world or a certain area, and then spread scarlet fog in this world or this area, turning all the creatures in the blocked area into fog creatures. Because the speed of spreading fog and transforming into scarlet creatures is too fast. Most of the blocked creatures can't even escape, and they become fog creatures in a daze. In the history of the universe, there are many examples of the whole world being reduced to a fog world because of a fog source. This shows the horror of this small fog source. My father, mother, and queen love us the most. After sending us children out of the coverage of the fog source, they were transformed into fog creatures by the fog source before they could escape. Your Majesty, Li Huiwe looked at Zhou and pleaded, I know that my father, mother, and the people of the entire Shufeng kingdom can no longer be saved. But I don't want them to be humiliated after death. I ask your Majesty to conquer the fallen Shufeng demon kingdom when you have enough strength in the future, and give my father, mother, and the people of Shufeng freedom. Can you? Your Majesty? As soon as the voice fell, the task prompt appeared. Your subject Li Huiwa has issued you a commission mission. Commission name: Conquer the Kingdom of Shuofeng. Mission quality: Upper level middle god hidden. Mission content: The Kingdom of Shuofeng, once famous for its free flight across the sky, has fallen into a foggy country because of a naturally born source of fog. Accept the request of the fallen princess and lead the troops to conquer the Kingdom of Shuofeng and save their free souls who are unwilling to fall. Mission reward: The lost treasure of the Kingdom of Shuofeng. Zhou looked at the mission thoughtfully. Chapter 648. Zhou's expression was a little serious. A hidden mission for a middle god. This was the first time he had seen such a high-level hidden mission. The difficulty behind this mission was probably not small. There should be at least middle god level enemies. Where is the Shuofeng Kingdom? Zhou asked. My father knew that the fall of Shuofeng Kingdom was an irreversible fact. So before he completely fell, he activated a middle-level god-level formation, the Wind King Barrier, to completely seal off the entire Shuofeng Kingdom. The current Shuofeng Demon Kingdom has been completely hidden in the Supreme Continent because of the Wind King Barrier. Even the upper gods may not be able to find the location of the Shuofeng Kingdom. However, this Wind King Barrier can be opened with the blood of the Shuofeng royal family. I know the location of the Shuofeng Demon Kingdom. As long as I go there again, and then use the blood as a key, I can open the Wind King Barrier and enter the Shuofeng Kingdom again. This is a map of the location of the Shuofeng Kingdom. Your Majesty, please accept it, Li Huiwa said. Then he took out a gold silk map from his space ring and gave it to Zhou. Zhou took it and looked at it. Soon, he breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, it's not very far. At the current speed of the Starry Night, it should be able to reach the destination in about a day of full-speed flight. He put the map away, and then said to Li Huiwa, I am busy now, and cannot get away. I will go and see it when I have time in 2 days. Thank you, Your Majesty. Li Huiwa was about to kneel down, but Zhou quickly helped her up. Her eyes were filled with tears, and it was obvious that this matter had been on her mind for too long. You were so badly injured before? Could it be that? Zhou suddenly thought of this and asked curiously. Li Huiwa nodded and sighed softly. I was really missing my family, so I went to the Shuofeng Demon Kingdom alone. I wanted to use the secret passage to see my parents, but who would have thought that I was seriously injured by the outermost Shuofeng Demon soldiers before I saw my parents? I dragged my seriously injured body to Yuqian town to rest, and then I met my apprentice and the Majesties by chance. It was a blessing in disguise. At this point, she looked at Zhou and by Yuijing beside him. If it weren't for that injury, he might never meet his apprentice, lord and loved one in this life. It was a blessing in disguise. Everyone nodded when they heard it. According to Your Majesty's hometown dialect, this is called surviving a great disaster, and there will be blessings in the future. Bao Xiu'er quickly recovered from the fact that her master was a princess of a fallen country, and said with a smile. She accepted it quickly in her heart. If it were another world, a princess of a fallen country might be a very rare species. But on the Supreme Continent, new kingdoms are established and destroyed every day, let alone princesses of fallen countries. It is not uncommon to see fallen descendants of gods. Among the people present, only Bai Yuijing sighed lightly. He and Li Huiwa knew about this matter during the treatment. Originally, he didn't want the person he loved to be in danger again after surviving a near-death experience. But looking at the scene in front of him, he knew that it was useless for him to say too much. Forget it. That's fine. With Your Majesty's current power, maybe he can really save the Shuofeng Demon Kingdom. This will also help Li Huiwa resolve her worries. Bai Yuijing thought silently in his heart. Zhou then said goodbye to everyone after caring about the recent events of several people, and then returned to his high-level lord's paradise. In the study, Zhou sat on a throne made of golden namu, recalling what happened tonight. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that this super task master had amazing potential. In just one night, he obtained a lot of fog hearts and valuable items, and also received a hidden task from a middle-level god. The reward for this task was a lost treasure of an entire high-level kingdom. Although there were some coincidences, but it can also be seen that this lord has great talent and potential. My previous guess was indeed correct. The strength, power and status represented by my own identity also determine what kind of tasks I can receive. When I wore the mask before, I could only receive some ordinary low-level and medium-level tasks. Although the rewards I received are of certain value, for me now, they are just ordinary, at most a little novel. And when I put down the mask and approached the tasks with my true identity, I directly received a hidden task of the upper-level middle god. If I went to see Teacher Li Huiwei wearing a mask at that time, Teacher Li Huiwei would definitely not give me her identity and the commission of the Shuofeng Demon Kingdom without knowing my identity and ability. Even if I can know that she has a hidden task through the task prompts given by the talent, it may not be triggered. Zhou Zhou thought of this and nodded slightly. In this case, if you want to do a task in the future, try to do it with your real identity. Otherwise, it would be a waste of your qualifications and titles. As the strongest novice lord, the strongest lord of all races, the owner of the racial artifact, the owner of the blood of the chaotic human race, and the lord favored by the supreme will, this lord talent is simply perfect for me, coming back to his senses. Zhou Zhou took out 3 gray human statues. This gray and willful statue depicts a middle-aged man with a tall crown, a thin face, and a neat black long beard. He looked over. A text prompt appeared. Treasure name: Blue Star Human Ancestor Statue Zhang Heng. Treasure level: Extraordinary level. Treasure effect: place it in the shrine of the Taimu to activate the ancestral statue's buff effect on the territory, the people or the lord. Treasure introduction: Zhang Heng, courtesy name Pingzi, Han nationality, from Shi, Nanyang, one of the 5 saints of Nanyang. A great astronomer, mathematician, inventor, geographer, and writer in the Eastern Han dynasty of Yin State, he was praised as the Wood Saint, Science Saint, by later generations. It's the ancestor of Zhang Heng. Zhou Zhou suddenly realized. He still had a deep impression of this ancestor. I remember watching a children's animation when I was a child, which told the story of this ancestor making a south-pointing car. At that time, he was very curious why the direction of the south-pointing car had obviously changed, but the direction of the wooden man's finger on the car was always facing south. After growing up, it was forgotten. I didn't expect to get the ancestor statue of this ancestor today. As for the other 2 Blue Star human ancestor statues, they were naturally 2 additional ancestor statues of Zhang Heng with the help of his lord title. Zhou Zhou first picked up 2 of them, and then merged them into an epic-level ancestor statue of Zhang Heng. After that, he took the ancestor statue to the Taimu. Chapter 649. Taimu. Zhou Zhou looked at the scene in front of him. He saw 6 10-meter-high red shrines neatly placed on the altar. 3 of the shrines enshrine the ancestral statues of Sun Simiao, Gong Shu Ban, and Liu Bei respectively. The other 3 shrines were empty. Seeing this scene, Zhou Zhou couldn't help but complain in his heart. He had killed more than 100 million fog monsters so far. But only these few ancestral statues of the Blue Star human race were dropped. This is not a matter of the explosion rate. His explosion rate has been maxed out. It's really that the fog monsters that can drop ancestral statues are too random and too rare. When he was in the Water World channel before, he saw other lords drop ancestral statues of the Blue Star human race. But they didn't sell them at all. Zhou Zhou, the king of trophies, could only envy in the face of this situation. He didn't think much about it. He took out the statue of Zhang Heng's ancestor, used the object control technique, and carefully placed it in an empty shrine. The next second, the whole hall shook slightly. A deep and solemn middle-aged male voice sounded. It is better to retreat, and weave a net than to envy the fish by the abyss. Is this what Zhang Heng's ancestor said? Zhou Zhou mourned for his Chinese and history level for a second in his heart. Just then, a text prompt appeared. A new text prompt appeared. You have placed an epic Blue Star human ancestor statue Zhang Heng in the shrine of the Taimiao, and opened the exclusive ancestor enhancement effect, Hofeng Seismograph. The current ancestor statue has been updated. The current ancestor enhancement effect has been updated. The next second, a huge golden Hofeng Seismograph, 2 or 3 feet high, gradually emerged on the ground in front of the statue of Zhang Heng's ancestors. Zhou Zhou looked at the Hofeng Seismograph. It was golden in color. It looked like a wine jar. And on the outside of the jar were 8 dragon heads, each with a small copper ball in its mouth, and under each dragon head there was a toad with its mouth open. Hofeng Seismograph. The earliest instrument in the world for observing earthquakes. It's incredible. You are worthy of being the scientific saint. Zhou Zhou looked at the seismograph and felt very emotional. If it were in modern times, with all kinds of high technology, it is not strange for people to observe earthquakes. But in ancient times when technology was backward, without the assistance of various scientific instruments, Zhang Heng created such a black technology. It's outrageous to think about it. He looked at the information of the instrument. A text prompt appeared. Treasure name, Hofeng Seismograph. Treasure level, epic level. Treasure effect 1, All manufacturing-related professionals in the territory will increase their manufacturing efficiency by 800% when performing manufacturing-related professional behaviors. At the same time, during the manufacturing process, there is a very small probability that they will suddenly have inspiration and create new item manufacturing drawings. Treasure Effect 2. All manufacturing-related professionals in the territory will have their manufacturing-related professional potential increased by 1 level, and the highest cannot exceed the epic upper level. If they leave the territory, this potential blessing will be invalid. Treasure Effect 3. When an earthquake occurs within a radius of 10,000 kilometers of the Hofong seismograph, it can quell the earthquake for 3 days. Cooling time, 10 days. Treasure Introduction. Life is hard work, and nothing can be gained without seeking. Tip. This treasure is exclusive to the Taimyo and cannot be worn, lost, or destroyed. Zhou looked at the treasure effect of the Hofong seismograph and took a deep breath. Although this Hofong seismograph is a little inferior to the 1,000 gold prescriptions of Sun Simia's ancestors, it is also very powerful. First of all, the manufacturing efficiency of 800% alone is very exaggerated. Manufacturing professionals in other territories can only do 1 day's work in 1 day. Manufacturing professionals in my Jiayang kingdom can do 8 days' work in 1 day. And in the process of manufacturing, there is a chance to comprehend new item manufacturing drawings? Good guy. The King of Involution and Inventor are talking about you. As for its treasure effect 2, it directly raises the professional potential of manufacturing professionals in his territory to a large level. Although the upper limit is epic superior. But this is also a height that many creatures can't reach. And the third treasure, the function of suppressing earthquakes, is a bit repeated with his Lord Talent, the Great Peace and Prosperity. His Lord Talent, the Great Peace and Prosperity, can prevent natural disasters from happening within his territory. Of course, this treasure can be taken out of the territory to suppress earthquakes outside the territory, so this ability can be used. A top-quality treasure. Zhou's face was full of smiles. It is indeed an epic statue of the ancestors of the Blue Star human race. The effect did not disappoint him. Then he left the Taimyo and returned to the High-Level Lord's Blessing. High-Level Lord's Blessing. In a loot warehouse. This is a place that comes with the blessed land and is specially used to process, classify, and store loot. The area is quite large. Enough to hold a large amount of loot. After Zhou came here, he took out the 21 corpses of legendary fog monsters and 3 corpses of lower-level scarlet gods that he obtained during the execution of the camp mission today. Looking at the bodies of so many high-level warriors that were preserved for a long time, Zhou smiled. He didn't waste time and immediately began to extract the bodies. After a while, all the bodies were extracted. The bodies of 21 legendary fog monsters provided Zhou with a total of 1,150 lower-level god crystals, 18 lower-level god-level heroic heritage secret book, 189 lower-level god-level artifacts, 260 lower-level god-level lost skills, 21 lower-level god-level book of gods, 252 bronze-level Lord Talent crystal fragments, and 56 other types of treasures at the lower-level god level, such as lower-level god-level potions, scrolls, and materials. As for the 3 lower-level scarlet gods, they provided Zhou with 220 lower-level middle-level god crystals, 3 lower-level middle-level god heroic heritage secret book, 3 lower-level middle-level god artifacts, the fiery fists, 18 books of lost skills of lower middle gods, 3 books of book of gods of lower middle gods, 18 books of heroic heritage secret book of lower god level, 18 artifacts of lower god level, 18 books of lost skills of lower god level, 3 books of book of gods of lower god level, 26 fragments of bronze level Lord Talent crystals, 12 middle god and lower god level potions, scroll materials and other god level items. This lower god level scarlet god is too poor. Only one of the 3 gods has a lower god artifact. Zhou was speechless. It seems that the lack of artifacts is the same for gods under the Supreme Will and gods under the Scarlet Lord. However, he looked at the artifacts in the king's treasure box, which were almost piled up into a small mountain, and always felt that there was something wrong with the style of the artifacts on his side. It's all due to my Lord Talent. By the way, my Lord Talent as the king of trophies is really abnormal. I feel that the mythical level and the only level are not enough to describe it. Zhou couldn't help but sigh. Afterwards, he didn't think much, but called the 2 sisters Audrey and Anya over, and asked them to summon Bai Yun, Wu Xian and other major territory generals, and the main lords of the Star Alliance to discuss matters in the conference hall. The two sisters took the order and left. Chapter 650. After a while. Conference hall. There were hundreds of generals gathered here. These generals were of various races. There were human generals, monster generals, giant roar generals, dog-headed generals, ice ghost generals, and some generals of other races. In terms of quantity, human generals accounted for about 2/3, and the other 1/3 were alien generals. More than half of these generals exuded a heroic aura. Although the other half of the generals did not have a heroic aura, their strength and aura were also very strong, and their temperament was even more shrewd and capable, obviously not ordinary people. The Lords of the Star Alliance were also among them. Although their temperament was not as good as those of the battle-hardened generals, they were also very outstanding among the ordinary Blue Star Lords. Especially after following Zhou, they had seen many big scenes, and gradually developed a calm temperament. In addition, Haras and Zoe were also present. At this time, they were looking at the generals of the prideful Sun Kingdom in amazement. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, it would be hard for them to imagine. This was the strength of a lord force that had just established a primary kingdom a few days ago. It's not unreasonable that this prideful Sun King has come to this point today. Haras grinned. What kind of personality charm does this guy have that can attract so many capable people to work under him willingly? Zhou looked at these generals and strong men, and the light of his ice blue wolf pupil flickered. He thought of what this prideful Sun King had done in the past few days, and nodded secretly in his heart. He dared to think what others dared not think, and did what others dared not do, and the key was that he accomplished everything. He dared not say anything else. He had ambitions, and the ability to realize his ambitions, and there would not be much risk in the process. If it were him, he really wanted to follow this majesty. On the other side, seeing that everyone was present, Zhou simply said that the Scarlet Army would arrive in the Sun Kingdom area as soon as tomorrow night, and then said, "This is roughly the situation. Everyone, please tell me what you think. Wu Tu, you go first, tell me the intelligence of the other party," he said. Wu Tu stood up immediately after hearing this. Today, after receiving the order from His Majesty, our Tiantu Corps immediately went thousands of miles away to investigate the situation of the Scarlet Corps. According to our investigation, this Scarlet Corps is a complete Scarlet Corps. It comes from a primary Scarlet Empire called Fidu. It is the strongest legion of this empire, the Lianyan Corps. Everyone's expression became serious when they heard this. Is it the strongest legion of an empire? No wonder there are 100 million Scarlet troops at the beginning. Wu Tu didn't look at the expressions of others and continued, according to the intelligence we got. This primary Scarlet Empire called Fidu, after letting the Lianyan Corps descend on the high continent, suddenly found that the place where they descended was actually very close to our Jiaoyong Kingdom. In addition, knowing the reputation of the Jiaoyong Kingdom, its empire lord Li Wenfei calmly suddenly changed his mind about invading other empires, and came straight to our Jiaoyong Kingdom. The purpose is to plunder our Jiaoyong Kingdom, or even destroy our Jiaoyong Kingdom. The other party even plans to withdraw from this 10,000 races disaster event after attacking our Jiaoyong Kingdom, because they seem to think that the harvest after destroying our Jiaoyong Kingdom is enough for them to eat and drink. As soon as the voice fell, Qi Xiantian said coldly, with a flash of sword in his eyes, "It seems that our Jiaoyong Kingdom is quite valued by the other party? Aren't you afraid of breaking its stinky teeth when you come to destroy us? Since it is the strongest legion of the primary Scarlet Empire, there should be Scarlet Gods in it. I hope that the blood of such Scarlet Gods can make me stronger." On the other side, Guiqiao also grinned, with a ferocious and arrogant smile. On the other side, Zewu's face was solemn. I knew that this artifact was not so easy to get, and it was borrowed temporarily. He sighed softly. Compared with Zewu, Haras was much more excited. He stroked the divine weapon on his body, his expression excited, his eyes full of fighting spirit. Since the strongest legion of the primary Scarlet Empire has come, there may be Scarlet Gods of the upper God level in it. Very good. Now that I have this set of divine weapons, there are only gods of the same upper God level who can let me fight with all my strength. As the god of scorching sun and burning, his character is actually quite explosive due to the influence of the path of law he has taken. Since the day he became a god, deep in his heart, he longed to fight with other powerful gods. Although he longed to fight, he was not stupid. He knew that if he really rashly went to fight with other gods without a divine weapon, he would be a loser if he met a god with a strong foundation and a divine weapon. Therefore, after he became a god, he spent most of his time dormant and accumulating strength, until the day when King Jiayang arrived. After following King Jiayang, I seem to have walked into the life I want. Haras thought. Gods, Indeed there are. According to the intelligence, the other side has brought at least 5 scarlet gods with the army, and there are many upper god level beings among them. Here are some specific information. I sent it to your personal terminals. Wu Tu said. Everyone immediately opened their personal terminals after hearing this, and then looked at the information about the scarlet gods that Wu Tu had just sent. Zhou was no exception. Middle god blood demon god Inrabel, a scarlet god from the abyss, good at the law of blood and the law of evil spirit. Upper god Dongdu King Zhiqi, comes from the Dongwang Great Thousand World, one of the 10,000 worlds, good at the law of true fire and the law of condensed space. Lower god Kanglin Fist god Zhao Chengkong, a god of martial arts law from an unknown martial arts world. He looked at the information of these gods one by one. There are 7 gods in total that Wu Tu investigated. Among them, there is 1 upper god, 2 middle gods, and 4 lower gods. As for whether there are other scarlet gods, it is not known for the time being. As long as it is not the true god who descends, our Jiayang kingdom will have the strength to fight. A certain alien hero laughed. The true god will not come. Zhou casually said, with the power of the true god, a random move can cause large-scale damage of at least 10,000 miles, and a full-strength attack can even permanently destroy a place in the Supreme Continent. Therefore, the Supreme Agreement has stipulated that unless the Empire is at war, or the Kingdom of God is at war, the true God cannot interfere in matters below the kingdom level. And even if the true gods want to fight, they cannot fight in the real world, they must fight in the realm of no living beings, such as the secret realm of no living beings, the dead starry sky, the space layer, and other realms. If you want the true God to be in the world with living beings, there is only one way to take action. That is to descend upon the Holy Spirit, who has extreme faith in him, and walk in the world of living beings as a saint. But once the true God leaves the Holy Spirit, the possessed Holy Spirit will die quickly. Although they will become heroic spirits after death, go to the kingdom of the true God, and be reborn in another form. But a living Holy Spirit is much more valuable than a dead heroic spirit. So unless he must take action, the true God will not easily sacrifice the Holy Spirit and descend into the world of living beings. He had some of the contents of the Supreme Agreement in his mind, and he was quite clear about this matter. Chapter 651. Harass and Zhu were a little surprised. This Jiang King is obviously a human lord. How can he know so many secrets? Then Wu Tu said some more information, and then said that he was done. Thank you for your hard work. Zhou nodded. It was quite good to be able to collect so much information in such a short time. Next, who has anything to say? He looked at the other generals. The generals looked at each other. Then their eyes fell on Bai Yun. Although Bai Yun's personal strength is not strong, but in terms of combat command, there is a tendency to surpass the veteran Wu Xian and become the first person in the army, so everyone wants her to speak first. Like Qi Xiantian, Suan, Guiqiao and the like. Although their strength is much greater than Bai Yun. But most of them only trust their own strength and have no interest in commanding the army, so they have no opinion on Bai Yun's current status. The two sides are like a general and a commander. So there is no big conflict and contradiction between them, being watched by everyone. Bai Yun was not nervous at all. She stood up calmly and said, although the enemy is coming fiercely, I think we will definitely win this war. As soon as the voice fell, everyone became serious. Although they also had some confidence in the strength of the Jiayang kingdom, they were not as firm as Bai Yun. Where did her confidence come from? Bai Yun noticed the gazes of the generals, but her expression did not change. She continued, let me briefly explain a few reasons. First, our military strength is increasing every moment. Now we have more than 70 million troops. After we clear the monster ranch tomorrow, the military strength will increase to at least 90 million. 90 million versus 100 million, although there is still a gap in number, the gap is actually not big, and it can even be said to be evenly matched. Second, Your Majesty has the power of instigating rebellion. When they arrive tomorrow or the day after tomorrow, Your Majesty will use instigation, and the enemy will lose at least 20 million troops. At that time, we will have 90 million troops, while the enemy will only have 80 million troops. At that time, we will have an advantage in the number of soldiers. Third, so far, we still have nearly 500 million high-quality faith crystals in stock. It is no exaggeration to say that so many faith crystals are enough for all our soldiers to sacrifice once, and then all of them will be resurrected with a small resurrection technique. We have great tolerance in war. Soldiers are not afraid of death in battle, and the enemy. Although they are scarlet monsters, we also know that even scarlet monsters are afraid of death. Fourth, we have a complete military merit exchange system, and there are a lot of resources that can improve the strength of our soldiers. Now each of our soldiers has obtained a high-level military profession from the military merit exchange system, and is well equipped and has many skills. How many soldiers of the Lord forces in the entire Supreme Continent can be like us? And our opponent tomorrow is just an ordinary Scarlet Army that wants to rely on the number of troops to sweep us. I think our soldiers will be completely stronger than them, Bai Yun said loudly. Everyone nodded when he heard it. Naturally, they are quite confident and proud of the strength of their own soldiers. Just as Bai Yun said, the soldiers of their Jiayang kingdom are definitely one of the strongest and most fearless soldiers among the human soldiers of the same level, or even the alien soldiers. Add to that the other factors Bai Yun mentioned. They also felt that their chances of winning were much greater. And there is a fifth point. This Lianyan Scarlet Legion is more than 10,000 kilometers away from us. This distance is not long or short, but it is enough for us to set traps along the way, ambush them, and weaken their strength. We have the Starry Night, we can observe from a very high altitude, and even attack from high altitude. Unless the opponent uses high-level combat power, or even the combat power of the Scarlet God, it will basically not hurt us. If the opponent's high-level combat power really dares to fly up to find us. Bai Yun smiled slightly when he said this. Without the help of those ordinary Scarlet soldiers, our advantage is even greater. Even if there are only a few, it is enough to increase our chances of winning. Everyone nodded. Although the gods are powerful, they can crush low-level soldiers. But if there are too many low-level soldiers, they should not be underestimated. For example, if tens of millions of low-level soldiers attack a lower-level god together, then this lower-level god will not be able to withstand it. After all, quantitative change will lead to qualitative change. I also have good news. Ms. Binghua, the new god of our Jiayang kingdom, has now established a kingdom of God and will return tomorrow. Zhou said at this time. Everyone was a little excited when they heard it. Although the other party is a foreign god, he is also a subject of their Jiayang kingdom. Now the war is about to begin. It must be a good thing to add one more god to our side. How can it be so fast? Heros was surprised. Didn't the other party just go to establish the kingdom of God in the morning? It was successfully established in less than a day, normally. It would take at least 2 or 3 days to build a kingdom of God, right? Zhou shook his head when he heard this, saying that he didn't know. In fact, he knew it in his heart. According to the information Vicky told him, he found the location of the kingdom of the gods of the Ice Ghost Kingdom in the information he gave him about the gods of the original Ice Ghost Kingdom. The 4 Ice Ghost clan gods of the Ice Ghost Kingdom may have established the kingdom of God together, with the idea of advancing and retreating together. When Vicky arrived there, she found the ruined kingdom of God, and was immediately overjoyed. She directly established her own kingdom of God based on their ruined kingdom of God. Because of the same bloodline and the fact that they all achieved gods with the laws of ice, this set of operations was unexpectedly smooth. In less than a day, Vicky built her own kingdom of God, and was ready to come back. Now the other party is on the way back with the heritage of the gods of the 4 ruined kingdoms of God. He planned to give all these gods heritage to the kingdom of Prideful Sun. Because Vicky also knew that the kingdom of Ice Ghost and the 4 Ice Ghost gods were all destroyed by the kingdom of Prideful Sun. The heritage of these gods, to be precise, was all spoils of the kingdom of Prideful Sun. In addition, these heritages were all god-level medicinal materials, god-level minerals, and other god-level treasures. There were no artifacts or lost skills passed down. So he had no interest in staying. Zhou was naturally very satisfied with Vicky's performance. He even planned to wait for him to come back, and reward him with a few lower-level artifacts of the lower gods depending on the situation. As for why he didn't tell Heros, it was naturally because Heros was an outsider for the time being. Zhou would not be stupid enough to tell them everything. Your Majesty. Just then, 10-direction Martial Emperor Feng Luo stood up, pointed at a scarlet human spirit displayed in his personal terminal, and said seriously, "Can this scarlet spirit be handed over to me to deal with?" Zhou was stunned. Everyone was also a little surprised. They looked over. The scarlet spirit Feng Luo pointed to was the martial arts law spirit from an unknown martial arts world, Kanglan Fist God Zhao Chengkong. Zhou pondered and said, "This guy is a genuine lower-level god." "Are you sure?" Feng Luo's comprehension is amazing. This can be seen from the fact that he independently comprehended his own law skills. You must know that Zhou has many heroes under his command. But there are very few generals who comprehend law skills by themselves. Even Qi Xiantian, a genius of the swordsmanship against the sky, has not yet comprehended his own law skills. It can be seen that Feng Luo has a strong understanding, But no matter how strong his understanding is, the other party is still a true martial arts god after all. Your Majesty. Feng Luo held his head high. His temperament was calm and steady. He said calmly, I realized my own martial arts skills a long time ago, one-sword martial arts. And just last night, I have walked out of my own path to godhood. Or, the path to the god of martial arts. Chapter 652. As soon as the words fell, a sense of oppression similar to divine power and blood pressure suddenly came from him. It was the unformed divine power. This means that although the other party has not yet become a god, he has already touched the path of gods. Next, as long as he follows the steps and has enough resources to assist, there is at least a 50% chance that he can become a god. As soon as this kind of pressure came out, all the generals, strong men and lords looked at him in unison, with brilliance and envy in their eyes. Some of them have now received the Book of Gods awarded by Zhou Zhou, and have already walked on the road to gods. But their path to gods is given by Zhou Zhou after all. Even if their progress will be accelerated in the early stage, in the later stage, especially when they reach the upper limit of the road of the Book of Gods, it will be difficult for them to get out of this upper limit, and it will be extremely difficult to break through to the next realm of gods. Unless you change to a more advanced Book of Gods and improve your own potential, and then study the new Book of Gods from scratch with great perseverance and wisdom, you can embrace the new method and go further. The difficulty is obvious. If you walk out of the God's path by yourself, it will be completely different. Because it is the God's path you have studied, this path will be very suitable for you. And when you need to break through the upper limit of the path in the later stage, you only need to follow your own method and continue to open up along the original path. There is no need to take detours or go back to other gods' paths. Therefore, those who can walk out of the God's path by themselves have great potential. For example, Zhou Zhou gave his subordinates the Book of Gods, which can generally be divided into 3 situations. The first is that their future potential is limited, and they may not even be able to become subordinates of gods. For such subordinates, Zhou Zhou gave them the Book of Gods, which would only allow them to surpass their own potential limit and reach a realm that they could not reach before, so there is naturally no question of whether there is an upper limit or not. The second is that the Book of Gods is extremely compatible with the subordinates themselves. For example, Suan, as a natural assassin, is naturally compatible with the Book of Gods of the God of Shadow and Assassination given by Zhou Zhou. In this case, using the Book of Gods, it will only make Suan realize his own path to the gods faster, and even make up for his shortcomings and easily break his upper limit. The third situation is that the potential is amazingly high. Just like Xiao Xian, Qi Xiantian, geniuses with the potential of the main god level, their future potential is the main god level. Naturally, they will not be restricted by the path of the gods of low-level gods. After reaching the upper limit of the road given by the Book of Gods, they can even easily break the upper limit with their own potential and embark on their own path. Otherwise, if they are really restricted so easily, their potential will not be at the level of the main god. However, despite this, Zhou Zhou did not give them the Book of Gods. He still hoped that they could walk out of their own path of gods. Good. Zhou Zhou applauded. Since you have confidence, I won't say much. Fight boldly, we have our prideful Sun Kingdom behind you. He said. There is a Holy Spirit level faith crystal. He naturally would not fear the death of his subordinates. Thank you, Your Majesty. Feng Luo said respectfully and seriously. The road to becoming a martial god that he was going to follow required him to experience a lot of battles with strong men. If he fought with strong men from the martial arts department, that would be the best. Because it was related to his future path, he took the initiative to ask Zhou Zhou for this request. Zhou Zhou smiled and nodded, and then asked him to sit down. Maybe it was because walking out of his own path was too surprising. After Feng Luo sat down, many eyes still fell on him. Zhou Zhou was also very satisfied with him. This guy. When he used the law skills he had comprehended before, he gave me a lot of surprises. I didn't expect to give me such a big surprise now. He thought for a moment, and then said to Feng Luo, after the meeting, go to the military merit officer and receive military merit worth 1,000 legendary mist hearts. This is the reward for you to comprehend your own divine path. He said this, looked at the others, and found that everyone was looking at him with burning eyes. Zhou Zhou smiled slightly. If anyone among you comprehends your own divine path in the future, you can also receive this reward. In addition, generals and strong men who have already used the Book of Gods don't need to think too much. You have sufficient resources provided by my Jiayong Kingdom, and the probability of breaking through to the gods can be increased by at least 40%. When you become gods, more benefits will naturally be waiting for you. Don't worry too much about the rewards I just mentioned. Yes, your majesty. The morale of the generals and strong men was greatly boosted, and everyone's eyes were filled with the flame of ambition. Who doesn't want to become a god? Not to mention, His Majesty is also using real benefits to motivate us crazily. Who can resist this temptation? Haras and Zawu looked at each other. This upper god and a middle god were actually a little envious at this time. This Jiayong king and his Jiayong kingdom are really rich. Before they were promoted to gods, they didn't have such a good force to provide them with resources and support behind them. After that, everyone discussed for more than an hour and arranged specific execution tasks, and the meeting ended. After the meeting, each general immediately went to do what he should do. Zhou originally wanted to go and see his mechanical clone. But before he could leave, his message page flashed. Zhou took a look. He found that it was the military lord who sent the message. He looked over. Military Industry Lord, Your Majesty, the descendant of the Holy Nguyen Kingdom, Ai Sitten, has handed over 1/3 of the national wealth to me. I will send you the transfer certificate, 1/3 of the national wealth, and the books on the manufacturing process of nuclear weapons. Lord Jiang, okay. After a while, the military industry lord said everything he said. 1/3 of the national wealth is 500 legendary mist hearts. It is also written on the transfer certificate, proving that the military industry lord did not embezzle. And the books on the manufacturing process of nuclear weapons are a whole library of books. Zhou collected all of them in amazement, and then collected the mist heart and the transfer certificate himself, and gave these books to Wenya to study. Then he directly sent the agreed kingdom order. The transaction was completed harmoniously. Military Industry Lord, Your Majesty. Military Industry Lord, Overlord Lord, Dragon Lady Lord, Undead Lord, Black Warrior Lord, Xiantian Lord and other 5 top lords of Blue Star also want to trade kingdom orders with you. Military Industry Lord, do you want to accept their friend requests? Chapter 653. When the military lord said this, he couldn't help but want to complain in his heart. In terms of the difficulty of adding friends, His Majesty is definitely the most difficult one to add as a friend among all the Blue Star lords. If he hadn't had some trade relations with the King of Pride, his friend would have been deleted long ago. Zhou was stunned when he heard this. He opened his friend application list and saw billions of friend application messages. After a few seconds of silence, he opened the search bar and typed in the names of these lords. Soon, he saw the friend applications of these lords. And judging from the number of applications, it was not once or twice. The most recent time was more than half an hour ago. Zhou didn't think much about it, approved all their applications, and then pulled them into a separate group. Lord Jiayong, hello everyone. Lord Jiayong, I heard from my little brother that everyone is interested in my kingdom order. Lord Military Industry, hide. Lord Dragon Girl, yes, I wonder if King Jiayong is willing to sell it. Lord Black Warrior, King Jiayong, now the entire Blue Star Lord is experiencing the crisis of the 10,000 races disaster. Only when our Blue Star human lords unite and establish their own kingdom can we integrate all forces to protect ourselves. As the Lord with the most kingdom orders, why do you still want to sell it? You should give the kingdom order to us, the top Blue Star Lords, so that we can minimize the losses of our Blue Star human race. If you ask for too much and we can't get the kingdom order, the Blue Star human lords will suffer heavy losses in this 10,000 races disaster because they are isolated and helpless. Can you bear this responsibility? As soon as these words came out, the entire chat group fell silent. The Military Lord, the Undead Lord, the Overlord Lord, and the Dragon Lady Lord all broke out in cold sweat. Lord Jiayong, you are so lucky to have survived until now. Lord Jiayong, show some information of the compass of the soul of revenge. Lord Jiayong, goodbye. Lord Heiwu has been removed from the group chat. About 160 billion kilometers away from Jiayong Kingdom. Heiwu City. When Lord Heiwu Fan Yin saw that he was removed from the group chat, he was stunned at first, and then he was furious. Bang! A golden jade cup was smashed to the ground by him. A lord who is so unlucky in front. When he returns to Blue Star, he will probably be a low-level person with no power, and only earning a few thousand yuan a month. How dare you do this to me? If you dare to do this to me on Blue Star, I can make your whole family live a life worse than death. Fan Yin was so angry that he trembled all over. His eyes were vicious. He used to be an only child of the 2nd generation. Relying on family connections and doting, he held great power in both the black and white worlds. On Blue Star, he was a person praised by thousands of people. Women, wealth, power. He could get whatever he wanted. Even if some things could not be obtained temporarily, he could easily get them with a little trick. Who would have thought? With the thought of the supreme will, countless people on Blue Star, including him, were moved to the supreme continent. At the beginning, Van Een, who lost everything, felt very desperate. But when he made the lower class people bow down to him with just one order, and when he made his subordinates rob the beautiful daughters of common people in broad daylight for his enjoyment with just one word, and there was no law to punish him, he suddenly fell in love with this lawless life where he made his own decisions. Because the supreme power of being a lord was something he could not enjoy on Blue Star. Although he could do almost whatever he wanted on Blue Star, there was a limit to his ability. But in the supreme continent, as long as he did not leave his territory, coupled with the extraordinary power given to him by his Black Warrior Lord talent, he could truly do whatever he wanted without any scruples, and at this moment, Lord Jiuyang appeared in his sight. His achievements, his wealth, his power, his reputation among the Blue Star Lords, and even the 10,000 races lords, were all things he was very jealous of, and wanted to have. He had tried to add Lord Jiuyang as a friend. The purpose was to use the means he was good at to fool the other party, and transfer everything from the other party to himself. However, he did not add him. Lord Haywu was very angry about this, but there was nothing he could do. Later, the Kingdom Order came. Although he was arrogant and domineering, he was not stupid and naturally knew the value of the Kingdom Order. If he had the Kingdom Order and built his own kingdom, his enjoyment as a top lord would definitely increase by hundreds or thousands of times. So he asked his friend to find a military lord to join the transaction. Then, he was very stingy, and was unwilling to pay too much. So he thought of using righteousness to coerce the other party. But he didn't expect the other party to not buy it at all, and directly removed him from the group chat. No! The Kingdom Order must not be given up. As long as I have the Kingdom Order and build my own kingdom, my identity, status, wealth and everything else will increase more than tenfold. Now is the best time to build a kingdom. Otherwise, after the special period of the tribulation of all races, there will definitely not be such a good opportunity for me to have so many resources and advance and build a kingdom. Van Een thought quickly, and then quickly thought of the military lords and others. If they can get the Kingdom Order, then I can try to snatch the Kingdom Order from them, he murmured, and a hint of viciousness flashed in his eyes. He was more afraid of dealing with fog monsters. But he was best at dealing with his own people. He came back to his senses. He was about to close the chat group in front of him that could no longer speak. Then he saw the treasure information of Compass of the Soul of Vengeance sent by Zhou. How can there be such a treasure? When he saw the power of this compass, his originally vicious face suddenly turned pale. On the other side, in the chat group, no one spoke at this time. All the lords in the chat group, except Zhou, stared at the treasure information of the Compass of the Soul of Vengeance. There is such a treasure? All the lords present were terrified. Why is it that at this point, in the world channel of the Blue Star Lord, there are still people who dare to scold the Lord of Pride's son? In short, it's nothing more than 5 words. The sky is high and the Emperor is far away. No matter how powerful you, Lord of Pride's son, are you still able to come to my territory to catch me across the Blue Star World Channel, since you can't catch me? What am I afraid of? I want to spray, no matter who you love. Such momentum. It feels like the keyboard warrior in the past. The reason why the Black Warrior Lord dared to say such stupid words is certainly because of his personality, and the reason that he wanted to coerce Zhou. But the biggest reason is that he is not afraid of Zhou coming to retaliate against him. The result was unexpected. Zhou actually has a treasure like the Compass of the Soul of Vengeance. So he was dumbfounded. At the same time, the 4 top lords, Dragon Lady Lord, Overlord Lord, Undead Lord, and Xiantian Lord, also warned themselves in their hearts at this moment. Unless they have the strength to fight against Lord Jiuyang, or the ability to stop the Compass of the Spirit of Vengeance from detecting their location in the future. Otherwise, they must not provoke the Jiuyang King. Otherwise, if they anger the Jiuyang King, the Jiuyang King would use this treasure to find their location, and then the army would invade. Those who provoke the Jiuyang King will really be finished. Chapter 654. After Zhou removed the Black Warrior Lord from the group chat, the Military Industry Lord was the first to come out and admit his mistake. Military Industry Lord, Your Majesty, I'm sorry, I didn't know the Black Warrior Lord. I just heard of his reputation before, and knew that he was also one of the top lords of the Blue Star Lords. Military Industry Lord, later, a friend of mine found out about Wang Guoling and took the initiative to find me, saying that he wanted the Black Warrior Lord to join. I owed this friend a favor. After thinking about it, I felt that the other party was also a top lord, so I agreed. I didn't expect that this Black Warrior Lord was actually a big idiot. The military industry lord was also cursing in his heart. You are stupid, don't drag me into it. Even if he had a good temper at this moment, he couldn't help but feel angry and even murderous during the time he lived in the Supreme Continent. He is no longer the simple and honest weapons research and development engineer he used to be. Scorching Sun Lord. It's okay, just treat it as a joke. Lord Jiayang, let's talk about this guy. I want to know what kind of ability he has. He can still live to this day even though he is so annoying. When the military industry lord heard this, he immediately knew that his chance to show off had come, and immediately said, Military industry lord, your majesty, this Black Warrior Lord is a lord who bullies the weak and fears the strong. He usually bullies his own territory, but the group of Black Warriors under his command are really powerful. Military industry lord. It is said that the Black Warriors under his command have mastered a special method that allows them to enter and exit the Scarlet Fog freely, and can also weaken the amplified strength of the fog monsters at night. Military industry lord. This ability is quite rare. It is said that he also relies on his Black Warrior soldiers to make friends with some kingdom-level lord forces. To put it bluntly, he is working for those indigenous lord forces. Military industry lord. If nothing unexpected happens, this should come from his lord talent. Zhou Zhou's eyes lit up when he heard this. He actually has this kind of innate ability? He immediately thought of the upcoming Lianyan Scarlet Legion tomorrow. After the other party arrives, there is a high probability that they will directly attack his kingdom at night. If he could also master this method of allowing soldiers to avoid the threat of the Scarlet Fog, then his soldiers' chances of survival in night battles will definitely increase greatly. Zhou Zhou thought about it and typed, Lord Jiayang, does anyone know the location of the territory of this Black Warrior Lord? After seeing the words said by Zhou Zhou, the Military Industry Lord, the Dragon Lady Lord, the Overlord Lord, the Undead Lord, and the Xiantian Lord had an idea in their minds. Could it be? This guy wants to deal with the Black Warrior Lord? Thinking about the compass of the soul of vengeance, everyone felt that this was really possible. Lord Xiantian, I know. Zhou Zhou looked at the name of this lord with a thoughtful look. Thanks to the fact that he would go to the Water World Channel when he had nothing to do. He still knew some famous Blue Star Lords. This Lord Xiantian is one of them. It is said that this person's Lord Talent is a Platinum-level Lord Talent, Immortal Sect Blessing. The effect of this Lord Talent is, within his territory, there is a sect of immortal cultivation, Xiantian Sect. When the people in his territory are tested for their qualifications, they have a greater chance of awakening their immortal spiritual roots, and thus being accepted by Xiantian Sect and becoming an immortal Qi refiner. This is nothing. At most, it is just a rare job transfer opportunity for the territory. But the key is, Lord Xiantian, who has the Lord Talent of Immortal Sect Blessing, actually has a very high immortal cultivation qualification. It is said that his immortal cultivation qualification is so high that there is a chance that he will even reach the Daoyuo Jinxian realm, true God, in the future. This aptitude even alarmed Xiantian Sect's superior sect in the immortal realm, Xiantian Immortal Sect. A true immortal, lower-level god, even came down from the upper realm to temporarily accept him as a disciple, and then left after leaving all the resources for cultivating immortals. This incident soon caused a huge sensation within his territory. It is said that the average loyalty of the people in the entire territory increased by several points at that time. After he spread this incident to the World Channel, the Blue Star Lords on the World Channel were naturally envious and jealous. Some lords even joked. This Xiantian Lord, a Platinum-level Lord Talent, played out the feeling of a legendary Lord Talent. Although it is a bit exaggerated. But it also shows that this person has high potential. Lord Jiayang, how did you know? Lord Xiantian, my territory is not far from this guy's territory. When I joined Xiantian Xianzong, this guy came here specifically to buy my immortal skills at a low price. After I refused on the grounds that my master did not allow it, this guy thought I was unwilling to sell it to him, and he became angry and often sent troops to attack my territory. Lord Xiantian, my master cannot intervene in the dispute between the lords of all races, and there is no way to deal with it. At the beginning, it was difficult for me to deal with this guy. Later, I mastered some self-defense methods of Qi refiners and learned some formations. The situation got a little better. After that, I formed the Xiantian Xianming and had the support of a large number of Blue Star Lords. This guy did not dare to come and attack me. Lord Xiantian, if your majesty is interested in dealing with this guy, I am willing to lead the way for your majesty. Jojo was thoughtful after listening. He naturally wouldn't believe everything this guy said. Unfortunately, it wasn't in reality. Otherwise, he might be able to listen to what this guy said to distinguish the truth from the false. Just then, the military industry lord sent a message. Military industry lord, Your Majesty, I just asked the people below, what this Xiantian lord said is true. He and the Black Warrior Lord have indeed had a long-term feud, and the two alliances have even fought head-on many times. Jojo did not reply, and directly typed in the group, Lord Jiayang, let's chat privately later. Lord Jiayang, okay, now there are only 4 of you left. Lord Jiayang, I explain in advance. Since I only have 3 kingdom orders in my hand now, one of you will not get the kingdom order. Lord Jiayang, so? The highest bidder wins. Lord Long, good. Others also expressed their opinions. It can be seen. Before they came, they had already prepared to compete. Seeing this, Jojo asked them to start bidding. After more than an hour, the ownership of the 3 kingdom orders was finally settled. They were obtained by the Dragon Lady Lord, the Undead Lord and the Xiantian Lord respectively. On the contrary, the Overlord Lord, who had the highest Lord talent among the 4, did not get the kingdom order. For this situation, the Overlord Lord felt a little aggrieved, but there was nothing he could do. In order to improve his Taotai demon body, he used almost all the resources of the territory to buy rare monster flesh and blood. This certainly made his strength increase rapidly, and now he has even become an extraordinary intermediate strongman, with various bloodline abilities. It is even enough to cross the level and kill epic strongmen. This strength. Putting aside Jojo, the pervert, among the entire Blue Star human lords, he is definitely ranked in the top 3. But the price of such an achievement is that there is little wealth left in his territory. As a result, he had no power to fight back against the high-priced competition from the other 3 opponents. Lord Jiayang, Lord Overlord, don't worry too much. This is just the first auction of the Kingdom Order. There will be opportunities in the future. Save your wealth, and I will notify you when the Kingdom Order is auctioned next time. Lord Overlord, okay. The Lord of Military Industry, Lord of Dragon Girl, Lord of Xiantian, and Lord of Undead felt a little emotional after seeing this scene. What kind of arrogant person is Lord Overlord? They have all come into contact with him, so they know it very well. However, facing the arrogant King Jiayang, who has become a big deal, they can only let him comfort them obediently. Chapter 655. This transaction ended quickly. However, the Kingdom Order transaction chat group established by Jojo was not disbanded, but was kept. In this way, the next time there is a Kingdom Order transaction, this chat group can continue to be used. In addition, the Dragon Lady Lord, the Undead Lord and others can also pull the Blue Star Lords, who they think are powerful, to join this chat group and participate in the future Kingdom Order auction. It won't be long before there will be several new Blue Star human kingdom forces other than me among the Blue Star human race. Jojo thought to himself. As the main behind-the-scenes promoter of this incident, he didn't feel much in his heart. There are as many Blue Star human kingdoms as there are. Anyway, it won't cause him any trouble, but it will benefit him a lot. For example, in this transaction, the price paid by the Dragon Lady Lord and others to obtain the Kingdom Order. Among them, in addition to the 3 lords, Dragon Lady Lord, Undead Lord, and Xiantian Lord, who will all follow his lead in the future, and the lords under their command will offer their territories, and 1/3 of the kingdom's wealth when they encounter Jojo's army. Dragon Lady Lord also promised to give Jiayang Kingdom 100 sub-dragons with dragon blood, ranging in strength from lower bronze to upper silver. Undead Lord will give Jiayang Kingdom a gold upper pure blood bone dragon. Xiantian Lord will be responsible for the spiritual root detection of the people in Jiayang Kingdom in the future. And the other party also promised to apply to Xiantian sect to establish a branch of Xiantian sect in Jiayang Kingdom in the future, so that those with spiritual root qualifications in Jiayang Kingdom can enter the sect and practice immortal methods. In this way, the Qi refining masters, who come out of the Xiantian sect, will naturally serve the Jiayang Kingdom. Of course, the materials needed to build the Xiantian sect, such as the Heart of Mist, need to be provided and purchased by the Jiayang Kingdom. The Jiayang Kingdom also needs to provide wages for the Qi refining masters of the Xiantian sect, who come to build the branch. In this regard, Jojo agreed directly. He is also a Qi refining master, so he naturally knows how powerful Qi refining masters are. Although it is impossible for every Qi refining master to be as strong as his Chaos Saint body, as long as he can cultivate a group of Qi refining masters for his territory, even the most ordinary Qi refining masters, in Jojo's judgment, are enough to rival kingdom-level combat professionals, or even empire-level combat professionals. Anyway, he is still worried about where to spend the Heart of Mist. Just treat it as an investment. After recalling the conditions given by these three families, Jojo smiled slightly. These three kingdom orders can be exchanged for so many benefits, and Jojo feels that it is a good deal. Otherwise, these three super superior kingdom orders would be useless to him, and could only be placed in the king's treasure box to gather dust. He did not think much about it, opened Lord Xuantian's chat box, and typed, "Lord Jiayang, how do you plan to let me take you to eliminate the Black Warrior Lord?" "Lord Xuantian, in fact, I know the location of your Majesty's territory." Jojo was not very concerned when he saw his reply. After the previous exposure, the location of his territory has long been considered semi-public, and Lord Xuantian knew it, so he was not very surprised. "Lord Jiayang, then what?" "Lord Xuantian, not long ago, I found a broken ancient teleportation array near the territory. This ancient teleportation array should have been left by the previous cultivators. Lord Xuantian, after I reported this ancient teleportation array to the top leaders of Xuantian sect, a 9th level array master in the tribulation period, legendary level, took action. After repairing it, he found that it led to a ruined immortal sect site. Lord Xuantian, when we found the Xianzhou ruins, there were no treasures in it, but the formation master still repaired its ancient teleportation array and gave it to our Xiantian city, saying that it was our last retreat. Lord Xuantian, afterwards, I went there in person and found that the location of the Xianzhou ruins was actually very close to your Majesty's Jiayang kingdom. According to the calculations of my scouts, your Majesty's soldiers only need to travel more than 50 million kilometers north from the border of Jiayang kingdom to reach the Xianzhou ruins. In fact, more than 50 million kilometers is still a very long distance for most of the current Blue Star Lords. But Lord Xuantian believed. This distance is definitely not far for the strongest lord of the 10,000 races in the last event. In fact, it is true. Jojo was a little surprised when he saw the words typed by Lord Xuantian. More than 50 million kilometers is indeed very close. You know, after absorbing the spacecraft technology obtained from Lord Father God, the Starry Night spaceship under his command has made great progress in all aspects nowadays. The flying speed of his top Starry Night has increased from 8,000 to 9,000 kilometers per hour to more than 500 million kilometers per hour. More than 50 million kilometers? His Starry Night arrived in 5 or 6 minutes. Lord Xuantian, if your Majesty trusts me, you can directly send troops to this immortal sect ruins, and then directly come to my territory through the space teleportation array, and then go to the territory of the Black Warrior Alliance. Lord Xuantian, my Xiantian Alliance and the Black Warrior Alliance are not far from each other. It will be very convenient for His Majesty to rest or go on an expedition. Jojo saw this without much hesitation and agreed directly. This is the confidence brought by strength. Of course, he would not be unprepared. He took out a contract book and wrote down everything they talked about, including the transaction matters of Wang Guoling. After writing it, Jojo carefully confirmed it again. After confirming that there was no problem, he signed it himself and sent it to Lord Xuantian for the other party to sign as well. Unlike Jojo, this was the first time Lord Xuantian had come into contact with this thing. After a long time, he carefully signed his name on the contract book and completed the contract. Soon, Jojo looked at the golden scale mark that had appeared on his palm, and a smile appeared on his face. With this contract, the other party was truly trustworthy. Lord Jiayang, send me the location. If nothing goes wrong, I will go there tomorrow morning. In addition, send me a copy of the war intelligence of Lord Heiwu's troop distribution and power distribution. Don't say you don't have it. These two Blue Star Lord alliances have been at odds with each other for so long. It would be suspicious if they didn't have war intelligence on each other. Lord Xuantian, of course we have this. After saying that, in less than 2 or 3 seconds, Jojo received the paper document sent by the other party. After Jojo opened it, he took a rough look and then marveled. This Lord Heiwu and his Black Warrior Alliance are not as strong as the Aurora Kingdom when it was on the verge of extinction. Keyboard warriors, right? I will fight keyboard warriors tomorrow, Jojo thought maliciously. Chapter 656. After Jojo and Lord Xuantian discussed some specific details of tomorrow's cooperation, they ended the chat. The Night Empire's camp mission, the invasion of the Linyan Scarlet Legion, and the attack on the Black Warrior Lord. Tomorrow's things are a bit too much. Jojo thought about tomorrow's schedule, and couldn't help but sigh. He then thought about it, and felt that he should have enough time. After all, it shouldn't take long to attack the Black Warrior Lord. The remaining time should be more than enough to do the first two things. At worst, I won't do the Night Empire's camp mission for the time being. I take a day off, solve the Black Warrior Lord, and then concentrate on dealing with the invasion of the Linian Scarlet Legion. Jojo thought. Just then, there was a knock on the door. Come in, Jojo said casually. Soon, Anya opened the door and walked over quickly. Your Majesty, Prime Minister Zheng just came over and said that all the lords of the Ice Ghost Kingdom have arrived at Jiayang capital and are currently waiting in conference room number 1 of the administrative hall, Anya said respectfully. I almost forgot about this. Jojo stood up, walked out of the room, and walked towards the administrative hall. Administrative hall. Conference room number 1. When Jojo came here, he saw more than 100,000 lords of the Ice Ghost clan gathered here. Hello, Your Majesty. When Jojo just came in, the sharp-eyed lords of the Ice Ghost clan immediately spotted him, and then someone took the lead, and the entire conference room number 1 suddenly rang with earth-shaking fanatical shouts. Jojo smiled and walked onto the stage. He looked at the more than 100,000 Ice Ghost clan lords, who were shouting fanatically in front of him, and felt a little emotional. This is the foundation of an intermediate kingdom. Last time, he gathered all the lords of the 2 primary kingdoms, the Aurora Kingdom and the Roaring Kingdom, but there were only more than 10,000 lords. Now, the number of lords from the intermediate kingdom of the Ice Ghost Kingdom has reached more than 100,000. It can be seen that the gap between the primary kingdom and the intermediate kingdom is huge. However, the more lords come, the more lord talent crystal fragments he can get, and he will naturally be happier. Everyone, please stop shouting. I have already felt your enthusiasm. Jojo smiled and comforted. All the Ice Ghost lords laughed when they heard this, and then gradually quieted down. At this time, Your Majesty, it's the same as last time. This is the specific list of all the Ice Ghost lords this time, which records their abilities, strengths, and previous lord experiences. Zheng Yuanqi came over and handed Jojo a list while whispering. Jojo nodded, took it, glanced at it, and then a smile appeared on his face. There are actually 116,255 Ice Ghost lords. How many lord talent crystal fragments will this provide him? He was very excited. Then he suppressed his excitement and looked up at the Ice Ghost lords in front of him. Since you can come here, you should also know the purpose of calling you here. I will explain the unclear things. First, I want to see your qualifications. If the qualifications are good, the king will not be stingy with rewards. Second, as the territory of the Kingdom of Prideful Sun increases, local governments are increasingly in need of capable officials to take up posts and take care of the livelihood and development of the people. I asked you all to come here so that we can arrange your respective posts in the future. Of course, you all come from Bingdui State. When our officials arrange posts, they will naturally give priority to arranging you to work in Bingdui State. You can rest assured about this. Regarding treatment, our Jiayang Kingdom is famous for its good treatment of officials. You should have heard about this, right? Jojo said. The Bingdui clan nodded in agreement when they heard this. Before they came to Jiayang capital, they naturally conducted some investigations. Especially since they knew why they came, the focus of their investigation was on how they would be treated after becoming local officials. The result would not be known without investigation. I was shocked after the investigation. Wow, our officials in the Kingdom of Prideful Sun treated so well. The Lord of a gold-level regional territory has a minimum fixed monthly salary of 500 gold-level mist hearts. If you make outstanding achievements, you will be rewarded with a minimum of 100 silver-level mist hearts and an unlimited maximum. For every 1 point increase in the average loyalty of the territory's residents, 10,000 diamond-level mist hearts will be rewarded. After they knew about the reward mechanism for these officials' achievements, they were all stunned. What's wrong with the Kingdom of Prideful Sun? This look of looking down on mist hearts. Do they have a grudge against Mist Heart? As for the regulations that prohibit bullying the weak without reason, although they are a little uncomfortable, for the sake of Mist Heart, they suddenly feel. What's the problem? As long as the Heart of Mist is in place. It doesn't matter if the race has changed. Seeing that the Ice Ghosts didn't seem to object, Jojo asked someone to distribute the specific reward and punishment system. After all the Ice Ghosts had read it and expressed no objection, Jojo then put forward the main purpose of his visit. Next, I will do some actions to verify your loyalty. Please don't resist. After the verification is completed, you will be truly my own people. I will give you some rewards at that time, he said. The Ice Ghost lords heard this, and their expressions suddenly became faintly expectant. They thought of a statement about this matter that they had heard before they came. It is said that as long as the lords go through this step, they will be rewarded by the King of Pride with at least 1,000 copies of the Special Grade Golden King Transfer Certificate. That is a special grade troop. Even in the Ice Ghost Kingdom, the special grade troop is considered a top-level troop. It is not something that ordinary Ice Ghost lords can access. Now they are under the command of King Jiaoyang, and have the opportunity to obtain this coveted top-level military force. How can they not look forward to it, on the stage? Zhou was also looking forward to it. He took a deep breath, and the source of chaos in his body flowed into the magic-stealing gloves of the God Thief that had been worn on his right arm. The next second, he used the magic-stealing gloves of the God Thief to steal all the Lord Talent crystal fragments of the more than 100,000 Ice Ghost lords in front of him, and put them into his own king's treasure box. He took a look, and then was surprised to find that these 116,255 lords actually provided him with 601,125 black iron level Lord Talent crystal fragments, 6,514 bronze level Lord Talent crystal fragments, 2,690 silver level Lord Talent crystal fragments, 1,550 gold level Lord Talent crystal fragments, 620 platinum level Lord Talent crystal fragments, 133 diamond level Lord Talent crystal fragments, 21 extraordinary level Lord Talent crystal fragments, 5 epic level Lord Talent crystal fragments, and 3 legendary level Lord Talent crystal fragments. Zhou took a deep breath and barely suppressed his excitement. Compared with the treasure house of the Ice Ghost Kingdom, these Lord Talent crystal fragments in front of him are the biggest treasure he has obtained. Chapter 657. After that, Zhou had a brief chat with the Ice Ghost clan lords, and then handed over everything to Zheng Yuanqi and Luckier. Then he walked out of the administrative hall, and went directly back to the high-level lord's land. High-level lord's land. In a study, Zhou sat in front of the desk, and with a thought, he opened his Lord's Talent panel. This time, I can upgrade my Lord's Talent. Zhou looked at his 28 Lord's Talents, and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Then he thought about it, took out 10 diamond-level Lord's Talent crystal fragments, and fused them into a diamond-level Lord's Talent origin crystal. Zhou looked at this diamond-level Lord's Talent origin crystal, and silently recited to use it. The next second, he saw the diamond-level Lord's Talent origin crystal in his hand, emitting a bright and dazzling diamond light. The text prompt appeared. Since you have 3 platinum-level Lord Talents, Monster Ranch, Mysterious Caravan, and Dragon Slayer Village, please choose one to be promoted. Choose Monster Ranch for promotion. Zhou said without hesitation. Monster Ranch is the fastest way to increase military strength among the many means he currently has. Even if the rebellion is promoted to the epic-level Lord Talent, at the current stage, it is not as many soldiers as the platinum-level Monster Ranch provides him. Of course, this does not mean that rebellion is weak. It's just that Zhou has not touched the upper limit of rebellion so far. That is, rebellion of the Lord forces of the middle-level god. This level of Lord forces generally represents the old-fashioned Empire-level Lord forces. Zhou had never instigated such old-fashioned Empire-level Lord forces, but only instigated Lord forces of lower levels. In this case, the number of enemies instigated naturally seemed less than the number of new recruits provided by Monster Ranch. However, despite this, it can also be seen that Monster Ranch has great potential. So after Zhou thought of upgrading the Lord Talent, the first thing he wanted to upgrade was the Monster Ranch Lord Talent. As for the 2 platinum-level Lord Talents of Mysterious Caravan and Dragon Slaying Town, the former was upgraded not long ago, and there is no need to upgrade it for the time being. Zhou didn't know what the use of upgrading the latter was. In this case, naturally, the Lord Talent crystal fragments should be saved to upgrade the main Lord Talent. Lord Talent has been selected. Promotion in progress. The next second, he felt a familiar warm feeling coming from the center of his forehead. Zhou looked calm. After a moment, the warm feeling on his forehead gradually disappeared. A new text prompt appeared. Lord Talent successfully promoted. Congratulations, your platinum-level Lord Talent Monster Ranch has been promoted to diamond-level Lord Talent Monster Ranch. The effect of your diamond-level Lord Talent after promotion is as follows. Lord Talent, Monster Ranch, Diamond Level. Monster Ranch. Your territory has the method of building a special building Monster Ranch. After upgrading to Diamond Level Lord Talent, the information of this talent has not changed. It seems that I have to ask Magoo to come over and ask. Zhou looked at the information of the Monster Ranch after the promotion, and said to himself. Then, he did not hesitate, and took out 10 extraordinary Lord Talent crystal fragments again, fused them into an extraordinary Lord Talent Origin Divine Crystal, and directly upgraded the Monster Ranch to the extraordinary Lord Talent. But what made Jojo speechless was that even after upgrading to the extraordinary Lord Talent again, the talent information of this Monster Ranch still did not change. He shook his head and didn't care. He called Atreyu and asked her to inform Magoo that if he was ready, he should come over immediately. Atreyu took the order and left. A moment later, Magoo came over. "Your Majesty," he said respectfully, "do you feel your improvement? Tell me more about it." Jojo smiled. "Yes, Your Majesty." Magoo nodded, and then slowly said, "Your Majesty, my current strength is still that of a monster rancher and monster patriarch of the lower level of extraordinary. But now I have 10,000 monster priests under my command. In addition, the number of monster ranches under my command has also increased from 100 to 500. And the maximum capacity of each monster ranch has also increased from 100,000 to 500,000. Jojo couldn't help but smack his lips when he heard this. Each monster ranch can accommodate 500,000 fog monsters. Then 500 monster ranches can accommodate 250 million ranch monsters. Good guy. Jojo instantly felt that tomorrow's invasion of the Linyan Scarlet Legion would not be a problem. There are 250 million ranch monsters, and Jojo doesn't need to send troops. When the opponent's Scarlet Army arrives tomorrow, he can directly let Magoo command these 250 million ranch monsters to attack the opponent's Scarlet Army with all his strength. It is estimated that it will be enough to kill the opponent. The most important thing is, the ranch monsters are not afraid of the Scarlet Fog in the dark night. In other words, his ranch monsters can fight against the opponent's Scarlet Legion without any scruples in the dark. The problem that Jojo was most worried about before also disappeared. "Not bad, not bad," Jojo praised. "Your Majesty, I haven't finished yet." Magoo smiled at this time. "Any other improvements?" Jojo was a little surprised when he heard this. "Your Majesty, please look." Magoo stretched out his right hand and saw an irregular square mini-continent slowly emerging in his palm. Jojo had amazing eyesight. He could see it at a glance. The mini-continent in Magoo's hand was actually neatly arranged with large monster ranches, and each monster ranch was raising a large number of fog monsters at this time. "Is this a continent?" Jojo hesitated. "Yes." Magoo nodded, then smiled and said, "After Your Majesty's promotion, I suddenly found that a continent suddenly appeared in my body. It is called the Ranch Continent. This continent seems to be specially built for raising monsters. Its area is about 800,000 square kilometers, and there are naturally built monster ranches in it. And in each monster ranch, there is no need for subordinates to operate it personally. Every day, a large number of ranch monsters will automatically spawn in the early morning to fill the vacancies of the monster ranch. This rule is very rigid. The next time to fill the vacancies of the monster ranch will be in the early morning of the day after tomorrow. And this ranch continent, its continental area, the number of monster ranches, and the upper limit of monsters that each monster ranch can accommodate will also increase with the improvement of the subordinate's strength. I also realized my own way to become a god. This way to become a god will probably be to raise, feed, and monsters. Because of the path of law, my job title is no longer Monster Patriarch, but God of Pasture. This god does not mean that my strength has reached the realm of gods, but because I have mastered a continent that belongs entirely to me, so I have achieved this title of priesthood with the status of God of the world. Magoo explained his abilities one by one. Chapter 658. After hearing this, Jojo was naturally surprised beyond belief. He never expected that the monster ranch would be upgraded to the extraordinary Lord Talent, and there would be such a huge improvement. Not only did the number of monsters that could be raised increase greatly, but Magoo also realized his own path to becoming a god and mastered such a magical continental world. This improvement, anyone who heard it would probably say it was outrageous. "Can you let others enter your monster continent?" Jojo looked at the mini-continent in his hand and suddenly asked. "Yes. I am the creator god of this continent, so I naturally control everything in this continent, including letting creatures in and expelling them. But I am not omnipotent. If a lower-level god or a stronger person above the lower-level god descends on my monster continent, because the opponent's strength has exceeded the upper limit of the energy level of my world, if the opponent has no hostility, it is fine, and he can still live safely in my ranch continent without causing any damage to the ranch continent. But if the opponent has malicious intentions, after entering the ranch world, he can completely destroy my world with his own strength. Even if he does not destroy my world, he can come and go as he pleases, and my world can't trap him at all." Magoo shook his head. Jojo nodded. Although there are these restrictions. But it is hard to hide the excellence of this ranch continent. Jojo thought for a moment and said, of these 500 monster ranches, use 200 to cultivate storm spirits, 100 to cultivate golden kings, 100 to cultivate mechanical falcons, 50 to cultivate iron bears, and 50 to cultivate withered trees. As for the poisonous crossbow soldiers represented by the black-tailed fog scorpion, they will not be produced for the time being. The soldiers are too weak and far behind his version, so there is really not much value in training. The current ranch training configuration. It satisfies the long-range spell attack configuration, melee meat shield configuration, flying weapon configuration, land mount configuration, and territory economic source, Yuyang tree, of Jojo's army. At present, it is barely perfect. It's a pity that so far, I haven't encountered a monster that drops a medical professional transfer certificate and a recruitment book. Otherwise, the loot produced by my monster ranch will be even more perfect. Jojo thought a little greedily. In fact, during this period of time, the Lords of the Star Alliance have been sending him all kinds of monsters for him to see. But unfortunately, monsters are easy to get. Good loot is hard to find. After that, Jojo chatted with Mugu for a while, and then let him leave. After Mugu left, Jojo's eyes fell on his Lord Talent interface again. Today, I got too many Lord Talent crystal fragments. He estimated that he would need to upgrade many useful Lord Talents. Soon, his eyes fell on a Lord Talent. It was the diamond-level Lord Talent, the sanctuary of the Goddess of Life. Now I have more and more soldiers under my command. Especially with the Monster Ranch talent that has been upgraded twice, the growth rate of my soldiers will only become more and more terrifying. There are no monsters dropped by the medical staff transfer certificate and recruitment book. Then we can only let the number of clergy who master the small resurrection technique catch up first. When Jojo thought of this, he no longer hesitated and directly took out 10 extraordinary Lord Talent crystal fragments, fused them into an extraordinary Lord Talent origin divine crystal, and then promoted the sanctuary of the Goddess of Life. Soon, the Lord Talent information of the upgraded shelter of the Goddess of Life appeared. Lord Talent, Shelter of the Goddess of Life, extraordinary level. Shelter of the Goddess of Life. Your territory will have a special building, the Shelter of the Goddess of Life. We have to go to Carol Moira's place to have a look. Jojo thought of this, and walked out of the high-level Lord's blessed land without hesitation, heading towards the Shelter of the Goddess of Life. In front of the Shelter of the Goddess of Life. After Jojo came here, he looked at the building in front of him. I saw that the upgraded Shelter of the Goddess of Life was more than 300 meters high. It was built with neat bricks and stones mixed with silver and gold. The temples were connected to each other, and had formed a temple complex. Around the temple complex, the air was fresh, and the grass was green. Passers-by would feel much more relaxed as long as they took a breath of the air here. Some elderly people with illnesses sat in wheelchairs, greedily absorbing the air here, as if the air here was a panacea. And right in front of the shelter, a 1,000-meter-high statue of the Goddess of Life stood here. Her face was still beautiful, and she was wearing a religious dress with a green background and gold edges. She looked majestic and solemn, but also friendly and natural. Jojo looked at the tall statue of the Goddess of Life with a solemn expression. He actually felt the strong breath of life power in this statue. It was as if this statue was the Goddess of Life herself. He took a deep breath, not daring to think too much, and then looked at the architectural information of this building. Building name: Shelter of the Goddess of Life. Building level: Special. Building function 1. Shelter Metropolitan Carol Moily and her clergy such as pastors, priests, nuns, etc. can provide 3 basic shelter services and 1 advanced shelter service, excluding the Great Resurrection, for free to the lords and people of the territory every day. But if more shelter is needed later, it is necessary to spend the Heart of Mist or the Crystal of Faith to purchase it. Currently provided shelter types: Basic Shelter, Holy Water of Life, 1 Black Iron Level Heart of Mist, Basic Shelter, Divine Art Life Healing, 2 Black Iron Level Hearts of Mist, Basic Shelter, Divine Art Calming the Soul, 2 Black Iron Level Hearts of Mist, Basic Shelter, Divine Art Mind Communication, 2 Black Iron Level Hearts of Mist, Advanced Shelter, Hiring Life Priests, 1 Shallow Faith Level Crystal of Faith / 1 Day, Advanced Shelter, Hiring Life Paladins, 3 Shallow Faith Level Crystals of Faith / 1 Day, Advanced Shelter, Divine Art Soul Recovery, 1 True Faith Level Crystal of Faith, High Level Shelter, Divine Art Regeneration of Broken Limbs, 5 True Faith Level Faith Crystals, Advanced Shelter, Divine Art Holy Shelter, 5 True Faith Level Faith Crystals, Advanced Shelter, Divine Art Minor Resurrection, 1 Pious Faith Crystal, Advanced Shelter, Divine Art Great Resurrection, 1 Holy Spirit Level Faith Crystal. Building Effect 2. When the Lord and his subordinates go out to hunt fog monsters, they will encounter fog monsters with a high probability of dropping scarlet crystals. After handing over the scarlet crystals to the shelter of the Goddess of Life, they can be converted into faith crystals to exchange for the desired shelter. Building Upgrade. This building is derived from the Lord's talent and cannot be upgraded. Tip 1. The above shelter service levels will increase with the increase of the territory level. Tip 2. Building Effect 2 is a building effect exclusive to this special building, and other shelters of the Goddess of Life do not have this ability. Architectural description. The Goddess of Life saw that all living beings in the world were suffering from war, so she built shelters for the Goddess of Life in various places on the Supreme Continent to reduce the death of living beings. All lives that enter the shelters of the Goddess of Life will be protected by the Goddess of Life. Chapter 659. It has been improved a lot. Jojo was a little surprised. First of all, Carol Moira's status has been upgraded from Archbishop to Metropolitan Bishop. As the Metropolitan Bishop appointed by the Goddess of Life, its status is comparable to that of the Pope of some old-fashioned kingdom-level lords. Secondly, the number of shelter services has been increased by 1 advanced shelter service on the basis of 3 basic shelter services. Although it does not include the Great Resurrection, it also includes many other expensive advanced shelter services. For example, the Small Resurrection. Again, it is also the biggest improvement. The prices of various basic shelter services and advanced shelter services provided by the shelter of the Goddess of Life have almost dropped by half, and the prices of some services have even dropped more. Only the price of using the Great Resurrection is still a Holy Spirit level faith crystal. Finally, the probability of dropping scarlet crystals has been increased from a small probability to a large probability. This is of no use to Jojo. After all, his explosion rate is 100%, and there is no difference between a large probability and a small probability for him. Not bad, not bad. Jojo nodded with satisfaction. Just then, the door of the shelter suddenly opened slowly. Then Carol Moira, wearing a red-bottomed black-edged metropolitan costume, came out of the shelter with 5 clergymen wearing archbishop costumes. Metropolitan Carol Moira, meet your majesty. Archbishop Barry Millie / Julius Marcia / Muriel McPherson / Bloomer Bridget / Collins Maney, meet your majesty. The 6 people said respectfully in unison. Are these the subordinates sent by the Goddess of Life to assist you? Jojo asked with interest. 1 metropolitan bishop. 5 archbishops. Such a configuration is not uncommon in the old kingdom-level lord forces. But it is quite surprising in his lord force that has just established a territory not long ago. Yes, your majesty. They all mastered the Great Resurrection technique and other divine arts, and are the most elite clergy in the shelter. Carol Moira said respectfully. How many clergy have mastered the Great Resurrection technique in your shelter now? Jojo asked curiously after hearing this. Now there are as many as 20 bishop-level clergy who have mastered the Great Resurrection technique in the shelter. Carol Moira said truthfully. Jojo nodded. This number is more than enough. There are even more than enough. How many clergy are there in the shelter now? How strong are they? Jojo asked. After the sanctuary of our Goddess of Life was upgraded to the extraordinary level with the improvement of the Lord's talent, there are already 10 million priests, 10 million priests, 10 million nuns, and 100 million life paladins in the sanctuary. And my strength has also leaped to the upper level of the lower gods. Jojo smacked his lips. Wow, a full 140 million clergy. The soldiers under his command now, plus the soldiers of the Star Alliance, are less than 100 million. Jojo suddenly felt a little sorry when he thought of this. The nature of these 140 million clergy is similar to that of mercenaries. Without using the crystal of faith, they basically will not fight for themselves. He shook his head and didn't care. With the extraordinary monster ranch, he was confident. The total number of soldiers under his command tomorrow would exceed 100 million. Then he suddenly thought of something. Since you are already at the upper level of the lower gods, then resurrect a god for me. Jojo said. Your Majesty, please follow me. Carol Moira didn't ask what the strength of the god Jojo resurrected was. Since His Majesty said it himself, it must be able to be resurrected, which means that the strength is below her. A moment later, the shelter of the Goddess of Life. In the main hall. Your Majesty, please give me 20 Holy Spirit level faith crystals, and the other party's divine objects. Carol Moira said. Zhou flipped his right hand, and 20 Holy Spirit-level faith crystals, and the Black Moon blade appeared in his hand. He handed it to the other party. After Carol Moira took it, she came to the statue of the Goddess of Life, and began to preside over the resurrection ceremony. She raised the scepter in both hands, closed her eyes, and muttered something different from the past. Zhou looked at the scene with a serious expression. This time, the resurrected one is a god. In other words, the will of the Goddess of Life will come in person. When Zhou thought that one of the 10 main gods was about to appear in front of him, he would be lying if he said he was not nervous and excited. At this moment, boom, a sudden and terrifying pressure from the god suddenly descended. At this moment, all the creatures within a radius of 100 kilometers found a tall, majestic, yet kind and natural female figure in their hearts. Among these creatures, 99% of them had never seen this creature in their lives. But at this moment, in their minds, they naturally knew each other's name. He is the source of life. He is also the mother of all spirits. He is the mother goddess of Savior. He is the immortal God. He is the God above gods. He is the Goddess of Life. Carol Moira, who was chanting with her eyes closed, suddenly opened her eyes slowly. Rays of emerald green light full of life breath poured out from the slits of his opened eyes. Where the light illuminated, rare plants sprouted out of thin air, and then, as if there was no limit to the growth time, they grew wildly, blossomed and bore fruit, and then stagnated at the most beautiful stage. When he opened his eyes completely, his surroundings had become a place surrounded by flowers, plants and trees, and there was a trend of spreading to the surroundings. Zhou looked at this scene solemnly. Is this the power of one of the 10 main gods? Such a strange phenomenon. It was just like the law came in person. This Goddess of Life, even among the 10 main gods, is probably not weak, he thought to himself. Just then, he was surprised to find that, after the will of the Goddess of Life descended, the first thing she did was not to look at the Black Moon blade to revive the Black Moon King, but to look directly at herself. Interesting little guy. A majestic voice with a faint smile sounded from all directions. It seemed to fill the whole world. Among the lords of all races, you are the only lord who has comprehended the Lord's law. However, your path is right, but your heart is wrong. After that, the Goddess of Life did not continue to speak, but waved her hand and sprinkled emerald green divine power on the Black Moon blade. Then she saw a shadow being pulled out of thin air from the space and fell on the Black Moon blade, and then gradually condensed into a figure wearing a black king's robe, with a dark face, a silver moon mark on his forehead, and a black crown on his head. It was the Black Moon King. Although the Black Moon King had his eyes closed at this time, he was breathing steadily, and he had obviously resurrected. Zhou breathed a sigh of relief. Then he frowned slightly. Her Majesty the Goddess of Life. What does it mean to say that your heart has gone the wrong way? Chapter 660. When he looked at Carol Moira again, he found that the emerald green light in his eyes had disappeared, leaving only a pale and tired look and a scene of flowers and flowers around him. How are you? Zhou immediately walked over and supported the other party. It's okay, Your Majesty. I'm just a little tired. Carol Moira smiled reluctantly. Zhou thought about it and took out a pill from his king's treasure box. This pill is called Huitian Shindan. It is a god-level pill of the upper level of the lower god. It is a god-level pill specially used to restore one's own state among the many god-level items he has obtained. If a god has exhausted all his own divine power, as long as he eats this moment Huitian Shindan, a lower god can quickly restore all his own divine power in just 1 minute and return to his peak state. Put it in the outside world. This god-level pill is extremely precious even for gods. But for Zhou, this kind of lower god-level elixir, killing a legendary enemy at random can easily explode dozens or even dozens of them, so it is naturally not precious. This elixir is too precious. After seeing this elixir, Carol Moira felt the rich divine aura emanating from it, and immediately realized the preciousness of this elixir, and hurriedly refused. In his eyes, he only needs to rest, and he can recover his condition, so there is no need to use such a precious elixir. Take it. Zhou shook his head, and put it in Carol Moira's hand forcefully. Thank you, Your Majesty. Feeling the masculine aura of His Majesty, Carol Moira's face flushed slightly, and then returned to her nonchalant and cold look. Zhou did not notice the other party's little expression. He walked in front of the Black Moon King, and found that the Black Moon King had woken up and sat up by himself. Is this the territory of the Kingdom of the Sun? Did you resurrect me? Are you the King of the Sun? The Black Moon King looked at the Lord of the Sun blankly. Jojo nodded. How long have I been dead? 10 years, 100 years, or tens of millions of years later? The Black Moon King said with a complicated look. He was mentally prepared to accept the vicissitudes of the world. The senior died in battle the day before yesterday, and was resurrected today. Jojo said without thinking. The Black Moon King, just 2 days. His eyes became more complicated. Senior, do you think the time of death is not long enough? Jojo hesitated for a while before he understood what the other party meant. But the other party nodded in agreement. You said that I should die for a longer time, so that I can brag to those old guys after I go back that I am not afraid of death and fight the Supreme Will alone. Now I have been resurrected within 2 days of death. How will those old guys view my deeds of not fearing death and fighting the Supreme Will after I go back? If you don't know, you would think that I have discussed with you and found the Supreme Will to brush up the record. Black Moon King said with some pain. Jojo, find the Supreme Will to brush up the record. Is this big man's brain circuit so strange? And can the battle between you and the Supreme Will be considered a battle? You were killed instantly, okay. He was a little speechless. But he didn't tear down the other side at this time. After a long time, the Black Moon King came back to his senses from this complex emotion. How are the people of the Black Moon Kingdom? He asked. General Yuluo has brought all the 36 million people of the Black Moon Kingdom to my kingdom safely. If the senior wants to rebuild the Black Moon Kingdom, I can send all these 36 million people to your command safely at that time. Jojo said. Although he values his people very much and hopes that his people will increase. But if the original king is resurrected, he will not lick his face and force the other party's people to stay. Anyway, he is not short of these 36 million people. Why do such a thing? The Black Moon King looked at Jojo, and then a relieved smile appeared on his face. The decision I made that day was indeed not wrong. He thought in his heart. This human race in front of him. No matter from the aspect of power, potential, ability, character, personality, etc., he was not disappointed at all. It was rare. He sighed in his heart. I want to visit your kingdom, can I? Said the Black Moon King. Of course. Jojo nodded, and then asked, but senior, your subordinate General Yuluo seems to want you to be resurrected. Do you want to tell him? Yuluo. The Black Moon King nodded. I will tell him later. Now he should be taking the wealth of my Black Moon Kingdom to the human race's royal city to meet the Emperor. It's better not to interrupt him at this time. Emperor? Jojo was a little curious. Black Moon King nodded, with respect on his face. He looked at Jojo and said solemnly, Emperor is the leader of our human race. He is the only candidate to lead the human race chosen by the great will of the human race. No matter his strength, character, personality, dedication to the human race, recognition and sense of responsibility, he is the strongest in the human race. You should have the opportunity to meet the Emperor in the future. When you do, remember to respect him. Jojo was a little surprised. He is the only leader of the human race chosen by the great will of the human race. It seems that this person is absolutely impeccable in any aspect. After all, according to the records in the blood inheritance in his mind, the great will of the race is almost equivalent to a small supreme will with a lower status for a race. It is natural that there is no possibility of making a wrong choice for the race leader selected by such an existence. I will. Jojo agreed seriously. King Black Moon smiled and nodded. It was already late. It was obviously not very convenient for King Black Moon to go out and see his Kingdom of the Sun, and he could not see the whole picture of the Kingdom of the Sun. So King Black Moon took the initiative to ask Jojo to arrange a place for him to stay, and he would go out to see the scenery of the territory of the Kingdom of the Sun tomorrow morning. Jojo would not refuse, and immediately sent someone to arrange it. After the arrangement was made, the two separated. When Jojo walked out of the shelter of the Goddess of Life, he unexpectedly found that outside the shelter, there were densely packed people. Among these people, there were people of the human race, people of other races, and some holy priests of the Holy Angel clan. It should be attracted by the vision of the Goddess of Life coming just now. He thought to himself. Jojo did not care, and casually cast an invisibility spell on himself, and then left here, and returned to the blessed land of the senior lords. The blessed land of the senior lords. In the study, Jojo sat back in his previous seat, and opened his Lord Talent panel again, looking at his 28 Lord Talents. Chapter 661. Jojo looked at it for a while, and then his eyes fell on the counterattack. I now have 14 Epic Lord Talent Crystal Fragments in my hand, which could upgrade the counterattack to the Epic level. Do you really want to upgrade it? Jojo hesitated. He wanted to keep these high-level Lord Talent crystal fragments to upgrade the blessing of the Lord of War. After all, the epic Lord Talent of the Lord of War's blessing can not only quickly improve the combat power of the lower-level soldiers, but also greatly speed up the improvement of the strength of his high-end combat power. This is something that the two Lord Talents of Monster Ranch and Counterattack cannot do. And now, from the perspective of the enemies he has encountered so far, the number of his soldiers is already enough, and even overflowing. But in terms of high-end combat power, he can't keep up. Just from the combat power of the gods. Not counting the two gods, Haras and Zawu, and Carol Moira, the semi-mercenary. The only god under his command who truly belongs to him is Lady Ice Flower Vicky, who is below the lower god. And his current opponent. Which one does not have several lower gods under his command? Even the middle and upper gods have appeared. If it weren't for the fact that the true gods could not easily go down to fight in the Supreme Continent, Jojo even felt that he might have encountered gods at the level of true gods. This shows how scarce the high-end combat power under his command is. Thinking of this, Jojo prepared to keep these 14 epic Lord Talent crystal fragments and upgrade the blessing of the war god to the legendary level in the future. Now I have 5 legendary Lord Talent crystal fragments and 14 epic Lord Talent crystal fragments. That is to say, I only need to collect 36 more epic Lord Talent crystal fragments, or 4 legendary Lord Talent crystal fragments to upgrade the blessing of the war god. This number is not too much, Jojo thought. The catastrophe of all races in front of him is the perfect opportunity to collect these Lord Talent crystal fragments. Then he looked at other Lord Talents. Thinking about it, Jojo made a decision. Upgrade the Dwarf Alchemy Workshop, Bronze, Return to the City, Gold, Gift of the Mechanical Clan, Silver, Conqueror's Support, Silver, Fighting Gods Full-Time Master 2, Bronze, Junk Man, Gold, Tough Constitution, Bronze, Romantic Luck, Bronze, Beauty, Bronze, Spirit 3, Silver. Jojo thought. Anyway, they are all low-level Lord Talents. After upgrading, it will not affect the upgrade of high-level Lord Talents. Then he took out the Lord Talent crystal fragments and started to upgrade them one by one. Soon, all Lord Talents have been upgraded. Lord Talent, Alchemy Guild, Diamond Level. Specific Talent Effect 1. There is a special building in your territory, the Alchemy Guild. In this Alchemy Guild, there are a large number of alchemists such as alchemists, alchemy technicians, alchemy engineers, and alchemy enchanters. They often sell some alchemy products, which can be bought from those alchemists by spending a certain amount of mist hearts. You can also provide them with materials to make these alchemists work for you. Specific Talent Effect 2. You can spend varying amounts of mist hearts to send your subjects to the Alchemy Guild to select a senior alchemist for further study, so that they can be transferred to alchemy. Specific Talent Effect 3. When you and your subordinates go out to hunt fog monsters, you will encounter fog monsters that have a certain probability of dropping alchemy items, including but not limited to alchemical potion formulas, alchemical technology product drawings, alchemical material packages, alchemical technician recruitment orders, alchemical props. Lord Talent, Return to City, Diamond Level. Return to City. No matter where you are, when you chant the specified command 1 second later, you will immediately return to your territory and restore 100% of your physical condition within the next 8 seconds. You can also designate 10 million creatures or 10 million units of materials to return to your territory together. If the designated person is a creature, he will recover 50% of his physical condition in the next hour. Lord Talent Tips. This talent can be activated 4 times a day. Lord Talent, Gift of the Mechanical Clan, Diamond Level. Gift of the Mechanical Clan. There are 10 Diamond-class spaceships Galaxy from the Mechanical Clan in your territory. It is a gift from the Mechanical Clan to the Lords, who participate in the competition for the Supreme Lord status, and it also represents the friendship between the Mechanical Clan and you. Specific Talent Effect 1. Galaxy is a witness to your friendship with the Mechanical Clan, and your diplomatic relations with the Mechanical Clan have reached alliance. Specific Talent Effect 2. Galaxy is the crystallization of the technological wisdom of the Mechanical Clan, and has a mechanical life that has grown into a lower-level god named Galaxy Star God. He possesses the lower-level god's lower-level folding space function, lower-level god's lower-level space warehouse, lower-level god's lower-level spacecraft defense, lower-level god's lower-level flight speed, lower-level god's lower-level life detection and anti-reconnaissance radar, lower-level god's lower-level space stealth, lower-level god's lower-level ultra-distance positioning transmission, lower-level god's lower-level research institute function, lower level gods, lower level dark. Universe shuttle function, lower level gods, lower level galactic guard, lower level gods, lower level galactic star god manufacturing factory, and automatic repair function. Specific talent effect 3. The galaxy uses the Heart of Mist and the Divine Crystal as its driving energy. 10 legendary level Hearts of Mist, or 1 lower level Divine Crystal of the lower god can allow the galaxy to run at full power for 24 hours. Lord Talent, Conqueror Support, Diamond Level. Conqueror Support. 1. Whenever a lord conquers a territory, he can attract a varying number of non-professional subjects to join his territory. 2. Whenever a lord conquers a regional territory, he can attract a varying number of professional subjects to join his territory. 3. Whenever a lord conquers a kingdom, he can gain the loyalty of 3 heroes with extraordinary hero destiny, and 1 hero with epic hero destiny. 4. Whenever a lord conquers an empire, he can gain the loyalty of 3 heroes with legendary hero destiny, and 1 hero with lower god level hero destiny. 5. Whenever a lord conquers a kingdom of God, he can gain the loyalty of 2 heroes with true god level hero destiny. Lord Talent, Fighting Gods Full-Time Master 6, Diamond Level. Specific Talent Effect. You can have an additional 6 combat-oriented professions. Fighting God Tip. Once an additional profession is selected, it cannot be changed. Lord Talent, Collector Diamond Level. Scavenger. You are a well-known collector, with countless treasures known to the outside world but unattainable. As a collector, you are eager for treasures in the world. You have an almost gifted greedy intuition for treasures within a radius of 10,000 kilometers, and can keenly perceive the location of treasures. At the same time, if the treasures you collect have time limits or durability, you can use your rich experience in collecting and preserving to find ways to extend the use time of the treasure, up to 4 times the use time. At special moments, you can also mobilize your collector's power to temporarily increase the number of uses of the treasure, but this overdraft of treasure usage often incurs a certain price. When you extract loot from a corpse, the explosion rate will be increased by an additional 25%. Chapter 662. Lord Talent, Innate Spiritual Body, Diamond Level. Innate Spiritual Body. You and your people are all innate spiritual bodies, with the potential to be promoted to one major class, and the highest level is no more than legendary level. As an innate spiritual body, not only does it not contain any harmful impurities, but it can also more easily absorb the energy of heaven and earth, and it is also easier to break through the bottleneck of the realm. Even if the breakthrough fails, it will not cause harm to itself. Lord Talent, Spiritual Body 6, Diamond Level. Spiritual Body 6, Lord Talent for Cultivation Physique. You and your people have the Spiritual Body 6. When practicing martial arts, elemental meditation, chi refining and meditation, the efficiency of absorbing promotion energy is increased by 4,000%. Even if you and your people do not practice, the free promotion energy between heaven and earth will automatically merge into your body, accelerating the improvement of your strength realm. Lord Talent, Romance, Platinum Level. Romance, Territory Folk Customs. Lord Talent. You and your subjects are likely to have good luck with romance, and the people you meet are all worthy of love. Specific Talent Effect 1. Platinum Level Crops, small peach trees, grow in random areas within the territory, which can be picked and transplanted. Specific Talent Effect 2. When the subjects of the territory communicate with the opposite sex, the speed of improving favorability increases by 100%. Specific Talent Effect 3. The reproduction efficiency of the subjects of the territory increases by 500%. Specific Talent Effect 4. The subjects of your territory will not be promiscuous, and will not be infected with romance. Specific Talent Effect 5. In your territory, the potential of children born between loving couples of subjects will be increased by 1 major class. Specific Talent Effect 6. When choosing a spouse, the subjects of the territory can more easily see from the other person's words and deeds whether the other person is a person who is truly worthy of love. Lord Talent, Beauty, Platinum Level. Beauty, the appearance of you, your people, and your descendants will be permanently improved. When you meet other creatures, it will be easier to gain their favorability through your appearance. Note, since you are a celestial being, your appearance has reached the world's limit, so you cannot improve it again through beauty. Among these 10 Lord Talents, in addition to beauty and luck and love, Zhou Shou upgraded all other Lord Talents to Diamond Level. As for why only these 2 were not upgraded, Zhou Shou's reason was very simple. In the troubled times, these 2 Lord Talents were actually not very helpful for the war. If it was a peaceful era, he would still be willing to upgrade these 2 Lord Talents to Diamond Level. But in the context of the era of the hegemony of the Lords of all races, Platinum is actually almost the same. So Zhou chose to save the more advanced Lord Talent crystal fragments to prepare for the upgrade of good Lord Talents in the future. Unless he has too many advanced Lord Talent crystal fragments in the future, then he might upgrade these 2 Lord Talents again. As for now, forget it. Then he looked at the 10 upgraded Lord Talents, and couldn't help but smile. If the upgrade of 1 or 2 Lord Talents is not much, then, if so many Lord Talents are upgraded to the Platinum Diamond level, the help brought to the territory is probably equivalent to adding a legendary Lord Talent out of thin air. There are enough Lord Talent crystal fragments, it's so cool to use them, Zhou said with emotion. Now among his 28 Lord Talents, except for the Black Iron Lord Talent of the Hand of Fortune, which is a tool talent specifically used to comprehend the Lord's Law. All other Lord Talents are already Platinum Diamond or even higher level Lord Talents. Zhou was excited for a while, and then he looked at his remaining Lord Talent crystal fragments. After the upgrade just now, he now has 646,657 Black Iron Lord Talent crystal fragments, 108, 229 Bronze level Lord Talent crystal fragments, 899 Silver level Lord Talent crystal fragments, 145 Gold level Lord Talent crystal fragments, 40 Platinum level Lord Talent crystal fragments, 44 Diamond level Lord Talent crystal fragments, 22 Extraordinary level Lord Talent crystal fragments, 14 Epic level Lord Talent crystal fragments, 5 Legendary level Lord Talent crystal fragments, 6 Mythical level Unique Lord Talent crystal fragments. Zhou nodded. Although he had just experienced a sharp improvement, but there were still quite a few Lord Talent crystal fragments left. These Lord Talents will be kept for the time being, in preparation for the future improvement of high-level Lord Talents. It's time to do the last thing today. Zhou stood up and walked out of the high-level Lord's blessed land, with a thought in his mind. I saw a huge spaceship with a bright silver body, and a miniature Milky Way shape gradually appearing in the sky above his head. It was the gift of the Diamond-level Lord Talent Mechanic clan, the Galaxy spaceship. The next second, a silver starlight shone from the bottom of the Galaxy spaceship onto Zhou. When the light disappeared, Zhou also disappeared. In the Galaxy Captain's room, Zhou sat on a silver throne, looking at the brand new sci-fi layout around him, and asked with a smile, "How is it, my Galaxy Star God Wenya?" As soon as the voice fell, one by one, silver mechanical symbols appeared out of thin air, and then quickly condensed into a girl with silver hair and red eyes wearing silver shorts, fair skin, and delicate features. "Meet your Majesty," Wenya said respectfully. Zhou looked at his body and raised his eyebrows slightly. "Flesh and blood divine body?" "Yes, your Majesty." Wenya also looked at her divine body, and a hint of fascination flashed in her eyes. This is the human data divine body that the mechanical Lord God personally created for her subordinates. Although it looks like a flesh and blood divine body, it is actually filled with the scientific and technological wisdom of data life technology. Zhou raised his eyebrows when he heard it. Wenya's data life divine body was actually made by the mechanical Lord God himself. That is one of the 10 main gods, like the goddess of life. No wonder the gift of the diamond-level mechanical race has brought his diplomatic relations with the mechanical race to the alliance level. With the support of the highest-level mechanical Lord God, which mechanical race force dares not to treat them as the alliance-level diplomatic Lord force. Thinking of this, he opened the King of Kings event icon, and then opened the Join Camp option, and indeed found the mechanical race camp in it. Moreover, this mechanical tribe camp already has a mechanical tribe primary kingdom force named Kita. And the alliance diplomatic relationship has reached the alliance level, ranking ahead of the Night Empire and the Elf Empire. Kita Kingdom? Isn't this the mechanical kingdom that the ultimate Lord Zhou went to? Zhou thought to himself. It seems that his diplomatic relationship with the mechanical tribe requires him, or his subordinates, to personally contact this kingdom to officially obtain it. It is impossible to directly obtain the diplomatic degree of all mechanical tribe lord forces with just a lord's talent. He shook his head in his heart, and didn't care, so he looked at Wenya. "Come on. Let me see how you are different from the past after becoming a god." He smiled. "Your Majesty will see it." Zhou nodded, and then told the other party to go to the Kita Kingdom, where the ultimate Lord Zhou was. Wenya smiled slightly, then started the Galaxy spacecraft and flew to a space teleportation array. After arriving at the space teleportation array, Zhou used it to go directly to the territory of the Gold Merchant Lord. Chapter 663. City of 10,000 Merchants. Next to a space teleportation array, Lord Jinshang was leading more than 100 territory officials, standing here respectfully, looking expectantly in the direction of the space teleportation array. At this moment, the space teleportation array suddenly lit up with a silver-white light, and then a huge galaxy-style spaceship appeared out of thin air above the teleportation array. "Meet your Majesty." Lord Jinshang and others saw this, and immediately said respectfully and enthusiastically in unison. The next second, a figure appeared out of thin air outside the spaceship. It was Zhou. He looked at Lord Jinshang and others below and nodded slightly. "You go back. I am just passing by here, and will not stay here," he said. "Yes." Lord Jinshang and others naturally did not dare to have any objections. Zhou did not say much when he saw this, and directly teleported back to the spaceship, and then let the starry night fly rapidly to the northwest. Have you noticed that the spaceship His Majesty took this time is different? It seems to be more advanced. Maybe His Majesty's territory has developed a more advanced spaceship. I don't know when I can have a spaceship. What are you dreaming about? Even the most ordinary black ghost requires hundreds of diamond-level mist hearts. Why buy a spaceship? If you want to experience it, can't you just go to the Kingdom of the Sun and buy a plane ticket? I heard that His Majesty will build an airport in our place in the future. I don't know if it's true. It should be true. The ministers talked about it. The gold merchant lord smiled slightly after hearing their discussion. Your Majesty's strength has increased again. Thinking of the spaceship that was more sci-fi than a sci-fi movie, he sighed in his heart. 5 minutes later, inside the Galaxy spaceship, Zhou was sitting on a silver throne with his eyes closed. He had a strong physique. Although he played virtual games all night yesterday, it not only did not make him feel more tired, but it was equivalent to a rest, allowing his condition to gradually recover to the peak. At this time, he closed his eyes to rest. It was not because his eyes were tired from watching games. He was just thinking about how to develop in the future. Your Majesty, we have arrived at the Kingdom of Kita. Just then, when Ya's voice came to Zhou's ears, he opened his eyes and looked very surprised. Are we there? Yes. When Ya said respectfully, the flight distance between the city of Wenchang and the Kingdom of Kita is about 5.816 billion kilometers, and the total flight time is 6 minutes and 54 seconds. Zhou opened his mouth. It took a long time. He came back to his senses. That is to say, the flying speed of the galaxy is 50 billion kilometers per hour. He was shocked and quickly calculated the result. Yes, Your Majesty. When Ya's voice was normal, Zhou's face showed surprise. It is indeed a gift from the diamond-level mechanical family. This spaceship has been upgraded by 3 major levels, and the speed is extraordinary. This is 50 times faster than the previous Starry Night. That's right. Why can a silver-level spaceship compete with a diamond-level spaceship? And it is a spaceship with all functions reaching the lower level of the lower god. With this configuration, it is no problem to say that the galaxy is a lower-level spaceship of the lower god in the skin of a diamond-level spaceship. A smile appeared on his face, and then he thought of something and asked curiously, I remember you have a Dark Universe Shuttle function of the lower god level. If you use the Dark Universe Shuttle, how fast will you reach? If the galaxy turns on the Dark Universe Shuttle function, the speed will reach 100 times the speed of light, which is 21.6 times the normal sailing speed. When Ya reported her data truthfully, Zhou smacked his lips. Then, he was secretly happy again. 100 times the speed of light. That is 1080 billion km/h. At this speed, he doesn't need to consider whether the distance is too far when he wants to go to any place in the Supreme Continent in the future. Even if it is far away. Let the galaxy fly for a day and a night, it will always be there. In the future, when you go to a distant place, you don't need to rely on any positioning transmission scrolls or random transmission scrolls. Zhou sighed. After a moment, he came back to his senses and remembered the purpose of his visit. Zhou thought of this and immediately stood up from the throne, turned on the outdoor mode, and then saw a kingdom that was very different from common sense, appearing in front of him, showing the tip of the iceberg. Mechanical Kingdom Kita Kingdom. Zhou looked at the scene in front of him, remembered the information given to him by the ultimate Lord Zhou, and murmured softly. Kita Kingdom. This is an intermediate kingdom established by the mechanical race. It has more than 500 million mechanical race residents in its territory. Judging from the number alone, this is a kingdom with a very large population of territorial residents. But the Kita Kingdom itself knows. Among these 500 million mechanical race residents, there are only more than 10 million mechanical race lives. The remaining 500 million mechanical tribes are just lifeless machines. They are equivalent to the bionic people among humans. Because the hierarchy within the mechanical tribe is very strict, These lifeless mechanical tribes may not even be as good as bionic people. If a war starts, and it comes to a life and death crisis, the mechanical tribe will not hesitate to throw these mechanical tribes out as cannon fodder. Rational and cold. This is also a common characteristic of the mechanical tribe. Is this the city built by the mechanical tribe? Zhou Zhou's eyes were focused on the city in front of him. This is a huge mechanical city composed of various machines. Bright silver with a sense of technology is its main color. Various neon lights fill the city, rendering it like a future cyberpunk world. Various mechanical forms of life walk in this city, like a part on a gear, exuding a sense of regularity and order. In addition, there are also some alien tribes living here. They seem to have reached a special harmonious relationship, and there seemed to be no conflict. Just then, a silver flying disc-shaped aircraft flew over. Zhou Zhou did not move when he saw this. Until the silver aircraft flew in front of him, a virtual image was projected above the aircraft. It was the ultimate Lord Zhou Zhou. At this time, he was in a mechanical palace, surrounded by mechanical servants serving him, and he seemed to be in a pretty good situation. It seems that you are doing well. Zhou Zhou smiled. The ultimate lord shook his head. Follow the eye disc reconnaissance robot. Zhou Zhou nodded. Dear guest, please follow me. Just then, the flying disc, which was called the eye disc robot by the ultimate lord Zhou Zhou, suddenly made a mechanical voice and said. Zhou Zhou nodded. Then he followed the eye disc robot, and flew to the mechanical city in front of him. This is Yinyo City, one of the gold-level regional cities in our Kita Kingdom. Dear guest, you can come to visit us anytime in the future. The iDisc robot flew ahead to lead the way, while introducing the city to Zhou Zhou. Zhou Zhou nodded without saying anything more. Chapter 664. Soon, they stopped in front of a mechanical palace. One machine and one person walked into the palace, and soon saw the ultimate Lord Zhou Zhou who was waiting for them. Zhou Zhou was a little surprised when he saw the other party. You are already a super superior? Yes. Ultimate Lord Zhou Zhou nodded, then signaled the iDisc robot to leave. After it flew away, Ultimate Lord Zhou Zhou said to Zhou Zhou, I promised the king of the Kita Kingdom that I would help him research several war technologies in the future. In exchange, I temporarily borrowed half of the mechanical forces of the other kingdom, and shared the total database of the Kita Kingdom. Through the Grand Unified Core Energy, I obtained a lot of computing power, and a lot of promotion energy, which allowed me to be promoted to a super superior in a short period of time. In the future, I should be able to continue to improve until I reach the epic superior, and my promotion speed will slow down. Half of the mechanical forces? Zhou Zhou raised his eyebrows. The king of the Kita Kingdom trusts you so much? I am a mechanical race, and the gifts from the mechanical race represent the friendship of the mechanical race. In addition, we have signed the core contract program, so there is basically no possibility of harming each other. That's why the king of Kita trusts me so much. The ultimate Lord Zhou Zhou explained. Zhou Zhou nodded. Then he smiled slightly. By the way, I have upgraded the gifts from the mechanical race to diamond-level Lord talents. The Starry Night has been upgraded to the more advanced galaxy. The diplomatic relations with the mechanical race have also been upgraded from the previous friendly to the alliance level. The Kita Kingdom should have known this. I will send you another galaxy later, which should be useful for your situation in the mechanical clan. He said. Okay. Ultimate Lord Zhou Zhou nodded. More than useful. With this witness ship representing the diplomatic relations at the alliance level. It will be like a fish in water in the mechanical clan in the future. By the way, I already know the purpose of your coming. Based on the information I got from you, you should be able to solve this crisis stably. I have my own purpose of staying here, so I won't go back with you. But you can take some small things with you. Ultimate Lord Zhou Zhou said, and then took out a silver ring, and handed it to Zhou Zhou. Zhou Zhou took it, his consciousness entered it, and then he was stunned. This? What is this? Zhou Zhou said in surprise. 10 legendary lower-level Apocalypse Satellites 9. As well as the corresponding Satellite Launch Base, Satellite Maintenance Base, Satellite Recovery Base, Satellite Manufacturing Base, Satellite Robot Factory, and 10,000 Apocalypse Satellite Mechanical Engineers. With these facilities and staff, future satellite launch, recovery, manufacturing, repair and other tasks can be properly solved. Apocalypse Satellite? Is it the unfinished trophy of the Father Lord? Zhou Zhou thought about it for a while, and remembered it. Ultimate Lord Zhou Zhou nodded. After obtaining the computing power, big data, and promotion energy here, I upgraded the original extraordinary lower-level Apocalypse Satellite 4 to the legendary lower-level Apocalypse Satellite 9 through my ultimate algorithm, real simulation, and supercomputing. These 10 Apocalypse satellites 9, as high-altitude strike satellite buildings, have a maximum range of 100 million kilometers. They have a legendary lower-level Apocalypse laser cannon, which can instantly kill all creatures of the legendary lower level and below within the range. And when there is sufficient energy, it can accumulate a full-power attack charge every 60 seconds. In addition, it also has a satellite reconnaissance function, which can observe any enemy within the attack range and determine who poses the greatest threat based on energy fluctuations. This way, you can strike accurately. They should be useful for your next war. The Ultimate Lord Jojo said. Useful. Very useful. Jojo's eyes lit up when he heard this, and he looked at the 10 Apocalypse satellites 9 as if he was looking at a treasure. The enemies he will deal with tomorrow are as many as hundreds of millions. Among so many enemies, it must be very difficult to find the enemy's generals, and take the heads of the enemy generals from the army. Even if he could find the enemy's generals through the eye of heavenly disgust, it would not be easy to break through the enemy's blockade and kill the enemy generals. But with the Apocalypse Satellite 9, it was different. Laser strikes were carried out directly from high altitude, and no matter how many people you had, they could still aim at you. Dare the soldiers under his command block them? Blocking means death, and they may not be able to block them. This is the advantage of laser strikes. Jojo put the mechanical ring on his finger with a smile, and then asked, "What else are you going to do if you stay here? Study the war technologies you promised?" "Not only that. I also plan to rely on the computing power here to continue to improve the technological level of the Grand Unified Core Energy. In addition, there is not only one mechanical kingdom here, there are many small mechanical lord forces nearby. I plan to conquer them all and make them my real computing power subordinates, so that I can bring them back to the territory in the future. The computing power of the Kita Kingdom is borrowed after all. Besides that, I have another purpose, which is the biggest purpose of my staying here," the Ultimate Lord Jojo said. "What is it?" Jojo was curious. "I found a very useful and interesting incomplete technology in the database of the Kita Kingdom. It is the hybrid virtual reality technology. After I perfect and popularize this hybrid reality technology, our territory can enter the hybrid virtual reality era," the Ultimate Lord Jojo said. Jojo's eyes lit up when he heard this. The hybrid virtual reality era. This sounds a bit complicated. But in fact, it has another name in the mechanical clan. Data civilization era. Living in the era of data civilization is like living in a game world, where everything can be understood by viewing data. In this data environment, no matter what you do, efficiency will be greatly improved. Living beings can even understand their own progress by observing their own data, and because they know how much they have improved and why they have improved, they will be more motivated, more methodical, and more efficient in learning and progress. Living beings can even find ways to improve faster from big data through the internet, so that they can improve better. In online novels on Blue Star and Earth, there is often a type of protagonist who learns everything quickly because he gets a proficiency panel, and then leaps into the sky and has everything. However, this proficiency panel, in the eyes of data civilization, is just a closed-door creation, and it is not a complete data panel at all. Only the proficiency panel plus perfect teaching data resources can be equivalent to the learning effect of individual life in data civilization. The only thing that is better than the data panel may be the magical learning effect of the proficiency panel in the novel. If my Jiayong Kingdom enters the era of hybrid virtual reality, the speed of my territory's development will be 10 times, or even 100 times faster. Jojo became more and more excited the more he thought about it. Chapter 665. How long will it take you to develop a complete hybrid virtual reality technology? He came back to his senses and asked immediately. Hybrid virtual reality technology is considered a standard technology in the era of advanced mechanical civilization, even among the mechanical race. I have the ultimate algorithm, real simulation and supercomputing, but I can only guarantee that it will be developed within 1 year. And it's useless for me to develop it alone. If you want the territory to completely enter the era of hybrid virtual reality, the territory's infrastructure must be well built. For example, hybrid virtual reality satellites, hybrid virtual reality signal towers, ground networks. You can say, only by transforming the entire territory can we usher in the era of hybrid virtual reality. Don't even think about it in a short time. Unless you can capture the lord power of a high-level mechanical civilization and directly transplant all its civilization achievements, it will be much simpler, and can save at least more than 90% of the time, the Ultimate Lord Jojo said. Jojo was disappointed when he heard this. 1 year? It seems that it won't be useful in a short time. However, When he heard the other party say that he would plunder the achievements of a certain advanced mechanical civilization and transplant them all here, he couldn't help but think about it. It seems possible. But he also needs to develop enough strength to do it. At least, he has to wait until he can independently build an empire-level lord power comparable to the Elf Empire before he dares to seek the achievements of scientific and technological civilization of that level. Before he has that strength, he should just develop his own territory honestly and stop thinking too much. At this moment, 2 black objects were thrown over by the ultimate Lord Zhou. Zhou took them subconsciously and found that they were 2 ordinary black helmets. He asked curiously, "What is this?" "Virtual game helmets. Scrap technology discovered from mixed reality virtual technology. I have made about 300,000 virtual games myself, including RPG, ARPG, SRPG, FPS, MOBA, RAC, Pixel, Adventure, War, Cultivation, Fighting, Tower Defense, Elimination and other types of games. Take it back and play." Ultimate Lord Zhou said. Zhou, am I a child? I'm taking it back to play. Maybe Lao Zhou will like it. Just when Zhou was about to emphasize that he was no longer a child, the ultimate Lord Zhou said leisurely, "Okay, I take it back to Lao Zhou and try." Zhou took the 2 helmets away without hesitation. After that, Zhou chatted with the ultimate Lord Zhou for a while, then left here, returned to the territory of the Lord of Gold Merchant, and then returned to the Jiaoyang capital. After Zhou came back, he immediately went to the Lord Mall. "Old Zhou, look what fun stuff I brought for us." Zhou stood in front of the counter and said to Zhou Chengyan excitedly. At this time, Zhou Chengyan was knitting a sweater. He was stunned when he heard it, then stood up, came to Zhou, and saw the 2 helmets in Zhou's hand. "Why did you bring the helmet here?" Zhou Chengyan said unexpectedly. "You don't know it?" Zhou was even more surprised. "I am your lord's gifted creation, and most of my knowledge is based on your knowledge. If you don't know it, I probably won't know it either." Zhou Chengyan rolled his eyes at him. Zhou scratched his head. That's right. If the ultimate Lord Zhou hadn't told him that this was a virtual helmet, he would probably have thought it was just an ordinary helmet. This is a virtual game helmet. You can play virtual games. You know virtual games? It's the kind in online novels with 100% realism. Zhou said. There is such a good thing? Zhou Qingmin's eyes lit up. Quick! Bring it in! Okay. Zhou took the helmet and entered the shop. At the same time, Lia's residence. At this time, Lia was reading in the study. Just then, Yu Qiao knocked on the door and walked in. "Miss, my son-in-law, he went to play games again," Yu Qiao said helplessly. Lia couldn't help but sigh when she heard this. She turned her head and looked at herself in the mirror. Has her charm decreased? She began to doubt. The next day, in the Lord Mall, Zhou and Zhou Chengmin were each wearing a black helmet, lying on a recliner, their expressions constantly changing. Excited, disappointed, helpless. After a while, the two suddenly said hack together. Then they took off their virtual game helmets together. Why is there still anti-addiction? Zhou Chengmin stood up cursing, and then his expression showed a very unwilling look. Zhou was also speechless. Maybe the ultimate lord subconsciously set up anti-addiction. He guessed. Zhou Chengmin was speechless when he heard this. He never expected that according to the physical age of Earthlings, he was estimated to be 50 or 60, but he was still sanctioned by anti-addiction. Then the two of them came back to their senses and looked at each other, and they could see the excitement in each other's eyes. This virtual game is so fun. Especially the Sword Immortal biography, it's really good to play. I got the Golden Immortal level Sword Immortal in my first 10 draws. Reincarnation is also okay, but there are no teammates. It would be much more fun if there were teammates to explore the reincarnation world together. Dragon Blood Continent, that Western fantasy game is also okay. The two of them excitedly discussed the games in it, just like two children addicted to games. This virtual helmet can be mass-produced in the future, and it is definitely a money-making tool. It can escape from real wars and have fun in the game. Who can resist not charging money? Zhou Chengmin suggested. Zhou couldn't help but ponder after hearing this. Although he only played for a while, he could also feel the amazing potential behind the virtual game. Just as Zhou Chengmin said, if he could fully develop his potential, the fog hearts he could earn every day might even be comparable to, or even exceed the fog hearts provided to him by the Monster Ranch every day. You can try. Zhou nodded. Then you should do this quickly. Some virtual games are like 2 different games with or without teammates. Zhou Qingmin's eyes lit up. As a small shop owner, he naturally didn't consider earning fog hearts at all. What he cared about was his own gaming experience. Zhou nodded after hearing this, and without any nonsense, he directly called the ultimate Lord Zhou through his personal terminal, asking him to wear the technology of the virtual helmet to himself through each other's personal terminals, and then he began to call Wenya. Your Majesty, Wenya is here. A miniature shadow of Wenya appeared on the personal terminal. At this time, Wenya was wearing a Gothic-made outfit and looked very well behaved. You analyze the technology of this virtual helmet and then promote it on a large scale. All the resources needed will be provided by the territory. Also tell Prime Minister Zheng. If this virtual game has the potential to create a lot of wealth, it can be strongly supported and even promoted to foreign ethnic groups. Zhou said. Yes, Your Majesty. Mini Wenyan nodded and then disappeared. Chapter 666. It seems that I will have many like-minded friends in the future. Zhou Qingmin, who was standing by, couldn't help but sigh after seeing Zhou finish all this. Then as the biggest contributor, can I try to put up some good products when I put up new products in the future? Zhou looked at him dimly. Although the new products these 2 days are not bad, they seem a bit ordinary compared to the past. Okay. Zhou Qingmin grinned. Let's take a look at what the new products are today. Zhou shook his head, then came to the counter and looked down, but he didn't see the boxes of new products. Only I, the store owner of the Lord Mall, can get the new products. Zhou Qingmin seemed to see Zhou's thoughts, and came to the counter with a smile, stretched out his hand to the bottom of the counter, and took out 3 new boxes out of thin air under Zhou's eyes. Zhou didn't say anything when he saw this, but he gave up some unrealistic ideas in his heart. He stretched out his hand to open the 3 boxes. The first box contained a book. Zhou thought it was an ordinary skill book. But when he opened it, he was stunned. Divine Art Great Resurrection Art. Divine Art Name, Great Resurrection Art. Divine Art Quality, Special. Skill Description. At the cost of consuming a Holy Spirit level faith crystal, the soul of the dead is recalled from the underworld, and the body is reshaped to give it a new life. Spell Prerequisite 1. The strength of the resurrected person is equal to or lower than that of the caster. Spell Prerequisite 2. The Great Resurrection Art can only be used once a day. Spell Prerequisite 3. The deceased's relics are required for resurrection. Spell Prerequisite. This Great Resurrection Art cannot revive gods. Zhou looked at this divine art thoughtfully. This skill should be the Great Resurrection skill mastered by a certain archbishop. Otherwise, if it is the Great Resurrection skill mastered by Carol Moira, then it should be able to revive the gods. And there is no doubt that, at the current stage, no matter who has the Great Resurrection skill, it is definitely a skill that countless lords of all races, and even local lord forces dream of. Just looking at the reaction of the human race to Zhou's mastery of the resurrection ability is enough to see this. However, this Great Resurrection skill is relatively ordinary for Zhou. After all, there are 20 archbishops who master the Great Resurrection skill in the sanctuary of the Goddess of Life alone. For him, the Great Resurrection skill is not rare at all. Forget it, more skills are better. Zhou made up his mind to buy this item, and then looked at the next item. Then the corner of his mouth twitched slightly. Divine Art Small Resurrection Art. Divine Art Name, Small Resurrection Art. Divine Art Quality, Special. Skill Description. Resurrect a creature that has been dead for no more than 24 hours at the cost of consuming 1 pious level faith divine crystal. Prerequisite 1. The target's fate level and strength level do not exceed the number of the caster. Prerequisite 2. The target's body integrity rate is 70%, and the brain and heart are not damaged. Is today's Lord Mall exclusive to the sanctuary? Zhou asked in confusion. Then he looked at the next item. It was a bottle of life water of the lower god upper level. The item description above said that it was made by Carol Moira and could restore the lost vitality of beings at the lower god upper level and below. It's really exclusive to the sanctuary. Zhou had a headache. But the good thing is, each of these 3 items is also very good. There are no junk items. Zhou took a deep breath, looked up and asked Zhou Qingmin, what is the value of these 3 items? The Great Resurrection Technique is worth 10,000 legendary fog hearts. The Small Resurrection Technique is worth 100 legendary fog hearts. The Lower God's Superior Life Water is worth 1,000 legendary fog hearts. Zhou Qingmin said. So expensive. Although Zhou could afford it, he still felt a little distressed. It's expensive, and there is a reason for it. Zhou Chengmin said seriously. Obviously, he agreed with the value of these 3 items. Zhou couldn't find any reason to refute, so he had to take out 11,100 legendary fog hearts to buy these 3 items. Afterwards, he did not go anywhere else, but directly learned the big resurrection technique and small resurrection technique of the 3 items in front of Zhou Chengmin. Come back tonight and continue playing. Just as Zhou was about to leave, Zhou Chengmin's voice sounded behind him. No, I have to take a day off, maybe next time. My wife is still waiting for me at home. Zhou waved his hand without looking back. He was not a person obsessed with games, so he should go back to accompany his little wife. What's fun about my wife? Zhou Chengmin complained. Zhou returned to the room, washed up briefly, ate the breakfast made by Anya herself, and then walked out of the High Lord's land and came to the Gate of Summoning. He looked at the giant Gate of Summoning in front of him and silently recited the summoning in his heart. The next second, the summoning gate suddenly lit up with a bright white light, and then a large number of people came out from it. After spending 100 extraordinary fog hearts to accelerate, 10,500 new people quickly came out of the summoning gate. Hello, Lord. The 10,500 new people said respectfully in unison. Welcome to Jiayang City. Zhou nodded and smiled. Then he asked all the professionals to stand up, and found that a total of 336 professionals were summoned this time. Among them were 1 extraordinary lower-level martial artist, 1 extraordinary lower-level explorer, 1 extraordinary lower-level carpenter, 1 extraordinary lower-level lightning element mage, 1 extraordinary lower-level light mage, 1 extraordinary lower-level blacksmith, and 1 extraordinary lower-level jewelry appraiser. The rest were life professionals and combat professionals at and below the extraordinary level. Zhou nodded slightly, and then asked the officials next to him to take them to their respective work and living places. After that, Zhou called Bai Yun, Wu Xian and others to summon all the soldiers in the territory and gather them outside the city gate. After a while, at the city gate, more than 47 million soldiers gathered here. As for the soldiers of the Star Alliance, Zhou did not call them over. After all, there are too many monks and too little meat. The 250 million pasture monsters in Magoo sound a lot. But if they are divided among more than 47 million soldiers, each soldier can only get 5 or 6 monsters at most. In this case, the pasture monsters in Magoo should be supplied to his territory soldiers first. Your Majesty, all soldiers have been assembled. Just then, Bai Yun walked over quickly and said respectfully. Zhou nodded, then walked to the temporary platform and looked at the soldiers below. And the soldiers below all looked at the tall and handsome man on the platform with fanatical admiration. Soldiers, I think you should know the enemy we are going to deal with today. It is the strongest Scarlet Army from the Scarlet Empire of Faidu. It will be the strongest enemy we have faced since we set out. Are you afraid? Zhou's tiger eyes seemed to be burning with fire, looking down at the millions of soldiers in front of him. Chapter 667. Don't be afraid. Don't be afraid. Don't be afraid. The soldiers roared in anger. No matter how strong the enemy is, what will happen? They are not afraid of death. So why would they be afraid of a strong enemy? What they fear most is the terrible future of not being able to fulfill the Lord's expectations, and not being able to protect the lives of their family and friends behind them. Okay. Since you are not afraid, then I will take you to a small exercise first to sharpen your weapons, so that when you go to the battlefield and see the terrifying enemy, you will be so scared that you think your sword is blunt. Zhou said in a deep voice. Magoo, he said. I am here. Magoo appeared out of thin air about 2 or 3 steps behind Zhou on the right. Bai Yun and others looked at Magoo and His Majesty with some surprise, not knowing what the two wanted to do. In fact, they were shocked when they just arrived outside the Jiayang King's capital, because they just discovered it. The vast monster ranches that surrounded Jiayang capital and made Jiayang capital look like a monster capital before, all disappeared overnight. Although the disappearance of the monster ranches broadened their horizons a lot. But in the minds of Bai Yun and other generals, the vast number of ranch monsters were also a natural defense line to guard Jiayang capital. Now that this natural defense line has disappeared, as generals of Jiayang Kingdom, they are naturally worried. They originally wanted to find Magoo to ask what happened. As a result, they searched around, but they couldn't find Magoo, so they had to give up for the time being. Unexpectedly, it turns out that Magoo has always been by His Majesty's side. Bai Yun and the others naturally didn't know. After Zhou knew that Magoo had taken all the monster ranches into the ranch continent, he arranged for him to live in the high-level lord's land. Bai Yun and the others had been looking for Mu Gu at the original location of the monster ranch, but they couldn't find him. Open the ranch continent and sharpen the knives for my soldiers. Just when everyone had all kinds of doubts in their hearts. Zhou said lightly. Yes, your majesty. Mu Gu smiled slightly. Then he stretched out his right hand and saw a mini continent appear in his palm. It was the ranch continent. Next, please don't resist. I will personally take you to the place where your majesty said to sharpen the knives. Mu Gu looked at the more than 40 million elite soldiers in front of him and said softly. Although the voice was light, but under the power of his world god status, it was easily heard by everyone present. Qi Xiantian, Suan, Guiqiao and other territory masters immediately looked at this young man, who didn't perform well on weekdays. Immortal. No, this aura seems to be that of a true immortal. Qi Xiantian was a little surprised. He was born in a great sect of immortals, and he soon saw that Mu Gu was special. Suan also looked at him with surprise. Guiqiao subconsciously took out his axe, and looked at Mu Gu eagerly. Then he thought of something, glanced at Zhou next to Mu Gu, and put away his weapon with great regret. At the same time, just after Mu Gu finished speaking, none of the more than 40 million soldiers made a sound, and the scene was terrifyingly quiet. Mu Gu smiled slightly. In his heart, he couldn't help but admire the discipline of His Majesty's army. He raised his right hand high, and then saw the mini-continent in his hand fly into the sky, and then stopped at an altitude of more than 10,000 meters. The next second, boom, a large amount of scarlet fog was released from the pasture continent, and soon enveloped more than 40 million soldiers on the ground below. Under the cover of the scarlet fog, all the soldiers disappeared one by one. In less than a moment, in front of the city gate, all living beings, including Zhou and Mu Gu, disappeared in the scarlet fog. On a scarlet continent, an extremely huge illusory scarlet sun stood above the sky, releasing a magnificent scarlet light, illuminating the entire continent. A large amount of scarlet fog continued to evolve with the shining of scarlet light, causing scarlet fog monsters to be born and become stronger from the fog. Roar! Woo woo woo! Ga. Various monster calls spread across the entire continent. This is what Zhou and more than 40 million soldiers saw after being teleported to the ranch continent. I almost thought I was at the base camp of the Scarlet Lord, Guiqiao said after holding back for a long time when he saw the scene in front of him. Others nodded in agreement. Ahem. I can also create Scarlet Mist life, so the world created by me is indeed somewhat like the world of the Scarlet Lord. But I am indeed a genuine subordinate of His Majesty. Mu Gu coughed twice and solemnly declared his camp. There is no time to lose. Let's start sharpening our knives. Zhou said without further ado. Mu Gu nodded. Then he flew into the sky, looked at the more than 40 million soldiers below, and said, Next, I will teleport you to the gates of various monster ranches on this ranch continent. When the time comes, there will be monster ranch owners, who manage various monster ranches to guide you into the monster ranches to kill monsters. After all the ranch monsters are cleared, you will be teleported back to your majesty, and then leave this ranch continent together. Everyone. Do you still have any questions? No. More than 40 million soldiers roared in unison. Mu Gu nodded, then waved his right hand, and saw the more than 40 million soldiers on the ground turned into 500 scarlet streams of light, flying towards the location of the 500 monster ranches distributed on the ranch continent. Soon, inside the monster ranches on the ranch continent, earth-shaking shouts of killing rang out. And Zhou, Bai Yun and others all wanted to come over, wanting to ask what this strange monster continent was all about. Go ask Mu Gu. As the master of this ranch continent, he knows more than me. Zhou waved his hand. Seeing this, everyone went to surround Mu Gu. Zhou also took out the Bodhi Zun by taking advantage of this quiet time. Boy, do you have any doubts to ask me? Bodhi Zun's lazy voice sounded. I met the goddess of life before. Her Majesty said that the path of the Lord's law that I took was right, but my heart was wrong. Do you know what Her Majesty meant? Zhou asked immediately. If this problem is not solved, he will not be at ease in comprehending the Lord's law in the future. Of course I know. Bodhi Zun said proudly, there is nothing in this world that I don't know. But, it changed its tone and smiled. Do you really want to ask? Can't you ask? Zhou frowned slightly. Of course you can ask, and I can tell you the answer. But in this world, there are some answers that you will only feel profound and benefit from if you figure them out yourself. If I answer them for you, you may lose these benefits. When you understand them in the future, I'm afraid you will hate me. Bodazen said with a smile. Jojo was stunned when he heard this. Chapter 668. After a long silence, Jojo shook his head. Forget it. If that's the case, I figure it out myself. A wise choice. Bodazen praised. Jojo said nothing. In his heart, he thought this Bodazen was pretty good. If it were some greedy guys. Who cares if you will lose something in the future? In order to gain the knowledge in front of you, you may just say it without thinking. Unexpectedly, this Bodazen is not greedy. Even some kindness. He shook his head and didn't think much. More than half an hour later, with the cooperation of more than 40 million soldiers and 10,000 monster priests, 250 million fog monsters were all wiped out. Then it was time to clean up the battlefield. Although there were many corpses of ranch monsters. Fortunately, after conquering several enemy kingdoms, the Kingdom of the Sun also gained a large amount of loot, including epic and legendary high-level loot. So with the help of all the soldiers, the bodies of the 250 million ranch monsters were all extracted as loot in less than a moment. Under the title of King of Loot and Strongest Lord, in terms of mist hearts, a total of more than 1.36 billion bronze-level mist hearts, more than 1.15 billion silver-level mist hearts, more than 840 million gold-level mist hearts, more than 717 million platinum-level mist hearts, more than 680 million diamond-level mist hearts, more than 410 million extraordinary-level mist hearts, and more than 80 million epic-level mist hearts were obtained. In addition, there are 150 million copies of Golden King Recruitment Book, 150 million copies of Golden King Job Transfer Certificate, 300 million copies of Storm Spirit Recruitment Book, 300 million copies of Storm Spirit Job Transfer Certificate, 100 pieces of Legion Certificate Fragments, 110 million True Faith Level Scarlet Crystals, more than 85 million Devout Faith Level Scarlet Crystals, more than 53 million Fanatic Level Scarlet Crystals, 132 Holy Spirit Level Scarlet Crystals, 10 million Iron Bear Pet Eggs, 35 million pieces of Falcon Wings and Falcon 3 radars, more than 1.5 billion units of original gold. As for other unimportant spoils of war, I won't go into details here. Jojo looked at the number of soldier recruitment books he got today, and his eyes widened, and his breathing became rapid. Just the heart of mist. He got a total of nearly 13 million legendary fog hearts. As for the recruitment books for the army, he got a total of 450 million army recruitment books. You should know that the soldiers under his command now, not counting the soldiers under the command of the Star Alliance Lord, only have more than 47 million. The harvest from the Monster Ranch today directly increased the total number of his soldiers by more than 9 times. It's worth spending so many high-level Lord Talent Crystal Fragments to upgrade the Monster Ranch from Platinum level to Extraordinary level. This upgrade is a blood profit. Jojo murmured excitedly. He knew. With this qualitative change of the Monster Ranch, the speed of his future development will be greatly increased. No, now that I can add so many new soldiers every day, my future development strategy and action plan will have to change. Jojo thought. With so many soldiers here, there is no need to be too cautious when doing things in the future. Then he took the 450 million military recruitment books and came to the summoning gate, threw them all in, and then spent 100 extraordinary fog hearts to summon them all at once. Soon, a full 450 million recruits appeared in front of Jojo. Because there were too many people, the wide venue reserved for recruits was full. Bai Yun had to come over again to coordinate the order of the scene like yesterday. Jojo looked at the endless sea of recruits in front of him, and the smile on his face became more obvious. Although these recruits are just new recruits at the lower level of Black Iron, but with the blessing of the Epic War God, they will definitely have a promising future. My force just now was 47,547,748 soldiers. Now with these 450 million new soldiers, my total force is now 497,547,748 new soldiers. Add to that the more than 26 million soldiers of the Star Alliance. The total number of soldiers under my command has reached 523,540,000 soldiers. Jojo took a deep breath. His expression was full of excitement that could not be concealed. You know, the total number of Scarlet Monster soldiers besieging the Night Empire is only about 1 billion. And this number, Jojo is even confident that he can reach it tomorrow. What kind of camp mission is this for the Night Empire? In 2 days, I can lead the troops to destroy all the Scarlet Monster soldiers besieging the Night Empire. Jojo suddenly had a great ambition in his heart. In fact, when he received the Night Empire's camp mission, he felt that the Night Empire's chances of asking for help from the Sword Empire and getting help were slim. After all, they were all 5 empires of the human race. Now that the calamity of all races has spread across the entire Supreme Continent, and even the heavens and the worlds, your Night Empire is in such a dangerous situation now. Will the situation of the Sword Empire be better than that of the Night Empire? Not necessarily. It is very likely. Zhou opened up all the space teleportation arrays, and successfully reached the Sword Empire. As a result, when he arrived at the place, he found that the Sword Empire was also a human empire in need of help. It's just that he didn't think much when he accepted the camp mission at that time. After all, no matter whether it is possible to save the Night Empire, you have to try it first. Even if you don't achieve the Night Empire's hope in the end, he will at least get the reward for completing the camp mission. In short, for him, it's a good thing. Now his mind has suddenly changed. The camp mission must be done. But if he opens all the space transmission arrays, and finds that the Sword Empire is unable to help the Night Empire, then he can completely rely on his strong military force at that time to directly solve the crisis of the Night Empire alone. Maybe he can even help the Sword Empire. If he can do this, let's not talk about whether the current crisis of the human race will be solved or not. But his camp points will definitely increase dramatically, and his massive recruits can also rapidly improve their strength through this opportunity. Zhou thought for a long time before he came to his senses. Let's talk about the future later. Let's solve the current crisis first. At this moment, Zhou was thinking. The Lianyan Scarlet Army was no longer a crisis that made him feel difficult. What he needed to consider now was how to minimize his own losses to win this victory, while being sure of a complete victory. On the other side, Feng Luo and other generals also saw the 450 million new soldiers in front of them. They looked at each other, their eyes were very confused, and they felt that the scene in front of them was even a little unreal. These are 450 million new soldiers. In an empire-level lord force of their human race, there are almost this level of troops. But the key is, they are just a primary kingdom of the human race that has just been established for a few days. The newly established primary kingdom has soldiers comparable to the primary empire-level lord force. Is this reasonable? Reasonable as, when the Supreme will comes, they have to curse it outrageous. There are too many new recruits, and their strength is only at the lower level of black iron. I'm afraid it will be difficult for them to participate in tonight's battle, compared to the excitement of the generals. As veterans, Bai Yun and Wu Xian were much calmer, although there were many new recruits in front of them. But because of their low strength, if they were directly deployed on the battlefield and faced a strong enemy like the Lianyan Scarlet Legion, they would probably not only be useless, but would die in large numbers. It would be better not to go to the battlefield. It would be a waste of troops. This is up to you. Hearing this, Zhou looked at the 2 Legion commanders and Deputy Legion commanders, Bai Yun and Wu Xian. You two will join other generals who have mastered the military skills, and lead these new recruits to train them today. As for where to train, let's go to the Night Empire. There are enough scarlet monsters there. Try to raise the strength of these 450 million new recruits to the silver level before the arrival of the Scarlet Legion of Lianyan tonight. As for the Black Warrior Alliance, I will lead the troops myself, Zhou said. With the blessing of the Epic Lord Talent and the Lord of War, it is not difficult to do this. Yes, Your Majesty, Bai Yun and Wu Xian said respectfully. Zhou nodded. Chapter 669. Your Majesty. Just then, Zhang Yuanqi came from a distance, and came to Zhou. Today's refugees have arrived in our Jiaoyang Kingdom. Currently, officials from various states in our Jiaoyang Kingdom are receiving these refugees, and making them our Jiaoyang Kingdom subjects, he reported respectfully. Oh, how many refugees are here today? Zhou became interested. He had a deep impression of the 76 million subjects last time. This time, a full 90 million subjects came. Zhang Yuanqi looked excited. Zhou was stunned. How many? He asked again subconsciously. 90 million. And the number of female subjects among them is more than 80 million. And this time, there is no situation like General Yuluo among them. They are all the purest refugees, Zhang Yuanqi said excitedly. He had just learned that the territory had 450 million more male subjects, and he was a little worried whether the territory would return to the situation of more men than women. Now that he saw the refugees coming so fiercely, his worries were reduced a lot. He was very emotional. In this world full of wars, although because of the prevalence of extraordinary powers, it is normal for women to be as strong as men, or even surpass men. But in wars, Maybe because men are still keen on fighting in their bones. So the most deaths are still more men. And because of the continuous deaths of men in wars, in most lord states, the number of female subjects far exceeds the number of male subjects, and the number of male subjects left in the country is mostly the old, weak, sick, disabled and young. Unlike their Jiayang kingdom. As the prime minister of a country, he actually worries about how to solve the problem of the dominance of Yang and the decline of Yin in the territory every day. This is definitely a wonder among the lords of all races. More than last time. At the same time, Zhou couldn't help but mutter after hearing Zheng Yuanqi's words, and then a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. He probably knew what was going on. It is estimated that the beauty lord's talent has been upgraded to platinum level, which has improved the appearance of the people in the territory again, making his territory famous again overnight. In addition, the various lords of the human race have probably received news from the high-level human race and escorted the refugees to his Jiayang kingdom, greatly reducing the casualties of the refugees. These two main factors, plus some minor reasons that he may not know, have caused the number of refugees to his territory to surge again. Place them well. They all came from far away. Don't let them be disappointed in our new home. Zhou came back to his senses and said to Zheng Yuanqi seriously, "Yes, your majesty." Zheng Yuanqi heard this, put away the excitement on his face, and nodded seriously. Just then, a female figure appeared in the distance. Snowflakes were floating within 10 meters around her body. She was holding a snow umbrella with the edge of the umbrella slightly lowered, looking mysterious. After walking in, she raised the edge of the umbrella, revealing the delicate face that exuded the charm of the Ice Ghost tribe. It was Lady Ice Flower Vicky. "Your Majesty, I'm not too late, am I?" Vicky smiled. "Just in time." Zhou was startled, then smiled. "How is the construction of the Kingdom of God going?" he asked curiously. "I would also like to thank your Majesty for giving me the 4 ruined kingdoms of God. With the ruined kingdoms of the 4 Ice Ghost clan gods of the Ice Ghost Kingdom as the foundation, the construction of my Kingdom of God is going quite smoothly. And I have refined all of their ruined kingdoms of God into a Kingdom of God that belongs to me. So that although my Kingdom of God is just beginning to be built, it is already almost the same as the kingdoms of those gods, who have been gods for 3,000 or 4,000 years. Vicky sighed. Zhou smiled and nodded. The 4 ruined kingdoms of the Ice Ghost clan are of no value to him and his other subordinates. In this case, then giving it to Vicky is naturally the best choice. Your Majesty, this is the treasure that I found in the 4 ruined kingdoms of God. Vicky took out a space ring and handed it to Zhou. Zhou took it, looked at it carefully, and then shook his head in disappointment. Most of these treasures are lower-level and middle-level god-level medicinal materials, minerals, and other materials. A few are personal collections of some gods, such as beautifully shaped ice sculptures, antiques with collectible value, letters from relatives. Other than that, there are no other valuable things. I knew it. What good things can the Ice Ghost clan gods, who don't even have a few lower-level artifacts, have? He thought. But despite this, he still put the ring away. Well done. This award is for you. Zhou took out the lower-level god upper-level life water that he had just bought from the Lord Mall and gave it to the other party. Thank you, your Majesty. When Vicky saw the bottle of life water, she immediately took it with a look of surprise. Your Majesty, when are we going to leave? She asked expectantly after putting away the life water. She had just received the life water and couldn't wait to show her strength to Her Majesty. No hurry. I have another thing to deal with, Zhou said. A moment later. Night Temple. The Lord's office. I'm here to see the Lord, Zhou said politely to the extraordinary knight guarding the office. Sir Jiayang, unfortunately, the Lord went to the abyss an hour ago. He probably won't be back today. The guarding knight naturally knew Zhou's name, and he looked at the handsome Zhou, who was like a god, with secret curiosity, and said politely. Zhou was stunned when he heard this. What a coincidence, only 1 hour apart? He wanted to contact the other party with the knight's order, but when he thought that the other party was in a dangerous place like the abyss, it would be bad if he contacted the other party and distracted him, so he had to give up. Then I come next time. Zhou gave up the idea of visiting Baihe. Anyway, he came here to find the other party just because of a trivial matter that didn't need to be rushed. It's not too late to do it another day. If you want to ask the Lord Palace Master to deal with something, although the Lord Palace Master is not here, you can go to the 13th Deputy Palace Master first. The 13th Deputy Palace Master is now acting as the Lord Palace Master's duties during the Lord Palace Master's absence. What the Lord Palace Master can do, the 13th Deputy Palace Master can also do. seeing that Jojo was about to leave. The guard knight kindly reminded him. Jojo was startled when he heard it. There are 12 permanent vice palace masters in the knight's temple, 3 of whom have the strength of upper gods, and the other 9 vice palace masters have the strength of middle gods. He has known this information for a long time. When did the 13th vice palace master appear, newly appointed? Jojo did not hide his doubts, and asked proactively. Your Excellency Jiayang, you don't know? This 13th palace master was indeed newly appointed yesterday. And that lord, you also know him. It is His Majesty Rob Allen, the Silver Star Knight God, who has just broken through to the realm of gods. The guard knight said. Jojo's eyes widened slightly when he heard this. Rob Allen? That guy broke through to the realm of gods? Chapter 670. His Majesty the God of Silver Star Knights. When did he ascend to godhood? Jojo came back to his senses, and asked curiously. Just last night. The guard knight puffed up his chest proudly. When His Majesty the God of Silver Star Knights broke through to godhood, it is said that all the stars in the sky where he was were shining brightly, and the starlight illuminated the area of 1,000,000 kilometers as if it were daytime. Especially one of the silver stars, it even dropped silver starlight, and enveloped the God of Silver Star Knights. According to the words of the clan leaders, this kind of deification phenomenon is extremely rare even in the entire history of human gods. Jojo was amazed. He also had a lot of records about deification phenomena in his mind. And if Rob's deification phenomenon is really as the guard knight said, it is definitely an excellent level of deification phenomenon. A god with such vision of becoming a god, as long as he has enough potential and opportunities in the future, and does not die midway, has a high probability of achieving the realm of true god. Palace Master Baiha really did not accept the wrong disciple. Jojo thought to himself. Excuse me, where is the Lord of Silver Star Knights? Jojo said politely. In the office of the 13th Deputy Palace Master. Let me take you there. The guard knight took the initiative to say. That's troublesome. Jojo nodded. Your Excellency Jiayang is too polite. The guard knight smiled, and then took Jojo to a corridor. Soon, the two came to the door of the office of the 13th Deputy Palace Master. After Jojo and the guard knight separated, he looked up at the right side of the door. It was found that in addition to Deputy Palace Master number 13, there was also a line of God of Silver Star Knights below. The God of Silver Star Knights. It seems that this is Rob Allen's divine title. Jojo thought. Then he knocked on the door without thinking too much. Come in. A familiar voice came from the door. Jojo pushed the door open and saw Rob Allen writing at his desk. He looked serious and kept writing. At first glance, he really had the temperament of Baiha. Jojo. Rob Allen looked up and saw Jojo coming. He was stunned at first, and then a surprised expression immediately appeared on his face. He turned into a little starlight and flew in front of Jojo, then recondensed his body, and said with a smile on his face, I wanted to find you today, but I didn't expect to see you so soon. Looking for me? What's the matter? Jojo was stunned when he heard it. Don't you know? I have already broken through to become a god. And the key item for my breakthrough to become a god was provided by you. After Rob Allen finished speaking, he extended his right hand, and saw a starry sky sword emitting starlight appeared in his hand. Jojo looked over. He found that this was one of the artifacts that he had traded to the human race not long ago in order to ask the human race to protect his refugees, the Star Spirit Sword. Rob Allen was seen caressing the Star Spirit Sword in his hand obsessively, as if he was looking at his lover. I am already a legendary upper-level warrior. I only need to comprehend the complete lost skills of the lower-level gods to condense my godhood and achieve the status of a god. But even this last step has blocked me for a long time. Until yesterday, I heard that the clan had obtained a divine weapon containing the lost skills of the stars from you. After that, the clan decided to give me the lower-level divine weapon containing the law of the stars, just to add a little help to my path to breaking through the gods. I am very grateful to the human leaders who made this decision. This Star Spirit Sword is indeed very suitable for me. It contains the mystery of the star law. And my physique is also the star body physique in the star law system god body. Therefore, my physique and this artifact can be said to be extremely compatible. Later, in the process of comprehending the Star Spirit Sword, I naturally successfully comprehended my star law skills, thus filling the last gap in becoming a god, and then successfully promoted to become a god. Speaking of this, Rob Allen took a deep breath, raised his head, and looked at Jojo seriously. Your Star Spirit Sword helped me a lot in my ability to become a god, and it was a crucial help. I owe you a favor. If you need any help in the future, you can come to me. As long as it is not against the principles, I will definitely help you with all my strength. Rob Allen is actually very smart in his heart. He understands. In addition to the reasons he just mentioned, there is probably another very important reason why he was able to obtain the Star Spirit Sword. He is a friend of Lord Jiayang, and they are the kind of friends who get along very well. It is precisely because of this relationship that the human race leaders will give the Star Spirit Sword, a divine weapon, to me, who has not yet become a god. Behind this behavior, there may be the intention of winning over and befriending Zhou. Zhou heard this, thought about it, and smiled. I really need your help now. Rob Allen was stunned, as if he didn't expect that the time to fulfill his promise would come so soon. Then he smiled heartily. Tell me, what's the matter? There will be a big battle in my territory tonight. I want to ask you for help then. Zhou said seriously. Okay, I will help you then. Rob Allen heard this and agreed without thinking. In his eyes, even if Zhou develops faster, his opponents are at most some extraordinary, epic, and highest legendary enemies. This is already an overestimation in his mind. Therefore, he did not think that there would be any accidents in helping with this little help, so he agreed quite readily. I haven't finished yet. Zhou said speechlessly. No need to say more. Remind me then, and I will definitely go. No matter what kind of opponent it is, I will definitely help you solve it. Rob Allen said readily. Are you sure? Zhou looked strange. This guy just broke through to the lower level of the lower god. How come he is so arrogant? Should I tell him that there are upper god level opponents among my enemies? Zhou hesitated, then gave up the idea. Since the other party is so confident, maybe he really has a trump card to deal with them. After all, he is Baihe's last disciple, and the future backup candidate for the master of the Night Temple. He should have this method. Right? Of course. Rob Allen nodded. Then the two chatted for a while, and Baihe suddenly thought that the other party seemed to have something to do. By the way, you came to me for something, right? Baihe asked. Indeed, there is something, but it's just a small matter. Zhou flipped his right hand, and saw a large stack of complete Legion certificate in his hand. What is this? Rob Allen took a copy of Legion certificate. When he saw clearly what this item was, he looked at the certificate of the Legion in his hand, and then looked at the thick stack of certificates of the Legion in Zhou's hand, and swallowed his saliva subconsciously. Don't tell me. These are all certificates of the Legion? He said in disbelief. They are indeed all certificates of the Legion, a total of 100 copies. Zhou stated the ultimate purpose of his trip. I want to sell these certificates of the Legion to you. His future monster ranch can produce at least 100 certificates of the Legion every day. He doesn't want to establish a new Legion organization for the time being, and it's useless to keep these reusable and renewable resources in his hands. In this case, it's better to take them out and sell them. And the buyer who makes him most assured, it has to be said, at this stage, is only the Knights Templar. So he came here. Chapter 671. Rob Allen looked at the certificate of Legion in his hand, and suddenly asked, You should have raised a group of monsters that can specifically explode the certificate of Legion, right? That's right. Zhou was not surprised to hear this. This is very obvious. Rob Allen took a deep breath, although he guessed the reason. But seeing so many certificates of Legion in front of him, he was still surprised. Now among the entire human lord forces, except for the 5 major human empires that have a formal empire-level Legion system, most of the other kingdom-level lord forces and lower-level human lord forces actually have Legion systems that are not recognized by the Supreme Will. The legions they have are all the lords who gather their soldiers together, and then the lords give the legion a name, and the legion is established in this way. This is a self-built legion, which is not like having a formal legion system, and there will be upgraded legion gains and other legion panel functions. Those lords, who have formal legion systems, also bought the legion certificate from other high-level lord forces. They did not get the legion certificate by themselves at all. Speaking of which, compared with those legions with formal legion systems, the combat effectiveness of this self-built legion is naturally much worse. And if the lord forces of their human race can have more formal legion systems, even if the strength of their human race cannot be greatly improved in the short term, but as long as the legion level is raised, their human legions of the same level will definitely be able to suppress or even crush the legions of the same level of other races. There is no way. A legion with a formal organization is much stronger than one without a formal organization. Thinking of this, Rob Allen no longer hesitated. We want these 100 copies of Legion certificate. What do you want? He asked. Do you have a military formation here that can gather the power of many people and then form a higher level of combat power? Jojo asked. The former greedy wolf howling moon formation can be said to be a powerful weapon of his legion. However, as the strength of his soldiers continues to improve. Now, even ordinary soldiers of the legendary level, he has 6 under his command. There are more than 600 epic level soldiers. There are 160,000 extraordinary level soldiers, in this case. The greedy wolf howling moon formation, which used to only form the highest extraordinary level of power, naturally can no longer keep up. So he needs a stronger military formation to have a stronger level of power. Powerful military formation. What level do you need? Rob Allen thought about it and asked. True God level? Jojo asked tentatively. Rob Allen was speechless. You really dare to ask for it? No. You can't afford it even if you have it. Jojo didn't refute, he just asked casually. What about the upper God level? Rob Allen shook his head. Based on the value of these 100 copies of the Legion certificate, I can only give you the lower God level military formation. Higher levels, firstly, I can't buy them, and secondly, I can't get them for the time being. But I warn you in advance. Although that military formation can reach the power of the lower God intermediate level. But it takes a lot of money to build this army. What's the cost? Jojo asked. That army formation comes from the Sword Empire, and is called Small God Luo Wanling Army Formation. It requires at least 100,000 extraordinary level warriors, or 1,000 epic level warriors, or 10 legendary level warriors, to activate this army formation. And it also requires 1 lower level God intermediate level divine crystal, or 1,000 legendary level fog hearts to activate. And after it is activated, it can only release a full strength attack equivalent to a lower level God intermediate level warrior, and then it needs to replenish divine crystals or fog hearts to activate again. Because this consumption is relatively large, after we got this army formation, we didn't actually use it many times in the war, and put it in the treasury. If you need it, I can ask someone to get it for you now, Rob Allen said. This army formation can be used regardless of consumption when in desperate situations. But in ordinary wars, there is no need to spend so much human and financial resources. After all, it is not that the human race does not have powerful lower-level gods, but there are not many. And the reason why he said all the advantages and disadvantages is also to make the other party give up. After all, judging from the consumption alone, this military formation is a complete gold-eating cave, and the cost-effectiveness is too low. Although he covets the 100-point Legion certificate, he will not deliberately cheat his benefactor for this. Jojo heard this, but his thoughts were different from the other party. Although he did not have many divine crystals. But he really had so many things like the Heart of Mist that he had no place to spend them. Although his territory needed a lot of resources, he had too many mist hearts. Even if his territory consumed his mist hearts every day, his mist hearts were still increasing every day based on the monster ranch and war income. What? Although Small God Luo Wanling Army Formation can release the full force of a lower-level intermediate god, it is a gold-eating cave. Please give me this army formation, Jojo said seriously. Rob Allen was stunned. After a while, Jojo walked towards the direction of the Imperial Temple while playing with a mini silver sword-shaped sculpture in his hand. A faint sword energy kept spinning around this mini sword-shaped sculpture, which looked a bit strange. Military Formation Treasure, Xiao Shenluo's sword. This is the military formation treasure for performing the Xiao Shenluo Wanling military formation, which is equivalent to the greedy wolf totem. Not only is the formation method of Xiao Shenluo Wanling military formation engraved inside, but it is also the energy core of the military formation. Jojo casually took out 1,000 legendary fog hearts, and let the Xiao Shenluo's sword carving in his hand absorb them all. After absorbing them, he saw that the Xiao Shenluo's sword carving emitted a faint silver sword light. What surprised Jojo was that some of the sword energy emitted by this Xiao Shenluo's sword could even shuttle back and forth in the space on his palm. It looks like it has the ability to penetrate space. An offensive god-level military formation with the ability to break through the air. These 100 points of Legion certificate are worth it. A more obvious smile appeared on Jojo's face. A moment later, the temple. In front of the ancestral altar. Jojo looked at the prompt on the ancestral altar, which required him to offer 10 epic fog hearts first. Jojo was stunned. It wasn't 10 legendary fog hearts? Isn't it the legendary ancestral blessing, military doctor today? Before, he would come here on time every day, spend 10 legendary fog hearts, and get a legendary ancestral blessing, military doctor. Is there going to be a change today? Zhou was curious and took out 10 epic fog hearts and put them on. Soon, the text prompt appeared. You have obtained an ancestral blessing, Earthquake, Epic War Gain. Earthquake, Superb War Gain. You temporarily have the opportunity to perform the lost skill Earthquake, and you can release a magnitude 10 earthquake with a radius of 100 kilometers at a designated location. There is actually a war gain that is released actively. Zhou looked at this war gain with some surprise. It was the first time he saw this type of war gain. Chapter 672. Zhou looked at this war gain thoughtfully. This war gain, if nothing unexpected happens, should be given by the Blue Star human ancestor statue, Zhan Heng, which he had just obtained. No wonder only 10 epic level fog hearts were sacrificed for this ancestral blessing. Zhou thought. Because the statue of Zhang Heng's ancestors was of epic level. The fog hearts that needed to be sacrificed for his ancestral blessing were naturally of epic level. Then his eyes fell on the war gain itself. A magnitude 10 earthquake is no joke. Zhou murmured. You know, in the history of the Earth, or the Blue Star human race, there has never been a magnitude 10 earthquake. A magnitude 10 earthquake is already a major earthquake, which is the upper limit of earthquakes on the Blue Star or Earth. If an earthquake stronger than a magnitude 10 earthquake occurs, it can only be caused by a devastating meteorite impact or a large-scale superweapon war. Even in the extraordinary world of the Supreme Continent, a magnitude 10 earthquake should be quite terrifying. Zhou was very happy. This epic war gain is a bit strong. But it's better to be stronger, and now is the right time. A moment later, outside Zhuyang City, more than 523 million soldiers gathered here. Linger, Lord Qingwan, Nong Chunlin, Lord Jinshang, Lord Jixian, and other lords of the Star Alliance, who had just led their troops here, were stunned when they saw the scene. Their eyes were filled with confusion. What's going on? Where did this huge army come from after just one night? When they learned from Bai Yun that this army not only belonged to their majesty, but also had nearly 500 million troops, not counting them, they were completely shocked. 500 million troops. The total population of their Yin country is only 1.4 billion. These armies in front of them are actually comparable to more than one-third of the population of Yin country. Linga looked proud. Lord Qingwan looked incredible. Outrageous. Lord Jinshang, who was always calm, couldn't help but say. Lord Jixian also opened his mouth cutely. After a long time, when the lords of the Star Alliance came back to their senses, they looked at each other, and could see the excitement in each other's eyes. This incredible scene in front of them. It undoubtedly proved once again that their original choice to join His Majesty Jiayang was the right choice. Just then, a figure flew over from a distance and came into the sky. It was Zhou. There are so many people. Zhou looked at the more than 500 million soldiers below and couldn't help but smack his lips. With his eyesight as a chaos human, he couldn't see the end of the crowd at this time. The horror of the sea of people in front of him can be seen. He took a deep breath and began to issue orders. First, arrange the 450 million Black Iron Junior recruits first. Zhou ordered Bai Yun, Wu Xian, and other heroic generals who mastered the heroic skills of military spirit to lead these recruits, and 20 million veterans to drive a galaxy to the Night Empire to clear the scarlet fog monsters around the Night Empire's territory. More than 26 million soldiers of the Star Alliance also went with them. The galaxy is a special spaceship that represents friendship with the mechanical race. Although it is only a diamond-level spaceship on the surface. But its actual configuration is the God-level spaceship-level configuration of the lower God, especially the lower God-level folding space function inside, which makes the interior of the galaxy have a space comparable to a small world. According to what Wenya said, the galaxy has a built-in lower-level God lower-level folding space function, and the life space contained in it can accommodate up to 1 billion humans to work and live in it. Now it can accommodate 500 million soldiers, which is naturally more than enough. And such a spaceship. With the Lord's talent, Zhou has 10 of them. The only pity is, because the configuration of this galaxy is too high. Even with the resources Zhou currently has, he can't create a galaxy spaceship manufacturing factory to produce more galaxy. But fortunately, the God-level materials that Vicky brought to him just now, according to Wenya, can be accumulated to produce 2 galaxy. But more is not possible. After Zhou issued the first order, he immediately issued the second order. The second order was to have 10,000 extraordinary soldiers, 100 epic soldiers, 2 legendary soldiers, and the 2 gods Haros and Zawu, with the 10 apocalypse satellites 9 given to him by the ultimate Lord Zhou, go to the place where the refining Scarlet Legion would pass, and use the Apocalypse Satellites 9 to continuously snipe and kill them, and the sniping time is at least 1 day. Until Zhou completely eliminates all the enemy forces. Zhou also intends to spend a lot of money. After all, the continuous use of 10 Apocalypse Satellites 9 for at least 1 day, the consumption of the Heart of Mist alone is not a small number. But Zhou believes that all this is worth it. The spoils dropped by the death of the opponent are enough for him to easily make back his investment. As for the third order issued later, which is also the last order, Zhou will personally lead the remaining more than 20 million elite troops to attack the Black Warrior Alliance. According to what Lord Xintian said, after Lord Heiwu gathered part of the forces of more than 100,000 lords in the Black Warrior Alliance, the number of soldiers stationed at the headquarters of the Black Warrior Alliance has now reached more than 6 million. The strength level of the soldiers is about Black Iron level to Platinum level. There is no Diamond level or higher level soldiers. Soldiers of this strength, let alone Zhou's more than 20 million veterans. Even when the Aurora Kingdom was on the verge of extinction, there were only more than 200,000 elite soldiers left in the country, which was enough to defeat it. After all, there was almost no high-end combat power. In addition, Zhou's foresight of danger did not warn himself. So Zhou was not worried at all that there would be accidents on his trip. Let's go! Today's war, the victory will definitely belong to us. With Zhou's order, more than 500 million soldiers were sucked into the galaxy. In less than a moment, the place that was crowded with people before has become empty. Zhou did not follow the veterans to the Black Warrior Alliance's base, but followed Haros and Zhou, the two gods, to the place where the refining Scarlet Legion was located, under the amazing speed of the galaxy. In just 1,300th of a second, Zhou and his companions found that the spacecraft had arrived at the destination. As gods, Haros and Zhou had very sharp perceptions and stood up in shock at the first time. What speed is this? The two gods were shocked. They were also gods, who had seen some of the world. But at this moment, the two gods were still shocked by the speed of the galaxy. You know, this is pure speed, not means such as space teleportation. The former. In fact, it is more difficult to achieve than the latter. You two don't need to be so surprised. The galaxy is actually a god-level spaceship, the crystallization of the mechanical race's technological wisdom, and its speed has reached 50 billion kilometers per hour. It's normal to be able to do what you are doing now. Zhou explained to the two gods, with a faint smile. This is not a secret, and it's okay to say it out. The two gods nodded. But the shock in their expression still did not dissipate. And Zhou's eyes fell on the scarlet on the ground below. That scarlet was nothing else. It was the soldiers of the Lianyan Scarlet Legion. Just because there were too many of them, from a high place, it looked like a scarlet flowing curtain. A smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. He looked a little excited. More than 100 million scarlet soldiers. He had never tried to persuade so many scarlet monsters to rebel. Chapter 673. You too. Would you like to go down with me? Zhou looked at Haros and Zhou, the two gods. The two gods were stunned. It seemed that they did not expect Zhou to make such a request. But soon, Haros laughed. You, an epic kid, dare to go down. I am also a high-level god with a set of divine weapons. Why shouldn't I dare? Haros stood up suddenly, looking at the refining Hell Scarlet Legion below with burning eyes. Ever since Zhou lent him a set of divine equipment, he had wanted to do a good job. Otherwise, he would be unworthy of his title of the god of the burning sun and burning. Zhou did not speak, but stood up from his crouching posture, looking at Zhou with a pair of snow-white wolf eyes. Since you two are willing, I will tell you that I just want to fight with them briefly, and then I will be back. You two must not fight too much. When they come near our prideful Sun Kingdom, we can fight them however we want. How about that? Okay. Haros and Zhou obviously had the same idea, and nodded readily upon hearing this. Zhou nodded, and then said, Wenya. Your Majesty, Wenya is here. Wenya in maid outfit quickly appeared in front of Zhou. You can release the 10 Apocalypse Satellites 9. Then after we finish the test, you can control the Apocalypse Satellites 9 to kill the legendary fog monsters among them. Zhou said. Yes, Your Majesty, Wenya said respectfully. Afterwards, countless codes flashed in her eyes, and she silently controlled the 10 Apocalypse Satellites 9 in the weapon warehouse to rise to the sky, and then disappeared. Your Majesty, 10 Apocalypse Satellites 9 have been launched into the planned orbit, and the Apocalypse laser is ready to carry out targeted sniping of the legendary fog monsters below at any time. Wenya said. Zhou nodded. Then he did not waste any more time, and asked Winya to open the door of the spaceship. Then he jumped off the spaceship with Haros and Zawu and flew down to the refining Scarlet Legion 100 kilometers below, above the Earth. One man and two gods flew very fast. In less than 10 seconds, they flew to a place about 10 kilometers above the refining Scarlet Legion. Looking down from this height, Zhou and the other two gods, with their amazing observation ability, could even observe the body hair of the Scarlet soldiers below. Who? Just then, a cold shout full of coldness sounded. Then a purple light rose from the refining Scarlet Legion below, rushed straight to them, and arrived not far in front of them in the blink of an eye. Zhou and the others looked over. This scarlet monster was wearing purple military armor, with narrow eyes, and two purple swords emitting deep purple light in its hands. A cold, evil aura emanated from him continuously. A deity of the abyss that was transformed into a misty existence. It looks like it should be from the Void Demon clan, Zawu whispered. Zhou nodded. The information the other party gave him was that it was a middle-level god of the Void Demon clan. The Void Demon clan is good at spatial means, can fight and run, and is very difficult to deal with even in the abyss. Human race? And alien gods? Are you looking for death? How dare you appear in front of our Linyun Scarlet Legion? Esther looked at them coldly and said, even though he sensed that the breath of one of them had reached the level of a higher god. But with the support of the Linyun Scarlet Legion and his superb ability to escape, he was not afraid at all. You don't know him? Haros pointed at Zhou with a strange smile on his face. A small human race, an ant-like existence, why should I know him? Esther glanced at Zhou and said with a sneer. Although Zhou gave him a special feeling. But the human race is the human race. What's so good about the weak human race? At the same time, he also silently communicated with the strong men in the Legion in his heart, asking them to come quickly and destroy the two alien gods and the human race. Although the purpose of this trip was not them, since they met, there was no reason to let them go. On the other side, Haros and Zawu both shook their heads. Obviously, their purpose of coming here was Zhou, but they didn't recognize him when they saw him. Okay. This is indeed in line with the arrogant character of the Abyss Demon. The man and the god looked at each other and instantly understood each other's thoughts. The next second, Zawu rushed directly to Esther Wing, while Zhou directly used the Shadow Cloak, a middle-level god artifact on his body, to enter the invisible state and disappear, and then rushed directly to the army of the Linyun Scarlet Legion below. However, just when he rushed halfway, a scarlet god of the virtual demon clan exuding the aura of a higher god flew over from below. Human boy who hides his head and shows his tail. The opponent obviously discovered Zhou's position, and raised his hand to attack with a blade-shaped attack that emitted sharp space fluctuations. Lost skill Space Blade, as if teleporting. This Space Blade had just been released, and had already arrived in front of Zhou. At this moment, Zhou's heart suddenly sounded alarm bells. But he was not worried. The next second, he saw a god emitting blazing flames descending from the sky, holding a huge fire source shield of the lower god to block the Space Blade. It was Haros. At this time, he looked at the other party, and his pair of flaming pupils were as dazzling as two suns, and they were getting brighter and brighter. I have been waiting for this battle. For a long time, he said in a low voice, containing the long-suppressed madness and fighting spirit. A flaming axe as crystal as flame glass appeared in his hand. It was another lower god lower artifact divine fire glass axe. At the same time, various artifacts flashed on his body. A rough count. There were as many as 5 or 6. The opponent's virtual spirit, Gerard, frowned slightly, looking at this guy with a look of doubt. Who is this guy? How can he have so many artifacts? Is he from a powerful god system? Is he from the Sun Palace of the Sun God system? Or is he from the Pantheon of the Element God system? You should know that as a direct descendant of the Fidus Scarlet Empire, he only has one intermediate artifact of the Middle God, and 2 lower artifacts of the Lower God. Although the opponent only has lower artifacts of the Lower God, he has many artifacts. When the number of artifacts increases, in fact, it can make up for the difference in the rank of the artifacts. After all, the difference between the Lower God artifact and the Middle God artifact is not big. His expression became serious. Slowly took out his weapon. It was a gray sickle. It exuded the dark aura of the abyss, causing Haros to flash with disgust. The two gods did not say much, but rushed towards each other and fought together. As for Zhou, the two gods, who were now concentrating on the battle, had no time to pay attention. Chapter 674. Zhou did not sit idle and watch the battle, but wore a shadow cloak and continued to fly downward. During the flight, he saw scarlet gods exuding divine auras flying past him and flying towards Haros and Zawu. There were as many as 4 of them. There was even a second scarlet god of the upper god level. Among the other scarlet gods, 2 of them exuded the aura of the lower god level, and the other one exuded the aura of the middle god level. However, none of these scarlet gods noticed him wearing a shadow cloak. After all, the shadow cloak is a divine weapon of the upper middle god. To see through its invisibility, only a high god or even a higher level strongman, or an anti-stealth lost skill of the same level can do it. And these scarlet gods obviously could not do the above 2 points, so they could not find Zhou. Soon, he flew invisibly to a position about 10,000 meters above the Linian Scarlet Army. Then he did not act immediately, but took out a scroll that exuded divine power. Scroll name, Guardian of the Sky King. Scroll grade, Upper Middle God. Scroll effect, the Scroll of Law made by Morlocks, the Sky King. Using the scroll, you can release a Middle God Upper Level Law skill Guardian of the Sky King, protecting the user for 1 minute, immune to attacks of the Middle God Upper Level and below, and can withstand a full-strength attack of the lower level god. This is the trophy Zhou picked up from a lower level god enemy. Originally it was just a scroll of the law skill of the lower level god Sky Control. Later, with the help of the King of Trophies, he was promoted to the Guardian of the Sky King. As long as Haros and Zawu can hold back the 2 upper gods facing other middle and lower gods, the effect of this scroll is enough. If it doesn't work, if there are more upper god level scarlet gods appear, at worst, I can just take a galaxy and fly away, Zhou thought. His inner world still has the remaining galaxy spacecraft in front of the terrifying flying speed of the galaxy. Even the upper gods can't catch up. Thinking of this, Zhou directly input the chaos source energy in his body into the guardian scroll of the Sky King in his hand. Soon, after inputting about 60% of the chaos source energy in his body, this scroll suddenly emitted a faint green light. Then these green lights suddenly burst out, forming a green divine power sphere, covering Zhou in it. On this green divine power sphere, a divine bird with green feathers and purple eyes was faintly reflected. It was the lost skill the Guardian of the Sky King. Seeing that he had been protected by the lost skill, Zhou couldn't help but relax, feeling safe. Then he removed the invisibility of the shadow cloak and exposed himself to the Scarlet Legion of Linian. Who? Human. How dare you? As soon as Zhou appeared, he was discovered by the Scarlet Powers in the hundreds of millions of Scarlet Army below. Many Scarlet Powers shouted at Zhou. Some Scarlet Powers either directly held weapons, rushed out of the army, and killed Zhou, or began to cast spells and shoot arrows on the spot to attack Zhou. Who am I? Aren't you here to find me? Zhou looked at the Scarlet Mist monsters coldly. As soon as these words came out, all the Scarlet monsters were shocked. Then they laughed. The laugh was very ferocious. Very good. Since you took the initiative to come up and seek death, it saves us from running over to find you. A purple-clothed succubus stretched out a slender forked tongue, licked her lips, and her eyes were full of charm. Looking at the aura on his body, it was surprisingly a middle-level Scarlet God. Dedicate you to the Lord of Scarlet. I believe the Lord of Scarlet will be very satisfied, and maybe he will give us the opportunity to step into a higher level. Go! Whoever catches the King of Pride first, the Empire will give him the opportunity to become a higher god, he ordered. As soon as the voice fell, all the mist monsters went crazy. That's the upper god, in this era when the main god is high above, and the true god cannot easily descend to the world of living beings. The upper god can be said to be the top powerhouse of the supreme continent. Who can resist this temptation? So at this moment, all the fog soldiers who can fly, all flew madly towards Zhou's direction. Even those fog monster soldiers who can't fly, all were on the ground, launching their attacks on Zhou. Facing these attacks, with the protection of the King of the Sky, Zhou looked quite calm. He silently started the earthquake in his heart. Just after he finished silently reciting in his heart, the next second, boom boom boom, the earth began to tremble slightly. For this tremor, at the beginning, all the scarlet monsters didn't care. After all, these hundreds of millions of scarlet soldiers, when they marched together, caused more than just this much vibration. But soon, they realized that something was wrong. Why is the ground shaking more and more? An earthquake. Why is there an earthquake at this time? The scarlet monsters on the ground were somewhat confused. As for the fog monsters in the sky, they didn't pay any attention to the situation on the ground at this time, and the only thought in their minds was to kill Zhou in the sky. An earthquake occurred? No. There is something wrong with this earthquake. The succubus spirit of the middle god level also found that there was something wrong with the earthquake at this time. But it was too late. Boom boom. It was as if there was a world-destroying dragon rolling under the ground. Large areas of collapse continued to occur on the ground, and hundreds or thousands of fog monsters fell into the deep pits caused by the collapse every second, either dead or injured. Countless underground waters rushed up to the sky, killing countless fog monsters that had not yet reacted. 10,000-meter-long cracks constantly appeared on the earth. A large number of fog monsters that did not master the ability to fly fell into these abyss cracks with horror, and then disappeared. Various accompanying earthquake disasters appeared frequently at this moment, showing the terrifying power of natural disasters to the creatures in the world. The fog monster soldiers of Linian Scarlet Legion were already standing very densely. At the moment when the earthquake came, directly caused tens or even millions of monsters to die in this sudden earthquake. And the succubus spirit, who ordered the attack at the beginning, was completely confused at this time. He never expected that he would suffer such a huge loss before he started the formal attack. And all this should be caused by the King of the Sun. Thinking of this, he looked at Zhou with more resentment. In the sky, countless scarlet monsters had come to Zhou and launched various attacks on him. However, under the protection of the King of the Sky, these attacks were directly immune and posed no threat to him at all. Zhou ignored the ferocious expressions of the fog monsters outside the shield. He raised his right hand and launched a rebellion without hesitation. The next second, he saw invisible waves instantly covering the billions of scarlet fog monsters. Text prompts appeared. Hint: you have activated your Lord's exclusive talent, Instigate. Instigate has taken effect. Lord's talent hint: a total of 11,024,222 iron-level fog monsters, 8,117,002 bronze-level fog monsters, 4,016,322 silver-level fog monsters, 2,149,660 gold-level fog monsters, 1,511,511 platinum-level fog monsters, 881,200 diamond-level fog monsters, 111,350 transcendent-level fog monsters, 32,552 epic-level fog monsters, and 104 legendary-level fog monsters betrayed their lord's forces and became your loyal subordinates. Zhou saw these text prompts, quickly calculated the results in his mind, and then a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. This time, instigating the rebellion made a total of 27,807,373 fog monsters become his subordinates. It's worth my special trip here, he thought. Chapter 675. Zhou looked at the remaining fog monsters of the Linian Scarlet Legion and felt a little sorry. His subversion can only be used once on the same hostile force in the same day. It would be great if he could use the second subversion on these fog monsters. Then he can at least have 20 million fog monster subordinates. But the current situation is not bad. Zhou is not greedy. By everyone. Zhou looked at the countless fog monsters outside the shield, smiled slightly, and then planned to use space teleportation to escape. He himself has a very high spatial talent, and he often uses this skill. With his extremely high comprehension, this lost skill has now been comprehended by him to the level of lost skill. Although it is only an epic lost skill, it is equivalent to the lost skill that Feng Luo comprehended at the beginning, Idao Wuji, but facing the current situation, it is more than enough. At this moment, a dark purple arrow exuding the aura of a higher god instantly passed through space and shot at the protective shield of the Sky King. Boom! In the blink of an eye, the protective shield of the Sky King that protected Zhou was directly blown up on the spot. The large amount of wind attribute divine power and abyss divine power contained in it collided and produced a terrifying explosion. Boom! An explosion ripple entangled with sky blue and dark purple instantly spread out to the surroundings with the shield as the center. Wherever it passed, countless legendary and lower-level fog monsters could not even scream and were killed instantly, and even the ashes of their bodies were not left. Even the lower-level god Scarlet God Spirit, who rushed over and was accidentally affected, was caught off guard and suffered some serious injuries. In the sky, a virtual demon god holding a dark blue and ferocious longbow slowly put down his bow and arrow. The arrow just now was shot by him. And he is one of the only two upper gods of Linian Scarlet Legion. I didn't expect a little bug to run over. And he is the king of the kingdom of Juyong. What is this guy thinking? As the king of a country, and the one favored by the supreme will, he actually took the risk and ran to the most dangerous place on the battlefield. He shook his head. He didn't understand it in his heart. Could it be that this King Jiayang, who had a smooth road, was arrogant and began to despise them, the gods? He didn't think much about it, and didn't care in his heart. Because he knew from the breath on Zhou Zhou that the other party was an epic intermediate human. Although the breath on his body was a little strange. But the strength can't be faked. In his heart, the arrow just now would have killed the other party. Now that I have killed the prideful Sun King, Lord Scarlet should reward me, right? He began to fantasize. This kind of thing that greatly hit the supreme will and won face for the Scarlet Lord. According to the Scarlet Lord's previous style of doing things, there must be some reward. As he thought, he looked at the center of the explosion where the prideful Sun King was. As time passed, the divine power storm at the center of the explosion gradually dissipated, revealing the scene inside. Then, his pupil suddenly shrank slightly. Because he didn't see the remains of the prideful Sun King's body inside. Impossible. I had clearly restrained my strength just now. That abyss magic arrow could only break through the wind-attributed divine power shield protecting him and kill him. It was impossible to kill him completely without leaving any residue. He thought of this and immediately flew to the center of the explosion. After observing carefully for a few seconds, his face turned ugly. Space-based lost skills. He actually let him escape. In the sky. On a galaxy. Zhou Zhou sat leisurely in the captain's exclusive seat, recalling the scene just now. That guy should be at least a mid-level Scarlet God. Otherwise, it would be impossible to directly break the protection of my Sky King. Ah. It is really difficult to stop so many Scarlet Gods, with only Haros and Zhou. Zhou Zhou shook his head and thought. And the reason why he was so bold to appear in front of so many Scarlet Fog monsters, and even boldly exposed his identity, to attract the hatred of Linian Scarlet Legion. The biggest confidence, in addition to his own many artifacts and other god-level treasures, there is another very important reason. He now has 9 resurrections with the professional ability of the Lord of the End. With so many resurrections, Zhou Zhou naturally has the capital to make some money. Zhou Zhou even wants to die on his own initiative, to see what the resurrection effect is like. After all, if he resurrects with the power of the Nirvana of the End, his own strength will also increase greatly. Since entering the epic level, Zhou Zhou feels more and more difficult to improve his own strength. The fog monsters that just died in the earthquake are at least 4 or 5 million. But from Zhou Zhou's point of view, the promotion energy provided by these 4 or 5 million fog monsters only raised his epic intermediate strength by about 2 or 3 levels. There is still a distance from the epic upper level. Not to mention the legendary level, or even the god level. So if the power of the End of Nirvana can really make him stronger, he doesn't mind improving himself through death. It's just a pity. Even if it is a higher god-level existence, it couldn't force him to consume one resurrection. Your Majesty, Lord Haros and Lord Zhou are back. They are walking towards the captain's room. Just then, when Yu's voice sounded, Zhou Zhou nodded. Soon, the 2 gods came over. Haros's face was excited with a hint of depression. And Zhou's expression was also excited, but in addition to excitement, there was some worry. Are you 2 injured? Zhou Zhou asked with concern. With this set of divine weapons, even if I can't win, it's easy to avoid getting hurt. That guy named Gerard, although I've been suppressing him, is indeed a worthy opponent. Haros spoke first. He then said helplessly, but later a group of Scarlet Gods rushed over to help that guy, and another upper god came to intervene, otherwise I must have a winner with him today. With my divine weapons, I also fought 2 middle gods and 2 lower gods alone. Zhou said, and then said solemnly, but this fight as Scarlet Empire is indeed not to be underestimated. Although we are far superior to the other party in terms of basic combat power, it is probably difficult to match the other party in terms of high-end combat power at the level of gods. This battle is not easy to fight. Zhou Zhou nodded upon hearing this. Then he smiled and said, you are right. But if it really comes to the most dangerous moment, I can just ask the Elf Empire for help. With the strength of the Elf Empire, it will definitely be no problem to repel the Linian Scarlet Legion. Zhou was about to ask upon hearing this, why do you think you can definitely ask the strong men of the Elf Empire to help you solve the current predicament? But he quickly thought of Zhou Zhou's unfathomable wealth. That's right. With the resources of divine weapons this guy has. Even if he casually takes out a lower-level divine weapon of a lower god, it should be enough to make the strong men of the Elf Empire take action and solve the crisis in front of him. After all, even the Elf Empire lacks divine weapons. It's not difficult to defeat an ordinary Imperial-level Scarlet Legion. And recently the Elf Empire seems to have heard rumors that Zhou has many divine weapons. At this time, I guess they are thinking about how to get King Jiayang to give them a few of the divine weapons in his hand. If this King Jiayang really asked the Elf Empire will probably agree without thinking for the sake of the divine weapons. So Wu thought in his heart. He was a little emotional. There is a proverb in the kingdom of Jiayang that has been passed down from King Jiayang. It's called money can make the devil work. Now it seems, having divine weapons can also make gods strive under their command. Chapter 676. Zhou, Haras and Zhu, two gods, chatted for a while. Then Zhou was ready to leave. Please stay here and continue to monitor the Lianyan Scarlet Legion, and protect the 10 Apocalypse Satellites 9 in the sky. If there are strong men from the Lianyan Scarlet Legion who want to fly up to destroy the Apocalypse Satellite 9, please take the galaxy to the starry orbit where the Apocalypse Satellite 9 is located, transfer them, and then continue to drop them in a new place to attack. This is called guerrilla tactics in our hometown. Zhou smiled. Leave it to us. The two gods felt that it was not difficult, so they immediately agreed. Zhou nodded. Then he said goodbye to the two gods, took out a galaxy from his inner world, and then boarded the galaxy and flew in the direction of the ancient teleportation array mentioned by Lord Xiantian. In a plane about 50 million kilometers away from the kingdom of Jiayang. There is a temporary military base here. At this time, a group of people were gathering in front of the gate of this military stronghold. They were Wu Tu, the generals of the legion such as Melon, who had led the troops to come in advance, as well as the anxious Lord Xiantian, his subordinates and alliance members. Lord Xiantian had a handsome face, clear eyes, and exquisite bones. At first glance, he seemed to be a righteous monk who had lived in the Taoist sect for a long time, righteous and innocent, willing to help others, and his appearance gave people a great favor. Before Wu Tu and others came, they heard Zhou talk about this person's qualifications and experience in the Supreme Continent. Now after seeing it with their own eyes, I have to admit, this is indeed a seed of a cultivator with a lot of fairy spirit. But compared to your majesty, it is still far behind. Wu Tu looked at Lord Xiantian and muttered in his heart. If Lord Xiantian is a seed of a cultivator, then he felt that his majesty was a natural fairy king. Whether in temperament or appearance, Lord Xiantian is far behind. It can be said that they are completely two levels of existence. Even compared with the most handsome boy in their territory, Xiaoxian, there is a big gap. At the same time, Lord Xiantian was also looking at Wu Tu and others. The more he looked, the more he felt amazed. I have heard that the people of the kingdom of Jiayang are all outstanding in appearance. Now I see that it is true. Lord Xiantian sighed in his heart. Although the appearance of these people is not as good as his, they are enough to stand out among ordinary people. He now wants to join the Jiayang kingdom and give it a try. Not for anything else. He just wants to see what the upper limit of his appearance is. He turned his head and looked at the high-ranking officials of the Xiantian city and the alliance lords of the Xiantian Immortal Alliance that he brought with him. Then, he was speechless. Because he found out. At this time, these people were looking at Wu Tu and others with crazy eyes. Even some people with strong self-control couldn't help but look at Wu Tu and others from time to time. You all should restrain yourself. Pay attention to the image of our Xiantian Immortal Alliance outside. The Xiantian Lord secretly scolded. It's so embarrassing. It's as if they have never seen handsome men and beautiful women. Although they have indeed never seen so many handsome men and beautiful women gathered together. At this time, a huge shadow covering the earth suddenly enveloped them. There were sudden cries of surprise from the crowd, and their eyes all looked up at the sky. Lord Xiantian was startled, and then he immediately reacted and turned around to look up at the sky. Then he saw a huge spaceship as gorgeous and dazzling as the Milky Way, quietly hovering in the sky, as if it had been parked there all the time. The huge spaceship even completely blocked the sunlight, making the plane below completely covered by the shadow of the Milky Way spaceship. Then, a man wearing a luxurious dragon robe, and with an unparalleled handsome appearance flew out of it. As soon as he appeared, he seemed to be the only light source in the world, attracting everyone's attention. Is that God? A female lord looked at Zhou infatuatedly. Others also looked almost obsessed. Even Lord Xiantian, who was quite confident in his appearance, looked at Zhou in a daze. At the same time, Zhou looked down, and after seeing Wu Tu and the others, he immediately turned into a golden light and flew down in front of everyone. Meet your majesty, everyone said respectfully and enthusiastically in unison. Zhou nodded, then looked at Lord Xiantian and the others. You are Lord Xiantian, right? He walked in front of Lord Xiantian and suddenly smiled. More handsome than in the video, he praised. Hearing this, Lord Xiantian came back to his senses. Not even a fraction of your majesty. Lord Xiantian blushed and lowered his head, feeling extremely ashamed of his narcissistic self in the past. In front of such a peerless god, how did he dare to say that he was the most handsome man in the world before? Zhou smiled and didn't dwell on the topic. You are all from Xiantian City and Xiantian Immortal Alliance, right? Nice to meet you. I am the king of Jiaoyang Kingdom. You can also call me Lord Jiaoyang. He looked at the people behind Lord Xiantian and greeted them. Everyone saw this. Then they came back to their senses and quickly responded to Zhou. After a brief chat, Zhou said, "There is no time to lose. Let's go and deal with the Black Warrior Alliance first." Okay. Let's go now. Mentioning this topic, Lord Xiantian and others were immediately shocked, their faces full of excitement. Some people still had a strong look of hatred in their eyes. They, the Xiantian Immortal Alliance and the Black Warrior Alliance, have been fighting for so long, and some of them have already had blood feuds. After that, everyone didn't waste time and went directly into the military base, and then went to the headquarters of the Xiantian Immortal Alliance through the ancient teleportation array here. Xiantian Immortal Alliance headquarters. When Zhou and his friends came here, Zhou took a quick glance and saw the architectural style of Xiantian Immortal Alliance. He was surprised and said, "Your architectural style here is quite good." The architectural style of Xiantian Immortal Alliance is obviously built in imitation of ancient architecture. Pavilions, ponds, waterside pavilions, carved beams, and painted buildings can be seen everywhere. Rocky rocks, flower beds, bonsai, vines and green bamboos are dotted in between. At the same time, it also has a strong element of immortal chivalry. For example, Zhou just saw a crane flying in the wind, and on the back of the crane, there was a cultivator dressed like an immortal. In addition, Zhou also keenly discovered that there seemed to be some formation here, which was continuously gathering the energy of promotion between heaven and earth to the city. Although nothing can be seen in a short period of time. But over time, as long as there are no accidents here, this place will sooner or later evolve into a paradise. It's a bit like a weakened version of the Yuanling Array, Zhou thought. As long as your majesty likes it. This is designed by the architect I invited from Xiantian sect. So the architectural style is more inclined to the preferences of Qigong practitioners. Lord Xiantian said politely. Zhou nodded. Then they came to a reception room first. After a brief chat, Lord Xiantian began to introduce to Zhou the recent situation of Lord Heiwu in the past 2 days. Chapter 677. After learning that His Majesty was going to attack them, Lord Heiwu has been gathering soldiers from the lords under the Black Warrior Alliance. Just now, the intelligence department of our Xiantian Immortal Alliance told me that Lord Heiwu has gathered about 4,500 lord soldiers, and the total number of troops has reached about 8 million. It is said that he also spent a lot of money to invite several masters from the kingdom that hired him. However, the other party has done a good job of keeping it secret, and our intelligence personnel have not obtained any information about this. Lord Xiantian said with a serious face. This Lord Heiwu was obviously frightened by the reputation of King Jiaoyang. He didn't have the ability to gather so many soldiers before. Now it is obvious that he is holding the idea that he might die if he fails, so he has tried his best to gather so many people. Zhou nodded casually when he heard this. Master? No matter how strong the master is, he is still from the kingdom-level lord force. Now unless a true god or even stronger comes. Otherwise, Zhou would not have worried about the dangers of this trip. When Lord Xiantian saw that Zhou's expression did not change, he was relieved and a look of joy appeared on his face. He is indeed the strongest lord of the 10,000 races, who can defeat the kingdom's power at this stage. This confidence and courage is really enviable and desirable. And when he thought that he was now on the ship of King Jiaoyang, the thoughts of being inferior to others in his heart suddenly disappeared. If I rely on my own efforts, even if I risk my life, I cannot tap my potential and the potential of the Lord's talent to the extreme, but I am afraid that I will not be able to reach the height of King Jiaoyang in the future, and even the height of the spiritual medicine lord under his command may not be reached. And if I follow the King of the Sun, not only can I be greatly protected at this stage, but in the future, with the resources he has, as long as I fully assist him and do not betray him, judging from the character of the King of the Sun, he will definitely support me and let me easily reach my potential limit, and even surpass my potential limit. In that case, what's the big deal about being inferior to others? Lord Xiantian thought. Just as a certain internet celebrity on Earth said, "On the street, I drive a Mercedes-Benz, and the other party drives a small electric scooter. You talk to me about dignity? How good is the King of the Sun to his subordinates?" This can be seen from the group of Star Alliance lords, who show off on the World Channel every day that they have enjoyed so many alliance benefits, and their strength has increased so much since joining the Star Alliance. They really show off, not just with their mouths. They also post videos and screenshots every day. Some lords, who are more showy, sometimes even broadcast the war scenes they have experienced. This can't be faked. So now many Blue Star lords hope to join the Star Alliance and have a life of winning without doing anything. There is a saying, "Since someone is leading the way, why should we work hard to carry?" This is exactly the idea of many lords who want to join the Star Alliance. After all, there is only one position of the Supreme Lord. Many lords are self-aware and know that they can't compete for the seat of the Supreme Lord among so many perverted lords. In this case, why fight to the death? There is more than one choice in life. So many of them choose to rely on powerful lords. Let's not talk about the alien lords. Among the Blue Star, the most potential and powerful lord is undoubtedly the prideful Sun Lord. The Dragon Lady Lord, the Undead Lord, and other top lords were all very proud at the beginning, and even thought about competing for the position of the Supreme Lord. But then the prideful Sun Lord appeared first, and won the first place in the Novice Lord test. Later, in the battlefield of the 10,000 races lords, and in the competition with the alien lords, he realized the gap in strength and foundation between himself and the powerful race civilization lords. Later, he learned that Jojo overwhelmed the 10,000 races lord and won the title of the strongest lord of the 10,000 races. Finally, he learned about the existence of the Star Alliance. These things changed their original ideas step by step. Until now, they can willingly choose to join the prideful Sun King. Speaking of which, how many lords are there in the Black Warrior Alliance? Jojo asked. The Black Warrior Alliance has about 500,000 Blue Star Lord members. However, 99% of the lords are widely distributed in various regions of the Supreme Continent, and there is no way to send troops to help the Black Warrior Alliance when they need them. After all, not everyone can have a spaceship for expeditions, like your Majesty. Even if you want to build a super long-distance teleportation array, you need the technology. Most of these lords, who join, just want to be a member of the Lord Alliance, and then add the Lord Alliance to the chat group for regular use. Speaking of this, Lord Xiantian couldn't help but smile bitterly. Isn't his Xiantian Immortal Alliance the same? In fact, because of traffic restrictions, most of the Lord Alliances of the Blue Star Lords are like this. There is no solution now. Therefore, the Star Alliance, a Lord Alliance where all lords in the Alliance can communicate and cooperate in reality, although the number of people is small, is also envied by many Lord Alliances. However, when Lord Heiwu was active in the battlefield of the Lords of 10,000 races, he acquired more than 20 Master Slave territories, and contracted more than 20 lords to become subordinate territories. The other party relied on the teleportation array given by the Master Slave territories contract, and these more than 20 subordinate territories lords to contact more than 10,000 Blue Star lords in reality. Most of these more than 8 million soldiers also come from them. Lord Xiantian said. Jojo did not speak after hearing this. In fact, he can do this. He can even contact dozens or even hundreds of times the number of Blue Star lords. After all, there are hundreds of Master Slave territories under his command. However, since he no longer had the Master Servant territory contract, he had no intention of recruiting Blue Star lords, so he had never done this. Since the lords of the Black Warrior Alliance knew that the Black Warrior Lord wanted to deal with His Majesty, many lords have actually withdrawn from the Black Warrior Alliance. The lords who dare to stay in the Black Warrior Alliance and are willing to help the Black Warrior Lord are either threatened by the Black Warrior Lord in reality, or have a close interest relationship with the Black Warrior Lord, or are hostile to His Majesty. Lord Xiantian said again. Jojo nodded. Then everyone chatted for a while, and then Jojo stood up and looked at everyone in the conference room. There is no time to lose. Let's go to Black Warrior City, he said. Yes. Everyone stood up and responded. Black Warrior City. The Black Warrior Lord was sitting on the sofa in his room, looking at the virtual screen in front of him. On that virtual screen, a group chat was displayed, and the name of this group chat was Myangui. A long time ago, after the leaders who founded Myangui were eliminated by Jojo, Myangui disappeared. Now, for some reason, it has revived again? Chapter 678. At this time, the Black Warrior Lord was looking at the content in the chat group and typing occasionally. Second prideful Sun Lord, how are the preparations going now? Our Black Warrior Hero. Black Warrior Lord, I have summoned more than 8.56 million soldiers from the Black Warrior Alliance, which is the limit of what I can summon. Black Warrior Lord. In addition, I spent 1/3 of the Black Warrior Alliance's wealth to invite 3 epic-level strongmen from the Roland Kingdom to help. Black Warrior Lord. This is the first time I have so much power in my hands. With my current strength, I should be able to defeat the prideful Sun King, right? Evil Dragon Lord. More than 8 million soldiers and 3 epic-level strongmen. Good guy. If I had your strength, I would go directly to attack the prideful Sun Kingdom. Lord Linghua, don't be careless. Although more than 8 million people are a lot, facing the unfathomable strength of Lord Jiayong, such a large number of troops may not necessarily ensure victory. Although we have collected a lot of information about the strength of King Jiayong, that information is either incomplete or outdated from a long time ago. This information may no longer be trustworthy. Second Lord Jiayong, that's right. Judging from the record of King Jiayong being able to casually defeat a primary kingdom, and even a mid-level kingdom, his troops must be at least more than 10 million, and there should be more than 3 extraordinary heroes. Don't underestimate him. Evil Dragon Lord, can you change your group nickname? Are you crazy about becoming the Second Prideful Sun Lord? Second Prideful Sun Lord, how can a sparrow know the ambition of a swan? I will definitely replace it. Evil Dragon Lord, what a swan! You are just a quail. You dare to call me a sparrow? I am a Black Warrior Lord. If you say so, I will fight for nothing. Can you stop scolding me, and give me some advice? Black Warrior Lord, don't forget, I am now facing Prideful Sun Lord on behalf of the Mieyang Association. This is a battle to make our name. As long as we succeed in this battle, the reputation of our Mieyang Association will be established again, and we will have the confidence to gather more forces to overthrow the Prideful Sun Kingdom in the future. Second Prideful Sun Lord, you guys, you don't have much real ability, but you are quite good at being domineering and waving the flag. Second Lord of the Sun, besides, don't talk about the Sun-Destroying Society. The former Sun-Destroying Society has already perished. We just inherited the spirit of this organization, and were led by the boss to rebuild the Sun-Destroying Society. Lord Linghua, looking at what Lord Heiwu said, why do I feel like we are dealing with the Great Devil? Lord Nielong, judging from the terrifying strength of the Sun King, he is no different from the Great Devil. Lord Nielong, where is the boss? At boss? Boss, I already know what you are worried about, Lord Heiwu, next you do what I say. Lord Heiwu, okay. Listen to the boss is still reliable. On the sofa. The Black Warrior Lord looked at the word sent by boss in the group chat, and was stunned at first, and then a look of surprise suddenly appeared in his eyes. Yes. Why didn't I think of this? I'm so stupid. He immediately got up and walked outside. After Zhou and others boarded the galaxy, they immediately flew directly above the Black Warrior City. Before the Lord Xiantian and his companions could react, they were shocked to find that they had actually arrived directly above the Black Warrior City. I just got on the spaceship. Lord Xiantian looked at the scene of the Black Warrior City below, and was dumbfounded. He boldly looked up at the spaceship he was on. The more he looked, the more shock he felt. The technological creation in front of him was like an exquisite work of art, which attracted all his attention. Until Zhou patted him on the shoulder. Don't look at it. If you like, you can come to my territory anytime in the future. If not, I will send your territory an ordinary spaceship, so you can drive it and enjoy it, he said, since the contract has been signed. Although it is not a master-servant territory contract, it is also half of our own. What's the big deal about sending an ordinary spaceship? Lord Xuantian's eyes widened when he heard it. Damn, is this the way rich people greet? He touched his shoulder carefully. This touch. Worth a spaceship. Then he followed Zhou and flew out of the galaxy. As soon as he came out, Lord Xiantian found that the more than 20 million soldiers brought by Zhou had surrounded the entire Black Martial City. The sky, the ground and even the underground were all surrounded by soldiers. The kind that can't even fly out. After all, there are still many transformation skills in this world, and the soldiers have to be on guard. Lord Xiantian glanced at the more than 20 million soldiers, and was more and more amazed at Zhou's strength. Then he looked at the Black Martial City below. As he looked, he suddenly felt a little strange. This Black Martial City. Why is it so quiet? Where are the more than 8 million soldiers of the Black Martial Lord? This Black Martial City is almost empty. There are only some abandoned, lonely, old and young people left. Just then, Zhou seemed to have heard what he said in his heart and said lightly, Lord Xiantian was stunned. Just then, a young general with an extraordinary aura flew up from below. Your Majesty, I have led people to check the entire Black Warrior City. Except for 40,000 to 50,000 abandoned old people, children and women, the Black Warrior Lord and his confidants and soldiers have all disappeared. At present, no space teleportation array or other arrangements have been found. We have not yet investigated how the other party left, the young general said respectfully. Zhou frowned slightly. The young general in front of him came from the former Aurora Kingdom, and his best skill was searching and detecting. With his searching and detecting skills, he was among the best in the entire Prideful Sun Kingdom, but he didn't find out how the other party left. Did you find anything strange? Zhou said. I did find some strange places. The young general was prepared and said, I smelled a faint smell of insects in this Black Warrior City. But after following the smell, I didn't find the insect. Is there anything else besides the smell of insects? No. Zhou nodded. Could it be that Lord Black Warrior was scared away? Lord Xiantian, who had listened to the whole process, murmured, I think this is very likely. After all, who among the entire Blue Star Lords doesn't know the horror of Lord Xiaoyang? Even if Lord Black Warrior was given more than 8 million soldiers and the assistance of masters, the other party probably knew that he couldn't beat Lord Xiaoyang. In that case, wouldn't he stay and wait for death instead of running? He can't run away, Zhou said lightly. Then he turned around and flew back to the galaxy. Captain's room. After Zhou came back, he calmly sat on the throne and took out the Bodhi Zun. Bodhi Zun, what's going on with the Black Warrior Lord? Zhou asked directly. Want to run away? Have you asked my Bodhi Zun? Chapter 679. Didn't you listen to what your subordinates said? Bodhizin's lazy voice sounded. I believe he ran away, but I don't think it's that simple. Zhou said calmly. You guessed right, but if you want to know the specific reason, one ordinary question to solve the puzzle number, Bodhizin said with a smile. Okay. Zhou agreed without hesitation. One ordinary question to solve the puzzle number. He can create one more blood inheritance for the other party. Straightforward. But this question, it's a bit troublesome for me to explain it to you with words. Just watch it yourself. As soon as Bodhizin finished speaking, he saw a virtual video appear in front of Zhou. The content of the virtual video at this time was nothing else. It was the scene when the Black Warrior Lord was watching the chat group alone. Zhou raised his eyebrows when he saw this, and wanted to see what the Black Warrior Lord's chat group was discussing. As a result, the virtual video seemed to have heard his request, and actually followed his wishes and enlarged the chat group panel. Maengui? Zhou was stunned. Wasn't this Blue Star Lord organization that targeted him destroyed by him a long time ago? Why did it appear again? He didn't ask, but continued to watch patiently. Soon, he saw the words typed by the second Prideful Sun Lord. It turns out that they are just using the name of Maengui to deal with me. Zhou looked calm. He didn't react much in his heart. When he was weak, he didn't care much about this Maengui. With a little effort, he destroyed this Maengui. Now he is in front of the Blue Star Lord, and he is already fully grown. Naturally, he is not afraid of the sun-destroying society. He continued to read. Soon, he exclaimed. Who is this boss? He continued to read. Soon he knew what the boss's instructions to the Black Warrior Lord were. Boss, now that you have more than 8 million soldiers and strongmen to help you, why do you still care about the Sun King? Boss, I can provide you with a means of escape and a territory migration order, so that you can come to my universe. You have so many soldiers and strong men, even if you capture a kingdom-level lord force alone, it will be no problem. Boss, in this case, it is better to leave the Supreme Continent and seek development elsewhere. Zhou raised his eyebrows slightly when he saw this. This idea is indeed good. More than 8 million soldiers, plus some high-end strong men, can indeed capture a primary kingdom lord force. After all, a normal primary kingdom usually has only 2 to 3 million soldiers. Even if there are more platinum-level warriors in the primary kingdom, in front of so many soldiers, the difference in strength can be made up by using human lives. He continued to read. The Lord of Black Marshal Tower soon raised his concerns. Black Marshal Lord, but these soldiers are all borrowed from other lords. How can I explain this to them? Boss, then do you want me to tell you whether you step out with your left foot or your right foot first? Black Marshal Lord, I dare not. I know, don't worry, boss, I will leave this matter to me. When I arrive in your world, I will follow your lead. Please take care of me. Boss, as long as you work hard for me, I will not treat you unfairly. In the future, As long as you don't betray me and make more contributions, you will have a chance to become a god. At that time, in front of you as a god, what kind of power and beauty in the world will you not be able to experience? Second Prideful Sun Lord, Indy. Rhythm Flower Lord, Indy. Black Warrior Lord, boss is right, I will go and gather people now. Who is this boss? At this stage, he has mastered the method of traveling through the universe? Jojo murmured. I have to say, he was somewhat surprised by the methods of this codenamed boss. If the other party is really the Blue Star Lord, then Jojo has to say that he may have underestimated the potential of the Blue Star Lord before. What's so strange about traveling through the universe? Just when Jojo was surprised by this person's methods, Bodhizun said lazily again, you now have the galaxy. As long as you take it into the dark universe and fly for a period of time, no longer than 1 day and 1 night, you can hit the world barrier of another world. The world barrier sounds difficult to open, but in front of the gods, it is the same thing. With the power of the gods, even Vicky, who has just been promoted to a god in your territory, can break through the world barrier and enter another world. If this person who claims to be the boss finds a cross-border teleportation array leading to the supreme continent in his world, it will be even simpler. As long as the energy to open the array is enough, you can reach the supreme continent in the next second. The supreme continent is the core area of the universe. There are many powerful people in the various small and medium universes, continents, planets, cosmic secrets, the world of gods, and even the low-dimensional world and half-plane in the universe. In order to travel back and forth to the supreme continent, they have set up cross-border teleportation arrays leading to the supreme continent. If the other party is lucky enough to find one, it is not surprising at all. Jojo nodded when he heard it, and then continued to look at the virtual video in front of him. After knowing the boss's idea, the Black Warrior Lord also got the means of traveling through the universe, and the territory migration order mentioned by the boss. With these two methods, the Black Warrior Lord was obviously more confident. He directly summoned the more than 8 million soldiers and released a toad. This toad was more than half a person tall. Its entire body was covered with special patterns that emitted silver light. Its eyes were as crystal clear as white crystals, and it looked exquisite and beautiful. Is this the array-devouring goo clam? Jojo looked at the toad and searched for it in his bloodline inheritance for a long time before finding its origin. The array-eating clam is a method of practicing goo among Chira-fighting practitioners. It is said that this goo insect can feed on array formations, swallow the array formations that exist in reality into its body, turn them into a part of itself, and then use them as if using its own magical power. It can be said that it is a natural array master. And this method of refining arrays into the body is also a top array talent that many immortal array masters can only dream of. Because of this, once the array-eating clam appears in the world, it will cause a bloody storm in the immortal world. Over time, the method of refining this goo insect has long been forced to be lost due to long-term bloody competition. Now it has appeared again? Could this boss be a lord in the immortal world who has taken the path of goo cultivation? Jojo guessed with some surprise. Chapter 680. Jojo asked Bodhi to pause the video, and then carefully observe the array-devouring goo clam in the video. As he watched, he suddenly felt that something was wrong with this array-devouring goo clam. Why does this array-devouring goo clam look a little deformed? Jojo frowned slightly. According to the records in his bloodline inheritance, although the array-devouring goo clam is a postnatal goo insect refined by goo cultivation, but it also has a unique body beauty as a powerful goo insect. And the array-devouring goo clam in front of him always looks a little unnatural. As if, is it a postnatal goo insect assembled together? Jojo had some strange guesses in his mind. At this time, the video was still going on. After hearing the order from the Black Warrior Lord to open the cross-border transmission channel, the array-devouring goo clam immediately opened its mouth and spewed out a silver-white super-large-scale formation. Then the formation spread rapidly around it, covering the Black Warrior Lord and more than 8 million soldiers in the blink of an eye. Then the entire formation flashed with silver light, and the formation-devouring clam, the Black Warrior Lord and more than 8 million soldiers all disappeared. The video ended here. Jojo pondered for a moment, and then asked Bodhizun about the origin of this formation-devouring clam. To answer this question, you need to use a formal opportunity to solve doubts. Bodhizun said leisurely. Why is it so expensive? Jojo was surprised. He asked Bodhizun about his path to the law, and also obtained the Eye of the Supreme, a top-secret method specifically used to comprehend the Lord's law, and only used a formal opportunity to solve doubts. Although Bodhizun has 5 official puzzle-solving times due to his diamond-level Lord talent, the collector. But even so, Jojo didn't want to use it so casually, because this matter concerns you, and the matter you want to investigate involves some more promising lords of all races. They may shine in the competition among the lords of all races in the future. If you get their news from me, and take action against them, it will be equivalent to affecting the competition for the Supreme Lord in the future. At this point, Bodhizun looked solemn. I am the dog of the Supreme Will, and I dare not spoil his mood. Jojo, He took a deep breath, and began to weigh whether he should use this opportunity. After thinking for a few seconds, he suddenly figured something out, and a faint smile appeared on his face. I'm really getting more and more timid. No matter how strong the opponent is, can he be stronger than the top lords of all races, such as the True Lord, Tai Lord, and Shepherd Lord? Since I can tolerate these perverted lords as my opponents, can't I tolerate a lord weaker than them as my opponent? And this time, for the sake of a potential enemy, I wasted the precious opportunity of Bodhizun to kill the enemy. Even if the killing is successful, will such enemies never appear again in the future? In this battle for supremacy involving the Supreme Lord, what is most lacking is the countless potential lords of all races. If I kill one, can I kill all of them? Instead of thinking about killing opponents who haven't grown up yet, why not think about how to improve yourself? I want to establish my roots in the broken rocks and keep growing myself. Only then can I be at the mercy of the wind from all directions, without fear of any risks or enemies. Jojo's eyes lit up. He thought in his heart. At least he had to encounter something as important as the Lord's Law before it was worth using his precious puzzle-solving times. Thinking of this, Jojo immediately knew what he wanted. I want to know how to safely find the Black Warrior Lord, he asked. The Black Warrior Lord's method of being able to move freely at night was too important to him. If he had that kind of Lord's talent, it would have an immeasurable effect on his future development. The most obvious and simple benefit. That is, he can lead his troops to battle at night. This is very simple. It only takes one time to solve a common problem, Bodhizun said with a smile. I put it on the account first and pay it back later, Jojo said without thinking. Bodhi's laughter disappeared immediately. If I didn't know that you have a lot of inheritance in your head, I wouldn't give you credit. It complained in its heart. But it still told Jojo how to find the other party. I will teach you a skill that can rely on the remaining space transmission power to temporarily open the space channel again. After you master it, go to the place where the devouring array goo clam took people away, and then use this skill to open the cross-border transmission channel when they left, and then you can go to the place where the Black Warrior Lord went. But I want to remind you, the temporary cross-border transmission channel opened in this way lasts for a very short time. You must do what you want to do before the time is up, and then come back immediately. Otherwise, you may be trapped there forever. Although you have the galaxy is not omnipotent. There are also places it cannot reach, Bodhi said seriously. I remember. Jojo nodded seriously. After hearing this, Bodhi taught Jojo a skill called Restart Gate. After he got this skill, he immediately asked Wu-Tu to take all the soldiers into the galaxy, and then he put the galaxy into his inner world. Then he came to the place where the devouring array clam disappeared before. Jojo took a breath, and then activated the Restart Gate. The next second, I saw wisps of silver space power gradually appearing around Jojo, and then gradually formed a somewhat transparent cross-border transmission array. At this moment, Jojo could clearly feel through the Restart Gate that the incomplete space power in front of him could only maintain this cross-border transmission channel for about half an hour at most. Half an hour is enough. Jojo took a deep breath. Then, without any hesitation, he directly transmitted to another world through this somewhat illusory cross-border transmission array. Zerg Lord Universe. After Jojo came here, he found that he was actually on a desolate planet. Looking around, all was dead yellow sand. There was not even any wind. It looked terrifyingly quiet. Is this the universe where the boss is? Jojo looked at this new world curiously. At this moment, a line of text prompt suddenly appeared in front of him. Hint, welcome to the Zerg Lord Universe. Hint, it is detected that you are a lord of all races from the Supreme Continent. Do you want to temporarily settle in the Blue Star Human Race Zerg Lord World Channel? Hint, after you settle in the Blue Star Human Race Zerg Lord World Channel, you can communicate and exchange with the lords of your own race. Hint 2, when you leave the Zerg Lord Universe, you will automatically leave the Blue Star Human Race Zerg Lord World Channel, but you will keep the friends you agreed to in the Lord Universe. Jojo raised his eyebrows slightly. Chapter 681. Zerg Lord Universe. And Blue Star Human Race Zerg Lord World Channel. Jojo was thoughtful. Is this a Lord universe where only Zerg lords compete for supremacy? He thought about it, and chose to move in. Soon, a brand new Blue Star Human Race World channel appeared in front of him. Jojo looked over curiously. Lord of Bellworm, I just invaded a town of Cloud Clan today. Pa, these Cloud Clan are so soft and not tasty at all. Moreover, the energy obtained from their bodies cannot produce many subordinate Zerg. On the contrary, I lost more than 2,000 subordinates of Bellworm during the invasion. I am really sorry. Lord of Giant Beetle, we are still invading an ordinary town, and our insect god has already started to attack the third life planet. I, the Giant Beetle, am really envious. Lord of Blackworm, as a member of the Insect God Alliance, I have accepted the genetic modification of the Insect God. Now I have broken through the epic limit, and have the potential to grow into a legendary Zerg. Ha ha ha. Lord of Minworm, hold on tight. This Lord of the Zerg Lord Universe seems to grow very differently from our normal lords of all races. Jojo thought. And from these few short sentences, Jojo found that the insect god they were talking about seemed to have a very high status among them, even comparable to himself in the Blue Star Human Race World Channel in the Supreme Continent. Another strongest lord in the Blue Star Human Race World Channel? Jojo didn't think about it. He had more important things to do now. He took out the Bodhi Zune and asked, "Tell me where the Black Warrior is." The question he just asked was to find the Black Warrior safely. So this question is not the second question. He was taken to another planet, about 150 million kilometers away from here. After saying this, the Bodhi Zune conjured up an interstellar route map for him to see. After Jojo finished reading it, he immediately took out the galaxy, boarded the galaxy, and flew to the planet where the Black Warrior was according to the route map given by the Bodhi Zune. Cologne. This was originally a modern technological planet. But later, after the invasion of the Zerg Lord, this place was completely conquered by the Zerg and became a resource planet ruled by the Zerg. The Cologne people here were controlled by the Zerg using a Zerg called the Brainworm. They worked in the factory every day to produce some low-level resources for the Zerg. At this time, the Black Warrior and his more than 8 million soldiers were here. Boss, this is the planet you asked me to manage? The Black Warrior Lord was extremely excited when he saw the technological city scene in front of him that looked like the Blue Planet. Let's put aside the benefits of the Lord. Who would want to live a life of blood on the tip of a knife in a place like the Supreme Continent every day? This technological planet in front of him gave the Black Warrior Lord the illusion of returning to the Blue Planet, making him feel more intimate and relaxed. Yeah. A firefly emitting a faint light flew in the sky, making a faint female voice. Although there are many such life planets in the Zerg Lord universe, there is actually nothing worth cherishing. For example, this life planet in front of us. There were originally more than 100 million Cologne people living here. But among so many lives, there are only 3 or 4 naturally extraordinary black iron level extraordinary people, and once they appeared, they were controlled and studied by the Cologne officials. It can be seen how rare extraordinary power is here. No. Or rather than being rare, it is better to say that the promotion energy of this planet is too small, and it is difficult to give birth to extraordinary creatures. This is why the boss doesn't care about this life planet. Even if I have more life planets, they are not as good as the Supreme Continent. This Cologne planet in front of us, even black iron level extraordinary people are difficult to give birth to. But in the Supreme Continent, black iron level creatures are cannon fodder among cannon fodder in war. Even true gods can be born, and the main gods are willing to focus on the Supreme Continent. The gap is too big. She sighed in her heart. When she first went to the Supreme Continent, she was immediately shocked by the rich energy of promotion in the Supreme Continent. The shock in her heart at that time was like a countryman arriving in a first-tier city, which was simply indescribable. If it weren't for her roots in the Zerg Lord universe, and the Zerg's reputation in the heavens and the worlds, if she stayed in the Supreme Continent for a long time, she would be killed by the gods of the Supreme Continent. She wanted to stay in the Supreme Continent and not leave. Thank you, Boss Insect Lord. I will definitely do a good job for you. At this time, the Black Warrior Lord also came back to his senses, and immediately expressed his loyalty to the Insect Lord. The insect emitting a faint white light, that is, the Insect Lord, suddenly smiled lightly. It's not enough to just talk. What do you have to do to make the boss believe me? The Black Warrior Lord asked cautiously. Simple. Just accept my little tricks. As soon as he finished speaking, he saw an extremely ugly insect like a face hugger suddenly jumped out of the soil under his feet, and then hugged his face directly amid the Black Warrior Lord's screams of fear, and then slowly bit down. Ah! Help me! Kill this crazy woman for me. The Black Warrior Lord fell to the ground, scratching his face frantically and screaming. However, in the eyes of the soldiers behind him. At this time, the Black Warrior Lord did not make any screams, but stood there like a normal person, talking calmly with the Insect Lord. Although the soldiers were curious about what the conversation was about, and what the origin of this glowing insect was, no one dared to approach them. No need to shout. I have already placed phantom insects near you. They can't see you or hear you shout. The Insect Lord smiled faintly. You are so cruel. The Black Warrior Lord was dying, and his voice revealed despair. Don't worry, I won't kill you. I will only control you in this way, so that you can retain most of your wisdom, but you will be absolutely loyal to me in the future. After all, subordinates with brains are more valuable than puppets without brains. And I also need you to control your more than 8 million extraordinary people. The Insect Lord was a little excited when he said this. More than 8 million extraordinary people. There are even 3 epic-level strong people among them. Even she, who is called the god of insects by the lords of the same clan, could only barely have so many subordinates. This silly Black Warrior Lord. It can be said that her strength was doubled. These 8 million low-level extraordinary soldiers are nothing. But those 3 epic-level strongmen need some means to control them. With this increase in strength, I don't know how far my power is from the King of Pride? The Lord of the Insects thought to himself. Just then, with a bang, the brainworm on the face of the Black Warrior Lord suddenly exploded into countless pieces of meat, and fell to the ground. Who? The Lord of the Insects suddenly shouted. Weren't you still thinking about me just now? A voice with a faint smile sounded. The Lord of the Insects was stunned, and then his body trembled. Chapter 682. The Insect Lord looked up. He saw a man wearing an imperial dragon robe, looking mighty and handsome, flying in the air, looking down at him. Behind him was a huge spaceship that was magnificent enough to cover the sky and the sun. He and the galaxy were just hovering in the air, which gave the Insect Lord below great psychological pressure. King of the Sun. The Insect Lord gritted his teeth. Lord of the Insect Lord. Zhou looked at her. When I learned that this was the universe of the Insect Lord, I guessed that you were the boss behind the Black Warrior Lord. The Insect Lord did not speak after hearing this. He did not even ask if it was the Black Warrior Lord who leaked the secret, otherwise how could he know the identity of the boss behind her? Because the Insect Lord knew. When you reach the level of King of the Sun, who can compete with the top lords of all races? Some magical intelligence exploration methods are too normal. King of the Sun. The Lord of the Insects suddenly whispered. You are too powerful. But because you are so powerful, you seem to have become arrogant. You actually dare to come to my home alone. Come out, my children. The Lord of the Insects suddenly roared to the sky, his voice as sharp and piercing as a poisonous insect. The next second, more than 8 million Zergs emerged from the void, and surrounded Zhou from all directions in the sky and on the ground, leaving no gaps. Faced with this scene, Zhou's face remained calm. He even took a leisurely look at these Zergs. Are these strange things all your subordinates? Zhou was amazed. He was used to seeing the handsome men and beautiful women in the territory. Occasionally, looking at these strange-looking insects actually gave him a rare sense of comfort. Is this the relaxation after aesthetic fatigue? Zhou couldn't help but think. Come on! Kill him at all costs! The Insect Lord roared. As soon as the voice fell. Squeak! Gaw-gaw! MMG! Caw-caw! Various insect chirps came from the more than 8 million insects. The sound was noisy. Then, they all rushed towards Zhou fearlessly. You misunderstood, I didn't come alone. Zhou said lightly. The next second, he saw the galaxy above his head shining brightly. Then, ripples appeared in the void below the spaceship, and then more than 20 million Jiayang City soldiers appeared out of thin air in the void, and then, led by the generals, they roared and flew towards the Zerg. The fight suddenly came at this moment. Zhou and the Zerg Lord watched the soldiers of both sides fighting, and then saw the balance of victory on the battlefield tilt towards Zhou with a visible trend. After all, Zhou's soldiers not only had more than 3 times the number of the Zerg Lord, but also had stronger average individual strength. The Zerg soldiers under the Zerg Lord had the highest strength of the extraordinary level. Zhou had legendary soldiers. Add to that the difference in the number of troops, equipment, potions, disposable weapons, and combat experience. It would be strange if Zhou didn't have an advantage. These Zerg are quite interesting. They all seem to have been transformed. Zhou carefully observed these Zerg soldiers, and discovered this. Then he did not hesitate, and stretched out his right hand to start the rebellion. The next second, he saw an invisible wave, centered on his right palm, covering these Zerg soldiers, and soon covering them all. A text prompt appeared. Prompt: you have activated your Lord's exclusive talent, Rebellion. Rebellion has taken effect. Lord talent prompt: a total of 841,525 black iron level iron-tailed insects, 691,251 bronze level sickle mantises, 348,411 silver level arclight ladybugs, 149,660 gold level meteorite iron golden ants, 19,960 platinum level blood dragons, 1,001 diamond level gold swallowing goo, and 50 extraordinary level dark magic butterflies betrayed their lord forces and became your loyal subordinates. More than 2 million Zerg. Not bad. Jojo nodded slightly. Although this number is far less than the results of the rebellion from the Linian Scarlet Legion. But he can completely explore the details of the Insect Lord through these more than 2 million Zerg. In this way, even if he doesn't use the help of Bodhizun, he can know what he wants. Maybe he can even know more. On the other hand, just after Jojo's rebellion, the Insect Lord suddenly felt that her life connection with the more than 8 million Zerg was directly reduced by a quarter. This made her heart sink. This King of the Sun. How can he have so many unexpected means at this moment? A blood-colored sword light suddenly appeared from the void behind the light spot, and before the Insect Lord could react, he pierced the firefly representing her existence with a sword. King Juyong, we will meet again in the future. A somewhat angry voice came from the position of the firefly, and then the firefly pierced by the blood sword turned into countless light spots and dissipated in the air. Suin, who was still in the posture of drawing the sword, frowned slightly. After confirming that the other party really ran away, he pulled up the unconscious Black Warrior Lord beside him, and then turned into a blood light and flew into the sky, flying in the direction of Jojo. At the same time, just after the Insect Lord escaped, the more than 600 Zergs around Jojo seemed to have received some orders, and suddenly roared wildly, launching a suicidal attack on Jojo's soldiers without fear. Under the unexpected. Even though Jojo's soldiers were far superior to the other side in strength, equipment level and combat experience, some of them were still injured. But they were veterans after all. They quickly adjusted and calmly welcomed the final counterattack of these Zerg soldiers again. After a while, the battlefield returned to calm. Jojo sighed one. Then he asked Winya to control the galaxy, collect all the Zerg corpses, and bring all the more than 8 million soldiers to the spacecraft, and then let the galaxy fly directly back to the location of the temporary cross-border transmission channel. In front of the temporary cross-border transmission channel, he took a last look at the Zerg Lord universe, then opened the Blue Star Human Race Zerg Lord World channel, and posted a sentence on the World channel with his ID Proud Sun Kingdom Proud Sun Lord. Proud Sun Lord was here. After that, regardless of how much of a sensation his words caused among these Zerg Lords, he did not hesitate, and stepped directly into the temporary cross-border transmission channel, and then disappeared. Heiwu City. The place where the temporary cross-border transmission channel is located. Lord Xiantian is stationed here. At this time, the Lord Xiantian was observing the surroundings to prevent any enemies from approaching, while looking at the temporary cross-border transmission channel with worry, frowning from time to time. Just then, a silver stream of light flashed from the temporary cross-border transmission channel, and then the huge spaceship body of the galaxy appeared in the sky again. Lord Xiantian looked at the galaxy, and felt slightly relieved. He looked at the temporary cross-border transmission channel again, and found that it was dissipating little by little, and finally disappeared completely. Chapter 683. Galaxy. In a small conference room, Jojo and Lord Xiantian were sitting here. At this moment, they were looking at a man kneeling on the ground, drooling at the corners of his mouth, and smiling foolishly. This man was none other than Lord Heiwu. Lord Heiwu, how did you become like this? Lord Xiantian couldn't help but feel a chill in his heart when he saw Lord Heiwu like this. He looked at Jojo cautiously. Could it be? It was the means of his backer? This is too cruel. Although they are enemies, it is normal for such means to be cruel. Don't look at me. I'm not interested in doing this kind of thing. Lord Heiwu became like this because of the people behind him. Jojo said lightly. He had actually arrived at the scene a long time ago, with the help of the galaxy. Just because he wanted to know more information, he had been hiding in the dark, and didn't show up. It was not until Lord Insect wanted to make Lord Black Warrior his own, that he took decisive action, and appeared in front of Lord Insect. Is there someone behind him? Lord Xiantian was stunned. It was Lord Insect. That guy also established a sun-destroying society and recruited a group of lords who were hostile to me. Zhou smiled and told this story. The sun-destroying society has appeared again? Lord Xiantian was a little surprised when he heard this. He knew. This new backer of his usually didn't like to take the initiative to show himself on the World Channel. Therefore, there was not much news about him on the World Channel. And the sun-destroying society incident was one of the few incidents in which Lord Jiayong participated. At the beginning, he also ate a lot of melons. Zhou nodded casually. Then how does your majesty plan to deal with this organization? What can your subordinates do? Lord Xiantian said immediately. Now that he is Zhou's subordinate, he naturally knows to safeguard the interests of his own camp and fight against the enemies of his own camp. No need to do anything for it. Just issue a wanted order. If it has the courage to show up, we talk about it. Zhou shook his head. Will this raise a tiger and cause trouble? Lord Xiantian said with some worry. Wait until they can grow to the level of the top lords of all races before we talk about raising a tiger and causing trouble. In my opinion, the value of my focusing on my own development is much higher than the value of spending energy to destroy them. Zhou said. And there is another very important reason. He has just checked the temporary cross-border transmission channel. The remaining space transmission power on it is not enough for him to use the restart gate again. And he currently has no preparations and means for cross-universe operations. So for him, at this stage, it is very inconvenient to conquer the lord of another universe across the universe. In this case, there is no need to waste that energy. Lord Xiantian saw that Zhou was so determined, so he didn't say much. He believed that his majesty had his own judgment. I will lead the military lord, the dragon lady lord, and the undead lord in the future, and let them issue a wanted order together, he said. Zhou nodded. Then Zhou and Lord Xiantian chatted for a while, and Lord Xiantian couldn't help saying, I feel that your majesty also has the magic power of us cultivators. That's right. I am also a chi refiner. The immortal who gave me the chi refiner job transfer certificate came from the Wanjian immortal sect. You can ask the elders of your Xiantian immortal sect later. They should know. Zhou said with a smile. There is nothing to hide. Lord Xuantian's eyes lit up when he heard this. It turned out that His Majesty and I were also chi refiners, and from what His Majesty said, our sects seemed to have a certain origin. He suddenly felt that his relationship with His Majesty was closer. Then the two chatted for a while, and Lord Xiantian stood up and said goodbye. Before leaving the room, Lord Xiantian took a last look at the stupid Lord Heiwu. The powerful enemy that he had been troubled by for a long time could not last more than half a day in the hands of the King of Pride and became like this. He even escaped to another universe, but could not escape the palm of His Majesty. Lord Xiantian thought silently. No wonder so many people like to find someone to lean on. After all, one's own life problems may be solved by a random order in front of a big shot. Under this comparison, who doesn't want to lean on someone to lean on, at this moment? He no longer objected to becoming Zhou's subordinate, and even planned to work well for Zhou in the future to show himself, so that he could occupy a greater position among Zhou's many capable subordinates. First, do a good job of establishing the Xiantian sect branch in the Jiayong kingdom. He thought firmly in his heart. Then he left the spaceship. On the other side, Zhou looked at the Black Warrior Lord in front of him with a silly smile. You deserve this fate. It's what you deserve. But you can't continue to be so stupid now. I still need to ask you something. Zhou said to himself, and then gave him a chaos healing spell. Then, he saw that the originally stupid Black Warrior Lord gradually became clear-eyed and conscious under the treatment of chaos healing. Ah! He screamed in fear and touched his face frantically. What gradually relieved him was that there seemed to be no brain worms of the Lord of the Insects on his face at this time. Then he saw Zhou in front of him looking at him calmly. That extremely handsome face, like a god, immediately let him know that the other party was the King of the Sun, whom he was extremely afraid of. King of the Sun. King of the Sun. His face was extremely pale. I just got out of the wolf's den and fell into the tiger's mouth again. Why are you so afraid of me? I just saved you from the hands of the insect lord and cured the injuries caused by the brain worm. Otherwise you would still be a fool now. Zhou looked at him and said lightly. The Black Warrior Lord broke out in a cold sweat, and then he suddenly knelt on the ground, kowtowed to Zhou, and begged for mercy. Your Majesty. Your Majesty. You are so magnanimous. Forgive me, a sinner. I used to be blind and foolish to offend you. If you give me another chance, even if I have 180 more courage, I dare not offend you. Please forgive me. I am willing to lead all the lords of the Black Warrior Alliance to offer our loyalty to you. From now on, if you tell us to go east, we will never go west. If you tell us to fight, we will never run away. The Black Warrior Lord talked for more than 10 minutes, and there was no sign of stopping. Moreover, various words of begging for mercy came out of his mouth in different ways, letting Zhou know for the first time that there were so many ways to beg for mercy. Shut up, Zhou said. The words that the Black Warrior Lord was about to say suddenly stopped and got stuck in his throat. I ask you questions, and you answer them. If your answers satisfy me, I can spare your life. If you dare to conceal or lie, you will bear the consequences. In this supreme continent, there are a lot of extraordinary means to detect lies. Don't think you can hide it from me. Zhou stared at his eyes and said coldly. This kind of weak-minded person. He didn't even need to listen deliberately. He could hear what he was thinking. Yes. Yes. Your Majesty. I promise to tell you everything I know. The Black Warrior Lord said hurriedly. Tell me about you, the Mianyang Society, and the Insect Lord. Zhou said. Chapter 684. The Black Warrior Lord took a deep breath and began to sort out his thoughts. Then he said in a trembling voice, At the beginning, I didn't have much relationship with the Insect Lord, but one morning, a strange black insect suddenly found me and didn't say anything else, just asked me to add the Insect Lord as a friend. Of course, I know the name of the Insect Lord. After all, there are only a few legendary Lord talents among our Blue Star human lords, so I didn't think much and agreed. Later, she asked me to join her Insect God Alliance on the condition that she would help me develop my territory and give me development resources. After a while, seeing that I had no problem, she asked me to join the Mianyang Association. I didn't dare to refuse, so I joined the Mianyang Association. Then, the Wangguiling incident happened. Zhou knew everything that happened afterwards. After listening, he was sure that this guy was not lying. How many lords are there in the Mianyang Association now? Zhou asked. There are probably only a dozen or so. This organization was just rebuilt by the Insect Lord, so it hasn't attracted many people yet. The Black Warrior Lord whispered. Tell me what you know about the Insect Lord. Zhou nodded and asked. The Black Warrior Lord thought about it, and soon his eyes lit up. I know an important piece of information about the Insect Lord. Don't talk nonsense, just say it. Yes. Yes. The Insect Lord has actually cooperated with the Dragon God Lord now. The Black Warrior Lord said quickly. Cooperated? How did they cooperate? Zhou was a little surprised, and then reacted, Inter-Universe Transmission Channel? Your Majesty guessed correctly. The Lord of the Insect Lords mastered a method that can open the passage to other universes, and then found the Lord of the Dragon God in the elemental world. Then they reached a cooperation. I don't know the full content of their cooperation, but it seems to be related to the fusion of Zerg genes and Dragon genes. The Lord of Black Warrior said hurriedly. Zhou was stunned when he heard this. Then his mind quickly flashed a platinum-level Zerg called Blood Dragon that he had instigated when he was instigating a rebellion. At that time, he was just a little surprised. He didn't expect that the Zerg Lord universe actually had such a high-level blood creature as the dragon race. Now he reacted. The Blood Dragon is very likely to be the product of gene fusion researched by the Lord of the Insect Lords. I check it later. Zhou thought. Then he thought of the chat content of the Blue Star Lords on the Blue Star Human Race Zerg Lord World channel before. The Lord of the Insect Lord seems to have a way to improve genes and enhance potential. Zhou looked at the Lord of Black Warrior. Yes, Your Majesty. The Black Warrior Lord nodded quickly. The Zerg Lord told me that her legendary Lord talent is called Gene Map, which can contain the genes of all creatures in the world and use them at will. It is said that many of the Zergs with unique abilities under her command are genetically modified Zergs that she personally created through the Gene Map. But she said that creating this kind of genetically modified Zerg depends a lot on luck, and it takes a lot of genetic modification experiments to successfully create a new excellent genetically modified Zerg. This process consumes a lot of resources, so even she rarely uses this Lord talent. Zhou nodded. But that's what he said. But looking at the reactions of the Zerg Lords on the World Channel, I'm afraid that the Zerg Lord has succeeded many times, and has begun to use it to seek benefits for himself. Thinking of this, Zhou couldn't help but feel a little pity. This legendary Lord talent Gene Map is also a Lord talent comparable to the Golden Finger. It's a pity that he can stay in the Zerg Lord universe for too short a time, otherwise she will definitely find ways to find out the other party, and take down the other party's Lord talent. Anyway, The other party has even established the Mianyang Society. Zhou has no psychological burden to have this idea. The other party has mastered the method of coming to the Supreme Continent and established the Mianyang Society. This is the heart of destroying me. In that case, I wait for you to come to kill me, and then take down your Lord Talent. He thought. Strength. It is the biggest confidence for him to be so calm and even indulge the other party. He believes. As long as he doesn't stop and continues to make progress. Since the other party had not been able to surpass him before. Then it is even more impossible to surpass him in the future. If he gets lazy in the future and stops moving forward, and the other party surpasses him, he deserves it. Maybe I can deliberately create an illusion that I am weak, and then I may lure out the Lord of Insects and other enemies who have ideas about me. This idea suddenly popped up in Zhou's mind. Then he shook his head. It depends on the timing. The current situation is definitely not good. Let's talk about it later. Then the devouring array clam was also transformed by the Lord of Insects? Zhou thought of this and asked. Now the array devouring goo clam has been locked up in Zhou's own world, and is currently trembling with fear from the thunder in his world. It's not just the transformation of the genetic map. It is said that the Lord of the Insect Lords also used some goo cultivation methods to refine that array devouring goo clam. She treasures that array devouring goo clam very much. If I hadn't taken more than 8 million soldiers to the Lord of the Insect Lords universe, I'm afraid the Lord of the Insect Lords wouldn't have let me touch the array devouring goo clam. Lord Heiwu muttered. Then he suddenly reacted. Your Majesty, my more than 8 million soldiers. Before he finished speaking, he saw Zhou's calm eyes fall on him, and he was so scared that he quickly changed his words. Then your Majesty's more than 8 million soldiers brought them all back. They will live well in my prideful Sun Kingdom in the future, and their families will be brought over together. Zhou said lightly. The Black Warrior Lord nodded and said yes. Zhou did not speak. He recalled what the other party had just said. Zerd plus Guxiu. If this were put in an online novel, it would definitely be the rhythm of the protagonist, but if I take out 28 Lord Talents, and 3 of them include the mythical level, and the only Lord Talents, how would you deal with it? Then Zhou asked the Black Warrior Lord some more questions. The Black Warrior Lord was very afraid of death, so he answered everything he could. If he could not answer, it was simply because he did not know. You can go now, Zhou said. The Black Warrior Lord looked happy. Thank you, Your Majesty. Thank you, Your Majesty. Your Majesty, I will definitely repay you for your mercy in the future. After saying that, he immediately turned around respectfully and left the room. Zhou looked at his back as he left, with a sneer on his face. This guy. At the moment he left, his heart finally revealed his malice. I will definitely repay you in the future. After leaving the small meeting room, the Black Warrior Lord's expression remained unchanged, but he immediately thought viciously in his heart. He has figured it out now. The Black Warrior Alliance is over. There should be no place for him among the human race of Blue Star. In this case, it is better to surrender to the alien race. With a large amount of information about the human lords and the King of Pride on Blue Star that he mastered when he was the leader of the Black Warrior Alliance, he could exchange this information for a large price in any alien race. Especially the information about the King of Pride. He believes that those alien races will definitely be very interested in the information about the strongest lord of all races. As for what consequences it will cause, who cares? Just live a good life. If not, he will change his race. He had long been fed up with the low potential of the human race. Soon, he got off the spaceship. Just when he was imagining that he would join a foreign race and have an unlimited and glorious life in the future, he suddenly saw, in front of him, a large group of people from the Black Warrior City had gathered without knowing when. At this time, they all looked at him with eyes that wanted to eat their flesh raw. Who are you? The Black Warrior Lord was shocked. After this, everyone became even more angry. Many people looked at him with bloodshot eyes. Lord Black Warrior, do you still remember the girl named Sunling? She was my sister, but because you went out on the street once and fell in love with her beautiful face, you ordered your soldiers to rob my sister in the middle of the night. In less than 2 days, when my sister came back, she had become a ravaged corpse. I am here to avenge my sister? Lord Black Warrior, you bastard. Some time ago, you rode your shitty Cloud Wolf mount on the street, running rampant all the way, and killed my old father, who was resting at a roadside stall. Have you forgotten it? Lord Black Warrior, my second brother was arrested and imprisoned and killed by you, because he said a few words about your daily atrocities in the tea house. How cruel and inhumane you are. Lord Black Warrior, you deserve to die. More and more roars sounded. Soon, as the first person to take action appeared, Lord Black Warrior was injured. And this was like a fuse. More and more people gathered. You punched, he kicked, you stabbed, he stabbed. The Black Lord screamed loudly at first. But soon, his voice stopped abruptly. After a while, the crowd dispersed. Only a piece of mincemeat that was no longer human was left at the scene. A soldier came over, put it in a sack with an expressionless face, and then returned to the spaceship. Chapter 685. In the small meeting room, Zhou looked at the Black Warrior Lord, who had turned into mincemeat in front of him, and shook his head. I have already let you go. I also told all the people in Black Warrior City about this good news. You are responsible for your own misfortune, so you can't blame me, he said. Then, he did not touch the other party's body, and directly extracted his spoils from the air. Zhou lost interest in his other spoils after taking a look. His eyes fell on the other party's Epic Lord Talent Ball, and 5 Epic Lord Talent Crystal Fragments. Treasure name, Lord Talent Ball Dark Walker. Treasure level, Epic. Treasure effect, after absorption, the Lord will have the Epic Lord Talent Dark Walker. Treasure introduction, the Lord Talent Ball purified by the Supreme will can obtain an Epic Lord Talent after absorption. Do you want to absorb this Lord Talent Ball Epic level? Dark Walker. Is this the higher level talent of the extraordinary Lord Talent, the Black Warrior? Zhou was amazed. Then he absorbed this Lord Talent without hesitation. The next second, this Epic Lord Talent Ball immediately turned into countless purple light spots and poured into his brow. Zhou closed his eyes. After a moment, he opened his eyes. Then, he immediately opened the Lord's personal information. On his Lord Talent column, the Epic Lord Talent of Dark Walker appeared. The 29th Lord Talent. It's about to break through 30. Zhou nodded. Then opened the detailed information of the talent. Lord Talent, Dark Walker Epic. Dark Walker, Special Job Transfer Lord Talent. When the Scarlet Fog just descended on the Supreme Continent, countless creatures entered the Scarlet Fog by mistake because they were not aware of the dangers of the Scarlet Fog, and were killed by the fog monsters hidden in the Scarlet Fog. In the face of the increasingly wide Scarlet Fog, the increasingly compressed living environment has made the survival of ordinary creatures the most urgent problem to be solved. In this critical moment, a group of pioneers, who are not afraid of death, through countless explorations and sacrifices, created a special hidden profession Dark Walker. Although the Dark Walkers are not strong enough to destroy the Scarlet Fog, they have mastered various strange methods to resist the erosion of the Scarlet Fog. Relying on these strange methods, when the powerful extraordinary people did not save them at that time, they used their own power to protect the lives and safety of ordinary creatures, greatly slowing down the speed of the extinction of ordinary creatures. Later, when powerful supernatural beings appeared and protected them, the Dark Walkers were gradually forgotten by the world because they did not master supernatural powers and had other disadvantages. Specific Talent Effect 1. There is a Dark Walker's Job Transfer statue in your territory. When a creature swears to protect ordinary creatures in front of the Job Transfer statue, it can automatically become a Dark Walker and master all the means of the Dark Walker. Specific Talent Effect 2 Black Film. The Dark Walker can stimulate a power called Black Film, which makes a layer of black film appear around itself, protecting itself from the erosion of the Scarlet Fog when going out at night. Specific Talent Effect 3 Demon Killing Powder. The Dark Walker has mastered the method of making a special potion called Demon Killing Powder. When encountering a fog monster and throwing the Demon Killing Powder on the monster, it can eliminate the fog monster's strength increase due to the arrival of night. Specific Talent Effect 4 Demon Cream. Dark Walker has mastered the manufacturing method of a special potion called Demon Cream. After applying Demon Cream on himself, when encountering a fog monster, the fog monster has a high probability of treating the creature using Demon Cream as a member of the fog monster camp, thus preventing the user from being attacked by the fog monster. Specific Talent Effect 5 Holy Medicine of Redemption. Dark Walker has mastered the manufacturing method of a special potion called Holy Medicine of Redemption. After giving Holy Medicine of Redemption to creatures that have been transformed into fog monsters, there is a certain probability that the creatures that will soon become fog monsters will be reversed into normal creatures. Lord Talent Tip 1. This profession has been optimized by the Supreme Will, eliminating the disadvantages of changing to a Dark Walker. Lord Talent Tip 2. When the Dark Walker loses the will to protect ordinary creatures, he will automatically lose all the means of the Dark Walker. Lord Talent Tip 3. This profession is a life profession. Any creature who is willing to protect ordinary creatures can do part-time work. After Jojo read the detailed information about this lord's talent, his eyes widened. What did he see? There is actually a potion that can turn fog monsters back into normal creatures. Sacred medicine for redemption. This effect is worthy of the name of a sacred medicine. In comparison, the talent effect called Black Membrane seems a bit insignificant. You know, since Jojo came to the Supreme Continent, he has come into contact with many big figures and obtained a lot of blood inheritance. In terms of insight and knowledge, he believes even the people from those great races and civilizations may not be better than him. But even so, he has never heard of anyone who has developed a potion that can turn fog monsters back into normal creatures. It's as if it is irreversible. Now he actually saw this magical method in a profession called Dark Walker. And this profession also has other magical methods specifically for fog monsters. Black film, demon killing powder, demon hiding ointment, any one of them, at present, is enough to shock the creatures of the entire Supreme Continent. Thinking of this, Jojo was even more confused. How could such a useful profession decline? He thought. It shouldn't be. Now all the heavens and the worlds are affected by the scarlet mist of the Scarlet Lord. This profession should shine in this environment. He thought about it and decided to find the statue of the Dark Walker profession first. When Jojo thought of this, he immediately asked Winya to return to the previous ancient teleportation array through the teleportation array, and then flew at full speed and returned to the Jiayong King's capital in the blink of an eye. The space teleportation array at the Xiantian Immortal Alliance headquarters should be built tomorrow, so it won't be so troublesome to go back and forth. Jojo thought. Actually, it's not that troublesome. After all, for the galaxy, flying back and forth is just a blink of an eye. But he only has 10 galaxy ships, and they must all be used in war. How can they be used for ordinary man transportation? The Dragon Lady Lord, the Military Industry Lord, and the Undead Lord must also arrange a teleportation array. Although these three people have surrendered to me, they should still have some ambitions in their hearts. Open the teleportation array and let them see the gap. Maybe it can eliminate their ambitions and make them completely surrender. If the teleportation array is opened, they will have some ideas that they shouldn't have. Then I can find out in time. Jojo looked gloomy. Don't give him a reason to take action. Except for the Military Industry Lord. The Dragon Lady Lord and the Undead Lord both have epic Lord talents. Once he gets rid of these two people, with the blessing of his spoils, they can directly become 2 legendary Lord talents, although he is not short of 2 legendary Lord talents now. But if they are offered to him, he will not refuse. But if they are willing to follow him honestly, he is also willing to accept them. After all, they are talents who can reach this level by their own efforts, and they all have strong leadership and organizational abilities. Jojo still values talents. Chapter 686. Especially as his territory grows, he needs more and more people with strong organizational and leadership abilities. And the Dragon Lady Lord and her people are undoubtedly such top talents. Or rather, every lord of the 10,000 races is such a talent or a worker with relevant organizational leadership experience. It's just that the Dragon Lady Lord and her people are the best among them. Without thinking too much, Jojo called Atre and asked her to find someone to find the professional statue of the Dark Walker. Half an hour later, Atre came back. Your Majesty, it has been found. Atre said respectfully. Take me there. Jojo stood up. Yes, Your Majesty. Then the two of them left here one after the other. A moment later, Jojo stood in front of a statue. This statue was only a little over 1 person tall. He was wearing a black robe, carrying a medicine basket, leaning on a cane, and walking forward. He looked ordinary, and there was nothing special about him. Is this the Dark Walker's job transfer statue? Jojo looked at the statue with a somewhat incredible look. After all, it is a gifted creation of an epic lord's talent, but how come it looks even worse than the statues on the roadside stalls? And the location where the statue appeared is also very remote. It seems to be afraid that others will notice it. He didn't think much about it, and thought about the job transfer. Aiming to protect ordinary creatures. Jojo thought about it, and his expression gradually became solemn. I, Jojo, was originally just one of the common people. Naturally, I will not forget my roots. I will always uphold the will of the Dark Walker, and protect the people who love and believe in me. He said. He definitely loves his own people. He will even find ways to cultivate them. He can spend as much manpower, financial resources, and material resources as possible. But those who resent him, hate him, and even want to destroy him, he doesn't care whether they live or die. After he finished speaking, he quietly looked at the statue of the Dark Walker. 10 seconds later, a black light flew out of the statue of the Dark Walker and then flew towards Zhou Zhou. Zhou Zhou resisted and did not move, letting the thing fly into his forehead. Then, he felt some professional inheritance information appear in his mind, including the origin, history, famous professionals, achievements, and the most important black film method, the method of making demon-killing powder, the method of making demon-hiding ointment, and the method of making redemption holy medicine of the Dark Walker. Soon, Zhou Zhou completely absorbed all the inheritance of this profession. After he came to his senses, he could not help but sigh. There are so few professional inheritances. The blacksmith has more skills than you. That's what he said. However, Zhou Zhou, who has become a Dark Walker and received the inheritance of the Dark Walker, already knows why there are so few inheritances of this profession. It's very simple. It's because it has been developed for too short a time. And its former professional drawbacks also made it rare for people to be willing to work in this profession. The original Dark Walker, it turned out that by devouring the flesh and blood of the corpses of fog monsters, and then supplemented with some digestive secret medicine, he developed the special power of black membrane that ignores the erosion of scarlet fog. But this is not without price. Its price is: the Dark Walker, who has mastered the black membrane method, will have his body deformed uncontrollably as the number of times he uses the black membrane increases, becoming more and more ugly, less and less like a normal creature, and more like a fog monster. Even in the end, it will almost certainly become a new fog monster. That's why. So every Dark Walker usually chooses to cover his body with a black robe to prevent others from seeing his own deformation. When he is about to lose control of his consciousness and turn into a fog monster, the Dark Walker will choose to leave the gathering place of living beings, go alone to a final destination, and then commit suicide to end his life. The life destination of every Dark Walker is almost so tragic. This is the price of obtaining the power of fog. That's why. Even the Dark Walkers themselves are unwilling to pass on this profession. In addition, after the Dark Walkers saw the extraordinary people take action and protect the creatures of the Supreme Continent, they felt that their profession was redundant, and were even more unwilling to pass on their profession. So within 100 years, this profession disappeared. Zhou Zhou calmed down. It was only then that he realized the weight behind the profession of Dark Walker. This profession clearly saved countless lives at the beginning of its birth. But because of this act of saving lives, they were cursed by fate, and eventually they all went on to self-destruction, and even their names were not left behind. As for why they did not leave the formulas of the demon exterminating powder, the demon hiding cream, and the holy medicine of redemption when they self-destructed, Zhou Zhou only found out after becoming a Dark Walker. Because the manufacturing materials of the demon exterminating powder, the demon hiding cream, and the holy medicine of redemption all require a little bit of the Dark Walker's own blood as a medicine guide, so that these three magic medicines can be effective. Otherwise, their effects are no different from poison. Even when using these three potions, the Dark Walker needs to use the power of the black membrane to activate them, otherwise these three potions cannot be used. It is precisely because of these two reasons. That is why the Dark Walker did not leave the formulas of the three potions. Or rather, after leaving them, no one could find any value in them, and eventually they all gradually declined. Zhou Zhou thought about it, took out a piece of paper, and then wrote all the herbs needed for these potions on it, and then handed it to a tray beside him. A tray took it and looked at it. She found that the herbs in it were all inferior herbs. What is inferior? It means ordinary herbs that are not even as good as black iron level herbs. This level of herbs. In the extraordinary place of the Supreme Continent, it can be said that they are everywhere, and are not worth anything. Zhou Zhou found it hard to imagine. The first batch of Dark Walkers relied on these inferior medicinal materials to bring hope of survival to the creatures that first suffered from the Scarlet Fog disaster. Let Linger do her best to collect the medicinal materials above, and collect 10 billion copies first. Notify the Alchemy Union again, and the pharmacists, doctors, and other professions in the territory, and even ordinary people, from now on, make these medicines with all their strength. These medicines were originally made by ordinary people after research. His territory's people can naturally make them easily after a little familiarity. When you also start to establish the corresponding pharmaceutical factory. After the establishment is completed, start work immediately. All the above expenses will be borne by the official kingdom. Zhou Zhou said. Yes, Your Majesty. The voice of Wenya, who is everywhere, appeared in Zhou Zhou's mind. Finally, let all the soldiers and people in the territory come here and accept the professional inheritance of the Dark Walker. That's all for now, Jojo said. Yes, Your Majesty, I will do it right away, Atre said respectfully. Jojo nodded. Today, the Darkwalker profession no longer has the disadvantages of the profession when it was first born, so it is natural for all the people in the territory to accept its professional inheritance. Jojo felt that the history of the Darkwalker should not be forgotten by the world. Let's start by remembering it from the people in his territory. Chapter 687. After Atre left, Jojo raised his hands and clenched his fists slightly. The next second, as his power surged, he saw strands of black light appear on his body surface, and then a thin black film formed on his body surface. Is this the black film? Sure enough. I don't feel that this black film has any extraordinary power. This black film can only allow creatures to have the ability to resist the erosion of the scarlet fog. It's like wearing a close-fitting soft armor, Jojo said to himself. The professional characteristics of this Darkwalker are somewhat similar to those of the Demon Hunter. Both can obtain the ability to protect themselves from the enemy, and both have extremely short lifespans. However, the Demon Hunter can have extraordinary power and take shape very quickly, which is not comparable to the Darkwalker. Before, Jojo also wanted to get a Demon Hunter profession. With his current Doshin's full-time master level 6, it is naturally no problem for him to have 6 additional professions. However, the demon blood that Jeldon, the Demon Hunter leader, could provide for him was too low quality. The best demon blood was only of the extraordinary level. Jojo now had subordinates at the god level. His eyes were naturally high. In his eyes, at least the demon blood of the lower god level could be worthy of his attention. The low-level demon blood ability was almost no improvement for him, who only used the lost skills in fighting now. So Jojo thought that when he had time in the future, he would go to the front line of the abyss through the Knight's Temple, and send his gods to hunt a god-level demon blood to make it his first demon blood power as a demon hunter. It was just because I was too busy during this period that I kept putting this matter off until now. I get into the demon hunter profession after I finish the things I'm doing, Jojo thought. He had too many things to do now. To solve the nearby Lianyan Scarlet Legion, to complete the hidden mission of the Shuofeng Demon Kingdom, to find the lost treasure of the Shuofeng Demon Kingdom, and the current King of Kings event. Everything was very important. I could only put the demon hunter profession aside for a while. Jojo was not idle afterwards. He found Wu Tu, and asked him to order the soldiers to rest for an hour. Then he asked him to lead the soldiers to help Bai Yun, Wu Xian and others to escort the 450 million new recruits and improve their strength. Then Jojo learned the headquarters of the Dragon Lady Alliance, the Undead Alliance, and the Military Industry Alliance through Bodhi Zun at the cost of 3 ordinary questions. That's it. Next time you want to ask questions, I won't give you credit anymore. Pay off the debts you owe me first. Faced with Jojo's credit again and again, Bodizan couldn't bear it anymore. He shouted and stopped talking. Jojo poked the other's body twice. After the other moved twice, he actually disappeared. We meet again when you pay off the debt. Humph. After Bodizan finished speaking, he really stopped responding to Jojo. Jojo was helpless. If that's the case, then he probably won't see this big brother for 6 or 7 days. It seems I have to pay off the debt slowly first. Jojo sighed. Fortunately, there is nothing important to ask now. Otherwise, it would be a bit troublesome. Then he found Suin. Suin, I have a task for you. You and Vicky lead the formation masters of the Night Empire, and some personnel needed for the formation, go to the Dragon Blood Alliance headquarters of the Dragon Lady Lord, the Undead Alliance headquarters of the Undead Lord, and the Military Industry Lord's Military Industry headquarters, and build a two-way teleportation array dominated by the Kingdom of the Sun at their headquarters. You don't need to pay attention to anything else, just pay attention to the authority to open and close the portal in our own hands when building the two-way teleportation array. Also, when you come back, remember to bring back 1/3 of the kingdom resources of the Dragon Lady Lord, the Undead Lord and the Xiantian Lord. This is the geographical location map of the 3 headquarters. You take a galaxy, go quickly and come back quickly, Jojo said after handing him the map. Yes, Your Majesty, Suin said respectfully, and then turned around and left without any hesitation. After everyone left, Jojo suddenly felt relieved. The good thing about having loyal and capable people under your command is this. You don't need to do anything yourself, just hand it over to your subordinates. The Lord can be a hands-off boss, and directly receive the results of the work done by the capable people afterwards. Relaxed, Jojo first went to visit the Alchemy Guild, then visited the shelter of the Goddess of Life, and then visited other places in the territory, talked with the people in the territory for a while, and ate barbecue at a roadside stall, and then patted his stomach and returned to the high-level Lord's paradise with satisfaction. In a dedicated training room, Zhou sat cross-legged on a cushion, ready to continue comprehending the Lord's talent of the Hand of Fortune. But before that, he looked at the void in front of him and said helplessly, "Bodhi Zun, I need your help to comprehend the Lord's law." The air was quiet for a while. Then Bodhi Zun suddenly appeared on his right hand. "Thank you." Zhou smiled and touched the black and gold seed, then used it to enter a state of ecstasy and began to comprehend the Hand of Fortune. At the same time, Zerg Lord Universe, Pandora Planet. Damn the Lord of the Sun! A shriek came from the Zerg throne at the highest point of the planet. The vast number of Zerg cubs on the surface of the entire planet shook together, and then looked in the direction of their queen in panic, not knowing why their queen was angry. On a ferocious royal family formed by Zerg stone sculptures, a beautiful woman wearing a dark purple sexy long dress, a dark purple crown on her head, and a pair of dark purple narrow eyes, was grabbing the handle of her throne with an angry look on her face, as if she wanted to crush it. She was the Zerg Lord. Since she began to use her legendary Lord talent, the gene map, she has been working hard to improve the genes of the Zerg under her command and enhance her Lord power, while also creating a human body for herself. That is the human body in front of her. This human body was made based on her body on Earth. After she succeeded in making it, she even gave up the original Zerg body, and used this human body as her main body. As a former beautiful female foreign noble, although she knew that the Zerg body was very powerful, but she still couldn't accept the ugly appearance of the Zerg, so she would rather give up the power and return to the human body. Anyway, as a lord, she doesn't need to fight on the battlefield herself, so she didn't really care about whether her body was strong or not. But now, the insect lord felt that she had a strong obsession with revenge against Zhou. My more than 8 million Zergs were all destroyed in your hands. All my Zerg subordinates were destroyed by you. King Zhuyang, you really deserve to die. The insect lord gnashed his teeth in hatred. After this battle, her lordship can be said to have suffered a great blow. Even her position as the god of Zerg on the World Channel may not be preserved. Chapter 688. Actually, it's already gone. Because before leaving, the King of the Sun actually left a message on the World Channel that was ridiculous and childish in her eyes. Lord of the Sun was here. You are here. Do you think you are Monkey King? But it was this ridiculous message that made her even more shocked. Because the other party could have said something like, your Zerg Lord is nothing special. I defeated her easily on the World Channel that could dampen morale. But he didn't say it. He only left a message. Lord of the Sun was here. What does this mean? This means that in the eyes of the Lord of the Sun, defeating her is not as interesting as leaving a message on the World Channel. Lord of the Sun was here. This is a great insult to the Zerg Lord, who has always had a strong sense of self-esteem. And the most important thing is, I don't know which Zerg Lord of the Blue Star human race saw and filmed the whole process of King Jiayang defeating him from a secret angle, and posted it on the World Channel of the Blue Star human race Zerg Lord. As soon as this video came out, all Zerg Lords questioned the strength of the Zerg Lord. Is this the strongest Lord in their Zerg universe? How could he be so weak in front of King Jiayang? After a short fight, the whole army was annihilated. This result made many people on their World Channel, except for a few fanatical fans of the Zerg Lord and the Lords of the Zerg God Alliance, no longer respectfully call her the Zerg God. This great honor came because of her tyrannical strength, and left because of her strength. The Insect Lord felt very aggrieved. But facing the huge gap in strength between the King of Pride and the Sun, she could not say anything to refute. The King of Pride was too strong, although it was only one move. But what was exposed was so strong that it made her a little desperate. She even felt that even if she could join forces with the Dragon God Lord, the two legendary lords' talents would fight against the King of Pride together, and the hope of winning was very slim. Everyone was obviously at the same starting point. Until now. Why is the gap so big? The Insect Lord was very confused and very scared. She was afraid that the King of Pride would find her again and kill her. With the strength of the King of Pride, it was very simple to do this. After all, she was now seriously injured, and only some Zerg cubs who could not form combat power were left under her. If the King of Pride came to kill her, she would have no room for resistance. Although her treasure house still stores a large amount of genetic resources, which can be used to cultivate the newly born Zerg cubs and accelerate their growth to form combat power. But this also takes a lot of time. And what she lacks most now is time. She had no choice. She didn't even respond to the doubts about her on the World Channel, but stayed here to recover her strength, and silently prayed that the King of the Sun would not come. She didn't care about her reputation now. She just wanted to live now. As for the Dragon Lord, she also asked for help from him. But after hearing that the King of the Sun could actually come to her universe, he kept refusing to come, saying that he needed time to reorganize the Dragon Clan. How could the Lord of the Insects not see that the other party was afraid? She was afraid that she would be killed if she went over. But she had no choice. She could only curse the other party in her heart as a coward. At the same time, Night Empire. Yuling Palace. Princess Yuling was sitting on an exquisite throne, listening to the report of the generals below. You mean, there is a huge mysterious force that is leading nearly 500 million soldiers to clear out the fog monster forces around the territory of our Night Empire? She asked in surprise after listening to the other party's report. Whose force is it? In addition to clearing out the fog monster forces, what else did they do? Yuling asked immediately. In addition to clearing out the fog monsters, they didn't do anything else. As for the specific force, because the other party is guarded by a strong man, the subordinates did not dare to send troops to ask. But judging from the standard military uniforms on them, they seem to be from the Kingdom of the Sun. At the end, the general also hesitated. He really couldn't believe that a primary kingdom-level lord force that had just established a kingdom not long ago could send out so many soldiers to fight. What does more than 500 million soldiers mean? If all the soldiers of their Night Empire were gathered together and doubled, there would only be about 500 million soldiers. An average mid-level empire only has so many soldiers. But this was the intelligence obtained by the scouts. He couldn't lie. The Kingdom of the Sun. Princess Yuling looked confused. Her first thought was, could it be that some old empire-level lord force disguised itself as a soldier of the Kingdom of the Sun and secretly came to help them? But soon, she gave up the idea. How could such a kind act without asking for anything in return appear in a war-ridden world like the Supreme Continent? There is no soil for that. Have the soldiers of the Kingdom of Pride come to Whispering City today? Princess Yuling thought for a moment and asked. Yes. The other party also drove a mechanical spaceship that seemed to be of the god level. And according to the scouts' report, among the nearly 500 million soldiers, there is also that huge and magnificent god-level spaceship. The general said. Is there anything else worth noting? Yuling's eyes flashed, and then asked. If there is anything else. According to the scouts' report, it seems that about 90% of those soldiers are new recruits, and those human soldiers are also specifically looking for weak scarlet fog monster forces to attack. Rather than clearing out the fog monster forces, they are training their troops. The general said his guess. Princess Yuling pondered for a long time and looked at the general. Order our soldiers to prepare for battle and send troops to contact this force. If the other party is really from the Kingdom of Pride, then ask for support and assistance. Since they are friendly forces, as allies in the same camp, how can we let them fight alone? If they are not from the Kingdom of Pride, or if their answers are vague, immediately retreat to the border fortress and prepare to defend against the enemy. Princess Yuling looked solemn. If this group of people are really friendly forces, then the danger of their Night Empire should be easily resolved. But if this group of people are enemies with ulterior motives, Princess Yuling's thoughts were flying. Then the Night Empire might be destroyed today. But she believed more in the former. After all, if the other party is really hostile, with their terrifying military strength, why bother to beat around the bush? Just come to the door directly. As long as they don't hesitate to sacrifice the lives of the recruits, their Night Empire will definitely not be able to stop them. More than 3 hours later, the capital of Pride. Suen and Vicky returned with the resources of the three kingdoms. They handed the resource list to Zhou, and Zhou couldn't help but smile after seeing the list. The Dragon Lady Lord, the Undead Lord, and the Xiantian Lord seemed to have discussed half of it. Each of them handed in 1/3 of the kingdom's wealth, which was 500 legendary fog hearts. It was exactly the same as the 1/3 of the kingdom's wealth that the military industry lord had handed in before. This was discussed in advance. Zhou smacked his lips. Chapter 689. Zhou didn't care. 500 legendary fog hearts are almost 1/3 of the national wealth of a normal primary kingdom. A little more or less, they just don't want to suffer a loss. There is no need to pursue it too much. In addition to the 500 legendary fog hearts, the Dragon Lady Lord also sent 100 sub-dragons with dragon blood according to the previous transaction conditions, with strength ranging from lower bronze to upper silver. The Undead Lord also sent a gold upper pure blood bone dragon, according to the transaction conditions. As for the Xiantian Lord, he has already begun to prepare to establish a branch of the Xiantian sect in the Jiayang Kingdom, and set up an immortal sect department to detect the spiritual roots of the people of the Jiaoyang Kingdom. As long as the two-way teleportation array is officially built tomorrow, we can officially start the construction. The value of the kingdom order is very tempting to the current Blue Star Lords. I get a few more kingdom orders later. There are many potential lords among the Blue Star human race. If I sell the kingdom order at this time, I can get a lot of rare resources and a lot of potential lords to join me. Zhou thought. If this trend continues, in the future, he will not control all the Blue Star Lords, but at least he will control more than 90% of the Blue Star human lords. As for the Heart of Mist, he doesn't care much. A moment later, in a quiet room, Zhou closed his eyes and sat cross-legged on the futon, adjusting his mental state. A moment later, he opened his eyes, and a hidden light flashed in his eyes. Now is the time. It's time to try the secret method of the Eye of Heavenly Disgust. Zhou took a deep breath, and then formed a hand seal with his hands, which was called the Heavenly Disgust seal in the secret method of the Eye of Heavenly Disgust. When this hand seal was formed, Zhou suddenly felt that his soul was being pulled by a gentle force, and was about to fly to the unknown dark place. He knew that this was the normal feeling of casting the Eye of Heavenly Disgust, so he did not resist, and let this force pull his soul to fly to the unknown place. During the flight, Zhou's panic, suspicion, fear, curiosity, and other emotions about the unknown slowly disappeared. He was like a creature with a god's perspective, feeling his soul calmly and indifferently, quietly waiting for his soul to reach the end. I don't know how long it took. Zhou's soul finally arrived at the destination. It was pitch black here. It seemed to contain countless colors. It was chaotic here. It seemed to have derived all things. It was lonely here. It seemed that there were countless voices shouting and humming. All kinds of conflicting and harmonious strange feelings filled Zhou's soul consciousness. At the beginning, Zhou felt as if his soul was being torn apart and eaten by this strange feeling. But gradually, Zhou felt himself calm down, as if he was the source of the law, and he looked at the world with great care. Then, he found the territory of the Kingdom of the Sun in his perspective. His consciousness extended to the surroundings of the Kingdom of the Sun. He also saw other kingdoms, lord forces, and the strength of the Scarlet Mist. When he saw the Scarlet Mist force, he suddenly felt a faint discomfort in his heart. When the Scarlet Legion of Lianyan appeared in his perspective, especially when he saw the leader of the Scarlet Legion of Lianyan, the uncomfortable feeling in his heart suddenly increased. It seemed as if there was a consciousness in his heart telling him that he must destroy the other party. As long as he destroyed the other party, the Supreme Continent will be cared for, repaired, corrected, and will become better. Zhou suddenly had an epiphany. In the Scarlet Legion of Lianyan, there is an enemy that the Supreme will want to eliminate. As long as he eliminates him, he can get a lot of faction points in this King of Kings event, and even unlock an achievement. After Zhou learned this information, his heart did not fluctuate too much, but continued to explore far away. He could feel that the range that he could detect through the Eye of Tianyin was definitely not limited to this. After more than 4 hours, Zhou's soul returned from the dark land and re-entered his body. His eyes were amazingly bright. It was not just because he had found 5 important fog monsters that the Supreme wanted to get rid of during the use of the Eye of Heavenly Disgust. More importantly, when he observed the Supreme Continent from the perspective of the Supreme Will, he realized a hint of the Lord's Law. Although this hint did not allow him to master any powerful Lord's talents again. But it made him understand why the Goddess of Life said last time that his path was right, but his heart was wrong. Lord's Law, also known as the Supreme Law, the Emperor's Law, the God's Law, the Control Law, the Domination Law. I'm so stupid. Why do I have to master the Hand of Wealth completely when I comprehend it? In this way, even if I completely master the Lord's Law behind the Hand of Wealth, wouldn't the path of the gods I take become a path of stealing money? Wouldn't this be like losing the watermelon and picking up sesame seeds? No matter what Lord's Law I comprehend, what I want to master in the end should be the Lord's Law, the Supreme Law, not a part of it. Command? Control? That's the key. I don't need to master the Lord's Law behind each Lord's talent. I just need to learn how to use these Lord's Laws. Zhou looked excited. This is just like solving math problems. Students don't need to understand where the math formulas for solving problems come from. You only need to know how to use the math formulas reasonably to solve the problem. Of course. Although that's what he said. But it doesn't mean that Zhou can stop learning the incomplete Lord's Laws behind the low-level Lord's talents. Because his current level of understanding of the Lord's Law is like that of a child who has just entered kindergarten. Even if he is given a lot of mathematical formulas, he can't solve a high school math problem. Not to mention the world's difficult problems. Zhou now needs to start from the incomplete Lord's Law behind the low-level Lord's talent, and slowly comprehend the mystery of the Lord's Law. After laying a solid foundation, he can better comprehend the more profound Lord's Law in the future, and even control the entire Lord's Law. Thinking of this, Zhou immediately took out the Bodhi Zune, opened the Supreme Eye, and began to comprehend the incomplete Lord's Law represented by the black iron-level Lord's talent, the Hand of Wealth. After a moment, Zhou, who was comprehending the Lord's Law, showed a touch of joy on his face. I don't know if it was because his heart was on the right track, but when he was comprehending the Lord's Law again, he found that his speed of comprehending the Lord's Law was more than 10 times that of yesterday. Now, the Lord's Law represented by the Lord's talent of the Hand of Fortune, in Zhou's eyes at this time, is as easy to comprehend as eating and drinking water. Maybe I can comprehend a higher level Lord's talent? Zhou thought a little arrogantly. Then he quickly calmed down. First, comprehend the incomplete Lord's Law behind the Hand of Fortune thoroughly. Zhou was very stable, whether it was being a lord or comprehending the law. Anyway, he was only at the epic intermediate level now, and he would not be able to reach the level of becoming a god until he reached the legendary upper level, so he had no need to rush. Time passed slowly. Zhou was still immersed in the process of comprehending the Lord's Law and couldn't extricate himself. After all, the feeling of suddenly discovering that he was a good candidate was really something that made him unable to stop. But things did not go as planned. Your Majesty, the Lianyan Scarlet Legion has already advanced to a distance of about 1,000 kilometers from the border of the Kingdom of the Sun. Atre walked in and reported to Zhou respectfully. Zhou suddenly opened his eyes. Chapter 690. Zhou looked at Bai Yun. How is the strength of the new soldiers improving? He asked. All of them have been promoted to the silver level. Some of those with excellent potential have even reached the gold level, Bai Yun said respectfully. Within one day, a full 450 million black iron lower-level new soldiers were all promoted to the silver level, or even the gold level. In the eyes of others, this is probably a fantasy. But with the help of the epic Lord talent, the Lord of War, this has become possible. Zhou nodded calmly. Although the silver and gold level soldiers are still considered to be the middle and lower level combat power in the upcoming war. But with the blessing of equipment, skills, and military formations, it is enough for them to play their role in the war. Let's go! Get ready for battle. Zhou stood up and walked out of the high-level Lord's blessed land with Bai Yun. A moment later, about 900 kilometers away from the territory of the Kingdom of the Sun, Zhou and others were riding on a galaxy, parked at an altitude of 10,000 meters, and watching the Scarlet Army of Lianyan below through the virtual exterior mode. Zhou looked for a while, then turned to look at Heros and Zhou. You two, did you encounter any accidents this day? He asked. Haha, with this galaxy, what accidents can we encounter? They did fly up and wanted to destroy your Apocalypse Satellite 9, but as long as we put the Apocalypse Satellite into the galaxy and fly away, they will have no way to deal with us. We can only let your Apocalypse Satellite 9 continuously fire lasers at their Legion soldiers, injuring or even killing their powerful ones below the level of gods. We didn't get hurt at all this day. And the other side lost at least more than 100 legendary strongmen, and as for other epic and below epic fog monsters, more than 1,000 died. Heros laughed and said. When he said this, there was still a look of emotion on his face. He didn't expect that the 10 Apocalypse Satellites 9 could kill so many powerful fog monsters in just one day. Zhou smiled and nodded when he heard it. It's worthy of being the secret weapon given to him by the ultimate Lord Zhou. It didn't disappoint him. Finally, he took a deep breath and looked at everyone solemnly. Everyone, get ready for battle, he said in a deep voice. Yes, Your Majesty. Everyone responded in unison. Your Majesty, do you have any means to deal with them? I'm talking about those Scarlet Gods. According to my observations throughout the day, there should be 7 Scarlet Gods among them, and there are 2 upper gods, 2 middle gods, and 3 lower gods. They are not scary when they fight alone, but if they attack together, I'm afraid no god among us can withstand their joint attack. Heros looked at Zhou and said seriously, Today's battle with the Scarlet Legion of Lianyan. In terms of ordinary soldiers, they currently seem to have an absolute advantage. But in terms of the combat power of the gods, they are also at a considerable disadvantage. After all, on their side, even including him and Zhou, plus a native god of the Kingdom of the Sun, Lady Iceflower, Vicky, there are only 3 gods, while the other side has 7 Scarlet Gods, and there are many high-level gods among them. To be honest, this gap is a bit big. If they can't solve the enemy's Scarlet God combat power, then even if they can win this battle, I'm afraid the final result will be a miserable victory. Haros is also a kind reminder. Zhou naturally understood what he meant. He nodded and said seriously, "Don't worry, I have my own way to deal with them. If I really can't beat them, I will ask those powerful forces to send gods to help. The Elf Empire, the Night Temple, and even the Night Empire, which has difficulty in protecting itself." Zhou is confident that he can ask god-level friendly forces from them to help. But that is what he will do when he encounters a desperate situation. Now, he wants to see the limit of his soldiers. Zhou's eyes are dim, and he didn't say anything. Since His Majesty is so confident, then he doesn't need to say more. Then they didn't waste time. Zhou first asked when yet to land the galaxy spaceship on the ground, and then released all 500 million soldiers from the galaxy, and then began to arrange the formation. At the same time, Lianyan's Scarlet Legion. In the center of the Legion, a scarlet god with a body more than 10 meters tall, covered with a layer of golden brown lava armor, a bull-headed helmet on his head, and a huge void giant blade on his back was sitting on a mighty mount that looked like a rhinoceros. He was the commander of the Lianyan Scarlet Legion, Gerard. He was also one of the two upper gods, who had fought with Haros before. At this time, his face was gloomy, and he looked very upset. There was no way. Anyone who was attacked by the continuous sneak attacks of lasers from the sky for a whole day, causing the death of more than 100 legendary Scarlet Mist Masters, and more than 1,000 epic and sub-epic masters, would not be in a good mood. In addition, he is the leader of the Lianyan Scarlet Army. Encountering this kind of thing now, even if he conquers the entire Jiayong Kingdom later, this matter will definitely become a small flaw in his campaign this time. Gerard has some perfectionist characteristics in his character. So he has long been extremely dissatisfied and angry about the fact that his side was attacked for a day. If you didn't have that kind of mechanical spaceship with an absurdly fast flying speed, how could you sneak attack so freely in the sky? If you have the ability, give up the spaceship and come down to fight. Gerard felt very aggrieved. Obviously, his own strength is completely crushed by the opponent. But because the opponent runs fast, his side is completely in a situation of being beaten. He conquered countless enemy countries for the Faidu Scarlet Empire. This is the first time he has suffered such a big injustice in all these years. The key is that there is no way to fight back. Because their Lianyan Scarlet Legion and the Faidu Scarlet Empire behind them, as a pure demon empire, did not develop any super spacecraft technology in terms of spacecraft. Not every Lord Force is as comprehensive as the Kingdom of the Sun. Lianyan Scarlet Legion is a typical combat power legion. The main way for the legion to improve its combat power is to kill more enemies and absorb more promotion energy to continuously improve its strength. In addition, in terms of armor and weapons, it is occasionally enhanced, and there is almost no other way to improve the combat power of the legion. For example, spacecraft. Damn the Kingdom of the Sun! After arriving in the Kingdom of the Sun, I must kill all the people of the Kingdom of the Sun. Gerard gritted his teeth and said. At this time, a super-level virtual spirit scout teleported over and came to him. Mr. Legion Commander. A large number of troops suddenly appeared in front. From the perspective of their legion armaments, it should be a legion from the Kingdom of the Sun. It reported. Gerard was stunned. Then he suddenly laughed in a low voice with a ferocious look on his face. Chapter 691. Good, very good. I knew they wouldn't just sit there and wait for death. Since they dare to fight outside the city, that's even better. It's better that they don't use the city wall to block our attack. All troops, listen up. Speed up. The soldiers of the prideful Sun Kingdom are waiting for us to slaughter them ahead. Kill these damned human bastards, and go back to the Lord of the State and the Lord of the Scarlet to claim the reward. He shouted angrily. The voice spread throughout the entire Refining Hell Scarlet Legion. Nearly 75% of the soldiers of the Refining Hell Scarlet Legion were excited, holding their weapons high with ferocious expressions, and shouting continuously, while speeding up and moving rapidly in the direction of the prideful Sun Legion. The remaining Refining Hell Scarlet Legion had flickering expressions in their eyes, and then they hid their abnormalities, and, like the other soldiers of the Lianyan Scarlet Legion, moved rapidly towards the position of the prideful Sun Kingdom Legion. On the other side, the scout in front of Gerard heard that the Legion Commander had ordered an attack, and immediately said, Legion Commander, I haven't finished yet. Any more information? Gerard, who had been planning to fly to the front, frowned and looked at it. He was just about to be the first to rush into the enemy's soldiers, take off the head of the prideful Sun King, and get the first credit for this battle. This might get him a little more reward from the Lord of Scarlet. Report to the Legion commander, when I saw the enemy, I found that the enemy had more than 500 million troops. The scout reported immediately. Then it whispered again, with some doubt in its voice. However, the enemy's soldiers are a bit strange. More than 400 million of them seem to be new recruits. The strongest is only silver and gold level. Only the remaining tens of millions of soldiers are as strong as our Legion soldiers, but there are not many enemies at the level of gods. When Gerard heard the other party say that the Legion of the Kingdom of Pride had more than 500 million soldiers, he was shocked. But then, after hearing what the other party said, he was stunned for a moment, thought about it, and then laughed. The King of Pride must have known that he was about to face a disaster, so he used all the people in his country to send them to the battlefield as soldiers. Otherwise, where did he get so many soldiers? Don't worry. These soldiers who were temporarily pulled up are at most militias, and they don't have much combat power at all. In front of the elite soldiers of Arlenian Scarlet Legion, they are just chickens and dogs, Gerard said lightly. In addition, one thing that made him more confident was that his side had obviously more Scarlet gods than the other side. Gods, whether it is fighting or defending, they are beings that can play a huge role in war. So even if the enemy has many soldiers, firstly, their combat power is not high, and secondly, there are many gods available on their side, so in fact, he is not too worried. Yes, Commander. The Void Spirit Scout heard this and stopped talking, and retreated silently. Seeing this, Gerard rode his mount directly into the sky, and then led the refining Hell Scarlet Legion to fly in the direction of the prideful Sun Kingdom soldiers. After a while, the two armies came to a place less than 50 miles apart. Both sides were composed of extraordinary soldiers. Although the distance was far, at least they could see the enemy's position. King of the Sun, put down your weapons and die obediently. We, the Fidu Scarlet Empire, can let the ordinary people of your Sun Kingdom keep their lives, but we will only convert the lives of our Misty Camp. Otherwise, after we break through your territory, we will definitely carry out the act of slaughtering the country. Gerard rode on his mount, suspended high in the sky, and spoke coldly to Zhou and the soldiers behind him. Soon, his voice spread to the ears of more than 500 million soldiers, and even people in the Sun Kingdom. After hearing these words, the soldiers' eyes not only did not retreat, but became even colder. Zhou also flew into the sky at this time, looking at Gerard, the leader of the Lianyan Scarlet Army in the distance, with a calm expression. I give you a chance too. Put down your weapons and surrender. As long as you are willing to surrender, I can let bygones be bygones, and make you my subjects of the prideful Sun Kingdom. As long as you become subjects of the prideful Sun Kingdom, I can treat you equally, and let you enjoy the same benefits that the subjects of the prideful Sun Kingdom can enjoy now. As soon as these words came out, there was no movement from the Lianyan Scarlet Legion. The soldiers of the prideful Sun Kingdom, especially those of the foreign race, looked at Zhou with more respect, enthusiasm, and admiration. The reason why they are now willing to work wholeheartedly for the prideful Sun Kingdom. Putting aside the reason of the Lord's talent in the prosperous times, King Jiayong has always been willing to treat these foreign subjects, even the subjects of enemy countries, with an equal attitude. This is one of the important reasons why they are willing to follow King Jiayong. If it were other Lord forces, it is highly likely that they would not do so. They might even divide them into different levels of subjects, and treat them differently. This is not their guess. Most of the powerful Lord forces in the Supreme Continent treat subjects of different races in their territory, even subjects of hostile Lord forces, in almost the same way. At the same time, Gerard also heard what King Jiayong said. He sneered, obviously very disdainful. I knew you would say that. Wait until I capture you in person later, and then we see if you're still stubborn. Zhou's expression became calmer when he heard this. The two looked at each other. Kill! Kill! The two said these two words almost at the same time. Then the soldiers of both sides roared and rushed towards each other. Soon, the two sides exchanged weapons and fought together. Although Zhou's soldiers were more than 5 times that of the other side. But among the more than 500 million soldiers, there were 450 million silver and gold level recruits. So it seemed that Zhou's soldiers surrounded all the soldiers of the other side. But in fact, it did not pose much threat to the other side. Gerard smiled lightly at this, and the disdain at the corner of his mouth became more intense. But in the next second, its face changed suddenly, because it was seen on the battlefield in front of it. Among his more than 110 million soldiers of the Lianyan Scarlet Legion, suddenly more than 27 million Scarlet soldiers suddenly changed their attitudes, and turned to kill the friendly forces beside them. It is no small matter that a full 1/4 of the soldiers suddenly strife. At this moment, the entire fiery Scarlet Legion was thrown into chaos by the attacks from both inside and outside. In the sky, Zhou smiled slightly when he saw this scene. It was him just now. He ordered the 27 million rebellious soldiers in the other legion to suddenly fight among themselves. This method is really effective and never fails. Chapter 692. What's going on? Gerald was shocked when he saw this scene. Then he quickly reacted. He looked at Zhou with a cold gaze. He knew. This must be the opponent's method. The soldiers on the periphery continue to block the enemy soldiers' attack, and the soldiers of the inner Scarlet Legion will kill all the internal fighters of our side. Gerald was also a decisive person, and he immediately gave the order. As the order was passed down, one by one, the Scarlet soldiers, who were instigated by Zhou, were beaten to death. But before they died, they would desperately replace one or more soldiers of the Mist Legion. In addition, the soldiers of the prideful Sun Kingdom on Zhou's side continued to put pressure on them from the periphery. The Lianyan Scarlet Legion, which was caught in the pincer attack from both inside and outside, had a large number of Scarlet Mist soldiers falling on the battlefield one after another at every moment. All Scarlet Gods should immediately go out to suppress the civil strife. At the same time, eliminate the enemy soldiers and relieve our pressure. Gerard saw that the situation was not good and gave the order again. Then, as soon as he finished speaking, he rushed out first and killed the soldiers of the Kingdom of the Sun. The other Scarlet Gods also flew over to help their soldiers defeat the soldiers of the Kingdom of the Sun. But at this moment, a god with the light of the sun burning all over his body suddenly appeared in front of Gerard. He held a fire shield in his left hand, and a divine fire glass axe in his right hand. His eyes were as dazzling as two suns. It was Haros, the god of the sun and burning. Let's continue our unfinished battle. This time, no outsiders will interfere in our battle. Between you and me, one of us will surely die today, Haros said to him with full fighting spirit, facing a rare opponent. At this moment, even if he did not fight for the Kingdom of Pride, he was willing to put life and death aside. Madman! Gerard cursed in his heart. This is what made him hate these gods, who followed the path of the solar system's laws. They would not care about their lives when they started fighting. Don't they cherish the status of gods they had finally obtained? Gerard had no intention of fighting with him at all, he just wanted to stay away from this madman. But Haros was obviously targeting him. No matter how he escaped, Haros would always catch up with him in the first place and attack him madly, forcing him to take action. Gerard had no choice but to fight with him first. At the same time, another Scarlet God of the Void Demon clan holding a dark blue and ferocious longbow also saw Gerard's battle situation at this time. But he had no intention of intervening. Instead, he decided to continue to solve the dilemma on the battlefield. And at this moment, Lady Ice Flower Vicky, and the God of Snowfield, and White Wolf had rushed to him and blocked his way. Your opponent is us, Zhou said lightly, although the opponent is a high-level god. But he and Vicky are now wearing low-level god artifacts. Even if they can't kill each other, they can still hold each other back and prevent them from joining the battle. Looking for death. This Scarlet God of the virtual demon clan of the middle-level high-level god was furious when he saw that a low-level god of the middle-level god and a low-level god of the low-level god actually wanted to stop him. He didn't think about it, and immediately retreated to keep a distance, and at the same time drew his bow and arrow, ready to quickly destroy these two gods, who didn't know how to live or die. But Zhou has rich combat experience. Don't let him pull away. He is a bow and arrow law god. Once the opponent pulls away, all his offensive means will be greatly increased in power, but as long as we get closer to the opponent, his strength will be halved or even more. Zhou shouted, and then rushed over with the White Wolf's fang. Vicky followed Zhou without hesitation and killed the opponent together. The two sides immediately fought in the air. At the same time, the other 5 Scarlet Gods also rushed to the battlefield below. Among these 5 Scarlet Gods, there are 2 middle-level gods and 3 lower-level gods. Seeing this scene, and the Jiaoyang Kingdom also flew out 3 figures and rushed towards the 5 Scarlet Gods. Among them, Qi Xiantian and Guiqiao each faced a Scarlet God of the middle-level god level. The 10 Directions Martial Emperor Feng Luo faced the Kanglan Fist God Zhao Chengkong, who was at the lower level of the lower god. The two sides immediately started fighting. Seeing this scene, the other 2 Scarlet Gods looked at each other, and then smiled grimly. The other party should not have the fighting power of the god level. Then let the 2 of us show these low-level creatures what real slaughter is. One of the Scarlet Gods at the lower level of the lower god said. Another scarlet god at the intermediate level of the lower god nodded coldly upon hearing this. In the distance, Zhou looked at the two scarlet gods and turned to look at Bai Yun beside him. "How is the military formation?" he asked. "Report to your majesty. That set of lower god intermediate military formation, Shaoshan Luo Wanling military formation, is very difficult, and it is difficult for me to fully master it at once. But, with the help of its military formation treasure, the little god Luo's sword, I can still set up this military formation," Bai Yun said respectfully. Zhou nodded slightly after hearing this. When Bai Yun first comprehended the heroic skill of the greedy wolf howling moon formation, the greedy wolf devouring arrow, Zhou saw that Bai Yun was very talented in military formation, even not inferior to Wu Xian. And now, the opponent only took one day to set up this set of the lower god intermediate level little god Luo Wanling military formation, which was enough to show the opponent's military formation talent. "Go. You are responsible for dealing with one of the two scarlet gods," Zhou said. "Yes, your majesty," Bai Yun said respectfully. Then she flew out immediately, and then specially transferred 100,000 extraordinary level soldiers from the 500 million troops and let them surround her. These 100,000 extraordinary soldiers had all practiced the Shaoshan Luo Wanling army formation with Bai Yun when she was familiar with it today, and they all had successful examples of setting up the formation. Now is the time for them to take action. Seeing that everyone was there, Bai Yun did not hesitate to activate the Shaoshan Luo Wanling army formation. A large amount of silver sword energy emerged from each extraordinary soldier, and then quickly gathered together. Then, a giant figure of a mysterious swordsman with a height of 10,000 meters, wearing a silver straw raincoat, holding a silver sword, and surrounded by silver sword energy appeared right above these 100,000 extraordinary soldiers, covering these 100,000 extraordinary soldiers in his body. It was the spirit of the Shaoshan Luo Wanling army formation, the Shenluo swordsman. It was equivalent to the greedy wolf spirit that appeared when the greedy wolf howling moon formation was arranged. The next second, the Shinra swordsman raised the Shinra sword in his hand, and then gently waved it at the two scarlet gods, who rushed to the battlefield. Whoosh! A silver transparent sword energy shot out, and suddenly disappeared when it flew into the air, and then appeared in front of one of the scarlet gods in the blink of an eye, and cut off the opponent's arm in an instant. The two scarlet gods were horrified when they saw this. At the same time, at the core of the Shinra swordsman's military formation, Bai Yun held the military formation treasure, the small Shinra sword, and calmly took out 1,000 legendary mist hearts, allowing the small Shinra sword carving in his hand to quickly absorb all of them. After all of them were absorbed, this small Shinra sword carving once again emitted a faint silver sword energy light. Seeing this, Bai Yun did not hesitate to control the Shinra swordsman again, and released a sword energy with the power of a lower god intermediate level to the two scarlet gods again. Chapter 693. The two scarlet gods also knew the power of the sword energy at this time. Seeing this, they quickly dodged to the sides. But the sword energy seemed to lock on them. No matter where they flew, the sword energy would always turn and fly towards them immediately. They even hid in the space layer to avoid the sword energy, but the sword energy even rushed into the space layer to kill them. They looked at each other. They all felt the trouble of the Shinra sword energy. They had no choice. They had to join forces to resist the Shinra sword energy. After the two gods tried their best to block this Shinra sword energy, they just wanted to breathe a sigh of relief, and saw another Shinra sword energy shooting towards them. Although the sword energy of this army formation is strong, it is not so strong that I can't block it. Like this. I will block the sword energy of this army formation. You go and destroy the main body of the army formation. As long as the main body of the army formation is destroyed, they can no longer launch such sword energy attacks. At that time, we can slaughter the remaining soldiers of the Kingdom of the Sun at will. The scarlet spirit of the lower god intermediate level quickly calmed down and said, "Okay." Another scarlet spirit of the lower god lower level also thought it was okay after hearing this. He did not hesitate, and directly held a blue ancient broken blade and flew towards the Shinra swordsman. In the sky, Zhou, who had been observing the battlefield, naturally saw this scarlet spirit, who wanted to sneak attack the spirit of the army formation. He looked calm, and with a flip of his right hand, a halberd appeared in his hand. This halberd is nothing else. It was another trophy that Zhou got from the fog monster when he inherited the heroic legacy of the ghost god general a long time ago. The ghost god demon slayer halberd. Equipment name, Ghost God Demon Slaying Halberd. Equipment rank, Epic Intermediate. Equipment effect 1, Demon-slaying Ghost God Demon-slaying Halberd increases its lethality against fog monsters by 300%. Equipment Effect 2. Ghost God Evil Aura. When the user uses the Ghost God Demon-slaying Halberd, he or she will be filled with Ghost God Evil Aura. When creatures with weak will see the user, they will feel as if they have seen ghosts and gods in the world. They will be frightened at best and die of fear at worst. Equipment Effect 3. Ghost God Demon-slaying Halberd Method. After the user is recognized by the Ghost God Demon-slaying Halberd, he or she will automatically inherit a combat method from the ghosts and gods. After mastering this combat method, the combat power of the Ghost God Demon-slaying Halberd can be greatly increased. Equipment Effect 4. Ghost God in the World. Sacrifice the Ghost God Demon-slaying Halberd to summon a ghost god of a lower-level god to reappear in the world. The consequences are at your own risk. According to the equipment information, this ghost should only attack the fog monsters, and should not attack us. Jojo thought as he looked at the halberd. There is another reason why he is willing to use this halberd with confidence. That is, his talent for predicting danger and his talent for Lord Intuition are both hinting that using this halberd will not cause any harm to him. It may even be beneficial. Jojo still believes in his two talents. Especially the latter. Talents may go wrong. But Lord talents are almost impossible to go wrong. This is his experience as a Lord with 29 Lord talents. Let me see. What does a real ghost look like? Jojo said softly. Then he silently initiated the sacrifice in his heart, and then threw it directly to the Scarlet God rushing towards the spirit of the army. What is that? The Scarlet God quickly discovered the epic weapon thrown over. He was very cautious, and did not dare to catch the Ghost God Demon Slayer halberd. Instead, he directly sent out an energy ball to smash it in the air. But just when he had just smashed it, boom, the Ghost God Demon Slayer halberd exploded, and then a large amount of pale white mist spread out from it. A tall and creepy figure emerged from the pale white mist, and then slowly walked towards the Scarlet God. When the Scarlet God saw the figure in the mist, he suddenly felt a sense of fear, and a feeling as if he had met an old enemy. Who? He picked up his ancient blue broken blade, and looked at the figure walking out of the pale white mist with hostility. What are you doing? Go and destroy the army formation. The Scarlet God, who was resisting the Shinra sword energy in the distance, saw this Scarlet God standing still, and immediately cursed. However, his voice. At this time, they were all ignored by the other party. His attention was all on the figure that was about to come out of the pale mist. Soon, this figure came out. I saw that the other party was wearing a tattered pale armor. In the gaps of the broken pale armor, the white bones inside could be vaguely seen. It had 4 white skulls with protruding mouths, like dinosaurs on its head. It had 8 arms. The 8 arms held 8 kinds of ancient and broken weapons, including halberds, bells, tripods, drums, hammers, spears, bows and arrows, and daggers. It stood in front of the pale mist, looking at the world in front of it with its dark eyes. Then it looked at Jojo, paused slightly, and then nodded respectfully. Then its eyes swept over Qi Xiantian, Guiqiao, Wu Tu, Bai Yuan, Feng Luo and others, and finally fell on the lower-level scarlet spirit of the lower god, who shattered the ghost god's demon-killing halberd. Demon, it said hoarsely. Boom, its body suddenly disappeared from the spot. Boom, its body suddenly appeared in front of the scarlet spirit again. You are? Before the scarlet spirit finished speaking, he saw the 8 weapons on the 8 arms of the ghost god suddenly emit the brilliance of various artifacts, and then smashed, stabbed, chopped, or chopped it. The scarlet spirit, who was hit by 8 artifacts at the same time, was silent under this blow before he even finished speaking. On the battlefield, all the fighting gods and Qi Xiantian, Guiqiao, and others were stunned. One strike. He killed a lower-level scarlet god? What a joke. The aura emanating from the opponent is clearly that of a lower-level god. But how can there be such a strong lower-level god? Killing a strong man of the same level seems easier than killing a dog. In the sky, Jojo was also shocked by the opponent's combat power. When he sacrificed the ghost god demon-slaying halberd before, he only wanted to add a lower-level god-level combat power to his side. Never expected. From the situation in front of him, it seems that he has released a boss, and the opponent used 8 weapons that looked broken. If Jojo is not wrong, it seems that they are 8 different lower-level artifacts of the lower god, and although the armor on the other party was broken, but it was also a divine weapon, and it was a complete set of divine weapons. Jojo might have mistaken other things, but as for the divine weapons, he had too many divine weapons. So he was confident that he would never make a mistake. This ghost god has at least 10 divine weapons that can match the strength of the other party. Jojo guessed in his heart. He took a deep breath. Then he looked at the other party's information. Name, ? Affiliated territory, ? Soldier name, Ghost God, level soldier. Strength class, lower god lower level. Ability overview. A soldier from a mysterious training ground, born to slaughter scarlet fog monsters, born to oppose the Scarlet Lord and the fog monsters under his command, with an endless hatred and an almost immortal body. Skills. ? Level soldier talent Crimson Reaper. Level soldier talent Undead Wraith. Level soldier talent lower god lower level physical immunity. Level soldier talent lower god lower level elemental immunity. Level soldier talent lower god lower level soul immunity. Talent 8-armed ghost god. Talent ghost god evil aura. Talent power of fear. Lower god lower level ghost god demon exorcism halberd method. Loyalty? ? Potential? ? Tip. Because you are favored by the supreme will, the ghost god respects you and your lord's forces very much, and will not attack you and your lord's forces. Chapter 694. Jojo raised his eyebrows. So many ? The last time he saw so many ? Was on by he. This guy is obviously only a lower level god, but he has so many untraceable secrets, and the last hint is also worth thinking about. This ghost god army, I'm afraid it was created by the supreme will. Jojo guessed in his heart. At the same time, just as he was guessing in his heart, the situation on the battlefield also changed dramatically at this time. After killing the lower-level Scarlet God spirit of the lower god, the ghost god turned his eyes, and fell on the lower-level middle-level Scarlet God spirit, who was fighting against the Shinra swordsman. He said nothing and flew directly to the other party. And this Scarlet God spirit also saw the ghost god rushing towards him. He was immediately horrified. Without thinking, he gave up here and ran in the direction of Gerard. Mr. Legion Commander, save me, he shouted in panic. However, Gerard only had time to look at him before he was dragged into an endless battle by the war-crazed Harros. During the battle, Gerard's curses of damn and bastard were faintly heard. Seeing this, the Scarlet God had no choice but to rush to another Scarlet God. But at this moment, a pale white skeleton figure appeared in front of him as if teleporting. It was the Ghost God. The Scarlet God was startled, and then turned around and ran without thinking. But as soon as it turned around, a Shinra sword energy shot out from a distance and directly slashed at the unprepared him. Half of the body of this Scarlet God was hanging outside, and it was almost cut in half. But even so, the breath on his body was infinitely close to death. Seeing this Scarlet God who was close and on the verge of death, the Ghost God did not choose to attack, but looked at the Shinra swordsman, as if he saw Bai Yun at the core at a glance. Bai Yun was stunned. Then he immediately understood. She once again input the energy of 1,000 legendary fog hearts into the military formation treasure in her hand, the small Shinra sword, and then controlled the Shinra swordsman to release a Shinra sword energy again, killing this dying Scarlet God. At this moment, the surging promotion energy suddenly poured into Bai Yun's body. Bai Yun almost immediately broke through to the legendary intermediate level, and even the legendary upper level was not far away. Not only that, even the 100,000 extraordinary soldiers who formed the Xiao Shenluo Wanling army, thousands of them broke through at this time, looking like they benefited a lot. God's fall. That's the terrifying benefit, in the sky. Jojo felt his own breath, and a faint smile appeared on his face. He also broke through to the epic upper level. It's rare, he finally broke through now. It's really thousands of times harder for a lord to break through than an ordinary creature. He couldn't help but complain in his heart. Then he looked at the battle in front of him. At this time, 2 of the 7 gods of the Lianyan Scarlet Legion had fallen. There were still 2 upper-level Scarlet Gods, 2 middle-level Scarlet Gods, and 1 lower-level Scarlet God. Among them, Shifeng Wuhongfeng Luo, with the body of a legendary lower level, was fighting against the Kanglan Fist God Zhao Chengkong, who is a lower-level god. When Zhou Shou looked over, he was surprised to find that the 2 were fighting so hard. Although Zhao Chengkong had a certain advantage. But at this time, Feng Luo seemed to have fallen into a state of enlightenment. In the process of fighting with the opponent, he made rapid progress, and was gradually catching up with the opponent. Zhou Zhou originally wanted Bai Yun, who had freed up his hands, to help the opponent. But in this situation, Zhou Zhou gave up this idea. For Feng Luo, this opportunity seemed to be a rare opportunity to improve his strength. Not interfering with the opponent might be the best choice for the opponent. He looked at other places where the battle was going on. Harros and Gerald were fighting so hard. Although Harros had a set of artifacts, Gerald's own strength of the intermediate Upper God Plus and Upper God artifact basically eliminated the difference in combat power between them. Zhou and Vicky, the two gods, fought back and forth with another Upper God with their artifacts. Fortunately, I lent Vicky a set of lower-level artifacts of lower gods before I came. Otherwise, with only the lower-level artifact of lower gods that I rewarded to the other party before, it might not be able to stop the other party. Zhou thought. Then he looked at Qi Xiantian and Guiqiao. Then his expression became solemn. Unlike others, Qi Xiantian and Guiqiao are now only legendary mid-level strongmen, and the opponents they face are all scarlet monsters at the middle-level god level. The gap in strength between the two sides is not small, even though they have a history of killing gods before. But that was just an enemy who had just entered the lower level of the lower god. Now even if they were promoted from the previous epic level to the legendary level, facing the middle god with a higher level of strength, and the scarlet god spirit of the middle god level with rich combat experience, the gap in strength was still too big. If Zhou hadn't used the Ice Ghost sacrifice robe to set a layer of lower god defense loss skills on them, the two of them would have been in danger long ago. But even so, Qi Xiantian has already shown signs of defeat. It's only a matter of time before he loses. Guiqiao is even worse off, and was directly beaten into a dead, but not stiff state, that is, a pseudo-death state, in the next period of time. If they can't defeat the Scarlet God Spirit of the middle god level, and let Guiqiao bathe in the blood of the gods, Guiqiao will be truly dead after passing the dead but not stiff state. At that time, they can only use the Great Resurrection technique to help the other party. Bai Yun. And that ghost god. Can you help my subordinate? Zhou sent a message to Bai Yun and the ghost god respectively, and pointed to the direction where Qi Xiantian was. Bai Yun heard the words, and drove the small god Luo Wanling army formation to kill Qi Xiantian without hesitation. The ghost god took a look and rushed to Qi Xuantian's position. Guiqiao saw the scene. Zhou smiled. Then his expression became solemn. He raised his right hand, and with the continuous outflow of the chaos source energy in his body, after condensing 70% of the chaos source energy, a chaos-colored spear emitting the aura of a middle-level god finally condensed out. It was the chaos flying spear technique. Go! Zhou threw it hard, and saw the chaos flying spear bursting towards the middle-level god scarlet spirit that Qi Xiantian was fighting against. It was extremely fast, and arrived in front of the scarlet god in the blink of an eye. Qi Xiantian, who had already received the message from His Majesty, retreated dozens of miles, and gave up his position. Huh? This chaos god also discovered this chaos flying spear. He felt a sense of threat in his heart, and instinctively wanted to dodge without thinking. But at this moment, Guiqiao, use all your strength. You can use the will to slay the dragon. Zhou shouted in a voice transmission. Ha 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 ha. Guiqiao, who had entered the state of death, but not stiff, immediately had blood in his eyes when he heard the words. Really? I am so frustrated. His suppressed voice suddenly became hearty. Bang bang bang. His aura suddenly exploded, and in the dumbfounded eyes of the other scarlet god, Guiqiao's strength seemed to have no limit and increased rapidly. Legend has it that the upper level, lower level god, middle level god, lower level god, upper level god, middle level god, middle level god. When Guiqiao's strength reached the middle level god, his skyrocketing strength slowly stagnated. He then raised his head and looked at the scarlet god with his blood-red eyes. You had a good time fighting, didn't you? The next second, he threw a flying axe of the lost skill level. Facing this flying axe that came in an instant, the scarlet god had not reacted before his head was chopped off. But even so, he did not die. The flesh and blood on his broken neck kept rolling, and it seemed that he was about to be decapitated and reborn. And at this moment, Guiqiao flew directly over and grabbed the flying chaos spear, then came in front of him and pierced his body with force, then grabbed his body again, and then, in front of the shocked eyes of all the soldiers, he tore it in half. This middle-level scarlet god, who had previously suppressed Guiqiao, immediately lost his breath and fell, but Guiqiao had not finished yet, but poured his divine blood on his wounded body. Bathed in the divine blood, not only did Guiqiao's injuries quickly recover, but his aura also began to surge again. Middle-level god, lower-level god. When his aura reached the lower-level god, now even the three upper-level gods, who were fighting fiercely on the field, were attracted to him. They looked at Guiqiao in surprise. On this battlefield, when did another upper-level god appear? In the sky. When Zhou saw that Guiqiao's strength level reached the lower-level god, a smile appeared on his face. although Guiqiao's strength at this time was only temporarily added by the dragon-slaying will. But it was enough to determine the outcome of this war. Because the balance of high-end combat power on the battlefield has been broken. The subsequent battle situation did not surprise Zhou. With the sudden appearance of Guiqiao, a lower-level upper god, they first destroyed the scarlet spirit of the lower-level middle god faced by Qi Xiantian and others. Then, they went to support Vicky and Zhou, and killed the upper god they were facing together. Finally, they killed Gerard with the reluctant Heros without martial ethics. Then they came to Feng Luo together, surrounded him and Zhao Chengkong in the center, and watched Zhao Chengkong being beaten to death by Feng Luo, who had made great progress in martial arts. So far, the spirits of the Lianyan Scarlet Legion have been completely destroyed. The remaining monsters of the Scarlet Legion are all legendary and below. For Zhou's soldiers, destroying them is just a matter of time. Zhou's side can basically declare victory in this battle. Chapter 695. On the battlefield. The morale of the soldiers of the Lianyan Scarlet Legion had collapsed by half at this time. After all, a quarter of their comrades suddenly rebelled and pointed their weapons at their own people. Then, they had no choice but to raise their butcher knives and kill their comrades before destroying the enemy. Then in this process, their gods chose to attack in order to rescue the soldiers of the Legion. This was originally a thing that gave them hope, but in the end, the gods they regarded as extremely powerful were killed one by this primary kingdom that had just established a kingdom a few days ago and even had few gods. The existence of gods. There is no doubt that it is the biggest spiritual pillar of their Lianyan Scarlet Legion besides the Empire. And now that their spiritual pillar has fallen, they naturally have no intention of fighting. Some smart soldiers of the Mist Monster Legion even think that the fight of Scarlet Empire behind them is probably going to end. After all, most of the gods of their fight of Scarlet Empire are in the Lianyan Scarlet Legion. Now the gods of the Lianyan Scarlet Legion have been completely destroyed. It also means that the top combat power of the fight of Scarlet Empire is almost gone. Next, if its hostile Scarlet Kingdoms knew this news, they would probably rush over without hesitation and devour the fight of Scarlet Empire. Within the rule of the Scarlet Lord, the intensity of the fight between the Scarlet Lords for territory is no less intense than that of the Lords under the Supreme Will, and even more intense. Thinking of this, many Legion soldiers became more confused. What is going on? We are only attacking a primary kingdom. How come we destroyed the Scarlet Empire behind them? Things shouldn't develop like this. On the other side, although Zhou didn't know what these Scarlet soldiers were thinking now, but it didn't affect his good mood at all. In the past 2 days, the Lianyan Scarlet Legion has always been a shadow weighing on his heart. Now this shadow, that he once thought was difficult to fight, has been solved by himself. How can he not feel relaxed and happy? Zhou casually put away the Knight's Order and the Elf's Order in his hand. Originally, he planned to ask for help from these two forces if the situation was not right. Now it seems it should be unnecessary. Then he looked at the generals, lords, Vicky, Heros, Zhou, and the ghost around him. Finally, his eyes fell on the ghost. "Thank you for your help in this war," he said politely. As soon as this was said, all the generals and gods looked at this ferocious and majestic ghost with curiosity. They were also very curious about the ghost, who suddenly came to the battlefield. Even Heros and Zhou, the two knowledgeable upper and middle gods, were no exception. He was obviously just a lower god. He was wearing at least 10 lower god artifacts. What kind of origin did he have to be so arrogant? Even the sons of gods of the powerful pantheon of true gods probably didn't have such treatment, right? Facing the surprised and curious eyes of the crowd, the ghost god seemed to have not seen it. He bowed slightly to Zhou, and his attitude was unexpectedly respectful. Then he looked at Luo Sheng, the inheritor of the ghost god, and flew directly in front of him, then raised his right hand. Then he saw wisps of pale white mist condensing in his hand. After a long time, a new ghost god demon-slaying halberd appeared in his hand. He handed it to Luo Sheng. Luo Sheng was stunned. "Is this for me?" He hesitated. The ghost god nodded. Luo Sheng glanced at Zhou, who also came back to his senses and nodded slightly. "Thank you." Luo Sheng politely took it with both hands. Then he looked at the information of the new ghost god demon-slaying halberd, and then a look of surprise immediately appeared on his face. Because this new ghost god demon-slaying halberd has now become a rare weapon that can grow. Although he can only grow to the lower level of the lower god, this also means that as long as he breaks through to the lower level of the lower god, he will directly have a lower god artifact that is quite suitable for him. If there is only one regretful thing, that is that the effect of the equipment ghost god in the world has disappeared. In the future, it will no longer be possible to summon this powerful lower-level ghost god by sacrificing the ghost god demon-killing halberd. Your Majesty is going to. Zhou also saw the information of the new ghost god demon-killing halberd. He guessed something in his heart and looked at this ghost god. The ghost god nodded slightly, conveyed a message to Zhou, and then flew directly to the distance regardless of everyone's reaction, and then quickly disappeared. Where is he going? Haros was stunned when he saw this. Others also looked at the direction it left. He wants to go back to the place where he was born, and continue to fight the Scarlet Fog monster with his kind. Zhou explained to everyone according to the message that the other party passed on to him before leaving. Everyone nodded. Zhou didn't think much about it. This kind of god with a mysterious origin is obviously not something he can subdue at this stage. Although he felt a little sorry for the departure of this ghost god, he didn't care too much. Then his eyes fell on Guiqiao and Feng Luo, and a smile appeared on his face. I haven't congratulated you yet, but now you have finally achieved the status of a god. He congratulated. Guiqiao laughed and looked very proud. Feng Luo, on the contrary, was much more mature, and there was not much pride on his face. Instead, he saluted respectfully. I also want to thank your Majesty for giving me the opportunity to fight the martial arts god alone. Otherwise, I would not be able to understand my path to becoming a martial god. 10 Directions Martial Emperor Feng Luo. No. Now it should be said that it is 10 Directions Martial God Feng Luo. After he killed Kanglin Fist God Zhao Chengkong and completely understood his own path to becoming a martial god, he used the 81 times promotion energy he gained from killing the other party to directly become a lower-level god. He is even not far from becoming a lower-level god. After all, 81 times the promotion energy. It is equivalent to the benefits Feng Luo gained from killing 81 lower-level gods. It is normal to have such progress. The same is true for Guiqiao. After he killed a middle-level god, Scarlet God, and assisted Vicky, Zhou and Haros in killing the other 2 upper gods, he obtained a huge amount of promotion energy. This allowed his strength to break through from the previous legendary intermediate level, and even crossed a large class to reach the level of lower-level intermediate gods. Even Guiqiao at this time was not far from the upper level of the lower god. The partial promotion energy of the 2 upper gods, plus the full promotion energy obtained by killing a middle god alone, the effect is so terrifying. At the same time, Qi Xiantian and others who assisted in killing the Scarlet God also gained huge benefits. Among them, Qi Xiantian broke through to the upper level of legend. In fact, he has obtained enough promotion energy to be promoted to the lower level of the lower god. It's just that because he hasn't comprehended his own lost skills, he is stuck at this bottleneck and can't get a breakthrough for the time being. Next, Qi Xiantian only needs to comprehend his own lost skills and walk out of his own god path, and he can directly be promoted to the lower level of the lower god. Vicky also obtained a lot of promotion energy. However, because he only assisted in killing the Scarlet God, the promotion energy obtained was not enough for him to be promoted to the middle level of the lower god, but it was not far away. In addition, Bai Yun and 100,000 extraordinary soldiers also benefited greatly, but perhaps because the promotion energy was evenly divided among the 100,000 extraordinary soldiers, Bai Yun only broke through to the upper legendary level, and did not advance to the lower god level. Zhou was quite satisfied with this. After this battle, the number of gods under his command belonging to his own territory directly increased from 1 Vicky to 3, and you have to know that there are still tens of millions of miscellaneous soldiers who have not been dealt with at this time. After these miscellaneous soldiers are dealt with, their strength will definitely be improved again. By then, maybe 1 or 2 more gods will emerge. Chapter 696. At the same time, Haros and Zhou also looked at Zhou's subordinates with some surprise. They never thought that. Just after this battle, the strength of the generals under the command of the King of the Sun has improved so rapidly. This is simply not in line with common sense. The most outrageous thing is, this alone is not a big deal. The most outrageous thing for them is Guiqiao. Although he has now recovered the aura of a lower god intermediate spirit. But Haros and Zhou have not forgotten his amazing performance when he showed the strength of a lower god. How did he do it? Both gods felt incredible. Let a lower god intermediate spirit suddenly increase its strength to the lower level of the upper god. Even some of the legendary forbidden secrets that temporarily improve strength, I'm afraid it can't be done. As Haros thought about it, he suddenly remembered the legend of a special race he had heard before. Thinking of that special race, even Haros, whose personality was gradually returning to being outspoken and explosive, couldn't help but remain silent at this time, and looked at Guiqiao with flickering eyes. Zhou's six senses were sharp, and he quickly discovered Haras's abnormality. On the surface, he didn't say anything immediately, but asked the generals to go to the battlefield to help the soldiers deal with the remaining soldiers of the Linian Scarlet Legion, and then left Haras and Guiqiao alone. "I wonder if your majesty asked me to stay. Is there something?" Haras looked at Zhou and said. Zhou looked at him, and suddenly smiled faintly. "Your majesty Haras. You should have noticed Guiqiao's identity, right?" he suddenly said. Haras was stunned, and after a moment of silence, he looked at Guiqiao and said bitterly, "Is this the legendary Dragon Slayer?" "Haha, that's right." Guiqiao laughed and admitted it directly. "Your majesty Haras really knows the Dragon Slayer. In this era, not many people know about the Dragon Slayer." Zhou looked at Haras and said, "I just happened to read a few ancient books left by the ancient gods, and accidentally learned about this special race. It is said that the Dragon Slayer clan was born in the same universe era as the Dragon Clan. In that era, the Dragon Clan can be said to be the top race that dominates the world. Even among the thousands of laws, there is a dragon law named after the dragon. In that era, the power of the dragon race was known to all races. Even powerful races such as the original spirit race and the chaos god race would sometimes avoid the dragon race. But such a powerful race was suppressed by an unknown low-level blood race, and was even slaughtered by that unknown race to the point of almost extinction. The unknown race was originally nameless, but because of this incident, it was called the Dragon Slayer by all races. Later, all races knew. It turns out that the power of the Dragon Slayer is not limited to the dragon race. It is the real nemesis of the peak blood race, and it can be said to be suppressed and completely unreasonable. For this reason, the peak blood races among all races even join forces to completely destroy this race. Unexpectedly, now the Dragon Slayer still has descendants." Haras looked at him with complicated eyes. Today, he finally understood why the top bloodline races in the 10,000 worlds were so afraid of the Dragon Slayer. Facing those high-level bloodlines, the Dragon Slayer's strength could actually be improved by 2 major levels. Legendary Dragon Slayers directly possess the strength of the middle god level. This improvement is simply contrary to common sense. Facing creatures with ordinary bloodlines, the Dragon Slayers behaved very normally, even somewhat weak. This race, it was simply created by the Supreme Will specifically for those high-level bloodline races. No wonder those high-level bloodline races are still afraid of the Dragon Slayer's comeback. Zhou smiled slightly when he heard this. Now Haras only knew that Guiqiao himself was a Dragon Slayer. If he knew that all the people in the entire Jiayang Kingdom were Dragon Slayers, he didn't know how the other party would react. "I also know that Guiqiao is a Dragon Slayer, and I also know the dangerous position of Dragon Slayers in this era. For this reason, I specifically told Guiqiao not to reveal his identity as a Dragon Slayer unless it is a special moment. Today's situation is special. Guiqiao was seriously injured and on the verge of death, so I let him open his Dragon Slayer will," Zhou said. Haras nodded when he heard this. "Then I wonder how your majesty Haras plans to solve this matter?" Zhou asked when he saw this. "Your majesty should have your own plan, right?" Haras looked at Zhou and sighed. "Indeed?" Zhou nodded, then looked at Haras and said seriously, "I plan to invite you to join our Jiayang Kingdom and become the god worshipper of our Jiayang Kingdom. I wonder if your majesty is willing." Haras smiled slightly, not seeming surprised. "What are the conditions?" "Your majesty, do you intend to use this sentence to make me, a high god, join your Jiayang Kingdom, which was established only a few days ago? You know, even those old empire-level lord forces may not have high gods as their gods," he said. "Of course, I have prepared the conditions. If your majesty is willing to join our Jiayang Kingdom, I can provide your majesty with 2 benefits. The first benefit, I will give your majesty a high god level artifact that you can use." "High god artifact? Are you serious?" Zhou hadn't finished the rest of his words. Haras' breathing became rapid, and he immediately asked Zhou anxiously. "Of course. As long as you agree, I can give it to you today," Zhou said. "Just a high god artifact. Among the several mid-level and upper-level scarlet gods that fell today, if you take out any mid-level artifact, you can directly upgrade it to an upper-level artifact with the help of his trophy king. Even if it is a real artifact." Zhou is confident that he can take it out, because he remembers. The commander of the Linian Scarlet Legion named Gerald has a rare upper-level artifact. As long as his body is extracted, Zhou can have a real artifact in a minute. "Okay. I am willing to join your Jiayang Kingdom." Haras didn't hesitate at all, and even didn't want to hear the second condition, so he agreed directly. Your Majesty, don't worry. As for the second condition, Your Majesty, do you know why the strength of the soldiers under my command has improved so quickly? Jojo asked. I am really curious. Haros was indeed curious after hearing this. He had already discovered this, but he thought it was the secret of the King of Pride, so he didn't ask. Jojo didn't waste any words on this, and directly called up the blessing of the epic war god, then adjusted it to the visible mode for outsiders, and finally showed it to Haros. Haros just took a look, his eyes suddenly widened, and even the aura on his body couldn't help but riot, causing the energy within a radius of more than 10 kilometers to be almost converted into fire energy. Is this a real Lord's talent? Haros was a little skeptical about life. Jojo and Guiqiao looked at each other, and smiled at the same time. Chapter 697. What do you think, Your Majesty? Jojo asked. I am willing to join the Kingdom of the Sun, and become the god worshipper of the Kingdom of the Sun. Haros took a deep breath, and then said seriously. Whether it was the artifact or the strength improvement, Jojo gave him conditions that were hard to refuse. In this case, even though he knew that the Kingdom of the Sun with the Dragon Slayer was destined to be targeted by the various high-level bloodline lords in the future, and even though he knew that the Kingdom of the Sun was in its heyday, and that there would be troubles from competitors of all races in the future, he could not refuse this condition. In the final analysis, in this world, strength still determines everything. Now Jojo gave him a quick passage to the true god or even a higher realm. Not to mention Haros, with an explosive personality. Even other gods with indecisive personalities would probably agree in the end. Jojo smiled and nodded. Then he silently pulled the other party to join the Kingdom of the Sun, and become a citizen of the Kingdom of the Sun. At the moment of becoming a resident of the Kingdom of the Sun, Haros seemed to feel something, and his body shook slightly. He was a high god after all. At his level, even if he could not feel the existence of the Lord's law, he still had some feelings about the various Lord's talents of the Kingdom of the Sun. At this time, he felt all kinds of strange powers being blessed on him, and some buffs even changed his appearance. For example, the Platinum-level Lord's talent Beauty made his appearance more beautiful. The Platinum-level Lord's talent Romantic Luck made him feel that his luck with the opposite sex seemed to be a little better. For example, the Diamond-level Lord's talent Innate Spirit Body and the Platinum-level Lord's talent Spirit Body 6 made his physique optimized to a certain extent. Although this optimization did not add much to his already extremely talented talent, it was still very precious. Of course. Except for the epic Lord talent, the blessing of the war god, other Lord talents did not bring him much shock. Even Haros did not think that it was the blessing of the Lord talent, but just thought it was the blessing of some special territory buff. This effect. Some special buildings and special treasures can actually do it. So he did not think that this was the comprehensive blessing brought by Jojo's many Lord talents. And the blessing of the above buff is actually not as big as the shock brought to him by another buff. That is, how did I become a Dragon Slayer? Haros's face changed again, and for a moment, he didn't even know what expression to show, and looked at Jojo with a complicated look. Any citizen who joins my prideful Sun Kingdom will automatically become a Dragon Slayer. In fact, this is the third hidden benefit of joining the prideful Sun Kingdom, but I forgot to say it just now, Jojo said with a smile. He stopped pretending, he showed his hand. Haros, Your Majesty, the time you forgot is just right, he said bitterly. Before, he kept his distance from the Dragon Slayer. I didn't expect that now, he not only entered the den of thieves, and he became one of them. Things happened too suddenly. Haros didn't know what to say for a while. Then he took a deep breath, his eyes became firm, and even a smile appeared on his face. Although this smile was a bit bitter. It seems that I will have to study how to kill those creatures of higher bloodline races in the future. He sighed. But there was some hidden excitement in his expression. Jojo saw his performance, and couldn't help but smile in his heart. This Haros was originally a warlike person. It was just because he knew his own limitations that he was not well known before. Now I have borrowed his magic weapon, plus the blessing of the Dragon Slayer. The other party might use the Dragon Slayer's promotion method as an excuse to make himself more proactive in fighting against the powerful enemies of the higher bloodline races. Then Jojo saw Haros close his eyes, and began to feel the specialness that the Dragon Slayer brought to him. Ignore the blood pressure from those with higher blood. And the stronger the blood pressure, the greater the difference between the two bloods, the higher the power that bursts out, until the body can no longer withstand the enhanced power. And as a Dragon Slayer, after slaughtering a high-level blood, I can recover from my injuries, and improve my strength by bathing in the blood of the enemy, and this improvement is not limited by my own potential. The higher the level of the enemy's blood, the faster my injuries recover, and the more my strength improves. Is this the advantage of a dragon slayer? Sure enough. As expected of a dragon slayer, who is famous for stepping on the corpses of dragons. Hera said to himself excitedly. Jojo couldn't help but smile when he saw him like this. At this moment, Hera suddenly frowned slightly. Then he looked up at Jojo. Your Majesty, as a high-level god, my potential is actually lower than that of a true god. If the source of the dragon slayer's explosive strength lies in the gap in blood level with the opponent, then wouldn't I be unable to burst out a high level of additional strength like Guixiao? He asked. Jojo nodded. You guessed right. With your current blood level. I'm afraid only creatures with the blood level of the Lord God can make you burst out with strength that exceeds the upper god level. He said. This is also one of the dragon slayer's small shortcomings. But in fact, it is not a big shortcoming. After all, high potential is never a bad thing. Guixiao is really special. His potential can now be said to be the lowest among the people in the entire Jiayong Kingdom, only silver intermediate. Even if the sun, moon and star sword did not improve his potential would even be only bronze intermediate. But as the saying goes, fortune and misfortune are interdependent. It is precisely because his blood level is so low. So when he faces high-level blood, because of the huge gap in blood level, he will burst out such amazing strength. From this point of view, Jojo is not even as good as the other party. At the same time, hearing Hera's words, he felt a little sorry for him. He felt sorry that the other party was not a human. Otherwise, with the blessing of Xianyuan Sword Sun, Moon and Star Sword, his potential can completely reach the level of the main god, instead of the current potential of the lower level of the true god. On the other side, Hera's nodded after hearing the words. Although he felt a little sorry, he didn't care too much. Just singing in blood and ignoring the enemy's blood pressure is enough to benefit him a lot. As for the extra burst of strength, it would be best if there is. If not, he can only comfort himself that it is because he is too good that such a result has occurred. Your Majesty, then my upper god artifact. Hera's, who has put his identity and camp in place, is not polite and directly asked Jojo for what he wants. Come to my blessed land tonight, Jojo said. Hera's nodded excitedly. I, a higher god, can finally own a higher god level artifact that matches my own strength. He was extremely excited. After that, Hera's did not stay for long. He said something to Jojo and ran to the battlefield below to help his soldiers deal with the remaining soldiers of the Lianyan Scarlet Legion. Guixiao did not waste any words and went to help directly. Jojo looked at Guixiao's back and glanced at a lost skill in his skill column. Chapter 698. Lost skill name, Dragon Slayer power. Lost skill quality, lower god level. Lost skill ability introduction, Dragon Slayer exclusive lost skill. When a Dragon Slayer kills a high-level blood creature and bathes in its blood to ascend to a god, he can automatically master the exclusive lost skill. When a Dragon Slayer fights a high-level blood creature, the Dragon Slayer power will automatically attach to the Dragon Slayer's body, equipment, weapons, skills, and other combat power factors, greatly enhancing the damage they cause to high-level blood creatures. Dragon Slayers actually have a shortcut to becoming a god? Dragon Slayer gods? Jojo nodded. It seems that if he has another choice of becoming a god in the future. And this path is quite simple. You only need to kill high-level blood creatures and bathe in their blood to do it. And this path to becoming a god is not weak, it's just targeted. Then he looked at the text prompt that appeared before, but he didn't have time to read it. King of Kings event tips. You led your territory soldiers to kill the commander of the Lianyan Scarlet Legion, Gerard, upper god intermediate level, from the primary Scarlet Empire, Fidu's Scarlet Empire, in this King of Kings event. You made outstanding contributions to this King of Kings event, and are rewarded with 1 bottle of potential promotion potion, upper god intermediate level, 1 book of gods, upper god intermediate level, 100 god crystals, upper god intermediate level, and 1 random special building blueprint. King of Kings event tips. You have obtained the achievement Scarlet Beheader, upper god level. Scarlet Beheader, upper god level worth 50 million general camp points. Good guy. A bottle of intermediate level upper god potential promotion potion plus an intermediate level upper god book of gods. This is the god making package. And it's a very high limit god making package. Jojo's eyes lit up. This wave of killing is worth it. It's worth spending so much time and energy and consuming a ghost god demon killing halberd. Not bad. In addition, The Scarlet Beheader achievement obtained by killing Gerard is also worth 50 million camp points. You know, the Night Empire gave him a legendary upper camp task. After completing the whole set, he was rewarded with 100 million camp points. This Scarlet Beheader achievement directly gave him half of the camp task points reward. Sure enough, it's a dead end to just do the faction missions. If you want to surpass those top lords in this King of Kings event, you still have to take shortcuts and overtake. It's worth it that I went to find the Fantasy Life clan and got the Bodhi Zune, the Eye of Heavenly Disgust and other treasures left by the Fantasy Life clan. Jojo nodded with satisfaction. When it was dark, his soldiers finally killed all the remaining 80 million Scarlet Fog monsters. This battle benefited his legions a lot. Among them, the Jiayang Legion was directly promoted to a Diamond-level Legion, the Dragon God Legion, the Monster Legion, and the Tianta Legion were all promoted to Platinum-level Legions. Among them, the bravery gain of the Diamond-level Legion directly increased the overall strength of the soldiers of the Jiayang Legion by 60%. The bravery gain of the Platinum-level Legion also directly increased the overall strength of the soldiers of the Jiayang Legion by 50%. The improvement is not small. It was already late at night. But Jojo had no intention of leaving. He asked all the soldiers to open the black film, and then asked some soldiers to kill the newly born fog monsters around, while letting other soldiers continue to extract the spoils. Looking at the scene of the soldiers covered with black film, and working hard to extract the spoils in the fog, Jojo nodded with satisfaction. This Dark Walker is convenient to use. The Knight will not stop his expansion in the future. Then Jojo took advantage of this time to open the ranking list. The first is the Night Empire Camp Points ranking list. Ranking of Night Empire faction points. First place, Jiayang Kingdom Jiayang Lord 71.1 million faction points. Second place, Qingwan City Qingwan Lord 1.564 million faction points. Third place, Lingyao City Lingyao Lord 1.128 million faction points. Fourth place, Jixian City Jixian Lord 600 million 3,100 faction points. Jojo nodded slightly. 50 million faction points are indeed not exaggerated. It directly opened a double-digit gap between him and the second place. It is estimated that other people in the Night Empire who are doing faction tasks are stunned by the faction points gap at this time. He casually opened the Night Empire faction channel, and as he expected, the lords of the Night Camp were all surprised at where he suddenly got so many faction points. Then he looked at the requirements of the Night Empire faction tasks. Legendary Superior Space Teleportation Array, for 12ths, 26 Epic Superior Space Teleportation Arrays, 12/26, 114 Extraordinary Superior Space Teleportation Arrays, 111/114, today is the 4th day, and almost half of the mission requirements have been completed. Although the remaining space teleportation arrays are few and fine, with my current strength, as long as there are no accidents, it should not be difficult to solve them within 2 days. Jojo thought. Then he looked at the Elf Empire faction points ranking. Elf Empire faction points ranking. First place, Jiayang Kingdom Jiayang Lord 50 million faction points. Second place, Guangshan City Light Envoy Lord 5.126 million faction points. Third place, Fenghua City Tiangang Lord 4.882 million faction points. Fourth place, Winter City Winter Lord 4.06 million faction points. I have never done faction tasks in the Elf Empire, let alone earned any faction points in the Elf Empire. Now I have directly reached the top of the faction with 50 million faction points. It seems that this is the effect of universal faction points. Universal. That is, the faction points that can be used in all faction rankings. Jojo smiled. So it seems, general camp points are much more useful than the camp points of a single camp. In particular, the more camps you join, the more useful these general camp points are. He didn't think much about it. He looked at the most important ranking of the camp points of the lords of all races. Ranking of the camp points of the lords of all races. First place, Primordial Spirit Race True Lord 286,001,000 camp points. Second place, Shepherd God Race Chasing Heaven Lord 1 with 41,009,000 camp points. Third place, Chaos God Race Tai Lord 92,002,000 camp points. Fourth place, Human Race Arrogant Sun Lord 71.1 million camp points. Fifth place, All Spirit Race Spiritual Lord 51.606,000 camp points. Jojo looked at this ranking and his expression became solemn. The top 3 lords of the myriad races are so strong, he has an extra 50 million faction points, but he only ranks 4th, especially the real lord. His faction points are 286,001,000 faction points. How did he do it? Jojo was puzzled. And just when he was puzzled, the lords of the human race on Blue Star and the top lords of the myriad races also saw the skyrocketing faction points of the Lord of the Sun. A question also emerged in their minds. How did the King of the Sun do it? Chapter 699. Chaos City. A bunch of strange beasts with black and gray chaotic auras gathered here. And among them, the leader was a black and three-legged strange black bird. He stood high in the sky, emitting chaos-colored flames all over his body, ruling this ancient and majestic city. King of the Sun. Suddenly, 50 million camp points increased. Did he also complete a top camp task? The black bird creature, that is, Lord Tai, thought. As a lord from the top race civilization, his advantage in accepting camp tasks is unimaginable for other ordinary lords of all races. Other lords may have to make connections to get top camp tasks. He only needs to say that he is from the Chaos God clan, and countless Empire lords will take the initiative to make connections, and give him the camp tasks of their own countries, and even take the initiative to ask for help in order to help them complete the tasks. Although in order to avoid violating the Supreme Agreement, they will not actively send troops to help complete their own camp tasks. However, giving more tips and more intelligence support to make it easier for officials at all levels of the country to complete camp tasks is allowed in the Supreme Agreement. Nowadays, in his task list, there are 5 top-level camp tasks. If each camp task can be completed, at least 50 million to 200 million camp points can be obtained. This is just because Lord Tai knows that the time for this King of Kings event is limited. Even if he can receive a large number of top-level camp tasks, he cannot complete them all. Therefore, among the many top-level camp tasks, he picked and chose to take these 5 top-level camp tasks that he thought could be completed in a short time. Otherwise, there will be more. This Lord Jiayang is obviously from the ordinary human race. But he was able to complete a top-level faction mission in just 4 days. Lord Tai was a little silent. Lord Tai was always very dissatisfied with the fact that Lord Jiayang could achieve the achievement of the strongest lord of all races in the last battleground event of the lords of all races. Even though it was rumored that the other party repelled the real lord, Lord Tai didn't really believe it. How strong is the real lord? As someone who had fought with the other party, he knew it very well. He didn't believe that a small human lord could defeat Lord Tai. It must be because of some special reasons that Lord Tai gave up the fight with the other party, which allowed the other party to pick up a big advantage. If he had met Lord Tai in the battlefield of the end at that time, he guaranteed to expose the true colors of this human lord and let him know what the racial heritage from the great racial civilization is. Lord Tai thought so. At the moment, the gap between me and this lucky Lord Jiayang is not big. It seems that I have to hurry up and complete a top-level faction mission to consolidate my ranking. As for Yunsang Realm, I can only go there later. Lord Tai frowned and thought. He has a proud temperament. He can barely allow the true lord and the shepherd lord to rank above him. But if a human lord whom he despises rides on his head, he would be extremely unhappy. As for Yunsang Realm, it is an opportunity he found from his own race heritage. If he can get a broken branch of the Fusong sacred tree in Yunsang Realm, then he can use the heritage in his mind to create his own life growth artifact. That would be a great improvement for him. The Kingdom of Truth. The original capital. This is the kingdom established by the true lord of the original spirit race. It is a coincidence. The time when he and Jojo established their kingdoms was only about half a day apart. However, it was this half a day that made the latter famous throughout the supreme continent, and even among all the lords of the 10,000 races. The former is still unknown to this day. Except for the nearby lords, who know that this true lord also established a kingdom, the other lords of the 10,000 races only know the kingdom of Prideful Sun, and not the kingdom of truth. The true lord once felt very sorry about this. But it was slow. Even if it was only half a day apart, it could not change this fact. So the true lord later stopped thinking about the Prideful Sun King and his Prideful Sun Kingdom. Until now, with the 50 million points of the camp points that have skyrocketed, Lord Jiayang has directly raised his ranking from more than 10 to 4th place, almost entering the top 3, which has attracted the attention of the Real Lord again. Lord Jiayang. The Real Lord looked at the name of Lord Jiayang of the Jiayang Kingdom thoughtfully. He thought that this lord from the human race could get the first place in the last 10,000 races lord event, which was already his limit. He was going to forget the unpleasant experience before. Unexpectedly, this magical human lord actually had a slight rise in this event. Interesting. This King of Kings event is not the same as the last time. In the last 10,000 races Lord Battlefield event, even the top 10,000 races Lord had to follow the rules of the Supreme Will and fight one-on-one in the illusory arena. Most of the top lords' own race reputation advantages were not brought into play. And in this King of Kings event, the top race lords can use the reputation of the race behind them to obtain a lot of external benefits. In this case, this human lord can actually catch up? A hint of surprise flashed in the eyes of the true lord. I have to say, this Lord Jiayong surprised him too much. After that, he looked at it for a while, and closed the ranking list. It is only the 4th day of the King of Kings event. There are still 26 days before the end of this event. The progress of the King Jiayong in front of him is nothing to him, a lord who has obtained nearly 300 million camp points in 4 days. He is fully confident this time. He can get the first place in this King of Kings event. What happened in the last event will never happen to him again this time. Zhu Tianqing, the Lord of the Shepherd God, looked at the ranking of the King Jiayong with a gloomy face. He actually caught up with him again, he said to himself. The voice was somewhat cold. He had never forgotten the experience of being defeated by the soldiers under the command of the King of Pride, with the greedy wolf howling moon formation on the battlefield of the lords of all races. Even when he recalled it, he could still remember it vividly, as if it happened yesterday. He was also a person who was unwilling to admit defeat. Therefore, until now, he has always wanted to get back at the front. Don't let me find you in reality. Otherwise, I will let you know where the Shepherd God clan is truly powerful, Lord Zhutian whispered. At the same time, just when these top alien lords were surprised and terrified by Zhou Zhou's great progress, the Blue Star Lord World Channel was also sensational. Chapter 700. I knew that our Majesty would not lag behind those top alien lords. Didn't someone say last time that your Majesty's rise was just a flash in the pan? Now you have the guts to stand up, look at the current rankings, and say that sentence again. I understand. It turns out that your Majesty is the type who accumulates strength and then bursts out. The lag at the beginning is just to pave the way for catching up later. I remember that during the last battleground event of the Lords of all races, your Majesty's ranking was not very high at the beginning. When the true lords reached the top mythical rank, your Majesty seemed to have not even passed Diamond. But later, your Majesty defeated many top lords step by step, slowly settled in the mythical rank, and finally even surpassed the true lords and became the strongest lord of all races. Compared to being dazzlingly powerful at the beginning, your Majesty's slow-moving power, although it takes a lot of effort in the later stage, but it feels really exciting to follow the whole process, just like chasing a TV series. Dragon Lady Lord, congratulations to your Majesty for successfully entering the 4th place in the 10,000 Races Lords Camp Points ranking. Dragon Lady Lord and all the lords of the Dragon Blood Alliance congratulate your Majesty. Undead Lord, congratulations to your Majesty for successfully entering the 4th place in the 10,000 Races Lords Camp Points ranking. I and all the lords of the Undead Alliance congratulate your Majesty. Military Industry Lord, your Majesty is awesome. I and all the lords of the Military Industry Alliance congratulate your Majesty. Xiantian Lord, I and all the lords of the Xiantian Immortal Alliance sincerely congratulate your Majesty. Overlord Lord, congratulations to your Majesty. The top lords of Blue Star who rarely appear usually appear at this moment, and congratulate Zhou Zhou with all their might. Many lords were stunned when they saw this scene. I don't know why these top lords of Blue Star, who are usually arrogant, suddenly flatter the King of Pride. Until a lord who knows the inside story told these Blue Star lords that the Dragon Girl Lord and others have joined Zhou Zhou and become the Blue Star Lord forces under Zhou Zhou, everyone finally understood what was going on. However, because they knew the truth, these Blue Star lords were even more shocked. You have to know that these top lords of Blue Star and the Lord Alliance behind them can be said to control the most elite lord forces among the Blue Star lords. Now that they have all submitted to Lord Pride, doesn't that mean that Lord Pride can now be regarded as the true supreme leader among the Blue Star lords? After figuring this out, many Blue Star lords, who have the attribute of keyboard warriors, decided not to speak ill of Lord Jiayong on the World Channel in the future, but decided to be a silent turtle and no longer speak nonsense to provoke King Jiayong. After all, although King Jiayong was powerful in the past, he did not like to form gangs. Because of similar reasons such as the Emperor was far away, he was not actually feared by many lords. And now King Jiayong is not only powerful, but the lord forces under his command are almost controlling all the Blue Star lords. In this case, who dares to go looking for a scam? Be careful that the next morning, Lord Long and other top Blue Star lords will directly find the location of your territory by mobilizing more than 100 million lord members of the Lord Alliance under their command, and then directly send troops to check the water meter in your territory. Zhou Zhou also saw what happened on the World Channel. He smiled. Although he would not care about the gossips of keyboard warriors. But it would be better if he could keep his ears clean and read more cleanly in the future. He casually replied to the congratulations of the Dragon Lady Lord and others, and then looked at a blueprint. It was the random special building blueprint of the reward. Building blueprint name, War Hero Monument. Building blueprint level, Special. Building blueprint effect 1 Heroic Spirit Blessing. When the territory encounters a disaster, the soldiers who died in the war will reappear in the form of heroic spirits and fight the enemy for the last time to protect the territory and the people. Building blueprint effect 2 Loyalty. The loyalty of the territory and the people is fixedly increased by 1. Building blueprint description. Cherish peace, heroes live forever. This special building blueprint is good. Jojo nodded. After he went back, he would go to Zhao Chongsho and others to build this building as soon as possible. Then he began to extract the spoils. The targets of extraction include more than 600 corpses of legendary fog monsters, 3 corpses of lower god level fog monsters, 2 corpses of middle god level fog monsters, and the most important 2 corpses of upper god level fog monsters. These corpses have been specially delivered to Jojo by the soldiers under his special order. Among them, more than 600 legendary fog monster corpses, under Jojo's extraction, a total of more than 600 books of gods, more than 9,000 lower god level artifacts and more than 30,000 lower god level materials, minerals, potions, architectural drawings and other spoils were obtained. Looking at so many god level spoils in the king's treasure box. Even though Jojo had been prepared for a long time, he was still stunned by the shock. After a long time, he came back to his senses. He secretly rejoiced. Fortunately, he had taken the spoils privately. Otherwise, the brilliance of so many god-level spoils, especially the brilliance of more than 9,000 lower-level god artifacts, would probably make all the soldiers in the territory collapse. Artifacts have always been extremely precious. Even the upper god Heros cherished the lower-level god-level artifacts that Jojo lent him. But Jojo now has more than 9,000 lower-level god artifacts. Who wouldn't be confused when seeing this? In the future, I can wholesale lower-level god artifacts at will. Jojo sighed as he looked at so many lower-level god artifacts. He thought about it, and soon made a decision. From now on, all the gods in his territory, no matter who they are, can have a set of lower god-level artifacts for free. Otherwise, it would be a waste of his talent. And as the level of his enemies continues to improve, the strength of his subordinates also needs to be improved quickly. Otherwise, they can't deal with his enemies in terms of strength. So now is not the time to calculate the reward. First, focus on improving your combat power. The rules of rewarding merits should be applied to higher-level artifacts or other rewards. Then he extracted the 3 lower god-level Scarlet Gods, 2 middle god-level Scarlet Gods, and 1 upper god-level Scarlet God. He took a rough look at it first. Then a clear look of disgust appeared on his face. Because among these 6 Scarlet Gods, only 3 gods have 2 lower god intermediate artifacts, and 1 middle god lower artifact. That one is not Gerald's upper god, but he only uses a middle god artifact. Other Scarlet Gods used ordinary weapons of the legendary upper level. How poor! Jojo was speechless. But he still chose to extract. Soon, he got 6 books of gods, 54 artifacts of the lower god level, 6 artifacts of the middle god level and 3 artifacts of the lower god level, as well as all kinds of god level materials, ores, potions, architectural drawings and other spoils. As for the other spoils below the god level, because there are too many quantities and types, I won't go into details here. Then he looked at the body of Gerard at the end, and his eyes suddenly became hot. This upper god Scarlet God has a lower god artifact on him. Once he extracted it, with the blessing of the King of Loot, he will directly have 3 identical lower level artifacts of the true god.